Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with the amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Chaotic Hacker. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku numbly watched the door shut behind All Might. Kaken had been right, he really couldn't be a hero. Izuku felt the tears prickling at the corners of his eyes and looked around. If he went home right now, Mom would hear him crying in his room and wonder what was wrong, and Izuku didn't really feel up to explaining himself right then. This rooftop, however, was completely deserted. Making his decision, he sat down and hugged his knees to his chest as he let himself break down. He should have known that would be All Might's answer. He had studied quirks for years, so he of all people should know that a quirkless teenager had no chance of beating villains with strong quirks. He couldn't even beat Kaken. He should have seen this coming, so why did it still hurt so much? After a few minutes of this, he became vaguely aware of the sounds of fireworks in the distance and almost stood up to look before changing his mind and curling up even tighter as he sobbed harder. The fireworks would probably look pretty and might even cheer him up a little bit, but Izuku wasn't really in the mood for pretty things. No matter how cool they looked, fireworks wouldn't be able to put his shattered dream back together. The explosions were a good background for his pity party though, Izuku thought with a wet chuckle. It was almost like the world itself was celebrating that he'd finally come to terms with reality. He couldn't really tell if he was sobbing or laughing at the mental image of Kaken and his teachers in party hats, gathering around a cake with All Might's true form on it as they set off confetti poppers. Congratulations. He was definitely laughing now. Kaken would totally have a disgruntled expression on his face at being forced into a party hat, but Auntie Mistuki would probably just hit him on the head if he tried to take it off. Mom would be the one to cut the cake, and she'd look proud and relieved as she gave him the first piece and told him to be sure to pick something safe for his next dream. Izuku took a deep breath and stood up, wiping the last of his tears from his cheeks. There was still a dull ache in his chest, and he still didn't know what he was supposed to do now, but well, it probably wasn't the best coping mechanism, but he felt like his imaginary pity party was almost like a funeral for his aspirations of being a hero. Wait, was this feeling grief? That would make sense, but it seemed weird to feel grief for something that wasn't a person. His dream was kind of like a pet, right? He'd cared for it for years and refused to let go, and now it was gone, so it was probably okay to be a little sad. The sun had set sometime during his breakdown, so Izuku hurried straight home, only pausing once to check his reflection in a shop window to make sure his eyes weren't too red. He ran up the stairs to his apartment and quickly took off his shoes before digging in his backpack for his hero analysis notebook. Between the sludge villain and the koi pond, he was lucky that it was legible at all. He should put it in the freezer to save it so he could transfer his notes into another book. Then he could carefully take out the pages that All Might had signed and frame them. "I'm home," he called out as he walked toward the kitchen. He should put the notebook in a plastic bag before putting it in the freezer so it didn't get anything gross on the food. His thoughts were interrupted by his mom running at him so fast that she slid across the kitchen floor and almost knocked him down with the force of her hug. "Oh Izuku, I was so worried about you." Izuku looked at the clock. He wasn't that much later than he normally was. He knew for a fact he'd gotten home much later because he'd lost track of time watching hero fights. So why was Mom so worried today? She couldn't know what All Might had told him yet, could she? Mom was still talking, rambling in her worry. "I saw about Katsuki on the news and I know that you take that route home sometimes. And I couldn't see you and you weren't answering your phone and I was just imagining what would have happened if the villain had grabbed you instead, because Katsuki was barely fighting him off with his explosions." Izuku went cold. What happened to Kaken? Mom froze. "Why, you didn't know?" Izuku shook his head frantically and stared at her with wide eyes. Mom pressed her lips together in worry, then led him into the living room and unmuted the TV. There was a young reporter on the screen, backlit against a few still burning fires as Backdraft and a few other heroes lingered in the background. The sludge villain seemed to be intent on suffocating his victim. Thankfully, the heroes on the scene were able to keep the others in the area safe until the arrival of All Might, who defeated the villain and saved the hostage, as expected of the #1 hero. The sludge villain has now been taken into custody by police, while the hostage and several bystanders were taken to the hospital for various injuries. They had to take him to the hospital. Izuku fretted. Is he going to be okay? Thankfully, Mom nodded quickly. Mistuki said he won't even have to stay the night. The only reason they took him at all was because he apparently passed out for a minute or two before All Might got to him, but he's going to be okay. Izuku sighed in relief. He wasn't sure what he'd do if Kaken had been hurt or died. It would have been his fault for distracting All Might and making him use up all his time. and Izuku wasn't sure if he'd be able to deal with that, especially since the description of the villain sounded like the one All Might had saved Izuku from, which meant that Izuku distracting him probably allowed the villain to escape. It was a good thing he'd already held the funeral for his dream, because there was no way he was capable of being a hero if he let villains escape like that. But Kaken was okay. All Might saved him. Oh no, was All Might okay? Izuku quickly excused himself and ran to his computer to look up footage of the fight. All Might didn't look tired, but then again, he didn't look like a skeleton either, so Izuku knew he was good at hiding things. He almost melted in relief when All Might jumped away without talking to a single reporter as soon as Kaken was safe. He was already past his limit when he talked to Izuku, and he'd probably had to go beyond that to save Kaken, but that didn't mean he had to force himself to stay and chat. Hopefully he was at home taking a well-deserved nap. Izuku spent the rest of the night studying the fight. The sludge villain was a lot less impressive when he wasn't drowning in it. But apparently the heroes on the scene before All Might got there didn't agree, because they seemed at a loss for what to do. Izuku pulled out a new notebook and started analyzing. While it made sense for Backdraft to fight the fires, it would have been better to prioritize the rescue and have him dilute the villain enough for him to let go of Kaken. It would have meant leaving the fires burning. But since there were more fires the longer Kaken was held hostage, it would have been better in the long run. Mount Lady could have helped with evacuation, especially if Backdraft was busy taking care of the villain. Her height prevented her from getting into the narrow street where the fight was, but it was wide enough that she could have reached her arm in and let people climb onto it from the upper windows. And if she could reach her arm in, it might even have been possible for her to grab Kaken from the villain without ever stepping into the street, depending on how far down the street they were. Kamui Woods and Death Arms were more difficult. But if Kamui had looped around to come at the villain from behind, he might have been able to grab Kaken without getting in range of his hands. Death Arms could easily have helped with evacuation. Eventually, Mom confiscated his notebook and forced him to go to bed, but Izuku's head still kept him awake for another hour going through all the possibilities of how that fight could have gone differently. Finally, his thoughts slowed down enough for him to slowly drift off to sleep with one last coherent thought. Is there a way to help heroes work smarter? Let's do something at school. Alright students, remember that your finalized high school application plans need to be turned into the guidance counselor by the end of the week, the teacher said boredly. So if you want to make any changes, they need to be done by then. The bell rang and Izuku hurried to put the rest of his books and get out of the room before Kaken could corner him. Things had been kinda weird since the sludge villain incident a few days ago, and it seemed like Kaken was constantly 2 seconds away from exploding, even more so than he usually was, at least. It probably had something to do with the fact that he had to be saved. And he was probably thinking that their classmates were looking down on him for being weak. So Izuku just thought it would be smarter to avoid him until things calmed down a little bit. Unfortunately, Kaken had other plans. Izuku had barely managed to get out the front gates of the school when he found himself being slammed into the wall. He coughed as he struggled to catch his breath again, clutching his backpack to his chest so Kaken couldn't steal it. He had just finished transferring all his hero analysis notes into a fresh notebook. He couldn't let it get destroyed again. You heard what Teach said. Kaken scowled as he held Izuku against the wall. It's your last chance to change your fucking mind about going to UA, you damn nerd. You'd better take it, because there's no chance a worthless nobody like you is ever gonna be a hero. I know, Izuku muttered. Kaken froze. What did you just say? Izuku took a deep breath. I said I know, Kaken. I can't even defend myself from villains. How could I ever hope to defend other people? You were right, I'm never going to be a hero. Izuku took advantage of the short moment Kaken stood there gaping like a fish to pull out of his grip and run down the street, blinking away his tears. It was one thing admitting the truth to himself, but it was another thing entirely to say it to Kaken like that. It made it more real, somehow, and even though the pain was a lot less than it had been when All Might first gave him a reality check, it still hurt, and now everyone would know. It wouldn't take long for Kaken to rant about it to his lackeys, and from there it would spread like wildfire, and soon enough, the entire school would know that Izuku Midoriya had finally given up on his dream of being a hero. It would be too late to change his mind. But then again, wasn't it too late already? It had been too late ever since he turned 4. He was running out of time to find his new dream. Their high school plans were due in just a few days. But Izuku didn't know what he was supposed to write. He'd always wanted to go to UA because it was the best heroic school in Japan. But now he knew that he couldn't be a hero. It put everything into question. Maybe he should go to a different high school, since he didn't need to go to a school with a hero course anymore. But he still thought it would be cool to go to UA. It was where All Might had gone. He could just go into general studies ... or maybe one of the other courses would be better. Izuku ran a hand through his curls, wincing as his fingers caught in the tangles, and sighed. He needed to do a little more research before he made a decision. He sat down at his computer as soon as he got home and pulled up UA's website. navigating to the application page. He'd never actually read through the information about all the different courses, since he'd been too fixated on the hero course, but better late than never, right? Thankfully, there was a page on UAS explaining each of the different courses and how to apply. Izuku started off by reading about general studies, obviously, since that was most likely where he'd end up. It seemed pretty standard, honestly. They would teach him the basic subjects, but Izuku didn't know how to feel about the fact that it didn't have any particular focus. General studies would look good on his resume, but that seemed to be all it would do for him. He didn't want to get bored. Izuku bit his lip and clicked on the business course. There seemed to be a lot of money management involved in that one, which didn't really appeal to him. The heroic analytics classes sounded slightly better, but they mostly approached things from a marketing standpoint, rather than focusing on quirks like Izuku did. He decided to put a pin in that one. If he didn't find anything better, business might be a decent option, but it wasn't going to be his first choice. He almost just closed his browser instead of reading the page on the support course. He wasn't an engineer. He didn't have any experience in mechanics or fixing things, and while he found the way support items interacted with quirks interesting, he wasn't really interested in making them. But he'd looked through all the other courses, so he may as well glance at support, if only to complete the set. At first, the support course looked exactly like what Izuku expected. There were pictures of students standing with their inventions and groups of kids with grease-covered cheeks smiling at the camera, a wide variety of power tools and other things he couldn't name in the background. Try as he might, Izuku just couldn't see himself there. But then he noticed the different tracks. The business course obviously had different areas of emphasis, like marketing or economics, but Izuku had just assumed that support was like heroics or general studies, where all the students were grouped together and had similar goals. But about halfway down the support course information page, there was an explanation of different tracks within the support course. The first was invention, which the website said was obviously the most popular option. It focused on being able to create and maintain support items, specifically for heroes. Izuku had just kind of assumed that was what the entire support course did. What else could there be? Support items for civilians. But UA was a hero school. He scrolled past the invention track down to the next option. Design. It focused entirely on the aesthetics of hero costumes, something that Izuku hadn't even thought about as being part of support. It was a decently popular emphasis, and the students worked frequently with the business school to make sure they were designing looks that could sell, and with the invention track to make sure any support items visually matched the rest of the hero's costume. Izuku didn't think he was really artistic enough to enjoy that, though. That brought him to the final track, which almost seemed like it had been added to the list as an afterthought. Intelligence and analytics. Unlike the other two tracks, there weren't any pictures advertising that emphasis, and it didn't seem like it was chosen very often, but as he read the short paragraph, Izuku gradually became so excited he could hardly breathe. Students in the Intelligence and Analytics track of UAS support course focus on quirk analysis and helping heroes improve their quirk control and skill. Students are trained in how to obtain useful information to help heroes and detectives track down and defeat villains, as well as how to use quirk analysis to pinpoint villains' weaknesses. Interested students also have the option of taking courses in strategy if desired. Izuku couldn't help but think of the heroes that stood on the sidelines and waited for All Might while Kaken was being attacked by the sludge villain. If he joined the support course, he could share his strategies with them. He could help the heroes strategize better and use their quirks more intelligently to take down villains and protect people. It was too dangerous for a quirkless kid like him to be on the front lines. But that didn't mean he couldn't work behind the scenes to make sure the heroes had all the tools and information they needed so that they knew what to do. He could help the heroes work smarter. It was perfect. Izuku glanced over at his collection of hero analysis for the future. All these years, he'd assumed that the future he was preparing for was his career as a hero. But maybe this whole time, he'd really been preparing for a career in hero support. His cheeks were starting to hurt from how widely he was smiling, and he was vaguely aware of the fact that he was mumbling as his brain spun with plans and possibilities. He would have to work hard for the next 10 months if he had any chance of passing the entrance exam. But rather than being intimidated by the challenge, Izuku just felt invigorated. He grabbed a brand new notebook from his desk and wrote support course preparation on the cover. Izuku Midoriya had found a new dream, and this time it was attainable. The final 10 months before the entrance exam flew by almost too quickly. One of the first things Izuku had done after finding his new dream was research everything he could find about analytics and intelligence gathering. He couldn't find that much, which he supposed shouldn't be very surprising, considering that he hadn't even known it was a career option. But the things that he could find emphasized computer skills and making sure that his analysis was understandable to other people. Izuku had worked nonstop to make sure he was ready for the entrance exam today. It was difficult, since UAS website didn't say what exactly he'd be asked to do, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. He threw himself into support with a passion, spending hours researching everything that heroes needed to know going into a situation and thinking about what he could do from behind the scenes to make them more effective. His hero analysis notebooks had improved as well. He still labeled them for the future, but he was now trying to focus on suggestions for improvement and on increasing the speed of his analysis. Izuku had shifted the focus of the notebooks from just heroes to everything to do with quirks and even battle strategy. He filled an entire notebook just with analyses of villains he'd seen on the news, and another with random quirks that he found on the street. He'd also stopped taking them out at school so that his bullies wouldn't be tempted to destroy these ones like they had all the others. School had surprisingly gotten a lot better for Izuku over the past few months. His bullies hadn't stopped after the word spread that he wasn't trying for the hero course anymore, but now everyone was at a loss for how to actually hurt him. He hadn't told anyone at school about the support course, since the high school application plans simply listed the school, not the emphasis. The teachers assumed he'd switched his goal to general studies, and from what Izuku could gather, the other students thought he was going for the nearest high school with a high acceptance rate. As a result, no one could target his new dream and all their insults fell flat. Even Kaken had switched to mostly ignoring him, or just calling him useless, which was a huge improvement. One of the best things that had come from his new dream, though, was actually his relationship with his mother. He hadn't realized just how much his old dream had come between them, but now that it was no longer in the way, they'd grown so much closer. Her worry seemed less like she was trying to suffocate him, and more like it was just how she showed that she cared. When he'd sat her down to talk about his new dream, she had immediately started crying. Izuku had understandably started panicking, wondering what he had said wrong, but as soon as she had calmed down enough to be coherent, Mom had assured him that she was just so happy and proud of him. He hadn't been quite sure how to feel about the fact that her first reaction to him giving up on his lifelong dream was to be so happy that she cried. But there wasn't much he could do about it. Maybe if she had just believed in him earlier. Izuku shook his head as he finished getting ready to leave. It wouldn't do any good to worry about what-ifs right now. Mom was just trying to keep him safe, so it made perfect sense that she would be happy that he'd picked a safer option. She had been a little nervous about him still working in the heroics industry, but after he'd assured her that he wouldn't actually be fighting anyone, she'd calmed down and had actually been surprisingly supportive. He carefully placed his laptop in his bag and smiled. Mom had gotten it for him as a celebration gift after he'd explained what intelligence and analytics was, and it had actually been her idea to sign him up for computer programming lessons at their local community center. He'd taken to them like a duck to water, and it hadn't been long at all before he'd started learning to hack. Mom didn't necessarily like when he called it hacking, since she thought that sounded dangerous or like something a villain would do. But Izuku had pointed out that it would be a really useful way to gather information. He'd be protected behind a screen, and the only people he'd be hacking were villains, to make sure they couldn't hide anything from the heroes. She'd come around pretty quickly after that. The last thing he packed was the portfolio he'd created to demonstrate his quirk analysis. UAS website had said that in addition to the same written exam that all the other courses took, the support course exam consisted of a portfolio and a practical. Izuku had spent months debating what to put in his portfolio before Mom had suggested simply turning in one of his hero analysis notebooks. He didn't feel like those were quite good enough to turn into UA, though, so he decided to turn in a new analysis notebook that was actually properly formatted. He'd picked 5 heroes and 5 villains to highlight, since the website had said he'd be analyzing both as part of UA, and he'd had Mom read through all of them to make sure they didn't just sound like his normal muttering. When he'd first started asking her to read his analyses to make sure other people could understand them, she'd pointed out that he wrote almost completely in run-on sentences and sometimes dropped words completely because his brain was moving faster than his hands could. He'd focused since then on editing his analyses into a coherent whole and making them easy to understand. The heroes he would eventually be working with needed to be able to read though and find what they needed. After all, so there needed to be some sort of formatting, and he couldn't use a lot of technical jargon. Not that he ever really had. He'd experimented quite a bit and had even looked up how professional analysts formatted their essays for inspiration. Overall, Izuku was actually extremely proud of how professional his portfolio looked once he was finished, and Mom hadn't had any trouble understanding it, so that was a huge plus. Mom scooped him into a hug almost as soon as he made it to the kitchen. "Oh baby, do you have everything? Do you have your laptop? Will you even need your laptop? It's best to just bring it, right, even if you don't need it. Or will that be weird? They won't see it as cheating, will they? Oh, if only." "Mom, take a deep breath." He pulled away from her and smiled. "I'll be fine. I already checked the website. And support course applicants are allowed to bring any technology they think they'll need. I don't know if I'll need my laptop, but I want to be able to demonstrate my hacking if they ask me to." Mom sighed in relief. "Oh, that's good. I'm just so worried. I know you'll be fine and safe, but a mother worries, you know." Izuku laughed. "I know. Don't worry, the support course exam isn't like the hero course one, so I'm not going to get hurt. Just be glad you're not Auntie Mitsuki today. No matter what the hero course practical is, there's bound to be some aspect of combat included. Mom wrung her hands nervously. Oh, I don't think I'd be able to handle it. I know Katsuki can handle himself in a fight. But I'm just so glad you're not trying for the hero course. I'm not sure I'd even be able to let you leave the house without having a heart attack. Izuku smiled sadly. His grief had long since faded to a dull ache, and he hardly even noticed it anymore most days. But his nervousness about the entrance exam was bringing everything to the surface again. What if he'd made the wrong choice? What if he was meant to be a hero? What if he'd never really be satisfied with the support course? What if Kaken was right and he really was useless and he failed the entrance exam and ended up living under a bridge? Stop that, Izuku. Mom hit him gently on the arm and smiled to pull him from his spiral. I'm the one who's supposed to be worrying, so just leave that to me. And you focus on doing your best. Okay, baby. Izuku smiled and nodded in determination. Thanks, Mom. I should get going. Wish me luck. Good luck. Mom started sniffling as he put on his shoes, then started full-on crying as he waved to her when he got down to the street. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and took a deep breath as he headed toward the train station. He could do this. Izuku actually ended up getting to UA a few minutes early enough that he didn't even see Kaken, who should be taking the hero course exam today, on his way in. He looked up at the building, not even bothering to conceal his awe considering that he was far from the only applicant gaping at the fact that they were actually at UA. After a long moment, he shook himself and hurried into the building, taking everything in as he followed the signs to the support course exam orientation. He ended up in a large room lined with desks that were almost completely empty except for a few other early arrivals like himself. Izuku swallowed nervously as they all looked up at his arrival, his anxiety already getting the better of him as he ran to one of the seats in the back corner. He really wasn't ready to meet his future tormentors quite yet. After a few minutes of sitting in the oppressively silent room, Izuku decided that he needed to find something to distract himself. The longer he just sat there, the more he worried that he was somehow making a terrible mistake, or that he would fail the exam, or that the proctors would come up to him and tell him that UA had actually decided to not accept quirkless applicants this year. He could always analyze his fellow examinees and see if he could guess their quirks, but he knew that as soon as he started analyzing, he would also start mumbling, which would sound even louder in the quiet room, and then any hope he had of fading into the background would go out the window. Izuku thought for a moment before getting out his laptop. From what he'd read, UA had impressive cybersecurity, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look at their firewalls, right? He looked at the clock. He still had another 20 minutes until the exam started, and if he didn't do anything, he was going to go insane. So this would be a good way to keep himself busy and satisfy his curiosity at the same time. The rumors really hadn't exaggerated UA's security. Anywhere that Izuku would normally look for holes or backdoors were patched up and defended. And he grinned as he had to get more and more creative the more he poked around. Most villains would probably just take one look at the programs and decide to go hack somewhere less secure. Maybe if he were to. What are you doing? Izuku yelped and slammed his laptop shut, leaning back as far as he could to get away from the girl who was suddenly way too close to his face. He glanced around the room to find that most of the seats were filled. How long had he been trying to get past UAS firewalls? And more importantly, how long had this girl been there and how hadn't he noticed when she got in his personal space? Also, she was a girl. He swallowed nervously, but the girl didn't seem to be backing off anytime soon. Nothing. The girl grinned savagely, her pupils narrowing slightly, something that was made more obvious by the crosshairs in them. If it was nothing, you wouldn't have been doing it. Were the crosshairs a result of her quirk? If so, then what was it? It was obviously something to do with her vision, and she seemed to be able to change her pupil size at will, so maybe it was like a telescope. That would be really cool. What were the limitations and ... Oh, she was still staring at him. You have a telescope quirk. Izuku blurted out the question before his self-control caught up to his curiosity, then promptly turned bright red and started freaking out. Of course, the first time a girl ever willingly talks to him and he has to make a fool of himself by asking about her quirk like some kind of creepy idiot. The girl didn't seem put off by it though. In fact, her grin just got bigger. I'll tell you about my quirk if you tell me what you were doing on your computer. Izuku thought for a moment. He really wanted to know more about her quirk, but would she think he was weird? What was he thinking? She already thought he was weird, and he didn't know why. Maybe it was because she had gotten so close to him despite never meeting him before, but she didn't really seem like the type to stop talking to people just because they were weird. Or maybe that was wishful thinking. He smiled sheepishly. I was trying to get past UAS firewalls. The girl blinked at him for a moment, then laughed loudly. That's awesome. Hacking UA before the exam even starts. What a way to make a first impression. Izuku's eyes widened and his stomach dropped. Oh no. What was I thinking? I just wanted something to do and I've probably ruined my chances. They're gonna think I'm some kind of villain and he was startled from his mumbling by the girl flicking him on the forehead. Did you have any luck? He tilted his head. What? Did you have any luck hacking UA? No. Izuku didn't know why she didn't seem freaked out at all. In fact, she was acting like him hacking UA was a good thing. Too bad. The girl shrugged. That probably would have been a great way to get your foot in the door. Izuku thought about that for a moment, but it made his brain spin, so he just shook his head. Well, I told you what I was doing. What about you? What's your quirk? Zoom. The girl was grinning again and Izuku would probably have been intimidated if her energy wasn't so contagious. You weren't that far off with your telescope idea. I can see things as far away as 5 kilometers, but I mostly use it to zoom in on tiny things while I make my babies. Izuku's face went red again and he sputtered, "Bee babies?" She nodded, "Yep. I make all sorts of cool babies for heroes to use. My favorite baby is the jetpack I designed." She dug in her bag for a moment before slamming a grease-smeared folder in front of him. Izuku hesitated for a moment, but she looked like she was expecting him to do something. So he opened the folder and looked at the detailed blueprints inside. "These are really cool. Is this your portfolio?" She nodded. "Where's yours?" Izuku put his laptop back in his bag and handed her his own portfolio before going back to looking through her blueprints. A lot of it was technical jargon that he didn't understand, but after a minute, he thought he had a good idea of how the jetpack was supposed to work. "Is this based on Airjet's backpack?" "Yep. It's a super cool flying baby." The girl looked to be about halfway through his portfolio. "And these are really cool notes, Hacker-kun, but weren't you supposed to bring blueprints for your babies?" Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, actually, that's only for the invention track. I'm applying for intelligence and analytics, so, yeah." The girl looked back and forth between Izuku and his portfolio, then grinned. "That means that we'll have to work together so I can make super awesome babies based off your notes." She stuck her hand out for him to shake. "I'm Mei Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsume Industries." "What's your name, Hacker-kun?" Izuku grinned and took her hand. "Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you, Hatsume." "Oh, just call me Mei, Izuku-kun," Hatsume said dismissively, ignoring the way Izuku's face turned red again at the nickname. "We'll be working together a lot once school starts, so there's no point in pretending to be formal, don't you think?" Izuku wasn't really sure, but he wasn't about to say otherwise and risk ruining whatever this was. "Sure thing, Mei-chan." Mei nodded and handed his portfolio back, seemingly satisfied with the nickname, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he returned her portfolio. Wait, were they friends now? The only person he ever had a nickname for before was Kaken. And they'd been friends once, so did that mean that Mei was his friend? Or were they just future business partners? What were people supposed to do with their friends? Izuku suddenly felt more nervous about his new friendship with Mei than he did about the exam, which he supposed was a good thing, since distracting himself from his exam anxiety was what he'd set out to do in the first place. The background chatter in the room died down and Izuku and Mei looked toward the front of the room to see Power Loader standing on the stage holding a mic. "Oh my goodness, it's the support hero Power Loader." Izuku couldn't help muttering. But Mei actually didn't seem to mind, something he'd have to unpack later. He's one of only a handful of heroes in Japan that is both a hero license and a support license, which means he can make his own support items, but he normally focuses on making them for. "Welcome, everyone, to the entrance exam." Power Loader cut off Izuku's muttering and Izuku slammed his mouth shut so he wouldn't start muttering again as the hero continued. "I'm Power Loader, the head of the support course here at UA, which should be the department you applied to. If you didn't apply to the support course, you're in the wrong place, so just leave and there's staff members at the front office who can help you find where you're supposed to be." There was an awkward shuffling for a moment as everyone looked around, but no one got up to leave, so Izuku assumed they were all in the right place. "Alright, first off is going to be the written exam, which will be taken here. Staff members will be handing out the exam as I explain a few things. So just ignore them and don't break the seal on your exam until I say you can begin." The exam is identical for all 4 courses at UA, but yours has an additional section with questions on support specifically. You'll have 3 hours. Next, you'll take the practical exam, which will be divided based on your emphasis. You'll have 4 hours to create a functional support item for the invention track or a finished costume prototype for the design track based on the prompts given. You'll turn in your portfolio when you start your practical exam. And now Izuku's anxiety was back. What was his practical exam going to be? He'd gathered that there wouldn't be many other applicants for the intelligence and analytics track. But Power Loader should have said something about it, right? Had he filled out his application incorrectly? He'd thought he checked it 5 times, but what if something went wrong? Or maybe they'd wanted him to use his intelligence gathering skills to figure out the exam before he'd arrive. A vacuum-wrapped packet was placed in front of him and Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath. It was too late to do anything about it now, and he couldn't afford to be worried about his practical exam when he hadn't even started the written one yet. It'd be fine. He could do this. All right, does everyone have your tests? Powerloader asked. Begin. Izuku didn't think that tests were normally supposed to be fun. And while his test anxiety definitely wasn't, he found himself forgetting to be nervous the more questions he answered, even though the questions for the general section weren't extremely interesting. Since they only covered the standard subjects he'd learned in middle school, they were challenging enough to make up for it. Izuku was glad that he'd studied in preparation for the test, because that meant that instead of being intimidating, the more difficult questions were actually invigorating. And then came the support section. Izuku assumed that part of its purpose was to gauge each student's potential for the other tracks, because the questions were pulled from all three. Izuku felt like he did decently well on the design questions, even if that wasn't exactly his passion. But the only questions about invention that he could even make sense of were the ones that dealt with computer hardware. Maybe he should have studied mechanics a little more. Oh well, it was too late for that now. To Izuku's surprise, there were only 2 questions about analysis, and both of them were essays, so he could only hope that would be enough to show his skills and set him apart from the other applicants. He didn't want to have to think about what he'd do if his new dream got crushed like his last one had been. For the first analysis question, he was given a quirk registration form and told to theorize about the strengths and weaknesses of the quirk, as well as give suggestions about how to use it. To his surprise, he actually recognized the quirk. It belonged to a retired hero named Glimmer who could manipulate light energy around her body in the form of sparkles. At first, it didn't seem like a very powerful quirk, but Izuku knew better. The sparkles that Glimmer controlled didn't just look pretty, they could get bright enough that looking at them was like staring into the sun. Tempting, sure, but definitely not recommended. As a pro hero, she had used it to blind and disorient her opponents, leading to a high rate of capture. The drawbacks, of course, were that if Glimmer wasn't careful, she could permanently blind villains, bystanders, or even herself. She had to carefully manipulate the light of her quirk to make sure that it was bright enough to be effective without causing permanent damage, which was a pretty fine line. She wasn't a well-known hero, but from what Izuku knew about her, she had done her job well. All of that was common knowledge, though, if someone knew where to look, so while it was necessary to list that out, Izuku didn't think that basic level of analysis would help him stand out. But what else? Well, he was supposed to give suggestions, right? It felt kind of blasphemous to give suggestions to such a successful pro hero, but Izuku forced himself to look at it like it was any other quirk. The test hadn't actually specified that the quirk belonged to a pro, after all, so he couldn't let that hold back his analysis, not to mention that if he was accepted into the support course, he'd be giving pros suggestions for a living. So how could the quirk go beyond what Glimmer had used it for? Well, she manipulated light energy, right? But Izuku's eyes widened, and he started writing the ideas as fast as he could structure them out. Not all light was visible, so what if she could manipulate not only the intensity of the lights but also the wavelength? From the footage he'd seen, some of the sparkles Glimmer had used had appeared colorful, especially that one time she'd produced rainbow sparkles during a pride parade. So it was definitely possible for her to shift the wavelength within the visible spectrum. And if she could do that much, she could probably train enough to create ultraviolet light and infrared light, which meant that she could use her quirk to burn rather than blind, and maybe even use it like a black light to find forensic evidence at crime scene. In the end, Izuku's essay ended up being 3 pages long, 2 of which were entirely suggestions based on his theory that Glimmer could manipulate the wavelength of light. It really made him wonder why she'd never used it that way. It would have effectively negated a lot of the drawbacks of her quirk, since she wouldn't have had to worry about blinding anyone if her light was invisible. It would also make her much more difficult to fight, since the threats wouldn't be as obvious. It was almost a shame that she had already retired, because Izuku would have loved to see if any of his theories were actually useful. He didn't recognize the other quirk, so he didn't have the advantage of previous knowledge, but then again, he also didn't go into the analysis with any biases, so it all balanced out. It was some sort of jet quirk that allowed the user to blow air out of the bottoms of their feet, which would probably be most useful for speed or maybe even for flight, depending on how long the hero could keep continuously blowing air. They would need specialized shoes that protected their feet while still allowing the air to flow. And the rest of their costume might need extra ventilation as well, depending on where the air came from. It was probable that the quirk actually worked by taking air in through the skin to power the quirk, or maybe it was powered by the breath. If the hero could manipulate the temperature of the air, that opened a whole new field of opportunities. He could use hot air to make himself rise faster, or cool air to help victims during fire rescues. There were just so many possibilities, but Izuku limited those speculations to less than a page. He didn't know if temperature manipulation was actually within the limits of the quirk, so he didn't want to waste too much time on suggestions that might not actually be useful. Instead, Izuku tried to focus his analysis on ideas that were possible with only the information he'd been given. Beyond mobility, the quirk could probably be used to impair an opponent's vision, since if the hero could aim the jets at a villain's eyes, it would dry them out pretty quickly. It would be difficult to keep one's eyes open in a targeted windstorm. But even a brief puff to the face would force the villain to blink, which could make him a perfect counter to Eraserhead if he came up on him from behind. Izuku debated about whether he should actually include that tidbit before deciding to just leave it in. It probably wasn't necessary, but at the same time, any little bit of information could mean the difference between being accepted to his dream school or having to find a third dream in under a year. So Izuku didn't want to take any chances. It couldn't hurt, right? Unless they thought it was creepy. What if they thought he was creepy? But then again, the entire analysis section was kinda creepy, just by the way it was designed. But what if his classmates were right and his notebooks weren't useful at all and he made UA hate him because he saw too many weaknesses in the quirks they gave him? Izuku hurried and finished the essay before he could work himself into a panic about it and used the rest of the time to check his answers in the general section as a way to distract himself. He was already here, at UA, taking the entrance exam, so it was way too late to second-guess himself now, right? And maybe UA would be like Mei, who didn't think he was creepy at all, but maybe that was because Mei was a little creepy herself. By the time Powerloader announced the end of the test, Izuku had successfully talked himself down from his anxiety attack. Ectoplasm must be one of the teachers at UA, because it was his clones that came to collect everyone's tests once time was called. It was kind of surreal that there were so many real pro heroes in the building right now. Izuku hoped that, if he actually got into UA, he'd be able to rein in his inner fanboy enough to not make a fool of himself around every single one of the teachers. Oh boy, yeah, that was gonna be difficult. As soon as Ectoplasm grabbed her test, Mei was immediately back in Izuku's personal space, grinning like a madwoman. How did you do, Izuku-kun? I bet those analysis questions were a piece of cake for you, huh? I could make so many babies to help those heroes, it's amazing. I already have so many ideas. Maybe that's what I'll build in the practical. But I have so many other baby ideas too. Ooh, this is gonna be so much fun. Izuku couldn't help smiling as Mei cackled, even if the other examinees were shooting them strange looks. But her ramblings reminded him that he still didn't know what his practical exam was going to be. Analysts didn't have anything physical to show off, unlike inventors and designers, so what were they going to ask him to do? And why didn't Powerloader mention it along with the other courses? After a few minutes, they were excused to make their way to the practical exams, and there was a flurry of movement as all the examinees stretched and gathered their things to leave the room. Izuku turned to Mei and smiled. Good luck on your practical, Mei-chan. I hope you make it in. My babies are amazing. The proctors won't be able to ignore them, Mei declared confidently. And you're not allowed to fail, either, Izuku-kun. You'll have to make it into UA so we can make awesome babies together. Izuku sputtered and turned red, but Mei was already skipping toward the doors. He was definitely going to have to get used to the way she phrased things. Did she even realize how she sounded, or did she just not care? Honestly, from what Izuku had seen from her so far, it could be either one. Still, it was comforting to know that he'd have at least one friend if he made it into the support course. Well, one person who didn't hate him at the very least. That was gonna be weird. Izuku shook his head and grabbed his bag, then made his way to the front of the room, where Powerloader was sitting at a large desk next to the pro hero Midnight, who must have arrived sometime while they were taking the written exam. Izuku didn't want to interrupt their conversation, but he also didn't want to be late to the practical just because he didn't know where it was. There was a possibility that there were signs outside that he could follow, since that seemed to be the case for the invention and design tracks. But considering that Powerloader hadn't even mentioned the analysis track since Izuku had arrived, he wasn't willing to bet on that. Izuku hesitated another moment before speaking. He was gonna feel so stupid if they told him to just follow the signs. Excuse me. Midnight stopped halfway through whatever story she had been telling, and both heroes turned to look at Izuku, who fidgeted in place at the sudden attention. Hey, hot stuff, Midnight purred. What can we do for you? I was just wondering. Izuku grimaced. Way to make a good first impression. Do you know where the intelligence and analytics test will be? I mean, of course you know, you're in charge, it's just that you didn't say anything about it. Powerloader, sir, so I, just was kinda confused. Izuku trailed off awkwardly. The heroes seemed a little shocked, for some reason, but they didn't seem annoyed by his question, so that was something. Powerloader flipped through some papers on the desk in front of him before looking up at Izuku again. You're Izuku Midwarrior, correct? Izuku nodded, and the heroes shared a look that Izuku couldn't read before Powerloader turned back to him. Sorry for the confusion, Midwarrior. It's just that most years, we don't actually have any applicants for that emphasis, so it's easy to forget it exists. Since you're the only one applying, it honestly slipped my mind, so I went on autopilot and gave the same spiel I give every year. Sorry. Oh. Izuku swallowed, suddenly even more insecure. I knew it wasn't as popular, but I thought there'd be at least a few others. Oh, you're so cute, I could just eat you up. Midnight cooed. Are you sure you don't want to switch to the design track? I'm a lot more fun than that scheming old rat. What? Izuku sputtered. T the rat. Powerloader glared at her. Sorry about her. Midnight teaches art here at UA, which puts her at the head of the design emphasis, which still doesn't give her any right to steal students from the rest of us. Midnight stuck her tongue out at him, but otherwise didn't interrupt. And most students who end up emphasizing in intelligence and analytics are recruited by Nezu after they show potential in other courses. We're not used to people applying for analytics right off the bat. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that, so he just nodded. So, about the practical. I'll take him. Midnight squealed. We can get to know each other better. Don't you have your own practical to run? Powerloader said dryly. You'd better go before your students spread paint everywhere. I'll show Midoriya where to go. Let's be honest. If anyone is going to destroy the room, it's going to be your brats, not mine, but okay. Midnight pouted for a second, then shot Izuku a wink. Good luck, hot stuff. You're gonna need it. Ignore her, Powerloader said as he stood. She's just a tease. Izuku jogged after Powerloader as they walked through the maze of hallways to wherever they were going. No one had actually said where that was yet. His mind was still reeling from the revelation that he was the only applicant for intelligence and analytics. So, should I be worried? Powerloader shrugged. I honestly don't know. Like I said, most people don't apply to this track, so I don't actually know what the practical consists of. But you wouldn't have made it this far if you didn't have some kind of skill or interest in it, so you'll probably be fine. Do the other applicants usually make it in? Izuku asked. I know there's not many, but... Izuku was interrupted when a door in front of them swung open. When he glanced at Powerloader, the man looked tired, but not necessarily surprised, so Izuku turned back to the doorway, his eyes widening as he realized who exactly stood there. Hello, Midoriya. Nezu's grin was wide enough for it to be slightly unsettling. You must be the one who was poking around my servers this morning. Izuku gaped at Nezu, the Nezu, principal of UA, and tried not to fanboy. He failed. Oh my goodness, you're Nezu. One of the few animals with a quirk, although that is becoming more common as animals evolve alongside humans, but high specs gives you hyper-intelligence. Suddenly, Izuku's brain caught up with his mouth and he realized exactly what Nezu had just said. And you caught me trying to hack UA before I even took the entrance exam. He really was an idiot, just like Kaken said, wasn't he? He was going to get kicked out of UA before he even got accepted just because he'd gotten bored and decided to do something stupid. Of course, Powerloader wasn't leading him to his practical exam. He was taking him to the principal, who was going to press charges, and then he'd get a permanent record and nowhere else would accept him. I'll leave him to you, then. Good luck, Powerloader said. As he turned his back to leave, Izuku could have sworn he muttered something about the end of the world. But honestly, he was too scared of what was about to happen to pay much attention. He swallowed thickly and looked at the principal, who was still grinning at him. Maybe he was just waiting for Izuku to apologize. Well, apologizing couldn't make things worse, at least. Izuku lowered himself into a deep bow. I am so sorry, Principal Nezu, sir. What I did was C completely uncalled for and inappropriate. I, wasn't thinking C clearly, and obviously that's no excuse, but... Oh, there's no need for that, Midoriya. Nezu chirped. In fact, what you did was quite impressive. Izuku straightened up in shock. The principal's expression was hard to read, on account of his face not being human, but he couldn't see any anger or malice. What? You're not a mad. Oh no. Nezu stepped aside and gestured for Izuku to come in. In fact, I was quite delighted. It's not often that people are brave enough to try, so it's quite fun to test my defenses against new faces. Izuku nodded numbly and sat in the chair Nezu offered him. He still couldn't believe that he wasn't in trouble, but apparently May had been right about him making a good first impression. Or maybe Nezu was just getting his hopes up to crush them later. It wouldn't be the first time. Nezu carefully poured the tea and set a cup down in front of Izuku. So, how long have you been hacking? I think about 8 months. Izuku took the cup and held it while he waited for it to cool. I only picked it up after I decided to apply to the support course. I thought it'd be useful for information gathering. Oh, I agree completely. Nezu chirped and took a sip of his tea. But I am surprised that you're still so new to it, considering your creativity this morning. Was applying to support a recent decision? Well, Izuku chuckled awkwardly. I thought that hero support was just inventing stuff. I didn't think to look into the analysis track until ... Sorry, I'm rambling. But well, since I really enjoy analyzing heroes and quirks, it just seemed perfect, I guess. Nezu smiled knowingly. It's not often that we get young people applying to be analysts. Most people assume that support is simply invention of support items, like you did. And while analysis is an important part of creating those support items, many people overlook its potential in strategy and intelligence gathering. Speaking of your analysis, may I see your portfolio? Izuku nodded and dug the notebook out of his backpack to hand to Nezu, who eagerly started leafing through it. Izuku wondered if he was just skimming his writing or if his quirk gave him the ability to speed read. If it was the latter, then how fast could he read? Was the speed limited by his quirk, or could he train himself to read even faster? If he wasn't limited by his brain, then his speed would probably be limited by how fast he could physically turn the pages. But if he was reading something that scrolled automatically, like on a computer, how would that affect the speed? I'm not as fast as all that, Midoriya. Nezu chuckled. I still have to wait for my brain to catch up before I can turn the page. And while my quirk definitely helps, most of my speed reading is actually a skill I've cultivated. Izuku flushed red and slammed his mouth shut. Sorry, I know my muttering is creepy. On the contrary, it was a wonderful demonstration of your real-time analysis skills, Nezu said simply, turning back to the portfolio. And while it will most likely be useful to learn to be aware of when you are muttering, there is nothing inherently wrong with the habit. Izuku's eyes widened and he stared at Nezu silently while he finished the portfolio. His muttering ... wasn't bad. That just seemed so weird to him. Kaken had always said that it was annoying and creepy, but then again, he'd said the same things about Izuku's notebooks. Maybe it was creepy if a hero did it, but was simply an eccentricity when an analyst did? That would make sense. Yeah, an eccentricity, not an annoying habit that he had to get rid of. Izuku liked that. Nezu finally turned the final page of his portfolio and set it aside. This is quite impressive. I am assuming that you have been analyzing heroes for much longer than you've been hacking. Yes, sir, Izuku said. I started analyzing heroes as a hobby when I was 4. I just didn't realize it was a marketable skill. Would it be alright if I held onto this so I can peruse it more thoroughly at a later date? Nezu asked. Izuku nodded, a weird sense of pride growing in his chest the more the principal praised him. I already assumed that I wasn't going to be getting it back, since it's part of my application. Excellent. Nezu clapped his paws together. Now, you have your laptop with you, correct? Yes. Izuku dug out his laptop and set it on the desk in front of him. Perfect, Nezu said. Now onto the practical portion of your exam. Izuku swallowed nervously, thinking of all the ominous good luck wishes from Midnight and Powerloader. What will I be doing exactly? As I said, I was very impressed with your efforts this morning, so I simply want you to continue what you were doing then. Nezu's eyes twinkled with mischief. I want you to hack into UA. Izuku blinked away tears of exhaustion and frustration as he limped away from UA, sore from sitting hunched over his laptop for the past few hours. He'd tried everything he could think of, every backdoor, every little trick, even a hastily made virus, but by the end of the exam, Izuku had barely made it past the first round of defenses. It didn't matter how much Nezu had enjoyed his portfolio, or how well he'd done on the written exam, he'd completely failed the practical. What was his mom going to think? After all these months of her going out of her way to support him, would they grow apart again? Would she be disappointed in him? Where was he going to go to school? What job would even take a stupid, weak, quirkless nobody like him? Suddenly, Izuku was rammed into by somebody going full speed. Immediately, he froze and curled in on himself to try to become a smaller target. Kaken shouldn't still be here, should he? Nezu had left sometime during Izuku's exam to go monitor the hero course practical, and Izuku had tried to use that time to hack UA using Nezu's computer but couldn't even crack the password. But Nezu had come back pretty quickly, so Kaken should already be at home by now. What if it was someone else who had learned he was quirkless and was going to beat him up and they'd never find his body? Whoa, Izuku-kun, are you okay? What's wrong? Izuku jolted from his spiraling thoughts and looked around, but the only person near him was Mei, who currently had one hand resting on his shoulder. Oh, Mei running into him was actually completely in character, probably. It was just Mei, not Kaken, and Mei wasn't anything like Kaken, so she wasn't going to beat him up. Probably. Izuku forced a smile onto his face. Nothing. You just startled me, is all. Mei frowned like she didn't believe him. Then what's with the tears? He tried, he really did. But he only lasted about 2 seconds before those stupid Midoriya tears were running down his face like some sort of stupid geyser. He hadn't even known this girl a full day, and now he'd ruined their friendship or their partnership or whatever it was because here he was, crying in front of her and he just couldn't stop. Mei had started rubbing his shoulder sometime during his breakdown and was probably trying to be comforting. But her muttering about unleashing her babies on whoever hurt him was actually pretty intimidating. No one hurt me, Mei-chan. Izuku finally got out between the tears. It's my own fault anyway. Mei looked at him skeptically. Then what happened? That set off the tears again. But thankfully he could speak through them this time. And Nezu wanted me to hack UA for my practical B, but I couldn't do it. I failed. Though, Mei sat down on the sidewalk and pulled him down next to her, ignoring the weird looks from the people passing by. Are you sure they didn't just want you to try? That made Izuku pause. What? Well, every failure is just a stepping stone to success, right? Mei said excitedly. And you said yourself that UAS cybersecurity is absolutely insane, so what if he was planning on you failing? Izuku just stared at her. If he wanted me to fail, then why did he tell me to succeed? May flicked him on the forehead, which was apparently her way of getting him out of his head and telling him that he was being an idiot. A lot of inventions are just about learning the process. Even if they don't work, they still weren't a waste of time because they make the next invention faster. UAS security wouldn't be the best in the business if a first year could ram through it, right? They probably just wanted to see how you approached a problem that you couldn't solve. They wanted to see your process. Izuku thought about that for a moment. It made a certain kind of sense, but then again, it seemed like everything May said towed the line between being reasonable and being absolutely insane. So maybe it was just that she was saying it that made it sound so believable. Still, it might make waiting for his rejection letter a little less painful, just so long as he was careful not to get his hopes up too high. If you say so, he said slowly, but what about you? How did your practical go? May grinned and immediately launched into a story that involved blowing up her workspace 3 times until she finally got a working prototype of hover boots 20 minutes before the end of the exam. Izuku listened and laughed with her until his tears dried and Mom started frantically texting him wondering when he was going to be home. By the time he started walking home, his heart was a little lighter than it had been, and his phone was a little heavier. It had a new number in it, after all. The letter was heavier than he expected. Well, logically, Izuku knew that the envelope was probably stuffed with all sorts of paperwork for if he was accepted, or maybe resources for if he wasn't, so it made sense for it to weigh something, but for some reason, it felt heavier than just paper. Or maybe that was an emotional reaction to the tension he'd been feeling ever since Mom had run in from getting the mail. This letter was going to determine the rest of his future. This would determine if he remained a worthless loser or if he went to All Might's alma mater to become a professional analyst. So no wonder the envelope felt so heavy. Mom hovered nervously, wringing her hands as she waited for him to open it. A few months ago, he probably would have gone to his room to be alone, but she had been just as involved in his preparation for the entrance exam as he had been. And honestly, after bombing the practical, he could really use the support. Izuku, Mom said finally, it's not going to get any easier if you wait. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and ripped the envelope open like he was taking off a band-aid. There was a metallic thud that made Izuku open his eyes as something inside fell out and hit the coffee table. Is that a hologram projector? Almost as soon as he said that, the disc came to life and a small screen appeared. Powerloader was staring right at the camera, looking somewhat tired, which made sense if he'd had to make one of these for every student in the support course. Izuku Midoriya, Powerloader began. You passed the written exam with flying colors and turned in an impressive portfolio. However, I have been told that during the practical exam, you did not succeed in hacking UA. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes and he could feel Mom looking at him with pity as he stared at the ground. Of course he knew that he'd failed the exam, as much as he wanted to believe that May had been right about them not expecting him to succeed. He hadn't been able to push away the dread whenever he thought about the test. He really was a failure. He was a quirkless nobody, just like Kaken always said. I'm glad. Izuku whipped his head up fast enough to almost give him whiplash. Was Powerloader ... glad he didn't make it into UA? Was he rubbing it in? That didn't seem like appropriate behavior for a pro hero. If you had succeeded, I would honestly be concerned about the quality of our school's defenses. Powerloader chucked. Thankfully, Nenzu didn't actually expect you to succeed. He simply set the task as a way to gauge your skill and drive, even though your portfolio was impressive enough to guarantee your admittance without any need for a practical. Take it from someone who has been working under him for quite a while now. Impressing Nenzu like that is no easy feat. He seems to have. Powerloader shivered almost imperceptibly. Special plans to help you realize your potential. Izuku held his breath as Powerloader gave a tired smile. As the head of the support course at UA, welcome, Izuku Midoriya. This is your support academia. Izuku's jaw dropped and he kept staring at the screen as Mom cried and hugged him tightly. He made it. He made it. He was going to UA. He did it. Oh, wait, Powerloader was still talking. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, there's a few housekeeping items I need to tell you about. There are 3 first-year support classes at UA. Classes 1 Fahrenheit and 1G cater to the invention track, while Class 1H focuses primarily on design. Because of the rarity of students entering the intelligence and analytics track, you have been assigned to Class 1 Fahrenheit with the invention students. Your projects and assignments will, of course, be modified to fit your emphasis, and you'll also have daily lessons with Principal Nenzu. But you will still need to pass the lab safety test on UAS website before school starts. Since 1 Fahrenheit meets in a lab rather than a traditional classroom, please fill out the forms included with your acceptance letter to inform us of any equipment or materials you need so we can have those ready for you on the first day of class. Congratulations, Midoriya. I look forward to seeing you in my class. You did it, baby. Mom hadn't stopped hugging him since Powerloader had said he was accepted. You worked so hard. I'm so proud of you. That was what finally pushed Izuku over the edge into tears of his own. He had no idea how much he needed to hear that. All those years of her apologizing for him being quirkless and telling him to choose a different dream were over. His mom believed in him now. She was proud of him. That felt almost as good as being told he actually got accepted into UA. Izuku, Mom said, I think your phone is vibrating. Izuku listened and, sure enough, there was a faint vibrating noise. He looked around to see that his phone had fallen out of his pocket and was sitting on the couch beside him. Who would even be calling him? Kaken was the only one at school who had his number. But Izuku was half convinced he had deleted it as soon as Auntie Mitsuki had forced him to put it in his phone. Hesitantly, Izuku answered the call. I got in. He didn't even get a chance to say hello before Mei was shouting in his ear. I got in, Izuku-kun, I'm going to UA. Izuku couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Congratulations, Mei-chan. I knew you could do it. Mom looked very confused, and Izuku suddenly realized that in his post-exam depressive haze, not only had he almost forgotten about giving Mei his number, he'd also completely forgotten to tell Mom that he met Mei at all. He'd been so depressed when he came home after failing the practical that he'd gone straight to his room, and then he'd spent the rest of the wait trying not to think about it, especially since he was never going to see her again if he didn't make it into UA. Now he had to explain who this random girl was to his mom. Awkward. He pulled the phone away from his mouth and spoke quietly. Mei-chan is. Well, Mei was acting like they were friends. But he still didn't want to assume anything. We met at the entrance exam. Mom nodded in understanding, but still seemed a little nervous. What about you, Izuku-kun? The question made Izuku tune back into Mei's ramblings. Did you pass? Because if you didn't, I'm gonna march straight into UA and tell them that. No, Izuku screamed, but then realized that could be taken the wrong way. I mean, no, please don't do that, Mei-chan. I got in. Apparently, my final was just a formality and they didn't actually expect me to succeed. I told you so. Mei cackled. I knew they wouldn't fail you. That would be like ignoring my perfect babies. So what class are you gonna be in? Are you gonna be with all the other analysis students? Actually, I'm the only one, so they put me in an invention class. Izuku said nervously. I'm in 1 Fahrenheit. There was a beat of silence, and Izuku was just starting to wonder if he'd somehow said something wrong when Hatsune squealed so loud that he had to hold the phone at arm's length just to avoid going deaf. Mom kept looking between him and the phone, obviously concerned. Is she okay? Izuku shrugged helplessly. I think she might just be excited. I'm in 1 Fahrenheit too. Mei screamed. We're in the same class. Izuku blinked in shock for a moment. He was going to have a friend in class. That hadn't happened since ... Well, it depended on if he was counting Kaken as a friend. They'd been in plenty of classes together, but it definitely wasn't enjoyable, or at least not as enjoyable Ash thought being in a class with Mei would be, so he wasn't sure if that counted. Izuku grinned. He was finally going to be in the same class as a friend. Well, if they were actually friends, we should do something to celebrate, Mei declared. Hello. Izuku held the phone away from his mouth again and glanced at Mom. Would you mind if I went to hang out with Mei-chan? She wants to celebrate us getting in. Mom frowned for a moment. Does she want to come over for dinner? If she's your friend, I want to meet her. I could make your favorites. Izuku hesitated. Was inviting her over weird? He couldn't imagine inviting anyone from his middle school over, and Kaken would probably laugh at Mom insisting she meet his new friend. But Mei didn't seem like the type to get embarrassed by societal norms like that, so she probably wouldn't care. I guess I can ask her. 20 minutes later, Izuku was frantically cleaning the kitchen while Mom started dinner. What if Mei thought their house was too dirty? What if she thought it was in a bad part of town? What if she saw the pictures of 4-year-old Izuku in an all-might onesie and never wanted to talk to him again? They were in the same class. He'd have to be careful to always sit on the other side of the room, or maybe behind her so she didn't have to see his face. Was it safer to take the pictures down? Yes, definitely safer to take the pictures down. Oh no, that was a knock. Too late. Abort mission. They both ran to answer the door, but before Mom could open it, Izuku suddenly grabbed her hand. Before you meet Mei, I kinda need to warn you about something. Mom looked worried. Does she have tattoos or something? No, nothing like that. Izuku said frantically. It's just ... She calls her inventions her babies. Why would you need to warn me about? Izuku opened the door before she could finish and immediately got an armful of excitable Mei-chan. Izuku-kun, this year is gonna be so much fun. Izuku willed his face to go back to a normal color as he pried her away from him. Mei, this is my mom. Mom, this is Mei-chan. Mei's eyes lit up and she ran up to Mom, practically vibrating with excitement. It's awesome to meet you, Midoriya-san. Your son and I are gonna make so many beautiful babies together. Mom immediately choked and stared at her in shock before she connected the dots. She visually relaxed and sighed in relief. Oh, that's what you meant, Izuku. I see why you warned me. And yes, Izuku seems to be looking forward to working with you too. Good, May grinned. I'm so excited to see what babies I can make with your son's awesome brains. Did you teach him how to do that? Mom still seemed a little overwhelmed by May's energy. What? I think she means my analysis, Mom. Izuku came to her rescue. Or did you mean the hacking? Both. Oh, analysis has always been Izuku's hobby, really. Even as a kid, he was looking at quirks and writing notes about them. I didn't even know what he was doing until he showed me his first notebook, Mom said. And besides buying him notebooks in computer classes, it's all him. Wow, May said. I knew you were smart, Izuku-kun, but that's something else. You really taught yourself how to make your notebooks. Izuku nodded. I, just always loved heroes, so it just kinda made sense. I've been doing them forever, so the first ones are really stupid and I think they're probably written in crayon. Cool, my first blueprints were the same. I knew they were blueprints, so I was very particular that I had to draw them with blue crayon. May grinned and Izuku was pleased to realize that Mom looked more at ease now that she'd had a chance to adjust to May's energy. So what's for dinner? Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya. Please report to the principal's office. Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku froze in his seat as the classroom exploded in whispers at the announcement. He hesitantly looked over at Kaken, but whipped his head down to look at the floor the second he saw the death glare that Kaken was leveling at him. Why were they being called down to the office? And together? Was this about? No, it couldn't be about the teasing. They'd never done anything about it before, so there wasn't any reason for them to do something now, especially now that Kaken had gotten into UAS hero course. So that meant that Izuku was probably in trouble for something. But what? And why would Kaken have to come too? Izuku gathered his things and walked out into the hall, careful to keep a few steps behind Kaken so he didn't think Izuku was trying to get ahead of him. Unfortunately, his efforts to not make Kaken angry were in vain, because as soon as they'd turned the corner, Izuku found himself being slammed against the wall. What is this about, Deku? Kaken growled. What did you do? I don't know, I swear. Izuku held his bag securely against his chest so Kaken couldn't grab it, his eyes flicking down to the smoke billowing from his hand. Let's just go. We probably shouldn't keep the principal waiting. Kaken clicked his tongue dismissively, but released his hold on Izuku and kept walking toward the principal's office. Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself before hurrying after him, leaving a larger gap between them this time so he'd have a bit more warning if Kaken decided to confront him again. When they got to the office, Kaken knocked on the door and shot a warning glare back at Izuku before the door swung open. The principal was a man who really seemed too young to be balding, but that didn't stop him. Izuku had been to his office a few times in the past, none of which had necessarily been pleasant, so the smile on the principal's face didn't do anything to put him at ease. In fact, it made the whole thing more unsettling, because Izuku honestly couldn't think of a single reason why he'd be called down to the office if he wasn't in trouble. I just wanted to be the first person from our school to congratulate the both of you, the principal said. I can't believe we have not one, but 2 students from our school will be attending UA. And to think you're one of them, Midoriya. It's honestly a miracle. Izuku gulped as he felt the heat of Kaken's glare on him. Or maybe it was literal heat. Had Kaken activated his quirk. He wouldn't do that in the principal's office, would he? Would the principal let him get away with it? He didn't know why he'd assumed he'd be lucky enough to not have anyone at his middle school know he'd made it into UA. It had been so nice these past months with nobody knowing about his new dream, but of course Aldera had to have been sent their exam results. He'd been even more of an idiot for somehow not preparing for the eventuality of Kaken finding out. They were going to be attending the same high school. They'd run into each other eventually, even if they were in different courses. Well, there was nothing he could do about any of that now. Izuku forced a shaky smile onto his face. Thank you, sir. I hope we'll make you proud. The principal nodded and gestured for them to leave. Izuku stood awkwardly for a second, waiting for Kaken to leave first. But he just kept glaring at him until Izuku finally gave in and scurried toward the door. He just wanted to go back to class and pretend that the principal hadn't known exactly what he was doing by calling both of them into the office at the same time. He wanted to pretend that his new dream was still safe. He wanted to pretend that Kaken was like May and was excited that they'd be going to the same school, rather than enraged. Instead, reality grabbed him roughly by the arm and dragged him outside, taking him straight to an alcove behind the locker rooms that didn't have any cameras. At this time of day, even if Kaken let loose explosions, no one would be on the other side to hear them, which also meant that no one would be around to hear Izuku's screams. Not that they'd help him if they did hear, but it was the principle of the thing. Izuku couldn't hold back a sharp cry as he was shoved against the wall for the second time in 10 minutes. Kaken glared down at him, and this time Izuku knew that the heat wasn't just from his glare as he felt the skin on his chest blistering where Kaken's hand was holding his shirt. I thought you'd given up on being a hero, nerd. Izuku trembled as he realized he'd never actually seen Kaken this angry before. This was bad. Even worse than usual. What would happen if Kakin killed him? Would they give his place at UA to someone else? Would May find someone else to make inventions with? Would anyone even notice he was gone? I bet you've had a great time laughing behind my back these past couple of months, haven't you? Kakin sneered, pretending to have given up, when really you were lying to us the whole time. How'd you even pass the exam, you damn nerd? Izuku hissed in pain as Kakin let loose an explosion to his chest. I was supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to make it into UA, and you had to go and ruin it. Kakin yelled. Well, I hope your fun was worth it, because it's over, Deku. I don't care if you somehow cheated and made it into UA, you're not gonna be a hero. I'm in the support course, Kakin, Izuku yelled. He was trembling from the pain, the anxiety, and now the emotional exertion it took to yell at his oldest friend. I didn't lie to you, Katsuki. I gave up on being a hero months ago. I didn't even try the hero course exam like you did, so don't get angry at me for chasing a dream that doesn't even affect you. He grabbed the arm that was holding him against the wall and shoved it away, then ran as fast as he could away from the school. He'd undoubtedly get in trouble for skipping class, but they wouldn't risk suspending him or punishing him too drastically now that he'd be attending UA. They wanted the positive attention too badly for that. Maybe that was why they'd let Katsuki get away with everything they did. Because he was the student with the greatest chance of making it big. Izuku could hardly see through his tears as he ran home on autopilot, shooting a text to May for her to call him when she had a minute. He didn't know what he'd say if she called, there were too many emotions for him to process alone. Thankfully, Mom was at work, so he didn't have to worry about her seeing him barge through the door with tears running down his face as he went straight to the bathroom to bandage the ugly burn on his chest. To his surprise, Izuku's phone rang just as he was about to take off his uniform. He looked at the screen to see May's name on caller ID. Shouldn't you be in class right now? I told the teacher that I'd accidentally added an unstable component to my cell phone battery and it was going to explode if I didn't answer a call right away. May said, I've actually done that before, so they didn't question it. You've actually blown up your phone by accident? Izuku asked numbly. It wasn't a very large explosion. May dismissed. But what's going on? Your text sounded really upset and now your voice is doing that weird choky thing it does when you've been crying. Izuku tried to hold back a sob, but it tore itself out of his chest anyway. Everyone at school found out I'm going to UA. There was a beat of silence at the other end. Isn't that a good thing? Shouldn't they be happy for you? No, you don't understand. I'm quirkless, Izuku yelled, then immediately felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head as he realized what he'd just said. He hadn't meant for her to know that. He hadn't ... and he'd been looking forward to having a friend. I'm sorry. I'll just let you go. You didn't need to leave class and you don't have to call me again. I'm sorry. Oh no, Izuku hacker Midwariya, don't you dare hang up on me. Izuku stopped with his thumb halfway to the end call button. Did ... did you just use hacker as my middle name? Well, I don't know your real one, and I needed a placeholder to get the full effect. May explained. So, Izuku hacker Midori, don't you dare think that I'm gonna abandon all the amazing babies we're gonna make together, just because you have some extra toe joint or whatever. I know for a fact that you're smarter than that, so I don't want to hear it. Izuku's jaw dropped and he gaped at his reflection in the mirror. What? You ... you're still talking to me? Obviously. May huffed. So did one of your bullies get mad because you made it in? Izuku put his phone on speaker so he could focus on treating his burn. I don't know if bully's the right word. We used to be best friends, so it sounds so wrong to call him anything other than that. But ... well, we haven't really hung out since his quirk came in, so. That was 10 years ago, Izuku-kun, May said bluntly. What? That was 10 years ago? May repeated. If you haven't hung out in 10 years, you're not still friends. Did he hurt you? Izuku hissed in pain as his shirt pulled away from the burned skin. Today. May made a little exasperated noise. Ever. Izuku looked at the angry red burn in the mirror. Define hurt. May groaned. For someone who is so smart, you really are an idiot. Are you in pain right now? If I say no, are you going to believe me? Not a chance in hell, Izuku-kun. Izuku grimaced. Then yes. May sighed. I'm gonna kill him. He did that just because you got into UA and he didn't. Oh no, he got in too. Izuku ran a washcloth under cold water. He's in the hero course. That's part of why he's so angry. They let your bully into the hero course. May yelled so loudly that the audio on the phone crackled. Like I said, bully isn't really the right word. Just because you were friends once doesn't mean he's not a bully, Izuku-kun, May said, then continued more quietly. It also doesn't mean you deserved it. Izuku's hands stuttered to a stop from where he'd been gently patting the washcloth to his chest. What? You don't deserve the way he treats you, Izuku-kun, May said. What's his excuse? That you don't have a quirk. Not your fault. Try again. Izuku thought for a moment. Until about a year ago, I still wanted to be a hero despite that. Not a crime, May said. Tons of kids want to be heroes. Try again. Izuku was starting to smile in spite of himself. I kept complimenting his quirk, which he somehow interpreted as me thinking I was better than him. I'm not even gonna try. This guy's an idiot. Next, Izuku laughed. I kept following him around like a lost puppy. Anyone would be lucky to have your brilliant mind behind them. May said. Any other complaints? Izuku hesitated. He knew that it'd probably make May laugh, but it felt almost blasphemous to say, he's a dick. Ding, 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 they cackled. We have a winner. For real, though, Izuku, that guy is a jerk, and if he ever comes to me for babies I'll ... Izuku wasn't sure he actually wanted to know. You'll what? I'll use cheap materials. May blurted. No, I can't do that. My babies deserve only the best. Ugh, I'll figure it out, but it won't be pretty. Izuku laughed. Thanks, May, that means a lot. So, are you feeling any better? Izuku shrugged as he spread burn cream on his chest. It was definitely going to scar, I don't know. I just wish he hadn't taken it so personally. You know, I wasn't even trying to get into the hero course. Izuku's sadness had slowly been pushed away by May's enthusiasm, and it was quickly being replaced by something he wasn't used to letting himself feel. Anger. Couldn't he just let me have this one thing without ruining it? Izuku ranted. I mean, he already made sure I knew my last dream was a big fat pile of nothing, so couldn't he just be happy with that? No, he has to ruin my new one too. Then don't let him, May said. It's your dream, not his, so that bully doesn't get any say. You're gonna be an amazing support analyst, Izuku, and he can't do a thing about it. Izuku finished wrapping the bandages around his chest and grabbed the phone as he headed to his room to pick out a t-shirt. I don't know. It feels like he can. I know, May said. But, hey, now you have me, and we're friends, and I'm not gonna let you give up. We're gonna take UA by storm, and that guy is gonna regret ever hurting you, okay? Izuku chucked. Okay, good, May said resolutely. Now, did you find anything else out about that jet quirk from the exam? My hover boot babies are having problems staying in the air. Izuku did his best to stare straight ahead and not give in to the temptation to hunch his shoulders in an attempt to make himself a smaller target. As he predicted, the news that he got into UA had spread like wildfire since yesterday, though Izuku didn't know if that was Katsuki's fault or the principal's. The moment he'd arrived, Izuku had felt dozens of eyes on him, and even now after half a day, his classmates just wouldn't stop staring. Some seemed angry, like Katsuki, but most simply thought he was lying for attention. Worthless Deku. He's just gonna drag UA down. Do you actually think he got in? Someone in my science class said it'd be possible to forge an acceptance letter if you were stupid enough to try. Even if he did get in, it's not like he's gonna stay there, right? UA is for the best and the brightest, so I bet they'll expel Deku on the first day. Izuku actually kind of wished they'd actually say what they wanted to his face instead of whispering it as he walked by. It wasn't like they didn't know he could hear him, so really, it'd just be easier if they were upfront about it, if only so Izuku didn't have to feign ignorance. Maybe part of the reason May was so easy to be friends with was because she was so upfront about things. She might have a weird way of saying things, but Izuku was almost certain that she'd never lie to him, even to spare his feelings. If he asked her, she'd most likely say something about incorrect data making for bad inventions, but at least Izuku could trust her. Probably. Izuku sighed in relief as he walked out the front doors, grateful to finally be away from his classmate. It was only a couple more days until the end of the school year, and then he'd start UA with May, so he could handle it until then. He could handle it. He'd already gone through so much worse. He didn't run into any hero fights on his way home, so maybe he wasn't paying as much attention to his surroundings as he should have been, and it came as a surprise to him when he turned a corner only to see Katsuki leaning against the wall, backed by two of his cronies. When Katsuki saw him, his eyes narrowed, but he didn't explode. Izuku froze momentarily before forcing himself to relax. It wasn't his fault that Katsuki was mean. He just had to keep reminding himself of that. Katsuki pushed himself off the wall and glowered at Izuku. Where the fuck did you go yesterday, you damn nerd? Izuku did his best to channel his inner May as he responded, I went home, Katsuki. That tends to happen after one gets cornered behind the school, but of course, you wouldn't know a thing about that, would you? He was prepared to dart away the moment Katsuki's cronies gave him an opening, but they were flanking him on either side and Katsuki himself was blocking his way forward. Izuku had been expecting him to explode at his last comment, but to his surprise, Katsuki was quiet. It was terrifying. Izuku knew how to deal with a screaming Katsuki. He even knew how to deal with an exploding Katsuki, even if that almost always ended up with him getting hurt, but this was new. It wasn't that Katsuki wasn't angry, but that anger was simmering beneath the surface in a type of cold rage and some other emotion Izuku couldn't place. Maybe confusion. Was Katsuki confused about Izuku talking back to him? Or maybe he didn't understand why he'd gone home yesterday. There wasn't much point in thinking about it right now, because ultimately, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Izuku got away from here before he got hurt again. Well, Izuku forced a wobbly smile onto his face, trying his best to imitate Mei's confidence. If that's all you wanted to ask me, then we should all probably be getting home. Katsuki looked at him intensely for a moment before scoffing. So, are you some sort of shitty inventor now or something? It took Izuku a moment to realize that Katsuki was talking about the support course. Of course, he'd made the same assumption that Izuku had at first, but he didn't really know if it was smart to let Katsuki know anything more than he had to about his new dream. What's it to you? You're going to be a hero, Katsuki. I'm not. Isn't that good enough for you? I told you not to apply. Katsuki growled. Izuku felt a swell of anger and recognized the feeling from his phone call with Mei yesterday. It wasn't his fault that Katsuki was a jerk, so it wasn't his responsibility to avoid setting him off. I'm not one of your cronies, Katsuki. You don't control me. A few small explosions popped in Katsuki's hand. But instead of being afraid, all Izuku could think about was the fact that Mei had apparently accidentally blown up her phone at least once. Hope mingled itself with the anger. Maybe if he hung around her enough, explosions would take on a different meaning. Maybe eventually, he'd come to associate them with friendship and acceptance, rather than disappointment and pain. Izuku squared his shoulders. Katsuki. What the fuck is up with that, Deku? Katsuki interrupted. Why the hell are you calling me Katsuki all of a sudden? I thought you were still using that stupid nickname. Izuku took a step back. For some reason, he hadn't realized that Katsuki would even notice the change. He was just a pebble on the side of Katsuki's road to greatness. So what did it even matter what Izuku called him? But apparently, nothing that Katsuki did made sense. He was angry when Izuku called him Kaken, and he was angry when he didn't. There was no way for Izuku to win, and honestly, he was sick of trying. People have nicknames for their friends, Katsuki. Izuku said lowly. And we're not friends anymore. Katsuki glared at him, but Izuku held his ground. He wasn't going to look away first. He wasn't going to let Katsuki win this one. Eventually, Katsuki scoffed and stepped aside. Whatever, Deku. Like I care what you do. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and walked past him, tense as he anticipated an attack from behind. Katsuki, however, seemed just as tense. He might be pretending like he didn't care and that was why he was letting this go, but Izuku knew the truth. He had won. It filled him with an unfamiliar sense of victory and accomplishment that he'd only ever experienced when analyzing or hacking. It gave him the confidence to stop walking a few steps past Katsuki and turn around. Maybe it was petty and more than a little stupid, but Izuku wanted the last word. Oh, and Katsuki. Izuku smiled slightly as they made direct eye contact. I'm not going to be a shitty inventor. I'm going to be a shitty analyst. Turns out, some people actually like my creepy stalker notebooks. He turned and started walking away, promising himself that he'd have a panic attack when he got home. See you at UA, Katsuki. Katsuki didn't follow him. Izuku tugged at the knot of his tie again, trying to get it to vaguely resemble a triangle at the very least, and tried to ignore Katsuki, who was glaring at him from the other end of the train. It was just his luck that they'd left at the same time and ended up in the same car, but from the map of UA he'd been sent alongside his acceptance letter. The support classes were in an entirely different part of the building than the hero courses, so they would have to head in separate directions almost as soon as they arrived, and then he could meet up with Mei. Easy as pie, even though he'd already been there for the entrance exams. Walking into UA as a student was an overwhelming experience. He hadn't even realized he'd stopped just outside the door until Katsuki roughly shoulder-checked him, knocking him over the threshold. Stay out of my way, Deku. Izuku instinctively tensed, wondering if Katsuki had finally had enough of his new attitude and he was actually going to die before classes even started. But Katsuki just walked away, not even sparing Izuku a backward glance as he headed toward the hero course. He supposed that even Katsuki wasn't overconfident enough to attack him in the halls of the best hero school in Japan, where a pro hero could walk around the corner at any minute. Still, Izuku would have to start leaving earlier if he wanted to avoid being jumped outside the gates. As soon as Katsuki was finally out of sight, Izuku let out a breath of relief and walked in the opposite direction, relying on the map he'd memorized to find his way to Class 1 Fahrenheit. The school was a little like a maze, and Izuku wondered how much of that was intentional. It must make it more difficult for villains to find their way around if they ever got inside. Or maybe Nezu had just remodeled the school this way to get some petty revenge on humans and let them know what running a maze felt like. Honestly, it was probably both. Eventually, Izuku found the correct hallway and was met with an armful of Mei as soon as he turned the corner. Why are our teachers so cruel, Izuku-kun? Mei sobbed into his shoulder. Izuku's mind started racing. Were the teachers here going to be like the ones at Aldera? He'd just assumed that they'd be kinder because they were pro-heroes and were supposed to save people. But what if they were just as bad? No, they'd be worse because they had more training. Before his brain could even fully process those thoughts, Mei started speaking again. They locked the lab and won't let us in until the teacher gets here. Why, Izuku-kun? I need to make my babies. Izuku practically melted in relief. Their teachers weren't actually cruel. It was just Mei being Mei. Not that her outrage didn't make sense. It just wasn't as objectively bad as what Izuku had been thinking. The lab being locked might be an inconvenience, but it wouldn't feel like the end of the world to anyone else besides her. Mei, it's the first day, Izuku reminded her gently. And don't pretend that you wouldn't just blow something up if you were allowed in right now. It's part of my process, Izuku-kun, Mei insisted. You can't have success without a little failure. Maybe so, Izuku said patiently. But it still makes sense for them to want to supervise us until they know we can handle ourselves. She pouted at that, but relented and pulled him by the wrist to sit on the hallway floor next to a few other kids who must be their future classmates. They'd been staring, something Izuku was sure he'd get more used to the longer he hung out with Mei, but they quickly looked away when they noticed him glancing their way. Mei pulled out a sketchbook and started sketching out diagrams for her latest invention while Izuku immediately took advantage of the time to analyze their classmates' quirks, or at least those that were obvious from a glance, which surprisingly wasn't that many. There were only 2 students with obvious mutations and the rest looked normal. But Izuku supposed that less obvious mutations, like the crosshairs in Mei's eyes, might not be easy to see unless he actually had a conversation with them and had an opportunity to get up close and personal. Of the 2 with mutation quirks, one had a mutation similar to Gangorca but with head of a great white shark rather than a killer whale, and the other had large pointed ears and a bald head. Though Izuku didn't know if the baldness was quirk-related or a stylistic choice. Wait a second, he didn't have eyebrows either, which meant that it was most likely due to his quirk. Izuku-kun, you're muttering again, Mei said distractedly. Izuku jolted and realized that the kid with the pointed ears was blushing and the rest of the class was looking at him nervously. Oh, Izuku smiled awkwardly at the kid. Sorry, I'm trying to be more aware of when I'm doing that, but I would be interested if you want to tell me. The kid looked like he really didn't, but also didn't know how to say no. I just have alopecia. I don't think it's linked to my quirk, but it might be, since a couple other people in my family have it too, and we all have similar quirks. He trailed off, and as much as Izuku wanted to ask what his quirk was, he didn't want their classmates to think he was creepy. Actually, it was probably too late for that, since the rest of the students in the hallway already seemed to be avoiding him and Mei. Still, the kid probably didn't feel comfortable telling Izuku his quirk, so he shouldn't press the issue. It would most likely come up eventually anyway, since most classes shared their name and quirk on the first day, something that he wasn't looking forward to at all. At least he wouldn't lose any friends when it came out that he was quirkless. Izuku-kun, Mei asked suddenly, did you see that Kamui Woods fight yesterday? Izuku nodded eagerly, grateful for the distraction it was against that tortoise villain, right? Yep, Mei confirmed. So, what did you think? He thought for a moment. Well, it wasn't a good matchup, at least not with how the 2 currently fight. Kamui's strengths are speed and capture, so Shell Shock's natural slowness put him at a huge disadvantage. It could have gone a lot differently though. His shell is hard enough that physical attacks are useless against it. Not that that would have helped against Kamui's lacquered chain prison, but if he had thought to use his shell as a bludgeoning weapon, he probably could have broken out of even that trap fairly easily. One of Kamui's major weaknesses is how soft his wood is, since it has to grow so fast. Mei grinned and wrote something down. What do you think of turtle shell armor? Izuku grimaced and shook his head. Too heavy. There's a reason why tortoises are so slow. Turtles, however, can move pretty quickly in water, so the idea might be more practical for a water combat hero like Selkie. And if there are air chambers to help with buoyancy, the armor won't sink even if it's heavy. Mei brainstormed happily. She scribbled out some of the things she'd already written down and turned to a new page of her sketchbook. They spent the rest of their wait discussing various hero fights Izuku had seen that week and discussing how to mimic the strengths or cover their weaknesses of both the heroes and villains. Izuku was vaguely aware of their classmates discreetly edging away from them, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Katsuki and their old classmates had already made it wonderfully clear how creepy his notebooks were. But Izuku was at UA to become the best analyst he could be, so he wasn't about to let some judgmental classmates hold him back. He was honestly just lucky that Mei had sat next to him at the exams. He probably still would have met her, since they were in the same class and everything, but he would have been about 1,000 times more nervous. The bell rang right as Power Loader rounded the corner. Mei immediately shoved her sketchbook into Izuku's hands and jumped to her feet, running up to their new homeroom teacher so quickly that she almost ran into him. Are you gonna open the lab now? Can we get straight to work? When can I start making my babies? Power Loader took a step back in shock, but then sighed in resignation, making Izuku giggle softly. He must have gotten a taste of Mei's antics during the invention practical, which must have been a total nightmare because he knew for a fact that Mei had caused at least one explosion during the test. Poor guy. Hatsum, please calm down. Power Loader pleaded. And yes, we'll be going in the room in a few minutes, but I have some things to explain first. They looked like she was about to argue, so Izuku stood up and tugged on her arm. Come on, just be patient a little longer, okay Mei-chan? May pouted and plopped down on the floor again. Okay, but if he takes too long, I'm picking the lock? Okay. Power loader already looked done. It's an electronic lock. You can't get in without a passcode. I'll just have Izuku hack it then. It'll take longer to hack the keypad than to listen to power loader. Izuku turned to their teacher. I'm sorry about her. She's just been really looking forward to this. It's fine. Power loader sighed. Okay, so for the rest of you, thanks for your patience. You all know me from the entrance exam, but I'll go ahead and introduce myself again anyway. I'm Power Loader, your homeroom teacher, and I am also the head of the support department here at UA. Yes, this includes all three emphases, though design and analysis each have a teacher that has responsibility for those students specifically. Who are they? A girl with brown curly hair asked. Midnight's in charge of the design track, Izuku said. He remembered that much from their brief conversation as they were taking him to Nedzu's office. As for analysis, I'm not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure it's Nedzu himself, right? I feel sorry for whoever's in the analysis track. The kid with the shark head shivered. I've heard Nedzu's a total monster. Izuku frowned. He hadn't really talked to Nedzu that much since he'd been more focused on trying to hack UA, but from their brief interaction, he hadn't seemed like a monster at all. If anything, he was just looking for some entertainment, since being so intelligent meant he got bored more quickly. He had heard that Nedzu could be a little scary, but so far, Izuku didn't see any reason to be afraid of him. Can everyone just shut up so we can get this over with and get into the lab? They complained loudly. Power Loader cleared his throat. Yes, of course. I'm sure you remember that we asked each of you what tools and materials you wanted, correct? Well, we've included those items in your personalized workstations. When you enter the lab, find the table with the tools you ordered. There's also a nameplate on each desk to make it easier and prevent confusion. We have to go to the opening ceremony in 20 minutes, but that time is yours to get familiar with the space and set up your station the way you like it. You've all already passed the lab safety test. But please be aware that if you are caught engaging in unsafe lab procedures, you will receive detention and a ban from the lab until you have demonstrated that you are willing to follow the rules. Power Loader looked at May as he said that last part, and Izuku had to hold back a laugh. May would never do anything to jeopardize her lab access. She would, however, bend the rules as far as they could go and use every loophole to her advantage, and Izuku would probably get dragged into helping her. So maybe the entrance exam hadn't been quite long enough for Power Loader to get to know her particular brand of idiosyncrasies after all. Oh well, he'd figure her out eventually. Power Loader entered the access code and May rushed past him the second the door was open, while Izuku followed with the rest of the class at a more sedate pace. The lab was large, with about 10 large workbenches that acted as desks. Support classes tended to be a little smaller than the average class because of the space and supervision needed. But Izuku didn't mind having fewer classmates. It just meant that there were fewer people to make fun of him. May was already elbows deep in her new tools, practically drooling as she pulled them from their boxes and started testing them out. Izuku simply chuckled and left her to it, since she probably wouldn't hear him if he started talking to her now anyway, and started looking for his own workspace. He had the feeling that most of his classmates were finding their tables primarily based on the unique tools they'd requested, but Izuku hadn't really known what to ask for. He was an analyst, not an inventor, so all he really needed was a computer with internet access and maybe some notebooks. He'd said as much in the request forms, but made sure to tell them that he already had his laptop and that he was more than used to buying his own notebooks. So they didn't have to go out of their way for him, which meant that Izuku was looking for a mostly empty workbench. He walked around the room, watching as some of his classmates started finding their assigned areas, but every single one of the tables he could see was cluttered with tools and boxes. Maybe they'd just had too much stuff and had put some boxes on his table to keep them off the floor. That'd make sense. It wasn't as though Izuku needed a lot of space to do his thing anyway, since he was used to doing it running down the street while chasing hero fights. He was just glad to be useful, even if that usefulness was just lending some much-needed table space. So that meant that he'd have to rely on the little nameplates. He didn't want to bother anyone, so he went over to May's table so he knew what the nameplates looked like, since she wouldn't notice him, and if she did, she wouldn't care. They were actually really nice. Not that he expected anything less than the best from UA, but they each looked like engraved brass and had been screwed onto the table so they wouldn't fall off even if there were a strong breeze or, in May's case, an explosion. That was probably smart. Izuku walked around the room again, checking the nameplates on each of the tables that didn't have someone there already, only to come up empty. Power Loader had said Izuku was in Class 1 Fahrenheit, hadn't he? Had they changed his assignment at the last minute? What if they'd sent him an email and Izuku had missed it? What if they had just decided that he didn't need a desk? What if they'd decided to not let him into UA after all? Izuku shook his head and forced himself to take a deep breath. If they had decided to rescind his acceptance, the student ID they'd sent him wouldn't have let him pass the gate this morning. So he was still a student of UA and didn't have to worry about that. but he still had to find his desk. Maybe he should ask Power Loader. But he didn't want to bother him, and what if he realized how stupid Izuku was when he realized he couldn't even find his own desk and decided to expel him on the spot? It wouldn't hurt to do one more walk around the room and look at all the name tags again, right? Maybe he'd just missed something, maybe. Who the fuck is Izuku Midoriya, and why does he need a whole ass room? Izuku whirled around to look at the girl with brown curls, which now that he was thinking about it looked a lot like wire. Could that be her quirk? No, he couldn't get distracted by quirks right now. Anyway, she was the one who'd called out and gotten his attention. Actually, she'd gotten the attention of the whole class. Even May was looking over at her. Wait, did she say room? Izuku practically ran over to where the girl was gesturing to a door that was marked with the same nameplate as each of the desks. And sure enough, that was his name engraved on the metal. Izuku pushed past the girl, realizing too late that that was probably really rude, and rushed into the room, his room. The lights were off, but the room was illuminated by at least 5 monitors that Izuku could see, one of which was a giant flat screen that was mounted to the wall above the desk. There was a giant bookshelf against one of the side walls that was filled with notebooks, and Izuku's fingers twitched as he thought about filling all of them. He heard a whistle behind him, but couldn't pull his eyes away from the setup as May came up to stand beside him. Wow, Hacker-kun, UA doesn't do anything halfway, do they? Please tell me I'm not dreaming, May-chan, Izuku said breathlessly. I didn't even request any of this. Yeah, sorry about that. Nedzu went a little overboard. Izuku turned to see Power Loader leaning against the doorframe as the other students either crowded around him or looked in the windows that Izuku hadn't noticed that looked into the rest of the lab. Power Loader was smiling slightly, though it could have been an embarrassment or amusement at Izuku's reaction. Everyone, this is Izuku Midoriya, the only first year in the analysis track and Nedzu's personal student. Power Loader introduced. It's been so long since Nedzu has had an analysis student that he got a little too excited and insisted on designing your workspace himself. This used to be a testing room. There are a few others on either side of you, but this way you won't be distracted by the noise of the lab or worried about lab accidents damaging your computers. Power Loader shot a pointed look at May, who ignored him in favor of grabbing Izuku's arm and jumping up and down. This is awesome, Izuku-kun. Just imagine everything you'll be able to do with all these hacking babies. Izuku nodded, then remembered his manners and bowed to Power Loader. Thank you. I'll do my best to put it to good use. Power Loader nodded and smiled as he left. May gave his arm a reassuring squeeze before running back out of the room to her own workspace, and Izuku noted with relief that he had a clear view of her desk from his windows. He didn't know why that was so reassuring, but it was probably because she was his only friend and he didn't want to feel alone again. The other students each looked at Izuku curiously before they too turned back to their own workspaces, and he hoped that they wouldn't find him quite as creepy as they had before, now that they had a wall separating them and knew that he was supposed to be analyzing everything. Izuku reverently sat down at the desk and started to familiarize himself with the computers. He had a feeling this was going to be a good year. The opening ceremonies were interesting, for lack of a better word. Izuku didn't see Katsuki anywhere, which was honestly a good thing, but it was still kind of worrying. While Izuku wouldn't put it beyond him to just skip the assembly and hang out behind the dumpsters or something, he didn't think Katsuki would pull something like that on the first day. Oh well, if he made a poor first impression, then that wasn't Izuku's problem. The general muttering of the students died down and Izuku turned to the stage to see Present Mike striding out onto the stage. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? To Izuku's surprise, Present Mike's enthusiasm was met with a general non-response. He didn't know why. This was Present Mike, the voice hero. He had his own radio show and everything. Midoriya, one of his classmates, the bald one, said softly, "Are you aware that you're mumbling again?" Izuku slammed his mouth shut and blushed. Sorry. I'll try to stop. Ugh, you're all idiots. The curly-haired girl leaned over May's lap and shoved a pencil in his face. Izuku took it hesitantly, not wanting to be rude. Thank you, but why? She rolled her eyes. Put it in your mouth. If you start talking, it'll fall out. Izuku's eyes widened. It was such a simple solution that Izuku didn't know why he hadn't ever thought of it before. Thank you so much. Whatever. She settled back into her seat and crossed her arms. Just use your chew toy so the rest of us can hear the damn assembly. Izuku nodded frantically and bit down on the pencil as he turned back to the stage. Present Mike, having failed spectacularly at getting a response from the crowd, had apparently just decided to move on to the next order of business. Well everybody, welcome to UA High, the premier hero school in Japan. To our upperclassmen, welcome back and good luck with your next year of studies. To our brand new first years, congratulations. Not just anybody can walk these halls, and it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to sit where you're sitting. That being said, don't go getting complacent, little listeners. You've each got your own stars that you're reaching for and you're each gonna have to work extra hard. Got it. So you're all gonna have to go beyond. Plus ultra. This time, at least, the students responded exactly how Present Mike wanted, earning a wide smile as he skipped back to the line of chairs across the stage where all the teachers and faculty were sitting, 2 of which were empty for some reason. Were there more teachers that weren't at the assembly? Or did they set up extra chairs for some other reason? The next part of the assembly consisted of the faculty all introducing themselves briefly, and Izuku dropped the pencil in his mouth twice as he instinctively started to ramble about each hero's quirk. He ended up taking out his own notebook and writing down his observations instead, adding subtle observations that he was only able to notice from up close. He was at UA. He'd be learning from pros. It was still so surreal. After each of the gathered teachers had gotten the chance to introduce themselves, Present Mike stood again. All right, listeners, some of you may have noticed a couple empty chairs up here next to us awesome teachers. This is because there are 2 teachers you all haven't met yet. You upperclassmen know who one of them is, but for the first years, you might be lucky or unlucky enough to see our local cryptid in the halls. Aizawa Shouta, pro hero name, Eraserhead, is off hazing his own first-year class, so wish them luck. They're gonna need it. Izuku's eyes widened. The underground hero. He couldn't beat All Might as Izuku's favorite hero, because All Might, but he was a close second. He fought practically quirkless and could take away other people's quirks at will. And he was a teacher here. What did Present Mike mean by hazing? Was that where Katsuki was? Izuku felt a brief surge of jealous anger. Katsuki got to learn from one of Izuku's favorite teachers. He wouldn't even appreciate the nuances of Eraserhead's fighting style. Unbidden, an image of Katsuki getting his explosions erased as he was tangled in Eraserhead's capture weapon came to his mind, and Izuku snickered quietly. Okay, so maybe Katsuki learning from one of his favorite heroes wouldn't be all bad. But that still leaves one more teacher that you listeners haven't met yet. Present Mike continued. He's a special new addition to our staff this year. You first-year hero students will be in for a real treat because here he is, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, and the newest member of our staff. All Might. Izuku's jaw dropped, and he knew he wasn't the only one as a booming laugh echoed around the auditorium, and the #1 hero himself strode out from behind the curtain. I am here ... to help mold the next generation of heroes. The auditorium exploded in applause, and Izuku added to it wholeheartedly. He was going to be in the same building as All Might. This must be why he was in town. But ... how was he going to teach classes if he only had 3 hours in his hero form? Did he still have 3 hours? Or had saving Kakin from the sludge villain cut down on that time? What were the repercussions of him going over his limit? There was a clatter as the pencil dropped to his lap again, and Izuku hurriedly put it back in his mouth so he wouldn't mutter. Thankfully, no one could have heard him over the applause, but it would still be better to think about that when he was alone. Maybe he could come up with some way to counteract or even just minimize the effects of his injury ... or maybe May could come up with some sort of illusion tech so he wouldn't have to use his hero time to teach. But that would involve telling her about All Might's other form, and he couldn't betray the hero's trust like that. Later, he could think about that later. For now, though, All Might had taken a seat in one of the empty chairs that was almost ridiculously too small for him, and Nedzu was climbing a small set of steps up the side of the podium. Hello, students. Am I a mouse, a dog, a bear? What's important is that I'm the principal. UA has a spectacular legacy, and Nedzu began to talk about the history of the school, and Izuku was on the edge of his seat as he listened ... for the first 10 minutes. May had lost interest after 3 and began to sketch out invention ideas again. Izuku really tried to pay attention. This man was going to be his teacher. He couldn't just tune him out. His classmates seemed just as bored as he was, and eventually Izuku decided that he could probably just apologize if he needed to and turn to fleshing out his analyses of the staff. Occasionally, May would poke his arm and point to a particular diagram, asking an unspoken question, and he would think for a moment before writing something beside her drawing. It went like that for another 15 minutes before Nedzu finally stopped talking. But I'm getting carried away. Nedzu clapped his paws together, waking up a few of the students that had fallen asleep during his speech. You all have bright futures ahead of you, and we are so excited to help you cultivate that light. So, as the principal of UA, congratulations and welcome to UA High School. There was a hesitant round of applause that got louder as Nedzu descended the steps, and the teachers all left the stage to go retrieve their classes. Within a few minutes, Powerloader was leading them back to the classroom. As they were walking back, the kid in their class with the shark quirk placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder and patted it consolingly. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I don't know how you're gonna survive being Nedzu's personal student if he's really that long-winded all the time. He wasn't that way during the entrance exam. Izuku tried. But maybe that was just because he didn't want to distract me as I was hacking UA. He ended up running into the girl walking from front of him as his classmates stopped walking in shock. You hacked UA during the entrance exam. What the fuck? I didn't get very far. Izuku defended, waving his hand in front of him nervously. I think they just wanted to see how I approached unsolvable problems. That's it. Yeah, Mei said, and I'm sure it didn't hurt that you'd already gotten a head start before the exam even started. Izuku turned to her in betrayal. Mei. Their classmates kept their distance from the two for the rest of the way back to the lab. When they got there, everyone sat down at their tables and Izuku went back to his room, noticing for the first time that there was a small school desk that had been placed outside the door, probably for when the class had a lecture instead of lab time. Before he could decide if he was supposed to go into his room or sit at the desk though, Power Loader cleared his throat to get their attention. We have about 20 minutes until class officially ends, he said. So, why don't each of you introduce yourselves? I know that the support course has a lot more individual work than the business course or the hero course, but it will still be helpful to get to know your classmate. Who wants to go first? The kid with the shark quirk shrugged and stood up. What do you want to know? Just say your name and quirk, dumbass. The curly-haired girl griped. Izuku felt his stomach sink. Yeah, he knew it was coming, but it still would have been nice if he didn't have to reveal his quirklessness right off the bat. Oh well, they already thought he was creepy, now there'd just be pity mixed in. Also include why you chose support, Power Loader added. It'll be helpful to know each other's motivations. Alright, the kid with the shark quirk shrugged again. I'm Ryu Hanzu. My quirk's great white, and I want to make waterproof tech. My quirk lets me do anything a shark can do, which means I can breathe underwater, so I spent a lot of time swimming as a kid, and would have totally spent weeks at a time in the ocean, but my phone and video games wouldn't work, so I'm gonna fix that. Izuku had never realized that would be an inconvenience to people with amphibious quirks, but he supposed that it made sense. Most technology was made to be used by people in air, and even most waterproof technology had a limit of either time or depth. Hanzu would definitely have a niche as an inventor if he could figure out how to move past those limitations. The class's eyes turned to the bald kid with pointed ears, who was sitting next to Hanzu. Oh, I'm next. Okay, my name is Shin Shiguro and my quirk is called Goblin. I, instinctively know the location of any non-living object I've ever touched. The accuracy goes down with time though, so if I haven't touched something for 10 years, I'd be able to tell you the city it's in, but not any more specific than that. I, just like building things. He sat down almost before he'd finished speaking, and the class turned to the next student, which was the girl with curly hair. I'm acting Kohaku in this mess. The girl gestured to her curls, which rattled slightly as they caught the light. Is my quirk. It's called copper wire and it's a total pain to cut. Yes, it conducts electricity. Yes, I use it in my inventions. No, you can't touch it. Got it. The introductions continued like that for the rest of the class until it got to Mei. Hi. Mei Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. My quirk is Zoom and it lets me see up to 5 kilometers away. My babies are gonna change the world. Izuku chuckled quietly as he noticed their classmates instinctively lean back from Mei's enthusiasm. He was finally getting used to it himself, but it was still funny to see how other people reacted to her. Izuku noticed that the class was looking at him and he froze as he realized he was next. In fact, he was the last student to introduce himself. Hesitantly, he stood up. I'm Izuku Midwariya. I like analyzing heroes and quirks, so I want to be a support analyst and help heroes work smarter and be better. Izuku glanced at the clock. Class should be ending any second now. It could do this. Just bite the bullet. And I'm quirkless. The bell rang. Izuku grabbed his bag and bolted as soon as he heard the bell. A small part of him knew that his classmates might not reject him right off the bat. This was UA after all. But the larger part of him knew that wasn't very likely. These kids were still human, which meant that they would still see him as weak and defenseless now that they knew he didn't have a quirk, just like Katsuki had. He hadn't even noticed Mei chasing after him until she grabbed him by his arm and spun him around to face her. Izuku Hacker Midoriya, just what do you think you're doing? Breaking out the middle name. This must be serious. Izuku chuckled nervously. You do realize I might have a real middle name, right? It's too late to change it now. Izuku, your middle name is Hacker. Mei dismissed. Now, why'd you run away like that? Why do you think? Izuku couldn't help snapping, but then forced himself to take a deep breath. He wasn't used to letting himself feel frustrated about things like this, but that still wasn't any reason to take things out on Mei. I'm sorry, Mei-chan, but believe me, it's better if I can just avoid everything that was about to happen. People don't tend to react kindly when they learn I'm quirkless. You have to give people a chance to be good. Izuku. Mei stomped her foot. You can't just run away because you assume people are going to hate you. What if I hadn't forced you to listen after you told me? Would you have run away then too? Yes. Izuku was only able to hold himself back from yelling because he remembered they were still in the hallway. Look, you're the exception. All my life, the second anyone has learned that I was less evolved, they've turned on me. Everyone, even my own mother, started seeing me differently. I'm tired, Mei-chan. I don't. I just didn't think I wanted to deal with that today. Okay. Mei looked as shocked as Izuku felt at his outburst. He hadn't really realized that all that was bubbling under the surface when he ran away from his classmates. He just thought he was scared. He didn't know. But now that he was thinking about it, he realized that his frustrated self was probably more honest than he was used to being with himself. He was tired, sick and tired of the constant betrayal that came with people abandoning him. He didn't want to do it anymore. Izuku. Mei's expression shifted from something almost like pity to a determined glare, and he had to take a step back as she grabbed his arm and started dragging him back toward the classroom. No, I'm not gonna let my best friend run away from potential allies just because he's scared of a little rejection. Any good inventor knows that you can't let a few explosions drive you from the lab. I'm not an inventor. Izuku dug his heels in and tried to yank his arm back. But Mei had years worth of muscle from hauling around tools and materials, so all he did was slow her down. I'm an analyst. I use past data to make predictions. And all my data is pointing to this not being a good idea. Your data set is skewed. They countered. Now get back there and make friends. No, they were so busy with their modified game of tug-of-war that neither of them noticed Nezu hanging upside down from the ceiling until they were right in front of him. Hello. Izuku yelped and Mei stumbled backward. Without her actively pulling against him, Izuku's own momentum was too much and he fell to the floor, pulling Mei down on top of him. His face grew hot as he realized that not only had the principal of UA, and supposedly his new personal mentor, caught him in the middle of a childish fight, but then Izuku had to make things worse by literally tripping over his own feet. Couldn't he catch a break? Oh dear. Nezu smiled pleasantly. Well, this seems to be quite the predicament. Mei didn't waste any time untangling herself from Izuku, who groaned as she accidentally slapped him in her haste to get to her feet. Well, it was probably accidental, but really, who knew when it came to her? Either way, within seconds she had scrambled to her feet and started shaking Nezu's paw enthusiastically. I'm Mei Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. She grinned. And your principal Nezu. Izuku hid his face in his hands, silently screaming in embarrassment, but Nezu didn't seem fazed by Mei's behavior at all as he simply chuckled. That I am. And I know who you are, Miss Hatsum. I saw your entry for the entrance exam and I must say that I am very excited to see what you'll do here at UA. Do you mind if I steal young Midoriya from you for a moment? I'll return him by tomorrow. Before Izuku could protest being referred to as an object, Mei grinned, of course. She grabbed his arm and yanked him roughly to his feet. Nezu was no help and simply grinned knowingly as Izuku was manhandled by his best friend. Mei shoved him forward, effectively handing him off to the principal. See if you can get him to stop being an idiot while you're at it. Nezu laughed. I will do my best, Miss Hatsum. You'll have your work cut out for you. He's too stubborn for his own good. She turned on her heel and waved as she started walking away. Good luck, Izuku-kun. See you tomorrow. Izuku gulped and turned back to the principal. Hi. Nezu simply smiled, seemingly unbothered by his awkwardness as he started leading Izuku down the hall. Hello. How was your first day? Did everything go well? Izuku nodded, pushing the whole situation with his quirk introduction out of his mind. It was really good. I heard that you had a hand in setting up my workstation, so thank you. Oh, Nezu's smile grew a little more excited. Was everything to your liking? The moment I saw your request form, I thought, this simply won't do at all. You can't learn without the right materials, after all. It just seems like a little much. Izuku said softly. You really didn't need to go to so much trouble for me. I'm sorry. Nezu waved his paw dismissively. Not at all. In fact, it was rather fun, so you were doing me a favor. Izuku hadn't thought of it that way, but he supposed that Powerloader had said that Nezu had enjoyed setting up his little room. Oh, then you're welcome, I guess. They had arrived at a door that Izuku recognized from his entrance exam as the principal's office. Nezu opened the door and gestured for Izuku to go in. Tea. Why yes, please. Nezu grabbed a kettle from the side table and poured hot water into 2 cups, putting the tea bags in before setting them on the desk and inviting Izuku to sit down. Now, I'm sure you're eager to get home, and you're most likely wondering what this is all about, correct? Izuku nodded hesitantly, just a little, though I'm pretty sure you wanted to talk about my analysis lessons, right? Powerloader said something about me being your personal student, so that is partially correct. Nezu took a sip of tea. I do want to talk to you about that. However, there is something else. Powerloader mentioned that the support students work on projects over the course of the semester, correct? He said something about that in my acceptance letter. Izuku confirmed, but he hasn't said anything else about it. Well, Midoriya, each first-year support student chooses a project to work on every semester and most of your grade is based on your adequate completion of it. Most students in your class will be working on an invention. But I have something a little different in mind for you if you find it agreeable. Izuku nodded and took a sip of his tea as he waited for Nezu to continue. Was he supposed to say something? But he didn't want to interrupt the principal of UA. Thankfully, Nezu took his nod as answer enough and continued talking before Izuku could work himself into a full anxiety attack wondering how he was supposed to act around such a smart and important person. Well, not person, but authority figure. Izuku hadn't really had many positive experiences with those. I would like you to make a full analysis of the first-year hero students' quirks, Nenzu said. They are still young and lack training, so they have a lot of room for improvement. You should focus your analysis on how they can play to their strengths while hopefully minimizing their weaknesses. These will be given to the students for them to use, so you'll be able to see the difference your skills can really make. Is that acceptable? Yes. Izuku sunk back in his chair sheepishly. Yes, that sounds like it will be a good project. It's not bad to be excited. Nenzu chuckled, making Izuku blush. In fact, that enthusiasm is probably a large part of why your analysis is so advanced at such a young age. I wouldn't have chosen this project if I didn't believe that you would enjoy it. Thank you. Izuku wrung his hands together anxiously. But, I don't think my analysis is really that advanced yet. I still have a long way to go. But of course, Nenzu smiled. This is a school, after all. But that brings me to the next part of our chat. You do realize, of course, that as an analyst, you will often have access to sensitive information. Whether this is given to you so that you can do your job or whether it is something like a hero's weaknesses that you figured out yourself, correct? Izuku nodded, wondering where he was going with this. Well, I was planning on giving you full access to the school's camera system so you can easily observe the first years wherever they happen to be, Nenzu said. But if you are observing correctly, you might become privy to certain circumstances when it comes to one of our faculty. This information cannot be allowed to get out, you understand? Izuku nodded anxiously. Was he really being entrusted with big secrets on his first day? What if he somehow messed it up? What if he accidentally posted something that exposed the secret and then the staff would hate him and he'd get kicked out of UA and blacklisted from all the other schools? A knock on the door startled Izuku out of his spiraling thought. Nenzu jumped down from his chair to open the door, and here he is now. Welcome, All Might. Come inside. Izuku practically deflated in relief as he saw All Might in his skinny form hesitantly walk in the door. Oh, you were just talking about All Might's other form. I already knew about that, so you don't have anything to worry about. Nenzu grinned manically, and All Might did a double take and spit up a few drops of blood as he saw Izuku sitting at the desk. Nenzu ... that's a student. Yes, that's Izuku Midoriya, my personal student, Nenzu said, almost proudly, if that was even possible. I thought it would be best to tell him about your injury before he saw you change forms on the cameras, but it seems I had nothing to worry about. But ... All Might opened and closed his mouth nervously a few times. How? You. Izuku's stomach dropped slightly. You don't remember me. All Might looked between Izuku and Nenzu, confused, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. He didn't know why he expected All Might to remember him, but for some reason he'd assumed he would. That short conversation had completely derailed his life and knocked him forcefully onto a new path, so it just seemed so important to Izuku. But to All Might, it was just another conversation with a fan. Of course, he didn't remember every fan he'd talked to. Remembering one person would be completely unreasonable. Izuku forced a smile onto his face, burying his disappointment in logic. It was almost a year ago, so it's okay that you don't remember. I asked you if I could be a hero and you encouraged me to choose a more realistic path. He chuckled awkwardly. I did. I still want to help people, but decided it would be safer if I did that from behind a computer, you know. Oh, All Might still looked confused, but after a moment, there was a flash of recognition. You were that quirkless boy. Izuku smiled and shrugged. I'm going to be an analyst. If you'd never saved my life that day and taken the time to talk to me, I would probably still be chasing an impossible dream. I'm a lot happier now, though, so, thank you. All Might shuffled awkwardly, glancing to Nenzu, who was watching the scene with an unreadable expression. I'm, glad I could help. Izuku nodded and turned back to Nenzu. Well, I've known for a while now and haven't told anyone yet, so was that all you wanted to talk to me about? For now, Nenzu confirmed. Anything else can wait. Now, shouldn't you be getting home? Yes. Izuku bowed to them and grabbed his backpack before running to the door. Thanks. All Might hesitantly started edging for the door as well. I should probably be heading out as well. Izuku was already on his way out, but he could have sworn there was a slight chill in Nenzu's voice as he closed the door. Actually, All Might, why don't you stay for a cup of tea? I believe we need to have a little chat. Izuku intentionally left later than he should have for school so that he wouldn't have to deal with his classmates, which was worth the risk of running into Katsuki on the train. He honestly wasn't planning on being as late as he was, but when he reached the station, he caught sight of Katsuki already waiting for the train. Luckily, he was facing the other way so he hadn't seen Izuku yet and he was able to hide around the corner until the train left. It meant that Izuku had to wait for the next train, but he wouldn't have to deal with an angry Katsuki, so it was all good. As it was, Izuku ended up sliding into the little desk outside his workroom right as the bell rang. Mei was sending him the stink eye, but he resolutely ignored her as Power Loader walked to the front of the room. He knew she was just trying to do what she thought was best for him, but she'd never had to deal with being quirkless before. "All right, class, settle down," Powerloader said. "Welcome to the support course. Today, you're going to be deciding on and starting your semester projects. These have to be approved by me, and I'll also be looking over them as you work to evaluate your progress and help you improve. I would personally recommend choosing a project that you would be able to use in the sports festival, since you're allowed to bring any support items you want, as long as you made them yourself. It's still a ways away, but it can sneak up on you if you're not careful." Izuku thought back to the project that the principal had given him. It wasn't an invention, but knowing all the first-year hero students' quirks would give him an edge that nobody else would have, so maybe that was why Nezu assigned him to analyze their quirks. He should try to give each of the students a few suggestions before the sports festival as well, to help them do well. He glanced over at Mei, who was already messing with the materials on her desk in excitement. Choosing just one project would be difficult for her. Powerloader called his attention back to the front of the room. "You are also allowed to work on other projects for extra credit if you want. These have to be approved by me just the same as if they were official projects. They just don't have to go as in-depth. I will be right up here if you have any questions or want to get your project approved, so don't hesitate to ask." With that, he sat back down and left them to their work. Izuku immediately bolted into his room so Mei couldn't try to force him to make friends and closed the door behind him with a sigh. Immediately, his attention was grabbed by a nondescript post-it note stuck to the central screen of his computer. Izuku approached it hesitantly, fully expecting some hatred-filled death threat. It wouldn't be the first time, though his desk this morning had been notably clear of graffiti, which was a pleasant surprise. Though maybe Mei had just scared them out of doing something that obvious. Izuku hadn't ever had someone who was willing to protect him like that before. Izuku didn't even notice himself clenching his eyes shut as he untacked the note off the screen and had to force himself to take a peek, only for his eyes to widen in shock and relief as he realized that the note was actually from Nezu, not his classmates. "Midoriya, here's the password to the camera systems. Ra+0 Verlord. Burn this note. Nezu." Izuku read it twice until he was sure that he would be able to remember the password before looking around. Did his room have matches? He checked all the drawers and found every office supply he never knew he needed, but nothing that would allow him to burn the note as instructed. He couldn't just tear it up. Someone could potentially reassemble it and gain access to the cameras, and it would all be Izuku's fault, and then his spiral stopped when he happened to glance out his window and notice Mei hard at work. She made so many things explode that she had to have something capable of burning a tiny piece of paper. Right. But if he asked for her help, she might force him to confront their classmates. Unless, of course, she was so distracted with her inventing that she completely forgot about her self-declared side quest. Izuku bit his lip and watched her for another long moment before deciding that it was a safe enough bet. The noise hit him immediately as soon as he opened the door. Almost everyone was working on something, and the happy sounds of drills and power tools seemed to come from every direction as he walked toward Mei's table. "Mei-chan, Nezu gave me this note and asked me to burn it. Do you have something that'd be able to take care of it?" Mei whipped her head around to face him, and he leaned back as the crosshairs in her eyes narrowed before she gave him a manic grin. "Ooh, a note-burning baby. I can make one." She reached for the note, but Izuku held it out of her reach. "Actually, Mei-chan, I was hoping for something a little faster." Mei pouted. "You're no fun, Izuku-kun." "Nope," Izuku agreed. "Now, are you gonna help me or not?" Mei glared at him for another moment before sighing and turning on her blowtorch. Izuku smiled brightly at her as he lit the corner of the note on fire and let it burn for a few seconds before dropping it onto the floor and stomping out the flames once the note had completely turned to ash. Their classmates seemed to be giving them a wide berth as they watched the exchange. But that was just fine by him. "Thanks, Mei-chan. Good luck on your project." Izuku started to walk back to his room, but was stopped in his tracks by Mei grabbing his arm. "Oh no you don't." Mei's grip tightened slightly as she grinned savagely. "Izuku hacker Midoriya, you are going to talk to your classmates if it kills you." Izuku was honestly convinced that it might. "You're my friend, Mei. Shouldn't you be trying to keep me alive?" "Oh, shut up, you're not gonna die." Mei waved the hand that wasn't holding Izuku hostage dismissively. "Now, everybody, listen up. This idiot think that you're all gonna hate him just because he was born with an extra toe joint or whatever, so he needs you to beat it through his thick skull that not everybody is like his old stupid bullies." Izuku hid his face in his hands and groaned as it turned red. It wasn't a safe bet. Well, at least he'd successfully burned the note and he could deal with all of his classmates' rejections at once. Small mercies, right? He prepared himself for the worst when he heard Kohaku scoff. "You're fucking kidding, right?" Izuku uncovered his face to find her looking extremely unimpressed. "If we're gonna hate you, it'll be because of something you did, loser." Izuku blinked a few times and flinched as someone patted his shoulder heavily. He looked up to see Hanzo grinning at him, something that was really intimidating, considering his 3 rows of sharp teeth. "Yeah, dude, rejecting someone based on a quirk is totally uncool. Izuku's eyes widened, and he glanced over the rest of the class, looking for any sign that they disagreed with what the other two had said. Most of his classmates just looked like they didn't care either way, which hadn't ever happened before, and the only one who didn't look bored with the whole thing was Shigeru, who was currently trembling. Being quirkless doesn't make you any less terrifying. Midoriya. Mei gave a shocked laugh and Izuku's jaw dropped. What? I'm not that scary, am I? Kohaku rolled her eyes. Yeah, and my hair's not a pain to brush. You caught the attention of Principal Nezu, Midoriya. Of course you're scary. Powerloader cleared his throat and the class all turned to him. Midoriya, UA has a zero-tolerance policy toward bullying and discrimination. You shouldn't have to worry about that. And if anyone gives you a hard time because of your quirk, you are more than welcome to report that to me or to Nezu. And I won't get in trouble, Izuku asked, now reeling from shock. This all seemed like a dream. A good dream, but still a dream. He clamped his mouth shut when he noticed the heavy silence that had blanketed the room in a stark contrast to the happy sounds of working that had greeted him when he'd first left his room. His classmates were staring at him with various expressions of disbelief, shock, and even anger. You used to get in trouble for reporting discrimination, Kohaku asked. What the fuck? Well, it's just that every school has a zero-bullying policy, Izuku hurried to explain, but most teachers tend to think that it's not a big deal, or not big enough to get a promising student in trouble for. But then something has to be done about the complaint and someone has to be punished, so yeah. You don't have to worry about that anymore, Powerloader said firmly. We actually follow our policies here. We couldn't call ourselves heroes if we didn't even protect our students from each other. Thank you so much, goodbye. Izuku held hurriedly and rushed back into his room and slammed the door, wiping at his eyes furiously the moment he was out of sight. They really wouldn't let him get bullied. It just seemed so surreal. He couldn't resist the urge to pinch his arm to make sure that he hadn't just overslept somehow. But even though he pinched his arm hard enough to make the skin turn red, he was still at UA, staring at his private room with a setup of computers that the principal had personally set up. This was really real. After a minute or so, Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself and sat down at his computer. If UA was going to do so much to help him, the least he could do was become an analyst they could be proud of, starting with his assignment from Nezu, analyzing the hero course first years. Once Izuku gained access to the system, he spent some time familiarizing himself with the system, making sure he knew how to pan between the different cameras and could figure out which cameras covered which areas of campus. Once he was comfortable with that, he grabbed an empty notebook from the shelf and started debating the best way to start his project. The only problem was that the first year's HAD hadn't really done anything yet. Yesterday had just been the entrance ceremony, and Eraserhead hazing his class, whatever that meant, but they wouldn't start combat exercises until that afternoon at the very least, so what was he supposed to do until then? Izuku thought for a moment before looking through the archives to see if he could find the entrance exam. Whatever it had consisted of, it was apparently a good enough demonstration of each student's quirk and combat ability to determine their qualification for the hero course. So if it was good enough for UA, it should be good enough for him. It was somewhere to start, at least. Thankfully, Izuku found the footage he needed quickly, along with a list of the examinees by area. On instinct, he scanned until he found Katsuki's name. Testing area C. Izuku bit his lip. He didn't actually need to see Katsuki's exam. He knew his quirk well enough from a lifetime of experience to be able to analyze it in his sleep, but a part of him needed to know if Katsuki really was as strong as he'd always bragged. Before he could second-guess himself, Izuku opened the footage from Katsuki's area. The minute that people started moving, Katsuki blasted ahead of the other examinees and went to town, leaving a trail of robot parts in his wake. Izuku felt a surge of anger. Couldn't he at least leave some of the robots for other people? No, that would require him thinking about other people for once in his life, wouldn't it? As he watched Katsuki destroy robot after robot, Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful that he hadn't tried for the hero course. As much as he hated to admit it, he really wouldn't have stood a chance against robots like that. They weren't the kind of opponents that he would have been able to beat simply by analyzing them. He wouldn't have gotten a single point. Katsuki, however, didn't even blink as he destroyed robots left and right. The main issue that Izuku could see was his recklessness. True to form, Katsuki treated the other examinees like extras that weren't even there, resulting in several instances where someone could have been injured from either his explosions or the shrapnel and debris that went flying with the destruction of each robot. Izuku watched as Katsuki let loose a giant explosion less than a foot from another examinee's face, effectively stealing the three-pointer that he'd been about to destroy. The other examinees that he'd done something like that to had shrugged it off and found another robot far away from Katsuki's attack radius. This one, however, some kid with purple hair that seemed to defy gravity, got angry. Izuku grimaced. knowing what was about to happen as the kid yelled at Katsuki, who wasn't going to let an insult like that stand. To his surprise, however, Katsuki turned around and walked away, allowing the purple-haired kid to finish off the three-pointer that had been injured by Katsuki's attack. That couldn't be right. Katsuki would never have backed down like that even if All Might himself had been yelling at him. Much less some extra that he didn't even know, so what had that kid said to get him to just drop it? Is there audio on these cameras? Izuku muttered to himself, looking at the files more closely. Even if there was, the noise from the fight would probably have drowned out the conversation, but Izuku had to try anyway. He had to know what that kid said. As it turned out, the cameras did have audio, but when Izuku listened to the camera he'd been watching, all he could hear was metallic clanging and explosions as the students raced to destroy the robots. He almost gave up, but then he realized that for an exam like this, Nezu probably would have gone through extra trouble to make sure that there weren't any blind spots. That meant that there might actually be a camera closer to where the two were fighting, just pointed in the wrong direction so that it had a different field of vision. Within a few minutes, Izuku had found a camera that was almost directly above the fight he wanted to listen to. When he first opened the audio, he was worried that he still wouldn't be able to hear anything above the noise of the fight, but after a few seconds, he heard Katsuki's familiar voice. He could barely make it out above the din of combat, but Izuku could still understand what he was saying if he concentrated. He rewound the audio a few seconds until there was the sound of a loud explosion, most likely when Katsuki attacked the robot, and then a voice he didn't recognize started yelling. "You almost killed me. That must be the purple-haired kid. What do you think you're doing?" Katsuki's answer was more like a growl. "Get out of my way, extra. Forget about me and go find yourself another robot." Izuku waited to hear Katsuki's response, but it didn't come. Izuku looked at the time signature on the audio and did a double take when he realized that Katsuki had already stormed off to find another robot. He just told him to go away, and he actually did. That didn't sound like Katsuki at all. Izuku facepalmed and laughed as he made the connection. He was an idiot. It must be the kid's quirk. There was no other way that Katsuki would have obeyed him. But what was his quirk? It would probably be in his file, assuming that Izuku had access to it. He navigated back to where the student files should be and entered his password, which actually worked. Information like the students' phone numbers and addresses were blocked out. But Izuku suspected that Nezu intended that as a mental exercise more than anything else. He didn't need any of that right now, though. He needed quirks. He cross-referenced the list of examinees in Area C with the Hero Course students, only to come up empty. Confused, because someone who could get Katsuki to obey him was obviously extremely strong, Izuku widened his search to all first-year students. Itoshi Shinzo. Quirk, brainwashing. The three-pointer Izuku had seen him take out was about half his points, since his quirk wasn't naturally destructive, so he didn't have nearly enough points to get into the hero course, which Izuku honestly thought was a crime. Yeah, Shinzo couldn't compete with kids like Katsuki when it came to destroying robots. But his quirk would be so useful for hostage situations and overpowered villains that couldn't be beaten head-on. And his quirk most likely had a lot of room to grow, since he could obviously modify memories with a simple command. Katsuki would have turned right around to explode him the minute Shinzo released his hold if he hadn't been commanded to forget about him. And since he could do that, there was a chance that he could train to be able to give more complicated commands and maybe interrogations, even though his file said he couldn't give any commands that required higher brain function. Yet, Izuku grabbed the notebook he'd ended up scribbling his thoughts in, tearing out the first page that had the beginning of Katsuki's analysis on it, and headed out to the lab again. The other students were all busy at work again, though Mei did look up when she noticed him, probably expecting him to come over and talk to her. He could drop by her table on his way back, but that wasn't his goal right now. He gripped his notebook a little tighter as he approached Powerloader's desk. Izuku felt bad about interrupting whatever their teacher was working on, but Powerloader had said that he was here to answer any questions they had about projects and said he wouldn't get in trouble for reporting bull, so he probably wouldn't get in trouble for interrupting him either. Wait, maybe he was supposed to go through Nezu instead because he was an analysis student. Izuku-kun. Mei's voice in his ear made his jump and he looked over to see her grinning at him. What are you working on? Do you have a project you need approved? Are you gonna make super cool analysis babies? Well, it was too late to go back into his room because Mei had already caught Powerloader's attention and he was now looking right at them. Izuku took a deep breath and reminded himself that teachers were supposed to help their students. And Powerloader wasn't like his old teachers, so he wasn't going to get mad. Probably. You said we could do extra credit projects, right? Yep. Powerloader leaned forward attentively. Do you have one in mind? Izuku nodded and opened his notebook. Shinzo Hitoshi. He's a Gen Ed student with a brainwashing quirk, but he originally applied to the hero course. I'd like to see if I can use my analysis to help him improve enough to get into the hero course at the sports festival. That's a pretty tall order, Powerloader said. Do you know how rare it is for someone from another course to actually succeed in transferring that way? The last one was Eraserhead when he was a student here, Izuku said confidently. But Shinso has what it takes. His quirk is powerful, it's just not any good against robots. Plus, this will be a good way to test if my analyses are useful. If I can help Shinso improve, then I'll know that my notes are actually helpful. Powerloader thought for a minute. As long as you won't get too discouraged if he doesn't end up transferring, then I don't see any problem with it. Ooh, Izuku, you said he's got a brainwashing quirk. May grinned manically. I could make so many babies for him. Powerloader, if I make some babies, could he use them in the sports festival? He's a Gen Ed student. Powerloader asked. He should be able to bring a single support item, but it'll need to be approved by Nenzu in advance. Good enough for me. We're adopting him, May declared. Powerloader just sighed. Adopting him? Yep, May smiled. Izuku and I are adopting him as our extra credit project. Let me read your notes. May grabbed his notebook and started reading while Powerloader looked at Izuku, who smiled and shrugged. Hey, at least she didn't try to call Shinso one of her babies. May hummed and turned a page. Where did you even find extra credit, kun? Anyway, Izuku. Izuku couldn't hold back a grin as he started walking back toward his room. He yelled at my ex-bully during the entrance exam. May cackled. Izuku frowned in frustration as he turned off his computer and gathered his things in preparation to go to their core classes. He'd spent most of the afternoon watching Class 1A through the cameras as they did some sort of indoor combat exercise that All Might had put together, and it was frustrating. Don't get him wrong, it was amazing to see all of the students' amazing quirks in action. It was just so frustrating to see them acting so far beneath their potential. Like that kid with the electricity quirk who fried his brain within seconds of the exercise starting, or the kid with the hot and cold quirk who didn't even use his heated side until the exercise was already over. They could do so much more. They could save so many people if they could just think a little more creatively. And then there was Katsuki. He had everything. He had an amazing quirk, good battle sense, and even some of the techniques Izuku had suggested before Katsuki had started bullying him. He really did have the potential to be an amazing hero, maybe even the best, if he wasn't so violent. He hardly noticed May start rambling to him as soon as he sat down in the desk outside his workroom to wait for the teacher to arrive until she slammed her hands down and leaned down until she was nose to nose with him. Okay, what's up? Izuku leaned back slightly and stuttered, what? May rolled her eyes and leaned forward even more so that Izuku was forced to lean all the way back in his seat until his head was touching the wall behind him. You're dragging your feet. Didn't you get to watch the hero course fight today? I wasn't even expecting to be able to get a word in edgewise, but here you are giving one-word answers. Oh. Izuku shrugged. It's just ka. I was observing my bully's class today. Instantly, May looked murderous. I can't believe they let that asshole in after what he did to you. And didn't he try to attack extra credit kun during the exam? I should go straight to Nenzu and tell him that he needs to expel that jerk immediately. Izuku interrupted her with a sigh. You can't do that, May. First of all, my teachers purposely never reported the bullying so there wouldn't be red flags when he applied to UA. Second of all, he didn't attack Shinso. Even if he had actually hurt him, it would have just been as collateral damage or in retribution for yelling at him. Last of all, he probably shouldn't be expelled. And why not? May's yell caught the attention of the rest of the class. He's a bully, Izuku. He made you miserable for years. He shouldn't be a hero. Wait, what are we talking about? Kohaku interrupted, pulling off the scarf she used to cover her hair while inventing. What's this about a bully being a hero? Nothing, Izuku said quickly. May shot him a glare before turning to the rest of the class. The traitor, Izuku's old bully, somehow got into the hero course. He was part of the class, Izuku observed today. What? Hanzu bared his teeth, his normal wide smile becoming sharp and intimidating. What's his name? I just want to talk. Everybody stop, Izuku said sternly. Nobody is going to do anything. Nobody's going to try to fight him and nobody's going to Nenzu. Understood. May didn't drop her glare, but no, Izuku held her gaze. So what'd he do today that put you in such a funk? Kohaku asked. Like, I was expecting to have to tell you to shut up at least 3 times. See, May gestured broadly to her. I'm not the only one who noticed. Izuku shot her a look. It's nothing. Yeah, no, dude, Hanzu said with a small smile. We're not buying that. Izuku looked around the room, hoping for someone to be on his side. But even Shiguro shrugged. If it was really nothing, you probably wouldn't be so insistent. Izuku sighed. He should have expected that his classmates would be at least as curious as he was, especially after meeting May. This was what he got for joining the support course. It was just annoying. There was an odd number of students, something about a student leaving because of Eraserhead's hazing yesterday, so he was put by himself against 2 other students, one with a speed quirk and the other with gravity negation. Ha, Kohaku chuckled. Shouldn't that be a good thing? I bet he got his ass handed to him, didn't he? Izuku shook his head. He put them both in the infirmary. Like, I know that violence is an inherent part of the hero industry. You can't defeat villains without hurting them. But none of the other students were injured badly enough to have to get medical attention. One of the signs of an amazing hero is actually how much they're able to avoid harm. He shook his head. I'm probably just being nitpicky because of our history. Probably, Hanzo agreed. But that still doesn't mean he should be in the hero course if he bullied you, dude. What's to stop him from going totally crazy and hurting someone who's not a villain? Shiguro nodded in agreement. I wouldn't want any of my old bullies to be heroes, either. Yeah, Mei crossed her arms in front of her chest. So I'm going to Nedzu and telling him to kick this guy out. That rat loves you enough to give you a whole room. I'm sure he'd be happy to expel him for you. Izuku wasn't so sure, but surprisingly, he realized that it might not be outside of the realm of possibility. It was so surreal to have adults who actually cared. And if that was all there was to it, then Izuku might actually be tempted to go to Nedzu himself, seeing as he most likely wouldn't get punished for snitching. But the situation was a little more complicated than that. It's not that I want Katsuki to be a hero so much that I don't want him to be a villain. Does that make sense? He's a bully, Izuku-kun, Mei protested. He's already a villain in my book. Izuku looked around and saw his classmates looking confused and still angry on his behalf, but didn't see any of the understanding he'd been expecting. He sighed. He has the potential to be a decent hero, and his violent tendencies will be directed toward villains. But if he gets expelled, or worse, blacklisted, what'll he do? At least as a hero, his violent tendencies will be directed toward villains and people who deserve it, rather than any civilian who looks at him wrong. Still doesn't mean he deserves to be a hero. Mei grumbled. Izuku shrugged. Maybe not, but it isn't even a big deal. It's not like I'm going to see him a lot. We're in different departments and I'm going to start arriving early so I won't even see him on my way to school. The only interaction I'll even have with him will be my analysis project that he won't even read anyway. So just drop it. His classmates didn't necessarily seem happy with his explanation. But at least they saw the logic in it. Izuku supposed that was about as good as he could hope for. Everyone here was extremely intelligent. They wouldn't have gotten in otherwise, but nerds often weren't treated the best. Add to that Hanzu's mutation quirk, Shiguro's shyness, and Mei being ... Well, Mei and there was a good chance that every single one of his classmates had been bullied at some point in their lives. Of course they wouldn't be happy about letting a bully off the hook. There's gotta be a way to get some sort of revenge, at least, right? Hanzu said after a long minute. I mean, we can't just let that dude get off scot-free. Mei's eyes lit up. So Izuku interrupted. That's really not necessary, guys. No, Kohaku grinned, but it'll be fun. Mei grinned in return. Ooh, I like you. Come on, Izuku-kun. Revenge. We're the support course. We'll have access to all his babies. Izuku rolled his eyes. As fun as that would be. He's still a hero student, and it's our responsibility as support students to support him, not sabotage him. Not to mention that faulty support gear could potentially endanger not only him, but also his classmates and eventually civilians. So revenge is out of the question. Kohaku thought for a long moment. What about just being a little petty? Izuku looked at her curiously, which she took as permission to continue. I mean, obviously we wouldn't do anything to put him in danger or anything. That would be stupid, but you know how annoying a tiny little rock can be when it's in your shoe. Mei's eyes lit up again. You're suggesting we do a bunch of tiny things to annoy him? Kohaku nodded, grinning. It's how I got rid of my bullies back in elementary school, before everyone learned not to mess with me. The big thing is plausible deniability. Don't do anything that you couldn't talk your way out of if the teachers ask. But we'll know, which will be really satisfying if he gets a shirt that's say ... half a size too small in the slightly wrong shade. Izuku thought about that for a minute. He had to admit that it might be fun, provided that no actual harm was being done, since he didn't want to become a bully in return or put Katsuki in any danger. And if he could stop at any time, I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to get a little payback. Yes, Mei pumped her fist and hugged him, causing him to turn bright red as the rest of the class laughed at him. Oh, we're gonna have so much fun. I'm gonna make so many little nuisance babies. Someone clearing their throat behind them made the class freeze, and they turned around to see Midnight standing in the doorway, looking like she'd just arrived. You're not being naughty, are you? Izuku and Mei shared a panicked glance before he sat up straight and gave a bright smile. No, ma'am. Or at least, I wasn't. I'm already in my seat. Everyone else, however. The class rushed to find their seats as Midnight laughed at their reactions. Izuku smiled and took out a new notebook, simply labeling it nuisance. He'd known this year was going to be fun. Majima walked into the staff room after school and made a beeline for the couch, face planting onto it with a groan. Eraser, never let me give you a hard time about your problem children again. Aizawa snorted, but didn't even look up from the paper he was grading. Serves you right. You have problem children this year. Yamada grinned as he looked up from his own paperwork. That must be fun. What are they like? Majima lifted his head off the couch just enough to look him in the eye. You'll know soon enough. They've decided to use one of your students as an extra credit project. Nezu hid his smile behind his teacup, knowing full well exactly which students Majima was talking about. Of course, he hadn't had a chance to peek at the cameras for Class 1 Fahrenheit just yet. He still had a school to run after all. But Midoriya and his friend Hatsum had so much chaotic potential that there was little chance that Majima was talking about anyone else. The only question now was which student had they chosen as their victim. "I'm the homeroom teacher for 1 degree Celsius," Yamada said slowly. "What would a couple of support course students want with a Gen Ed kid?" Majima sighed in exhaustion and sat up. "They've decided that one of your kids is getting into the hero course and that they're helping him do it." "Can they even do that?" Snipe asked. "There's nothing in the rules against it," Nezu said cheerfully. "It might have taken a few loopholes if they were teachers, but since they're all students, then they're simply helping their friend, correct?" "Of course you know exactly who I'm talking about," Majima muttered. "You do know this is your fault, right? If it was just Hatsum, I could handle it. I've had plenty of students like her in the past, but whenever she's combined with your protege—" "Wait, you have a protege?" Yamada yelled, making Aizawa finally look up from his papers to cancel his quirk. Not that Yamada noticed or even cared. "You never take personal students. What even is this kid?" "A hellspawn, probably," Aizawa said. "He has to be if he caught the rat's attention." Nezu simply smiled and let his faculty form their own opinions. Many of them already knew about Midoriya and some had even met him, but the few who hadn't were all listening to the conversation with a mixture of curiosity and fear. All Might in particular looked vaguely terrified after the chat that Nezu had had with him the other day. Not that the scolding had been undeserved, of course, but it meant that he was probably a bit more primed to be scared of Midoriya's potential and of Nezu's interest in him. Nezu was honestly more disappointed that All Might had forgotten about Midoriya after accidentally showing him his weakness than he was about the whole telling him not to be a hero thing. Nezu was still a bit upset, since heroism had apparently been Midoriya's lifelong dream, but the fact was that he was quirkless. As sad and terrible as it was, Nezu couldn't pretend that Midoriya wouldn't be at a distinct natural disadvantage not just in combat, but in the flashy popularity contest that defined the industry. It probably didn't matter which hero he had asked, they probably would have given the same answer, so at least All Might had tried to be polite about it. Forgetting about the boy, however, was a much more serious offense. If Midoriya had secretly been a villain or had taken All Might's advice badly, it could have been disastrous for all of Japan. Even if All Might had been 100% certain that Midoriya would never use his weakness against him, the boy's knowledge of it would make him an appetizing target for the many villains that had a vendetta against the #1 hero. By not communicating the encounter to anyone, not even Tsukachi, All Might had put not only himself, but also an innocent civilian in danger, which was idiotic no matter what ranking he held. Nezu would have to keep an eye on him while he was at UA to make sure he didn't endanger a student like that again. Which brought Nezu to his next concern, which was the heroics exercise he had observed that afternoon. It had been decent but All Might obviously hadn't known when it was appropriate to stop a match to prevent undue harm. Teaching students combat was tricky, since they obviously didn't yet know how much force was appropriate for certain situations. Some tended to use too little, so afraid of causing harm that they limited their own effectiveness, while others like young Bakugo tended to go overboard and use too much. It was a hard line to balance, especially for someone like All Might who was perfectly capable of punching away all of his problems. But it was one of the most important things that their students would learn over the course of their 3 years there, which meant that it was something that All Might would need to improve on sooner rather than later. Thankfully, the other teachers would be able to pick up the slack. Speaking of the other teachers, honestly, as much as I hate to admit a man is right, Kayama drawled, I think Aizawa might be right about this one. It's the green-haired one, right, Nezu? Midoriya. Nezu nodded and gestured for her to continue as the rest of the teachers leaned forward slightly in anticipation and curiosity. When I showed up to teach today, the kid was leading his classmates in a revenge plot against the hero students. Kayama licked her lips and smiled. It was delicious. Nezu didn't know whether to be proud, concerned, excited, or angry, so he settled on gathering more information before making that decision. Do you know which student? Kayama shrugged, not quite sure. I do know he's a first year and apparently bullied the poor boy. I love their idea of revenge, though. The mischievous little imps are going to do a bunch of subtle things to make the kid miserable, so just look for which of the first years encounters more than his fair share of daily frustrations and you'll have your target. There are easier ways to find the child, if one just hacked into the right records. If all went well, as it undoubtedly would, Nezu would have this boy's name by the end of the night, and he was a bully, you said. Nezu, sir, All Might said hesitantly. Please tell me that you're going to stop this rather than joining in. All Might visibly gulped at the sharp smile Nezu gave him. Now, All Might, one of the goals of a teacher is to help one's students accomplish their goals. What kind of a teacher would I be if I didn't give Midoriya any assistance? But don't bother, Aizawa said. That kind of pettiness is right up Nenzu's alley, so at least he's only going to be taking it out on one brat rather than the whole of humanity. The only thing he'll have to worry about is the conspiracy theorists trying to accuse the kid of being his secret love child or something. So, Yamada grinned. I get to meet the little listener. Which of my students has he adopted? I think Midoriya said his name is Shinso. Powerloader sighed. He has a brainwashing quirk. Good choice, I approve. Nenzu chirped. He remembered Shinso from the exams, of course. It was a shame that he didn't get enough points, but despite his and Aizawa's best efforts, the school board had shot down every single one of the alternate exam ideas they had proposed, leaving Shinso in general education until he was able to prove himself during the sports festival. Brainwashing, Aizawa asked. It's an intriguing quirk. I can see why Midoriya was drawn to it. Nenzu chirped. Young Shinso can control anyone provided that they answer one of his questions. And of course, it's useless against robots. Aizawa muttered and dragged a hand down his face. Please tell your protege not to only focus on the kid's quirk. With a drawback like that, he'll have to be able to fight without it. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Nenzu dismissed. I do believe that Midoriya would be the last person to limit a person based entirely on their quirk. Oh, Kayama asked. And why is that? There was a moment of tense silence before All Might, to Nedzu's surprise, answered, because he's quirkless. That explains it, Aizawa said after a moment. If he caught your attention, he obviously doesn't let it limit him. Good. Now let's see if the other problem child sees it the same way. Izuku leaned back in his seat after finishing up the list of theories he'd been working on. He'd spent the morning reviewing the videos he had of the hero students and making rough lists of potential ideas for improvement that he could clean up once he'd seen their quirks in action more. But for now, there wasn't much else he could do on that project, which meant that it was time for extra credit kun. Oh god, Mei really was starting to rub off on him, wasn't she? Izuku shook his head with a chuckle as he grabbed the notebook he'd dedicated to their extra credit project and opened Shinso's file, only to realize that he was at a dead end there as well. At least with the hero students, he had some combat videos to analyze. But all Izuku had for Shinso was his student file and the video of his entrance exam, which obviously didn't show the full potential of his quirk because he couldn't use it on robots. If Izuku wanted his analysis to be of any use to Shinso at all, he needed more information. The easiest way to get that information would be to simply ask and hope that Shinso wouldn't be too creeped out to answer him. Well, even if he was creeped out, he'd probably still answer if Izuku explained that it was to help him do better in the sports festival. Anyway, it didn't really even matter because he was probably in class right now ... but it wouldn't hurt to check, right? Before he could second guess himself, Izuku opened up the class schedule for class 1 degrees Celsius. Even if Shinso was in class, which he should be, it would still be helpful to know his schedule so he and Mei could track him down later. Speaking of Mei, she chose that moment to burst through the door to Izuku's workroom without knocking. She didn't even wait for him to look up before she had draped herself over his shoulders, groaning dramatically, Izuku-kun, help. I can't make Shinso's babies. Izuku snorted. Most girls have to actually meet a guy before creating his children. Mei grabbed his shoulder and spun his chair around so he was facing her and could see the manic grin that had just spread across her face. That's a brilliant idea. Izuku smiled and shook his head fondly. Let me guess, you need more info on his quirk and fighting style before you can really get started. Yep. Mei picked an empty spot on Izuku's desk and sat down. You too. Izuku nodded and turned back to his screen. I was just looking up his schedule to see when the best time to meet him would be. Well, make it ASAP, Mei said impatiently. I want to start making babies. You can't just rush these things, Mei-chan, it isn't polite. Izuku told her patiently. We can't just take him out of class ... or maybe we can. Mei jumped off the desk and leaned over her shoulder. Wait, what is it? He has a study period right now. Izuku pointed to the screen. If we got Powerloader's permission, we could probably pull him out of class for a few minutes since he wouldn't actually be missing any lessons. Let's do it. Mei hugged him tightly before pulling him to his feet and pushing him toward the door. What are you waiting for? I have babies to make. Their classmates glanced up at Mei's declaration as the door opened, but they spared the two less than a second before shaking their heads and going back to work on their own projects. Izuku still thought it was a little weird how quickly the class had seemed to just accept their antics. But he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. He had Mei and that was enough for him right now. He'd probably just manage to work himself into an anxiety attack if he tried to second-guess every interaction he'd had with his classmates looking for ways that they actually hated him. And honestly, he was too busy with his analysis projects to have any time for that right now. It didn't take them long at all to reach Powerloader's desk, especially not with Mei still pushing him in her excitement. Powerloader simply sighed and looked at them as they approached. Should I be concerned about what you two are cooking up? No, Izuku said at the same time that Mei shouted, yes. Unfortunately, Mei's voice was just a little louder. We just want to ask Shinso some questions about his quirk. Izuku said quickly. I looked and he has a study period right now, so we were hoping we could borrow him and bring him here. We'd use my workroom so we wouldn't bother the other students. Please. Izuku had learned his puppy dog eyes from his mom. And honestly, he wasn't even aware that he was doing them until he caught Mei mimicking his expression out of the corner of his eye. Powerloader simply looked at them tiredly for a long moment before caving. Midoriya, you go and get him. I'm not sure I trust Mei not to blow something up between here and there. Come on, it's not like there are that many explosive things between here and the general education department, Mei exclaimed. Just the wiring ... and probably the fire extinguishers if you count foam as an explosion. Oh, and the security system. Izuku, do you know if there are any bombs in the security system? Yeah, it's probably for the best if I just go, Izuku said, ignoring the way Mei pouted at him as he turned back to Powerloader. Could I have a note explaining the situation in case Shinso's teacher asks why I need him? Present Mike should already be expecting you, Powerloader said tiredly. I mentioned your little project to the other teachers and warned him that it was only a matter of time before you dropped by. Oh, Izuku didn't know if it was good or bad that the entire faculty knew about their plans to help Shinso. Honestly, he'd never had teachers care about what he wanted to do before, so this was all new territory. That's good then. Powerloader nodded. Get back quick before Hatsune blows up our lab again. Mei cackled and ran back toward her desk. Good luck. Hitoshi tapped his pencil idly on his notebook as he reviewed English verb structure for the third time. Not that having a second language wouldn't be useful, but he couldn't help thinking that the hero students were probably training right now and getting more and more of an unfair advantage every minute that Hitoshi spent studying academics. There was only so long until the sports festival and his last chance to get into the hero course, so he didn't want to waste any time. The silence of the classroom was interrupted by a quiet knocking of the door, and a tiny-looking kid with tangled green curls and large eyes poked his head in. Present Mike, sir. Would it be all right if I borrowed Shinso for a few minutes? Hitoshi froze as his entire class swiveled in their seats to look at him curiously, as if he had any idea why a kid he'd never seen before in his life was interrupting his class asking for him by name. His classmates' curiosity was almost palpable as Mike Sensei looked up from his desk and gave the boy a mischievous smile. You're one of Powerloader's gremlins, right? The kid sputtered for a moment at Mike's wording before apparently giving up on being embarrassed and letting out a sigh as he walked fully into the room. Yes, sir. He said that he mentioned things to you. Of course. Mike grinned. Shinso, go ahead and grab your things. There's no guarantee you'll be back by the end of class. As Hitoshi hurried to comply, Mike turned back to the kid. Try to return him in one piece, ya dig? Hitoshi's eyes widened and he felt himself pale slightly as the kid returned Mike's smile with a small one of his own. No guarantees. I'm not the one you need to worry about. But also I'm not responsible for anything Mei-chan does when she's excited. Ooh, Mike laughed. I can see why Nedzu likes you so much. The class erupted into whispers and Hitoshi was starting to wonder if he would have a better chance of surviving if he just jumped out the window. Mike Sensei wouldn't actually let this mystery kid, or whoever this Mei-chan person was, hurt him. Right. Hitoshi finished packing his backpack and gulped as the kid smiled at him. Normally, a bright smile like that would put him more at ease, but after hearing the kid basically plot his murder, it just looked vaguely terrifying. Reluctantly, Hitoshi followed his kidnapper. Was that what the kid was? What was even happening? His kidnapper didn't say anything as he led Hitoshi down the hallway to a part of the school he didn't recognize. Not that that was helpful at all, considering that he'd been at UA for less than a week. He had no idea what was happening anymore, and honestly, he was too afraid to ask. All he knew was that this kid might kill him and his teacher wouldn't even care. So much for the teachers at UA being different. His kidnapper still didn't break the silence, and as they got even more lost in the maze that was UA, Shinso eventually got fed up and decided that if he was going to get murdered anyway, it wouldn't hurt to at least ask this kid why he'd kidnapped him. At the worst, he'd just get killed a little sooner, right? Hitoshi's voice sounded too loud and he had to take a step back as the kid pinned him with those wide eyes, giving Hitoshi a strange sense that this kid knew everything about him and was simply dissecting him with his gaze. I have a few questions. The kid smiled brightly again. Of course. I might not be able to give the best answers, but I'll try. Okay. Hitoshi took a breath. Who are you? Where are we going? Why did you just kidnap me? Finally, who is Mei-chan and should I be writing my will? The kid looked at him in shock for a long moment before he started giggling uncontrollably. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I didn't ... and I completely forgot to introduce myself. So no wonder your ... and present Mike called me a gremlin, which probably didn't help anything. This is probably why our classmates are terrified of us, huh? Probably, Shinso said, not because he knew this kid's classmates, but more because he didn't really have any other response to that. So, oh, right. The kid jumped slightly and started walking into the labyrinth that was UA again. My name is Izuku Midoriya and we're heading back to my classroom. Mei-chan is my best friend. She probably won't hurt you. She just gets really excited about her inventions and they don't always work the first time, which isn't that bad. You just need to be a little careful in case they explode unexpectedly. We're support students, obviously, since Mei-chan has inventions to explode. What else? Oddly enough, Midoriya's rambling was actually calming and made him seem less like some mysterious psychopath. So Hitoshi actually found himself feeling a little more at ease as he cocked an eyebrow. Why you kidnapped me? Midoriya furrowed his forehead as his voice dropped to a mutter. I didn't. Why would I? Well, I guess I did kind of steal you away unexpectedly, but that wasn't. Midoriya. Hitoshi interrupted the kid's mutter storm and gestured for him to continue. Why did you kidnap me? Oh, Midoriya chuckled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. I don't want to get into too much detail without Mei-chan here, but basically, we're going to get you into the hero course. What? Hitoshi's mind was still reeling by the time they arrived at a large door that obviously led into a support lab. What did Midoriya mean when he said they were going to help him get into the hero course? Could they even do that? How? He was knocked out of his stupor, quite literally, when the door blew off its hinges and threw him and Midoriya against the far wall of the hallway. It didn't hurt as bad as he would have expected. And honestly, he was more dazed than hurt. But maybe that had something to do with the whole situation and not the fact that he'd just gotten thrown against a wall and was now sitting on the hallway floor. Mei-chan, Midoriya yelled. You could have heard us. Don't worry, Izuku. That was just a disorienting blast. A girl with bright pink hair and coveralls tied around her waist appeared in the doorway, nonchalantly moving a giant pair of goggles from her face to her head as if she hadn't just blown up half the hallway. They'll cause damage to things, but not to people. Perfect for hostage situations. Oh, Midoriya scrambled to his feet and grabbed a notebook from his pocket. How does that affect people like Semondas who are, objectively, made from things? There's a kid in 1A who can turn into rock and another in 1B who can turn into steel. Would they be affected? Would it only damage them when their quirks are activated? Or is the damage caused because the thing is non-living? In which case quirks wouldn't affect it because the person with the quirk is still alive. What about? What the? A hero that Hitoshi assumed was Powerloader appeared in the doorway, his hands going to his helmet as he took in the scene. How? Hatsum, I literally looked away for 2 seconds. Well, technically, an explosion takes only a fraction of a second to begin. Midoriya began. But the actual chemical reaction can take several seconds to run its course, depending on the chemicals involved. But you wouldn't be able to stop it once it reached the activation energy. Didn't you two promise to not bother the other students if I let you bring Shinso here? Powerloader asked. Oh, it's a support lab. Hatsum dismissed. Explosions are normal. We're not bothering. Shut the fuck up and go to your boyfriend's room already. A female voice called out loudly from inside the classroom. Midoriya turned bright red and sputtered, but Hatsum apparently didn't care about whatever her classmate was implying, because she simply zeroed in on Hitoshi and leaned down until she was only inches away from his face. He instinctively pressed himself as far against the wall as he could, which unfortunately wasn't very far. She smiled at him manically. You must be extra credit kun. Izuku's told me so much about you. We're gonna have so much fun. Hitoshi simply blinked at her as he waited for his brain to catch up and maybe, just maybe, make sense of her words. Extra credit kun. Mei-chan. Midoriya shoved her away from him and shook his head as he helped Hitoshi up. You can't just call people by nicknames like that the first time you meet them. Shinso has a name. Not important. Hatsum dismissed. What's important is that I'm going to make his babies. Hitoshi choked on nothing and almost fell back onto the floor again as the crazy girl grabbed his hand and pulled him into the lab with Midoriya following close behind. He barely got a glimpse of the other students before he was being yanked into a small dark room lined with computers and the door shut ominously behind him, trapping him with the two crazy students who had just kidnapped him. Was being a hero really worth all this? Yes, it was. Hitoshi took a deep breath and looked at his kidnappers with a well-practiced bored expression. So are you gonna explain what's going on now? Hatsum turned and slapped Midoriya's chest. Izuku, why didn't you explain anything to extra credit kun? I was waiting for you. Midoriya defended. I thought you wanted. Don't waste time on my account, Izuku. We have work to do. Hatsum turned back to Hitoshi. You, extra credit kun, are our new project. Hitoshi didn't think that explained anything except for the nickname he'd apparently acquired. But thankfully Midoriya was a little more willing to fill in the gaps. Powerloader has agreed to give us extra credit if we use our skills to help you. Midoriya sighed as he turned on the lights and sat down in front of the line of computers. I'm an analyst and Mei-chan is obviously an inventor, so we're going to well, be your support, I guess. I'll help you analyze and train your quirk and she'll make you a support item that you can use in the sports festival next month to give you the best possible chance of transferring into the hero course. Honestly, it's ridiculous that they wouldn't let you in the hero course in the first place. But at least now you can prove everyone wrong, right? Hitoshi thought about that for a long moment. so you're basically going to train me to be a hero so you can get extra credit. Midoriya smiled awkwardly. Yes, I mean, only if that's okay. We don't have to if you don't want us to. I mean, I get that we can kinda be a lot sometimes. Don't give him a choice, Izuku-kun, Hatsum exclaimed. We're helping you and that's final. Okay, extra credit, kun. Hitoshi couldn't help snorting. Well, I'm not exactly in a position to say no, but are you sure you even want to help a kid with a villain's quirk become even more dangerous? What if I go rogue like everyone's always told me? His kidnappers obviously hadn't missed any of the bitterness in Hitoshi's voice, because they shared a glance, and when Hatsum responded, she sounded angry. Okay, that's it. You're gonna win this and we're gonna prove those assholes wrong. I am so sick of people being rude to my friends just because of downright stupid prejudices. Friends. Hitoshi's brain went blank. Hatsum couldn't possibly be including him in that, could she? They'd literally just met. But then, she'd already talked about having his babies. Whatever the hell that meant. It's best not to fight her friendship. Midoriya gave him a small, determined smile. When Mei-chan gets something in her brain, it's best to just roll with it. So, let's start with your quirk. It's brainwashing, right? Verbal response based. Hitoshi nodded, still reeling. Yeah. But I can't control higher brain functions, just basically make the person into a puppet. Midoriya had whipped out a notebook and was rapidly writing down everything Hitoshi was saying. How do they snap out of it? Do you have to release your control? Hitoshi shrugged. I can. Like if they complete all the orders I gave them, but it's more common for someone else to jostle them, which can break my hold. That's how most of my classmates rescued anyone they thought I'd used my quirk on. Midoriya ignored Hatsum's annoyed buzzing next to him. Ask me a question. Why? Hitoshi asked suspiciously. Midoriya grinned. So you can brainwash me, of course. I need to know how it feels to be on the receiving end, and it'll help me explore your limits. His eyes went blank as Hitoshi took control, glancing over at Hatsum, expecting her to be creeped out at the very least. To his surprise, however, she just looked excited and grabbed Midoriya's notebook from his lax grip, flipping through some of the pages until she'd found what she was looking for. Okay, test time. Izuku-kun already made a list of orders he wants you to give him, so let's start. Tell him to stand on one foot. Hitoshi hesitated, glancing between Hatsum and Izuku. He'd learned the hard way not to give anyone any functional orders without their express permission. I should ask him first. Well then, just ask him now, Hatsum said impatiently. It'll be another experiment to see if he tells the truth under your quirk. It doesn't work like that. Hitoshi griped and turned to Midoriya. Tell me whether or not you're okay with me giving you orders. Just as he'd expected, Midoriya simply sat and stared at him blankly. Hitoshi turned back to Hatsum, who looked vaguely disappointed. See, verbal responses count as a higher brain function. I'm just gonna wake him up and ask. Hitoshi released his hold and watched nervously as the light came back into Midoriya's eyes. Sure, he'd said that he wanted Hitoshi to brainwash him, but what if he got angry? It turned out that Hitoshi didn't have anything to be worried about, because the moment Midoriya was in control of himself again, he just shook his head and grinned brightly. That was so cool. Midoriya grabbed his notebook back from Hatsum and scribbled a few things down before handing the notebook to Hitoshi. Okay, so this time I want you to tell me to do the things on this list. And if I haven't woken up by the end of it, could you jostle me to wake me up? I want to compare that to Shinso releasing his control voluntarily. Sure thing, Izuku-kun. Hatsum grinned and grabbed her phone to start recording the session. Ready? Do you think you'll wake up before the end? Hitoshi couldn't help asking. He had to ask a question to establish control anyway, so he may as well as one he was curious about. I don't know, Midoriya said. It'll depend on how your quirk deals with impossible orders. Okay. Hitoshi was pretty sure that they'd already figured that out, since Midoriya had just done nothing rather than answer his question earlier, but apparently he was no longer the expert on his own quirk. He quickly took control of Midoriya and started going down the list. Most of the orders were easy things like stand up, sit down, stand on one foot, act. The most interesting thing that happened was when Hitoshi ordered Midoriya to sit down on a stool. There wasn't a stool in the little room they were in, so to Hitoshi's surprise, Midoriya actually took the initiative to leave the room and go sit in the stool out by Powerloader's desk. Hitoshi almost died of embarrassment as he ran after Midoriya, frantically apologizing to the other support student. But he finally decided that their classmates must be used to their antics, because the only response they gave to their classmate coming out practically brain-dead was a few curious glances and a few giggles to Powerloader's exasperation. Shinso, I'm assuming you're currently in control of Midoriya? Powerloader asked with a sigh. Hitoshi froze. This was it. This was how he got expelled from UA. He should have known better than to brainwash a UA student, even with their permission, and now he was going to get punished for his stupidity. He should have known this whole situation was too good to be true. He stared at the floor, clamping down on his anger and disappointment. Yes, sir. I'll release him from my quirk right away. There's no need for that, Powerloader said. I'm sure you're in the middle of an experiment, right? Hitsushi hesitantly nodded. Was Powerloader just going to accept that? He wasn't going to expel him for using his quirk on a fellow student. Apparently not, because Powerloader simply nodded as if this situation were completely normal or as normal as any situation could be when Midoriya and Hatsune were involved. Shinso, please tell Midoriya to get back into his room, Powerloader said, and make sure he doesn't run into anything dangerous on the way back. There are power tools in here. Hitoshi nodded frantically, grateful that he had somehow avoided getting expelled, and ordered Midoriya to go back to Hatsune, who was currently rolling on the floor of the little room dying of laughter. With his luck, he could just imagine Midoriya trying to walk all the way back home completely brainwashed if he told him to go to his room. After that minor blip, everything went smoothly. Everything, that was, until Hitoshi read the last order on Midoriya's list. Hatsune. Hitoshi pointed to the page. Does he really want me to order him to do this? Don't call me Hatsune. Extra credit kun, Mei-chan is fine. Hatsune leaned over and read the order. That one's actually a pretty important experiment. So yeah, he definitely wants you to do it. Oh okay. Hitoshi took a deep breath and looked at Midoriya, who was waiting in the middle of the room. Do a backflip. Midoriya squatted and jumped backwards, only to hit the ground as his attempt at a backflip completely failed. Oh, Midoriya groaned and rolled over. The impact more than enough to knock him from Hitoshi's control. Okay, so the person will still try to complete impossible commands, but won't be able to if the task is outside their ability level. Nice to know. I am so sorry. Hitoshi ran to help him up. I shouldn't have given you that order. Are you hurt? Do you need me to leave? I'm so sorry. I should stop asking questions. I'm probably making you really uncomfortable. Midoriya just laughed with a wince. No, I put that on there on purpose. It was the only thing I could think of that, while theoretically possible, wasn't a skill that I have. My first thought was that I would just wake up when given the order, or maybe my brain would subconsciously know how to complete the task. Wait, do you know how to do a backflip? Do I look like I know how to do a backflip? Hitoshi deadpanned. And why would that even matter? Because your quirk could be connecting your target's body to your brain instead of theirs. Midoriya explained as he took back his notebook. Make a note that we should ask Recovery Girl if she has access to some kind of brain scanner. We need to know whose brain lights up when tasks are being done, Shinso's or his target's. Will do, Izuku-kun, Hatsume said happily. I could probably build one myself if. Hitoshi couldn't help but feel like he was intruding as both of them dissolved into muttering and wrote down their observations in their respective notebooks. He was starting to wonder if he should just go back to class when one of Midoriya's more coherent mutterings caught his attention. And we know you can modify memories, so. No, I can't. Hitoshi interrupted before he could stop himself, and he leaned back slightly when both of his kidnappers stopped their note-taking to stare at him. Midoriya frowned. But in the footage you could. I don't know what you think you saw, but Hitoshi shrugged helplessly. I mean, I've never actually tried it. I would have gotten in way too much trouble for something like that. But I can't even make someone answer a question, so I'm pretty sure I can't make someone forget something or anything like that. Midoriya tapped his cheek with his pencil a few times. What color is Shinso's hair? Hatsume grinned. Purple. Midoriya nodded. Okay, now turn and face the wall. Shinso, put her under your quirk so we can try something. Wait, were they actually going to try to modify Hatsune's memories? It seemed like that shouldn't be something she should be okay with. But when it came to these two, Shinso didn't really know if any normal rules applied. If she wants me to, I can, but she'd have to answer one of my questions. Oh, even from the back, Hatsune's excitement was obvious. Do I get to be the test subject this time? Are you actually crazy? Hitoshi asked incredulously. Hatsune simply laughed. Probably. Hitoshi activated his quirk and shook his head in disbelief. These two had to be insane. Okay, what now? Midoriya thought for a second. Tell her to remember your hair being green. Hitoshi still didn't think this was actually going to work, so he went ahead and gave the order, then released his control. Midoriya smiled at him, then turned to Hatsune. Okay, Mei-chan, before you turn around, what color is Shinso's hair? Is this a trick question? Hatsune sounded confused. It's green, just like yours, Izuku-kun. I thought you guys were going to mess with my memories or something. Hitoshi's jaw dropped and Midoriya's face split into a bright grin. Turn around. Hatsune turned quickly and did a double take as soon as she saw Hitoshi. Whoa, that's so trippy. Hitoshi couldn't even think. He hadn't even known he could do that. Until he'd seen her reaction, he'd half thought they were just being nice or something. But he'd actually changed her memories. How did you know I could do that? Izuku smiled. I watched your entrance exam. That other examinee you got in a fight with. I know him. He wouldn't have let something like that slide unless he actually had forgotten about you like you ordered. All that left was confirming the theory. Hatsune grinned and leaned close to his face. I'm gonna have so much fun making your babies. Hitoshi walked into class 1. See, at the end of the hour, shell-shocked and with a smear of soot on his cheek that he hadn't gotten around to wiping off after Hatsume's welcome explosion. The moment that present Mike saw him, the corners of his mouth started twitching and it was obvious that he was holding back giggles. So, how was it? I think I just made a deal with the devil, Itoshi said numbly. Actually, 2 devils. Is that worse? It feels like that's worse. This time, Mike-sensei didn't even bother to hold back his laughter. Yeah, the support course is like that. Go ahead and take a seat. Hitoshi ignored his classmates' whispers as he made his way to his seat and took out his things for the next lesson. Yes, Midoriya and Hatsume were overwhelming, but in less than an hour, they'd discovered things about his quirk that Hitoshi hadn't even realized after 10 years of having it. If anyone at UA could get him into the hero course, it was his kidnappers. So if those 2 really were demons, Hitoshi couldn't quite bring himself to regret signing away his soul. You rely on your quirk too much. Izuku almost felt bad saying it, especially since Shinso was taking time out of his day to talk to them during lunch. His quirk was amazing, so of course he relied on it, and it was part of him, so Izuku couldn't discount that. But, yep, they piped up, shoveling a spoonful of rice in her mouth. But don't feel bad. Most heroes do, but that's why you have us. Shinso looked at them skeptically. And how am I supposed to be a hero without my quirk? Izuku waved his hands frantically in front of him. Not without your quirk. We would never tell you to hold yourself back like that. It's just that ... Well, you see, it's the activation requirements. May interrupted. You're pretty good at making people respond to you, but eventually you're going to come across someone who has more self-control than you have sass. Izuku couldn't hold back a huff of shocked laughter. Yeah, what she said. The fact is that once people know about your quirk, you have a huge handicap. It would be like if a villain immediately took Snipe's gun at the beginning of a fight. He would still have his quirk, but he wouldn't be able to use it. The only difference here is that Snipe can use his quirk to protect his gun. You can't. They thought for a moment. He also carries an extra gun. Izuku, let's give extra credit Kun a gun. Shinso looked at them in shock and a bit of fear, so Izuku figured he wasn't quite ready for that, despite the amazing potential the idea had. Maybe let's start with something smaller, like how we can prevent villains from finding out about his quirk. Nice thought. Shinso pointed at them with his chopsticks. But that's the thing about my quirk. If you fall for it once, you know how it works. Maybe. Izuku flipped through his notebook until he found a page that he'd used to scribble ideas. How long does your connection last? Shinso shrugged. No idea. I've never been allowed to control someone for more than a few minutes. That experiment with you the other day was as long as I've ever gone. That's not what Izuku had to take a second to gather his thoughts. I mean, that's good to know. But how long can you wait between getting a response and taking control? Shinso looked surprised, then thoughtful. I don't know. I always thought it was best to just take control as soon as I can, so I've never actually tried to wait or anything. Izuku grinned and flipped to a new page in his notebook. Perfect. So, how do you know the connection has been formed? Do you have to try to brainwash then, or can you just feel it? I can feel it, Shinso said quietly. It's like the person is inside my brain. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you that. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. They responded by slapping Shinso over the head. Stop that. Good experiments are uncomfy. You never learn anything interesting just by sitting on your butt. So embrace the awkward. Izuku laughed, then saw the shocked expression on Shinso's face and laughed even harder. I didn't know you could give inspirational speeches, Mei-chan. I'm a woman of many talents, Mei said cryptically. You'll never discover them all. And on that terrifying note, Shinso drawled, do you want to start? Of course, Izuku responded with a grin. Do you have the connection now? Shinso nodded with a concentrated look on his face, but didn't respond. Izuku nodded. It must take a fair amount of focus to keep the connection without completing the brainwash. Mei, start the timer. Already on it, Izuku. Mei pressed a few buttons on her phone and the experiment officially began. So, Izuku, how are the hero students doing? Any opportunities for me to make super awesome babies? They're doing well. Izuku smiled and grabbed one of the many notebooks he'd created for the project. Each student had their own notebook dedicated to their quirks and ideas. And while some were still completely empty, others were already halfway full. The notebook Izuku happened to grab was for one of the Class 1B students with a really cool copy quirk. Take this guy, Monoma, for example. He can copy any quirk for 5 minutes, but I think there might be a way for him to create ... well, basically a stockpile of quirks. If he has to touch a person's whole body, then that won't work, but if it works with any DNA, then he can incorporate different quirks into his costume and always have them on hand when he needs them. Mei grinned. I like the way you think, Izuku. Suddenly, Izuku's brain went foggy as the increasingly familiar feeling of Shinso's quirk washed over him. It only lasted a few seconds before Shinso released his control. I am so sorry. Shinso was a little out of breath and looked pale and slightly sweaty. I held on for as long as I could, but ... why is that so difficult? Because your quirk wants action. Izuku said. Instinctively, people want to either do something or not. No one likes being caught in an in-between place. But this is great. You don't have to take control immediately, which gives you a few minutes to disguise your real activation requirements. Mei-chan, how long did he last? 2 minutes, 8 seconds, Mei declared. I'd prefer if it were a little longer, but we can train for that. Izuku agreed. Ideally, we could get him up to 5 minutes between response and control before the sports festival, but we'll of course have to see how things work. Wait, back up. Shinso interrupted. What do you mean my real activation requirements? And shouldn't I be focused on keeping control of people longer or controlling more people or giving more advanced orders or something? What's the point of training to wait before taking control? Which isn't easy, by the way, when as a hero, I should be trying to resolve situations as quickly as possible. Izuku looked at Mei, who shrugged. He thought they'd explained everything pretty well. Shinso sighed. How about you two start again at the beginning, but this time pretend that you're talking to someone who doesn't have a single clue you're trying to say. Because I don't. Oh, Izuku glanced at Mei again before taking a deep breath to try to organize his thoughts. Okay. So, the main problem with your quirk is that it's more effective if your opponent doesn't know what it is, right? That's the basic idea, yeah. Shinso rolled his eyes. But what does that have to do with the time between their response and my control? Because from where I'm sitting, it seemed like a non sequitur. It's a red herring. Mei grinned. Shinso didn't look any less confused and raised an eyebrow at Izuku after apparently giving up getting anything close to a normal answer from Mei. It's about distracting whoever you're fighting with and burying the truth inside a bunch of useless information. Izuku explained. For example, sometimes in books, something important will be thrown out, but the readers won't realize it, because the man with the scar who turns out to be the villain was mentioned right alongside a woman with a large hat who was completely unimportant. If you take control immediately after you get an answer, Mei flicked Shinso on the forehead, then it's like putting a big neon sign above your head explaining how your quirk works. Oh thanks, Shinso said dryly. But, Izuku said quickly, if you wait a few minutes between establishing the connection and giving the order, and use those minutes to do things like make direct eye contact or establish physical contact, or, I don't know, jump up and down 3 times while singing nursery rhymes, then no one will know exactly which of those things established the connection. Mei finished. I don't sing, Shinso deadpanned, but Izuku could see the faintest trace of a smile in his eyes, and it looked like he finally understood what they were going for. Okay, so when do I start? Well, technically you started today, Izuku said cheekily, but we'll have a schedule for you by tomorrow if you come by after classes. Do you have anyone at home that you can practice your quirk with? Shinso's expression immediately closed off. Interesting, no. That's all right, Izuku said, forcing a layer of cheeriness past his curiosity, and, surprisingly, a little bit of anger on Shinso's behalf. Then you'll just have to practice with us. I don't want you to do any more today, since this exercise is still so new and it's the first time that your brain has had to do it. So we should let it rest. But starting tomorrow, you should start practicing that waiting exercise we just did 2 or 3 times a day. For the sports festival, you also need to be able to complete distracting tasks before you officially activate your quirk. So we should focus on getting you to the point where you don't even have to think about it and have full autonomy on when you activate your connection. Shinso looked a little pale, but Izuku noticed that he also looked determined, just like himself when he used to say he'd be a hero despite his quirklessness. It didn't work out for him, but if he could still help people like Shinso who deserved to be heroes, then that was more than enough. Shinso would overcome every obstacle put in his path and save so many people, and Izuku would have a hand in that. It was almost even better than his own old dream. Perfect. Mei broke the tension by grabbing Shinso by the arm and dragging him back out into the main lab. Now that Izukun's had a chance to do his thing, it's my turn. I'm so excited. I have so many awesome babies for you to try. Babies. Shinso looked nervous and a little shocked. But why? Izuku felt a little bad, but he couldn't help laughing when he realized that he had never actually explained some of Mei's more exciting eccentricities to Shinso. Oh well, better late than never, he supposed. She means her inventions. Izuku managed to gasp between his chuckles. Mei-chan calls her inventions her babies because she cares about them so much. I made them, Izukun. Mei cried indignantly. If you poured your heart and soul into something, you'd call them your babies too. I do pour my heart and soul into something. Izuku grinned cheekily. I call them my notebooks. So, we're just going to be looking at inventions, Shinso confirmed. Not experimenting with human children. The only human children we'll be experimenting on are ourselves, Mei said gleefully, grabbing a large cardboard box from her workstation. Extra credit kun. Grab that box under the table. Shinso shrugged and went to pick up the box, only to stumble when the weight was more than he expected. What's in this thing? Rocks. Oh hush, it's not that heavy. Mei dismissed. Izukun, grab the other one. Izuku shrugged and ignored the way that Shinso looked at him knowingly as he tried to pick up the box, only to grunt and fall backwards onto his butt. Mei-chan, seriously, how strong are you? It's not my fault you boys are weak. Mei shrugged. Come on, we need to steal one of the soundproof test rooms. Izuku stared after her in shock as she walked away and for the first time noticed how much muscle tone she actually had. She'd handled that box like it was nothing, even though both he and Shinso had struggled. He supposed it made sense with how much heavy material she had to work with while inventing, but it was still really impressive. Are you just gonna keep staring at her butt all day? Kohaku asked dryly, looking up from her own invention. Or are you actually gonna help her? Izuku sputtered and turned bright red. I wasn't. I didn't ... Deciding that it was best to just cut his losses, Izuku grabbed the box and hefted it as best he could before leaving his snickering classmates behind and following Mei and Shinso. Mei was already taking things out of her box while Shinso was catching his breath and leaning against the wall. Izuku set his box down heavily next to the other two on the table and started shaking out his arms. It was. Shinso looked at Mei. Is she actually human? Or is she just some robot that killed its creator and started updating itself while pretending to be human? Mei grinned. No, Mei-chan, Izuku said patiently. You can't make yourself into a cyborg. Mei deflated, then brightened and was about to say something. But Izuku interrupted her before she could say what he knew she was going to say. You can't make Shinso into a cyborg either. Mei pouted. It'd be a great way to get around that stupid one support item only rule that the Gen Ed students have. And how is he gonna beat the hero course if he can't even lift a box? Hey, Shinso straightened up. I lifted it. I did better than Midoriya anyway. Izuku is an analyst, Mei-chan said. He can afford to be a weakling. Thanks, Izuku deadpanned, then frowned thoughtfully. But in all seriousness, it would probably be a good idea for you to take up some sort of physical training, Shinso. Your quirk will probably keep you out of most fights, but there's always times that a hero has to rely on their body more than their quirk. Take Eraserhead, for example. He's such a great hero because of his martial arts training, not just his ability to cancel quirks. You like Eraserhead? Shinso asked. I've never met someone else who liked him. Most people I talked to before UA just thought I was making him up. Oh, he's one of my favorites. Izuku grinned. Did you hear he's one of the teachers here? Have you seen him yet? No, I've been looking everywhere, hoping to catch a glimpse of him in the halls, but I haven't had any luck. Shinso frowned. I guess he's just that good at stealth, huh? I mean, you kinda have to be to avoid the media as a professional hero. Izuku said. What do you think? Experiments now, fanboying later, Mei said, popping between them with a large metal mask in one hand and 3 pairs of protective earmuffs in the other. Put these on. Izuku put one of the earmuffs around his neck as Mei helped Shinso into the mask. If you want, we could probably use one of the school's gyms to work out and try to gain some strength before the sports festival. Shinso raised an eyebrow at him. Izuku shrugged and stretched out his arms. I sit in front of a screen all day. I've been getting sore. Everywhere online says that adding some physical activity into my schedule will help with that. Plus, I can't just call Mei-chan every time I need to move something heavy. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to open all the jars for you. Shinso smirked. Nope, too busy, Mei said. Now extra credit kun. Stand on the other side of that plexiglass and yell. Shinso's eyes widened. Yell. Mei grinned and nodded. We need a baseline for volume. Okay. Shinso walked across the room and waited until both Mei and Izuku had put on their earmuffs before taking a deep breath and yelling as loudly as he could, shaking the room. Mei took a few notes, looking at an instrument in her hands that Izuku had no idea what it was or how to read it, but assumed it told her something about the decibels or volume or whatever. She pulled one side of her earmuffs away from her, prompting Izuku and Shinso to do the same. Okay, extra credit kun, now try to brainwash Izuku. Shinso nodded and turned to Izuku. What's your favorite food? Katsudon. Izuku waited for the familiar feeling of Shinso's quirk to wash over him. But instead, after a few seconds, Shinso just shook his head. I can't make the connection. Is this mask electronically transmitting my voice? Yes, Mei said. Is that a problem? It must be a problem with quirk transmission, Izuku said. Whatever establishes the connection is carried on the voice itself, so having a speaker probably blocks that part. Is that right? When Shinso nodded, Mei took another prototype from one of the boxes and handed it to Shinso. Okay, Mask Baby 2.0. This should magnify your voice without need for a speaker. And you just have this? Shinso asked. We knew that might be a risk, Izuku responded, and Mei enjoyed the challenge. It's not as advanced as my other babies, Mei said, but for now, it should amplify your voice and I can modify it later to act as a voice changer. Now go yell. Shinso walked back behind the plexiglass and screamed, making Izuku wince, even with his earmuffs. Mei wrote something down, then gestured for him to do it again. When he finished, Izuku felt like his ears were still ringing ... or wait, was that something else? He held up a hand to signal Shinso to stop and took off his earmuffs. Do you guys hear anything? I'm wearing earmuffs in a soundproof room. Shinso deadpanned. The only thing I can hear is my own thoughts. Izuku frowned but listened closer, and, sure enough, he could still hear something coming from outside. Do you hear that, Mei-chan? Mei nodded. It sounds like alarms. The three of them hurried to the door and opened it, only to be blasted with the sound of blaring alarms and flashing lights. The classroom was already empty, and their classmates were nowhere to be found. They must have assumed we heard the alarm, Mei said, or they tried knocking on the door and we didn't hear them. Did we cause the alarm to go off? Izuku was panicking. I didn't think we were being that loud, but if something went wrong, and I mean, sound can cause damage, look at present mic. Are we going to get in trouble? What if they never let us near a test room again? What if they expel? They're not going to be mad at us for setting off an alarm, Izuku. Mei groaned. And I don't think this was us anyway. It would have taken at least twice as much noise to trigger the auditory attack defense system. Should we leave? Shinso asked. I don't want to be here if that's a fire alarm. But my babies, Mei said. I can't just leave them. Mei, whatever Izuku was about to say was cut off by the alarms going silent. We're not. The pause system crackled to life and Nedzu's cheery voice filtered through the speakers. Hello students, the threat has been handled. Please calmly return to class. All right, then, Mei said, pushing both boys back in the soundproof room. Back to testing. Izuku thought it was odd that there was an alarm in the middle of the day. And what had Nedzu meant by threat? He meant to look into it later, he really did. But then Mei started another round of experiments, and he completely forgot. Izuku sharpened his pencils and separated the notebooks he'd dedicated to Class 1A. He didn't really think he'd learn anything new about their quirks today, since they were just doing a special rescue lesson. But it would be interesting to see how they applied their quirks in a non-combat-oriented situation. He was particularly excited to see how Katsuki reacted to being confronted with a problem that he couldn't punch. Izuku glanced at the clock. The class would be arriving in just a few minutes, assuming that no one had any issues getting into their costumes or anything. So he went ahead and opened up the camera feeds to get a visual of 13 already waiting inside. Their quirk was so amazing. Izuku made a mental note that he needed to get their autograph sometime, maybe after the sports festival. Since the students hadn't arrived yet, Izuku figured he might as well use the time to familiarize himself with the facility. It was so cool. There were all sorts of different terrain that simulated different disasters that the students would have to deal with as pro heroes. And from his place inside the system, Izuku could easily see all the different controls for each of the zones. At any point, 13, Nedzu or whoever was teaching could easily turn off any of the disaster zones if anything went wrong, or even turn them up or control them almost like a video game to offer their students more of a challenge. They'd all been set to the lowest automatic disaster setting for the first years, obviously. But Izuku knew he'd be asking Nedzu if he could observe one of the third year's rescue exercises so he could see the building's full potential. It was so cool. Movement on one of his screens caught his eye as the bus finally arrived and the students started to file off following a grumpy eraserhead like a line of little ducklings. Izuku snickered to himself. Maybe there was a way he could make sure Katsuki heard that. It would be sure to piss him off. The last student left the bus. Izuku checked the schedule. Wasn't All Might supposed to be there today? As 13 lectured the students on quirk safety, Izuku hummed thoughtfully and pulled out his phone to check the news. They had called him to ramble about a new idea, right as he was about to get on the train, so he hadn't had a chance to read the headlines that morning like he unusually did. Sure enough, All Might was all over the news, which meant that he must already be either near or over his limit for the day. Izuku couldn't really fault him, since those people obviously needed to be saved and being their hero was All Might's job, but he had been really looking forward to seeing his favorite hero perform rescue exercises just like his debut. Even if he wouldn't actually be in the same room, it still would have been really cool to watch something like that live. With the mystery of All Might's absence solved, Izuku turned his attention back to the screens in front of him, where 13 was finishing up their lecture as a blackish purple. Something started to appear behind them. Izuku frowned and zoomed in to get a closer look. He hadn't seen any obstacles like that in the system, but it was possible he'd missed something. Suddenly, every single camera cut out at the exact same time. Izuku immediately attacked his keyboard, desperately trying to convince himself that there was no reason to panic. It must just be a weird electrical glitch or something. There was no way that that purple thing was a villain trying to attack the students, right? But even if it was an electrical glitch, there was a failsafe on another electrical system that would trigger the alarms if a certain number of cameras stopped working, and that alarm wasn't going off. No alarms were. After a minute of trying to get the cameras back up, Izuku hesitantly stood up and left his desk. It was probably nothing. UAS security was the best of the best, but it still wouldn't hurt to have Powerloader call 13 and make sure everything was all right. It was completely unnecessary and would probably annoy them, because there was definitely not a villain attack happening right now, but just in case there was. Izuku slowly approached Powerloader's desk, only to find him talking to Hanzu. He didn't want to interrupt him while he was helping another student, but there might be an attack happening right now. Power loader. Midoriya. Power loader nodded to him. I'll be with you in just a minute. Izuku took a deep breath. The longer he thought about it, the more the whole situation just seemed wrong. He familiarized himself with the USJ, and there was nothing that was like that purple thing. Now was definitely not the time to let his social anxiety get the better of him. Actually, sir, Izuku tried to inject as much urgency as he could, hoping Power Loader would get the message without making the class panic. I need you to check something out. Now, Power Loader looked at him strangely. Hanzu, just keep working. I'm going to see what Midoriya needs and I'll be back in a minute. When Hanzu shrugged good-naturedly, Izuku walked back to his workroom as quickly as he could without running, grateful beyond belief that Power Loader was so different from his middle school teachers and trusted him without asking too many questions. It was nice, and he would probably be crying if he wasn't so worried. A part of him half expected the cameras to be working again when he got back to his computer, making his entire anxiety attack an embarrassing overreaction. But of course, all of his screens were still blank. Izuku waited for Power Loader to follow him in before closing the door. All right, Midoriya, what is this about? Power Loader asked. It's not like you to interrupt like that. Yes, obviously, but not. I lost contact with the USJ. Izuku blurted out. Power Loader froze. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I was watching 1A over the cameras and everything was fine. But then there was this purple thing and the cameras just stopped working. I couldn't find anything like that in the system and there should be alarms going off, but there's not. Izuku forced himself to stop rambling and took a deep breath. I think it might be a villain attack. Power Loader took a sharp intake of breath. It's All Might, 13, and Eraserhead there today, right? Izuku shook his head. 13 and Eraserhead are there, but All Might's already at his limit. Is there any way you could call them? Just to make sure everything's alright. Power Loader was already pulling out his phone. Why am I not surprised that you know about that? I'm sure everything's fine. This'll just take a minute. Izuku held his breath as the phone rang. After a long minute, Power Loader took the phone from his ear and dialed another number. Eraser sometimes doesn't answer the phone. You know how he is. He thinks it's a waste of time, but 13 should have their phone on them. Power Loader's face grew more and more worried as the phone continued ringing with no answer until he finally put it away. I need to report this to Netsu. Izuku gulped and sat down at his desk, pulling his keyboard toward him. So it was an attack then. I'll try to reconnect with the cameras and keep you updated. Power Loader nodded stiffly and left, only to return a second later with a small box that he set down on the desk in front of him. Have you ever used a comm link before? Izuku shook his head and Power Loader took one out and handed it to him. Okay, channel control is right on the side there. Just tune it to channel 3 and you'll be able to talk to any of the teachers once they turn their comms on. It's an open line, so we should be able to hear everything. Do you understand? Izuku set up the comm like Power Loader had told him and put it in his ear, then nodded. Power Loader returned the gesture before throwing open the door to the lab. Hanzu, as class rep, I'm leaving you in charge. Make sure nobody blows anything up. There were some groans and exclamations, but Power Loader didn't pay attention to any of them as he closed the door to the workroom and left the lab as quickly as he could. Izuku distantly noted that he didn't run either, so they didn't want to cause a panic at the main school then. Okay, cool. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he started troubleshooting the cameras. He had only been at it a few minutes when the pause system crackled to life, but Izuku barely noticed the announcement. All teachers please report to the front office immediately. Again, all teachers to the front office. There was a small string of code that seemed to be repeating, and it looked almost like it could be a technology quirk of some kind that was blocking the signals. Izuku felt torn. On the one hand, having a quirk involved meant that it was almost definitely villains. But on the other, Izuku knew quirks. All he had to do was find the quirk's weakness and exploit it. Midoriya. Power Loader's voice echoed in his earpiece. Are you still there? Yes, sir. Izuku didn't stop working, even as the other teachers started talking. Wait, the little listeners on the comm link. That was Present Mike's voice. He knew it well enough from listening to his radio show for years. Young Midoriya's here. All Might asked. It seemed like Netsu was ignoring all of them, since he addressed Izuku next. Have you had any luck in re-establishing contact with the USJ facility? Not yet, sir, Izuku said distractedly. But it is a technology quirk and… Yes, do you have a visual? Power Loader asked. What? Izuku's brain took a moment to catch up. Oh, no, not yet, but I figured out how the blocking quirk works. It seems to only be blocking a specific type of signal. I mean, that's obviously what our cameras are using, but I might be able to jury-rig things from my side and use another type of signal to connect. All right, Netsu said. Do that and tell us immediately when you get through. Izuku felt a small surge of pride. Netsu had said when, not if. He believed in him. He shook his head. No time to think about that right now. Right now he needed to make sure that the teachers weren't going into this fight blind. It took him a few minutes to hack his way through, but he'd already tried hacking UA twice now, so he knew how all the systems worked, and with the extra permissions that Nezu had given him, Izuku had just barely enough experience and authority to do what he had in mind. He hit one final key, the cameras flared to life again, and Izuku didn't like what he saw. Those were definitely villains. Nezu, I have a visual. What's the situation? Students have been scattered throughout the facility. Izuku reported. Eraserhead is fighting, but he's outnumbered. There are dozens of them. Mostly low level though, it looks like. 13 is by the entrance protecting some of the students. They seem to be in a stalemate with one of the villains, probably the one responsible for the purple thing I saw before the cameras cut out. Considering they seem to be made of some kind of purple mist, Izuku didn't know how he was so composed considering that there was a villain attack happening and oh god, people might die, but he supposed he was just too busy to panic. Or maybe he was channeling his panic into focus. That made sense. Suddenly, the stalemate between 13 and the villain broke. 13 is down. Izuku yelled. I repeat, 13 is down. He heard several of the teachers swear over the line, but he was too busy starting at the screen to respond. 13. Were they even going to survive that attack? Is this what villains really did? Izuku felt so powerless. He wasn't even there. He couldn't even do anything to help them. There's a physical limit to how fast we can go. Hound Dog growled. All Might sounded worried. Maybe I should. No. Izuku started scanning the cameras again. You're already at your limit. If you use what little you have left to get there, you're not going to have enough energy left to fight the villains. The students are holding their own for now. The one that hurt 13 has a warp quirk and turned their quirk against them. It was a lucky shot. And it won't work against most of the students. But Midoriya is correct. Nezu said, if there is a warp quirk, there might be other powerful quirks as well. The students need you to be as close to full strength as possible. Eraserhead is still there and the villains don't know that we know of the attack, so it's better to go as fast as humanly possible for now. Midoriya, let us know if anything changes. Will do. Izuku felt so useless. There had to be something he could do. It might help the heroes if he could figure out why the heroes were there ... and for that he needed audio. Izuku used the same hack he'd used on the cameras and started eavesdropping on the various villains' conversations, switching the microphones rapidly as he tried to overhear anything useful. ... Didn't tell me the plan, kid, I swear. One of the villains was caught in Todoroki's ice quirk. All they told me was that they're gonna kill All Might. That's all I know. Izuku switched mics again as Todoroki started unthawing the villain. The most hero-like. But then again, neither was hacking, so he couldn't talk. They're here to kill All Might. I don't know why or how yet. There was a villain near where Eraserhead was fighting, but he almost seemed to be supervising instead of fighting himself. Izuku switched to one of the mics near him as the villain started scratching at his neck. A stress response. When's the final boss gonna get here? The villain's voice was raspy as he muttered to himself. We're running out of NPCs. So immature. It was hard to tell how old the villain was, but considering that he called his own men NPCs, he was almost definitely the leader. Probably antisocial, considering the video game references. Final boss must be All Might. Did he know that the heroes were on their way? No, then he would have said something about final bosses or even mini-bosses. But he didn't, so he was probably thinking that All Might was just late. Still, the video game references gave him an idea. Now that he'd done it twice, it didn't take Izuku all that long to hack into each of the different zones. Within minutes, he had the weapons of artificial flooding, earthquake simulators, flamethrowers, and so much more at his fingertips. With Eraserhead slowing down, he had to do everything in his power to make sure that the students were safe. Alright, villain, you want to treat this like a game. Izuku stretched his hands out in front of him, popping his knuckles. Then let's play. Alright, villain, you want to treat this like a game. Then let's play. Nezu felt a thrill at his protégé's words and couldn't help the sharp smile that came to his face even as his coworkers shivered. He wasn't 100% sure what had prompted the challenge, since Midoriya's near-constant muttering had trailed off after giving a passing analysis of who appeared to be the villain's leader. But whatever was about to happen, it was sure to be simply marvelous. Nezu had never been more grateful than he was at that moment for his protégé's mumbling habit, for never having received any training when it came to the man-in-chair position, as it was often fondly called. Midoriya was doing remarkably well. When he addressed his comments to the heroes, Nezu noted that he was trying to pick the largest threats and most relevant details to mention, all while keeping his head and hacking through the system. Whatever small details his student happened to leave out were covered by his unintentional mutterings. So it all worked out. Nezu had been a tad concerned when Midoriya had identified the glitch as the effects of a technopathic quirk, but it turned out that his worry was unfounded, as his student had bypassed even that challenge with little issue. He was so proud. He ... He sounds so confident. All Might noted quietly. He should. Midnight whispered back. He beat a technology quirk from inside the system. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't know about the attack at all. Present Mike looked slightly pale, most likely wondering if the next thing Midoriya reported would be his husband's murder. Never having had interest in romantic connections himself, Nezu couldn't even imagine what he must be going through. All they could do now, however, was get there as quickly as possible and trust Midoriya to handle the rest. Izuku checked the cameras to make sure Eraserhead was still going strong before turning his attention to the student. The plaza wasn't a disaster zone, so he didn't have nearly enough control of it to do anything useful, and if Eraserhead were here with him, he'd probably insist that Izuku help the students first, prioritize the rescue. The students in the shipwreck zone seemed to be in the most immediate danger. There were just 2 students, a girl with a frog quirk and a boy with adhesive hairballs, if Izuku remembered correctly. The frog girl could probably jump to safety with little issue, but the boy was panicking too much for her to do anything without leaving him behind, something that wasn't helped by the fact that the ship was literally sinking. It must have been one of the villain's quirks that damaged it and ... Yep, they all had quirks that took advantage of the water. Okay, easy enough, Izuku muttered. Let's just see how useful your quirks are without any water. Izuku hit a key and the pool started draining. It was slow going at first and Izuku was almost worried that the water level wouldn't go down fast enough to do any good, until he noticed that one of the drain settings was labeled Whirlpool. Izuku clicked on it. I wonder what that does. It was as if the gates of hell had opened up beneath the villains as the water began to vortex down the drain. The villains were yelling, accusing one another of manipulating the water and creating enough general confusion that the frog girl was able to grab the ball boy by the waist and jump them both to safety. As they passed overhead, the boy started throwing his balls at the villain in a panic. Izuku almost wanted to facepalm. What kind of idiot thought it was a good idea to call attention to himself during a villain attack? It ended up working out even better than Izuku could have hoped for, though, since the balls followed the flow of the water and brushed up against the villains, making them stick to each other. By the time the 2 students had reached the relative safety of the shore, the pool was almost entirely empty and the villains had somehow formed a ball of bodies that would be almost impossible to escape unless those balls somehow lost their stickiness, which according to Izuku's analysis of the ball boy's quirk, wouldn't be happening anytime soon. 1 zone down, a lot of others to go. Todoroki seemed to have things handled in the landslide zone, and Katsuki would probably just get mad if he received any help in the ruin zone, so that left the fire zone, the downpour zone, and the mountain zone for Izuku to choose from. Izuku. He startled as Mei slammed the door to his workroom open. Hanzu is a boring class rep. He won't even let me make a little fire. Not now, Mei-chan, Izuku said distractedly. The kid with a tail quirk. Anjiro. He was fighting alone in the fire zone and there was a guy approaching him from behind. They came up behind him. Is that the USJ? Izuku took control of one of the flamethrowers and turned it up to high. Ajiro whirled around as he heard the villain scream, but couldn't waste too much time figuring out what had happened, since another villain was already running toward him, using some kind of telekinesis to control the flames. It was supposed to be a standard rescue exercise for 1A, but Mei was silent for a long moment as Izuku cut off all the fire within 50 feet of Ajiro and his current opponent. The villain's eyes widened in shock as his entire weapon supply disappeared before he could blink. But Adrio was the first to recover, using his tail like a whip to knock the guy out. What can I do to help? Izuku glanced over at his best friend, surprised to see her looking serious for one of the first times since he'd met her. It would have been enough to creep him out if he couldn't see the familiar gleam of determination and passion in her eyes as they quickly zoomed in and out, flicking rapidly between the different screens as she took in every detail. Close the door. We don't want the other students panicking. As Mei complied, he turned his attention back to the fire zone. Ajiro had started running after he took out his last opponent. But he obviously didn't know where he was going, because he was just running deeper and deeper into the maze. He sensed Mei behind him again, so he jerked his head toward the extra chair sitting against the wall and slid over to give her room to sit beside him. With one hand, Izuku grabbed one of the earpieces from the box Powerloader had left on his desk, and with the other, he created a wall of flames right in Ajiro's path to force him to turn tail. Good, he was heading in the right direction now. Izuku threw the comm to Mei right as she sat down. Channel 3, controls are on the side. I've already gotten access to the disaster zones and the teachers are on their way, so we just need to keep the students alive until they get there. Mei grinned as she plugged in another keyboard and pulled it toward her, so I do get to make explosions. Izuku couldn't help smiling back, as many as you want. Here, you can have the fire and downpour zones. I've been using the fire to guide Ajiro, that's the student with the tail, to the exit. I don't know how the ones in the downpour zone are doing. Just leave it to me, Izuku. Mei cackled, using a flamethrower to keep Adrio from turning down a dead end. This is so much more fun than listening to the class rep. Midoriya. Powerloader somehow managed to sound both amused and exasperated. Did you really need to give Hatsum access to more dangerous experiments? Oh, Mei exclaimed. Are those the teachers? Hi, Power Loader. If she handles 2 of the zones, I can focus on the mountain zone and the plaza. Izuku explained simply. Don't worry, Mei-chan knows destruction better than almost anyone I know. Power Loader groaned. That's what I'm worried about. Izuku turned his attention to the mountain zone just in time to see the girl with the earphone jack quirk. Gyro pushed the electricity boy in the path of one of the villains, which didn't make any sense until the villain went down. Izuku rolled his eyes as the electricity boy gave the girls a confident thumbs up. Was his name Kaminari? Anyway, how much control did Izuku have? A full earthquake would mess up the students as well, so he should try to avoid that. But that would work. As a villain swung to attack the creation quirk girl. Midnight had totally helped design that costume, hadn't she? Whatever, not important right now. Just as the villain was about to land a hit, he found himself launched into the air as a pillar of rock suddenly popped up out of the ground directly beneath him. Izuku grinned. The teachers probably used this feature mostly to change the landscape and give upperclassmen a variety of landscapes and obstacles without having to constantly rely on Semontas's quirk. But he could use it to well, quite literally trip up the invaders, considering that he'd raised up a small ledge and made one of the villains fall flat on their face as they ran toward Gyro. Keeping one eye on the mountain zone, Izuku glanced over toward the plaza. Nedzu, is there anything I can use in the plaza? The only thing I see is the fountain, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be very useful. And I don't think the villains have noticed yet, but Eraserhead is starting to slow down. There was a soft gasp on the other end of the line, but Izuku couldn't tell which of the teachers it was from. Vaguely, Izuku was aware that one of the mountain zone villains had popped up out of the ground and was making his way toward the plaza as well. Finally, Nedzu spoke up. There's not any disaster simulators there, but every building on campus has defense systems if you can access them. All right, weapons. Izuku muttered and poked around for a moment. Perfect, found them. Good, Nedzu said. Now, be aware that most of the firepower is not as precise as this situation requires, and that the more lethal options might take a few minutes to warm up. Be careful, Midoriya. Izuku nodded, his throat suddenly very dry. Oh okay. That's a lot of pressure, says the kid who's already started fighting back. Hound Dog growled. Don't overthink it, kid. Just do your best and save who you can. Everything else will have to come later. Izuku glanced at Mei, who nodded at him firmly, and he felt a flood of determination take over him. Yes, sir. I'll do my best. He took a moment to look over his weapons options, deciding to use the guns only as a last resort. It looked like the best option he had was some kind of weighted net. He shot one experimentally at a knot of villains that was standing far enough away from the fight that Izuku didn't have to worry about hitting Eraserhead. The net hit the group head-on, and instantly, all action stopped as everyone in the plaza turned to look and tried to figure out where the net had come from. The leader started scratching at his neck again. After his initial success, Izuku was feeling a little more confident, so aimed another net at the leader. If he could trap him, then Izuku fired, only for the net to disappear into a purple portal right before it hit its target. Another portal appeared near Eraserhead and the net came flying out, forcing him to dodge. Izuku grimaced. Sorry, my bad. The warp villain appeared next to the leader, looking quite a bit worse for wear from his fight with the students at the entrance. Izuku noticed a few purple balls stuck to the armor on his neck, along with chunks of concrete, so the 2 students from the shipwreck zone must have made it to the entrance and helped with the fight there. The 2 villains seemed to be talking, so Izuku scrambled to access the audio from the plaza, turning it up loud enough for both him and Mei to hear the conversation. Allowed one of the students to escape, Shigaraki. The warp villain's voice was deep and smooth. It would almost be calming if it didn't belong to a villain. He will almost definitely raise the alarm, which means that the heroes will be here soon. Izuku glanced over at the cameras for the entrance. Which student had escaped? Oh, that was perfect. The kid with the engine quirk escaped. Izuku told the teachers. He should be heading your way now. Good, Nedzu said. That means that the villains won't be expecting us so quickly. Notify us if anything else changes. Yes, sir. The leader was scratching his neck hard enough to bleed. If you weren't our escape route, Kurogiri, I'd dust you right now. And tell me, why is the information we got so far off? I was told this would be a mob raid, so how come this level is acting like a tower defense? Izuku gulped. They'd noticed his interference. He shook his head and forced himself to focus on the hints of the leader's quirk. He'd said something about dust. So did he have a quirk that allowed for dust manipulation? If so, Izuku would need to limit destruction in the plaza. The villain that Izuku had seen escape from the mountain zone stepped between the 2 leaders and interrupted their conversation. We have a problem. I don't know how, because I haven't deactivated my quirk since I stepped through the portal, but someone from the outside got through and seems to be using the building to fight back. The lead villain, Shigaraki, if Izuku had heard correctly, suddenly stilled. So, what you're saying is that someone is using cheat codes? The warp villain, Kurogiri apparently, interrupted the blocker's confusion with an air of professionality. I don't suppose there's a way to tell where the interference is coming from. A set of coordinates would be most appreciated. Shigaraki whirled to pin the blocker with a manic stare, only partially visible behind the creepy hand that the villain was using as a mask. Yes, tell us where the cheater is. Now, Izuku forgot how to breathe and he could barely hear Mei's gasp beside him as she moved to crush his hand. If they figured out they were at the main school, they could warp to get them, which would put the rest of the student body in danger. The teachers were all gone to handle the attack, and if the location of the attack changed, they wouldn't be able to get here in time. The blocker took a hesitant step back and raised his hands nervously. That's not how my quirk works. I can block certain kinds of electronic signals, but I'm not a tracker. Even if I could track the interference like that, I'd end up with an IP address, which doesn't necessarily tell you where the computer is physically located. Shigaraki took his hand away from his neck and spread his fingers. Then what are you even good for? Before Izuku could even react, Shigaraki lunged and gripped the blocker's face. A strangled scream left the man's mouth before it was cut off as first his mouth, then his vocal cords, then his lungs disintegrated under the villain's touch. Within 30 seconds, the only thing left of the blocker was a pile of bones, blood, and dust. Izuku breathed. Midoriya, present Mike's voice, much less exuberant than normal, brought him back to the present, and Izuku looked over at Mei, who looked like she was about to throw up. How long had they been sitting there? Are you and the other little listener okay? You went quiet there. And what was that about dust? Izuku swallowed the bile that was starting to climb up his throat. The leader ... his quirk ... he just killed ... it's my fault. There was a panicked flurry of noise on the other end of the comm, but the white noise in Izuku's brain was louder. He'd never seen someone die before. If it wasn't for Izuku's interference, would Shigaraki still have killed that guy? Probably not. So it was all Izuku's fault that he was dead. Slow down, young Midoriya. All Might's voice wasn't quite the same as it was when he was in his hero form, but it still brought back enough memories of long hours in front of the computer to be slightly comforting. Start from the beginning. First off, is Eraserhead all right? What? Izuku looked at the screen helplessly. Even though it seemed like the world had stopped for him, the fight was still going. Eraserhead was still slowly being overwhelmed by the cannon fodder as Shigaraki and Kurogiri watched impassively, as if they hadn't just casually left a body in the middle of the plaza. Eraserhead is fine, they reported, apparently recovering from the shock a little quicker than Izuku had been able to. The villain killed one of his own men. He killed him because of me, Mei-chan. Izuku's voice cracked. That man is dead because of me. Mei looked at him, the emotions in her eyes swirling between pity, helplessness, and something else that Izuku couldn't name. I know, but they're gonna kill a lot more people if we do nothing. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out slowly before addressing the teachers and throwing himself into his analysis. He could deal with everything later. The leader's name is Shigaraki. He has a disintegration quirk that seems to spread from wherever he touches, most likely a 5-point activation quirk, just like Uraraka's gravity nullification. Unknown whether he can control the speed with which something turns to dust. The warp quirk user's name is Kurogiri and he appears to be the right hand, also more mature than Shigaraki. All other villains are most likely hired muscle. Izuku still didn't want to use the guns that Nezu had mentioned, but he went into the defense system and started booting them up anyway. If Shigaraki was willing to kill so easily, Izuku had to be prepared. Mei was right. All he could worry about right now was making sure Shigaraki didn't kill anyone else. Mei-chan, you take over the mountain zone, Izuku said. I need to focus on the plaza. Will do, Izuku-kun. Mei turned toward the screen and her eyes widened. Oh my god. What? Izuku turned to check what was wrong, only to end up with Mei's hands over his eyes. Mei-chan, what are you doing? I can't see. What's going on over there? Powerloader demanded. Kids, we're fine, Powerloader sensei. Mei yelled. It's just that Izuku-kun doesn't need to see that. I literally just saw someone die. Mei-chan. Izuku grumbled. What's worse than that? Well, it's just that. Mei's voice sounded embarrassed. One of the girls in the mountain zone had a costume malfunction. I knew that costume was going to be a problem. Izuku grumbled. Her quirk works through skin exposure, Mei-chan. It's not a big deal. If I promise not to look, can I have my eyes back? Hatsum, please. Present Mike sounded somewhat desperate. Midoriya needs to help Shouta. Oh, Mei snatched her hands back as if she'd just been burned. I'm so sorry, I wasn't thinking. Sometimes trauma is like that. Hound Dog interrupted patiently. Experiences like this make the brain want to cling to any sense of normalcy it can get. Honestly, you kids are first years and aren't even in the hero course. You shouldn't be going through any of this. If we weren't involved, you still wouldn't know about the attack, Izuku said resolutely. We're fine. Crap, Shigaraki's on the move. Izuku turned up the volume so he could hear Shigaraki's muttering. 0.24 seconds, then 20, then 17. It took a moment for Izuku to make the connection. And when it did, he couldn't help feeling like he'd somehow gotten caught in Todoroki's ice quirk. He's figured out Eraserhead's tell. Eraserhead tensed and jumped away from Shigaraki as he ran forward, and Izuku sighed in relief. I was worried for a second that Eraserhead had been too busy to see Shigaraki's quirk in action. But he's keeping his distance, so he's safe for now. Eraserhead prides himself on having good situational awareness. Netsu said he wouldn't be such an effective hero if he was unable to multitask. I've gotten almost all of the students out of the disaster zones, Mei reported. Most of them are heading toward the entrance, but a few are trying to make their way toward the plaza. Get in their way, please, Miss Hatsume, Netsu ordered. We need to keep the students away from the most dangerous villains as much as possible. But, Hatsume, Powerloader said her name like it was a warning, which it probably was, although Izuku had no idea what the punishment for disobedience would be. Most likely no access to flammable materials for a week. Fine, have it your way. Mei huffed and started typing. Izuku glanced over to see Katsuki and Kirishima struggling to keep their feet as a mini earthquake shook the path they were on. It wouldn't hold them back for long, but he trusted Mei to keep them safe. Turning back to his own screen, Izuku stopped breathing as he realized that Shigaraki had stopped the cat and mouse game he'd been playing with Eraserhead and was now scratching his neck again. This couldn't be good. Stupid cheater, Shigaraki muttered. If it wasn't for the stupid extra player with the cheat codes, I could have taken Eraserhead out easily. His quirk isn't good for long drawn-out battles with big groups. No ... good hero. Eraserhead panted and shot his capture weapon toward Shigaraki. ... is a ... one-trick pony. Kurogiri appeared beside Shigaraki and the capture weapon disappeared harmlessly into a portal, only to reappear at Eraserhead's ankles. Eraserhead rolled away and his hair started floating. The portals disappeared, cutting the capture weapon neatly in half as they closed. Izuku shivered slightly. If Kurogiri closed one of his portals while someone was halfway through, would you like me to take care of him? Kurogiri asked. Shigaraki stopped scratching his neck and grinned widely enough that Izuku could see the expression behind the hand on his face. No, Eraserhead might be cool, but he doesn't know that I'm not the final boss here. Namu. Izuku didn't know how he'd missed the giant shadow that slammed Eraserhead into the ground. But if he'd thought about it at all, he would have assumed that the bird villain with an exposed brain was just another one of the thugs Shigaraki had hired. He would have been wrong. What even is that thing? Mei's voice raised in barely concealed panic, and Izuku decided he didn't like it when she panicked. That was supposed to be his job. I don't know. Izuku stalled for a moment, ignoring the teacher's barrage of questions on the other end of the comm as he analyzed the villain. Everyone shut up. Eraserhead is still alive. At least, Izuku hoped he was, but he could have sworn he'd seen the hero moving around a little, even after whatever that thing was had stopped beating him. But the students are on their own now. He's not going to be able to fight anyone with those injuries. As for what attacked him ... well, it doesn't seem human. It has a strength aspect to its quirk, definitely. But it also seems to have some sort of bird mutation, which should normally come with more fragile bones and diminished physical strength that this villain obviously hasn't shown signs of. Izuku trailed off as Shigaraki started speaking again. Bragging, his brain corrected. What do you think of him? Shigaraki said gleefully. He's the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace, but you can call him Namu. He's got his own set of cheat codes to beat the big boss. Bioengineered anti-symbol of peace, Mei repeated, horrified. That thing was invented. That's somebody's baby. Their backup is going to be coming soon. Between the student that escaped and that noob with the cheat codes, it's game over. Shigaraki growled and brought his hand up to start scratching his neck again, only to freeze right before he made contact. How about we leave the symbol of peace a present to break his pride when he gets here? He lunged toward Eraserhead, but Izuku was already ready. He shot every weapon he could think of at the space between Shigaraki and the hero, but apparently Kurogiri was already expecting his attack. Each of the rockets, bullets, and other projectiles he's launched were effortlessly redirected upwards, harmlessly exploding near the ceiling. Portions of the dome shattered from the shrapnel and bullets, and the remaining thugs ran for cover as shards started raining down. But even falling glass wasn't enough to stop Shigaraki from grabbing Eraserhead's face just like he had grabbed the blocker earlier. Mei and Izuku both held their breath as all 5 of Shigaraki's fingers made contact. Nothing happened. You really are so cool, Eraserhead. Shigaraki grinned. At least he seemed to respect Eraserhead as an opponent. Not that that would be enough to keep him alive. Namu. Izuku had already launched another net at the Namu, hoping to cancel his quirk in time to soften the blow, making sure to shoot a rocket at Kurogiri at the same time in an attempt to distract him. The half-baked plan worked and the net wrapped around the monster, but even with the net canceling his quirk, The Namu still slammed Eraserhead's face into the concrete with an audible crack, and the hero finally went completely limp. Shigaraki simply huffed and disintegrated the net like it was nothing before turning his attention back toward the now unconscious Eraserhead. How far out are you guys? Izuku's brain whirled with a million plans as he addressed the heroes. About 5 minutes, Netsu said, but All Might could get there in 2 if. Do it, Izuku ordered. Power up and get over there. I'll distract them. Izukan, Mei warned, don't you dare. Young Midoriya, I really must insist. All Might's voice overlapped Mei's and the other heroes as they tried to stop him. But Izuku resolutely ignored them as he connected to the PA system. Shigaraki froze with his hand only inches away from Eraserhead's face as Izuku's voice, slightly warped from both the technology and the acoustics of the building, echoed around the USJ. Hello. He took a deep breath and forced a shaky smile onto his face in a poor attempt to both assure Mei and to make himself sound more confident. You seem to be having a little trouble. Shigaraki's entire body contorted in rage as he frantically looked around for whoever was speaking. You're the cheater who switched up the levels. Who are you? Izuku looked to Mei, who was looking at him with wide eyes. There was no way he could tell Shigaraki his real name. The villain would be able to track him too easily, and that would put Mom, Mei, even Katsuki's family in danger because Shigaraki could choose to target any of them to get to him. He also couldn't say he was Deku for many of the same reasons. He'd grown up with that nickname, and it was way too strongly associated with Izuku Midoriya. It wouldn't take more than a few days of asking around to figure out who Deku really was if Shigaraki asked the right people. As his thoughts whirled, a memory of something that Shigaraki had said earlier popped into his mind, and Izuku had to hold in a breathy sigh of relief. What kind of a question is that? You said it yourself, Shigaraki. For this to work, Izuku needed to be someone Shigaraki could respect, someone confident, and an opponent who he knew could counter him at every turn. He gave a cocky smile and leaned back in his chair, hoping to channel that same energy into his voice. I'm cheat code. Netsu was beginning to understand Yamada's panic now. He was torn between bursting with pride for his student's quick thinking and wanting to ground him until he was 30 for his recklessness. Why did he have to call attention to himself like that? The villains had a warp quirk, for goodness sakes. What would happen if they simply warped over to the main campus and attacked Midoriya directly? He was quirkless and didn't have any strength or training to defend himself with. Netsu didn't want to lose his student before he'd even really had a chance to teach him. But now wasn't the time for panic. Now was the time for his intelligence to shine. It was the time for damage control and protecting his reckless student from himself so that his reckless student could protect the other children from the villain. Was this what parenthood felt like? Everyone, please only refer to Midoriya as cheat code from now on, Netsu ordered, especially when we arrive at the USJ. We don't want him to become a target. Yes, sir. All Might's voice echoed over the comms. Young Ada is heading your way. He tried to stop me, but I decided to leave him to you. Ah, I see the little listener now, Yamada said. Ada was kicking up dust as he headed their way, almost slid as he saw the teachers and skidded quickly to a stop. Teachers, there is an attack. I wanted to warn All Might, but he ignored. We know, Young-un. We done been told by. Snipe trailed off and glanced at Netsu, who shook his head. Snipe nodded resolutely. By a third party. Come with us. You best give your report on the way. For a moment, Netsu thought that Ada would collapse in relief. But after a second, he squared his shoulders and started running back the way he had come as the teachers followed. Yes, sir. As Ada filled in the gaps and described the attack, Netsu couldn't help but feel like they couldn't get there soon enough. On screen, Shigaraki was attacking his neck like it had personally offended him. Where are you, cheat code? Tell me. That's the way your warp quirk works, isn't it? Izuku asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. You can't come stop me if you don't actually know exactly where I am. That's why you were so angry when your signal blocker couldn't tell you my location. Cheat code, Mei said softly. I've unlocked the doors. Most of the students are evacuating now, but there are a couple overachievers I'm having to keep away from the plaza. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. Faintly over the comms, he heard the sound of people cheering and smiled. It had been 2 minutes. That's the thing about having the cheat codes, Shigaraki, Izuku said. Not only can I change the levels, but the boss is on my side. What the actual goddamn fuck? Bakugo growled as yet another wall collapsed in front of them, blocking their path for the 5th time in 5 minutes. Ijiro was secretly relieved. Dude, have you noticed that the walls only collapse if we try heading toward the fight? Maybe if we try heading toward the entrance. Shut up, shitty hair, Bakugo screamed. I'm gonna take down their stupid escape route and a few walls aren't gonna be enough to stop me. But did you hear that dude on the intercom? Ijiro asked. This cheat code guy is probably doing this. He's probably working with the teachers, so if we just leave, I'm not gonna let some coward who won't even show his face get in my way. Bakugo yelled and exploded another piece of rubble so he could get through. Now are you gonna help me or not? Ijiro instinctively hardened as an insane burst of wind pressure whipped through the USJ, and he hoped he wasn't imagining the booming voice that followed. I am here. Toshinori wasn't smiling. The situation was just as bad as young Midoriya had made it out to be. A broken Aizawa was pinned under a massive villain that he assumed to be the Namu that he had been warned of, so now his main duty was to save his coworker. If only he'd been here. Toshinori lunged forward, calling the full power of One for All into the punch. Dust whipped up from the force of the attack, and Toshinori was just getting ready to grab Aizawa and get him out of there when he realized that the villain ... No, the monster hadn't even budged. That's not going to work. All Might, a young man with dirty blue hair and a hand over his face, cackled loudly. Namu has cheat codes of his own to kill the big boss. The only way you're going to be able to beat him is to slowly gouge out his flesh. And I don't think he's going to let you do that. Shock absorption. Young Midoriya muttering echoed around the plaza. But he had a strength ... And no super strength was never his quirk, was it? That's why he was still able to hurt Eraserhead, even with the net, which should have blocked. You're not as smart as you like to pretend. Cheat code. The young man, who Toshinori realized must be Shigaraki, the leader, said gleefully, are you forgetting that Namu is a mod? He doesn't have to follow the rules. Toshinori really should read up on the teenagers' lingo if this was how the next generation of villains were going to talk. Because seriously, they might as well be speaking Greek. All that he got from that was that Namu was dangerous, but he'd already known that. Young Midoriya's observations, however, were much more useful. Shock absorption, Toshinori rushed the Namu and grabbed him from behind, yanking him up and forcing him to let go of Aizawa. Thanks for telling me how to beat him. He bent backwards, careful to avoid the unconscious Aizawa as he suplexed the villain into the ground. If he could just stop him from moving. That couldn't be good. Izuku turned on some fans so that the dust would clear faster and he could get a clear visual of the fight. All Might had managed to get a hand on the Namu, but unfortunately, the Namu had also gotten a hand on him. Kurogiri had created a warp gate right where All Might had tried to bury the Namu and created another one under All Might so the villain could grab him. The Namu was digging his fingers into All Might's side and had apparently managed to open his old scar, if the blood staining All Might's shirt was any indication. All Might desperately tried to pry the Namu's hands away from his left side. But the angle was all wrong, and Izuku still couldn't get his mind off what Shigaraki had said about Namu not following the rules. What had he meant by that? Good work, Kurogiri. Shigaraki grinned. We've got him right where we want him now. Normally, I wouldn't want blood dirtying the inside of my warp gates, Kurogiri said calmly. But for a hero such as yourself, I am willing to make an exception. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what their plan was. Namu was strong, so if he was able to pull All Might halfway through the portal, Izuku couldn't let that happen, but what could he? He muted his connection to the USJ's PAW system. Nedzu, how far out are you? We can see the building, Nedzu said. We'll be there momentarily. Izuku's mind raced as he thought about the quirks they had available. Is Ida still with you? Yes, he is, President Mike said. But we were about to send him to check on the other little listeners. All right, here's what you need to do. Izuku kept an eye on the plaza, where Shigaraki seemed to be taking his time toying with All Might before killing him. Cementos. Liquefy the cement under your feet so you can slide easily, and have Ida use his quirk to push you to the USJ and get you there faster. If you can harden it right after you've passed so Ida doesn't have to worry about slipping, that'd be best. When you get inside, use your cement to immobilize the villain holding All Might. Present Mike, you use your quirk to tell the students to get out of the way. Got it. Yeah. Hey, kids. Clear a path for us, you dig. Izuku noted that the comms were programmed to decrease the volume of Mike's voice when he activated his quirk. He'd definitely have to take a look at that coding after this was over. That was so cool. He listened to Cementos briefly relay his instructions to Ida, and then there was a sound of an engine before a gray and white blur launched through the front doors, stopping just before the steps. Within seconds, the cement under the plaza had come alive and hardened just short of All Might, neatly encasing the monster. Crap. Shigaraki scratched his neck. The heroes are here. Perhaps it would be best for us to make our exit, Kurogiri said, already making a portal to leave. No, we can't let them get away, Izuku yelled. Does he even have a real body to target? Cheat code Kun, Mei yelled and pointed at the screen. If he's got armor, he's got a body. I overheard Rock Kun and Bomb Kun saying something about it. And armor is made of metal, which Izuku scanned through the weapons until he found a taser, then reconnected his audio. Wasn't your objective to kill All Might? That set Shigaraki off. Show your stupid face, you cheater. If it wasn't for you changing the rules, our quest would be done by now. Tamura Shigaraki, calm down. Kurogiri was so distracted trying to calm Shigaraki's most recent tantrum that he didn't see the attack coming until the electricity hit him in the back. Immediately, he seized up and fell to the ground unconscious, and the mist surrounding his body temporarily dissipated just enough for Izuku to see the man underneath, though the effect disappeared before he could get a good look at the villain's face. Knocking him out had also caused the portal to close, slicing the Namu in half. Izuku felt like he was going to throw up. Sure, the Namu didn't seem human, but he probably was, and it was Izuku's attack that caused the portal to close and kill him. Wait, how was the Namu still moving? I told you, cheat code. Shigaraki gloated as the Namu completely regenerated his missing limbs. Namu doesn't follow the rules. How? Izuku watched in shock. Multiple quirks? That would change everything we know about. Fight now, nerd later. May reminded him. Man, these students really want to fight, don't they? It's just these three, but I'm running out of stuff to throw at them. Izuku muted himself and looked over at the screens Mei was working with. It was Katsuki and Kirishima on one and Todoroki on the other. All extremely powerful students and all probably itching for a fight. Izuku knew he couldn't trust Katsuki not to try to explode Shigaraki the moment he saw him. But one of the other two ... Well, maybe it'd be worth the risk to get Aizawa out of there so that All Might could fight without worrying about hurting him even more. Let Todoroki through, Izuku ordered. It would be too difficult to separate Kirishima from Katsuki. I'll handle it from there. Mei looked at him skeptically. Are you sure? Netsu said. I'll take the blame if something happens, Mei-chan. Izuku said. Just do it. This was the oddest villain attack Shadow had ever been a part of. Not that he had many other experiences to compare it to. First, the villains breaking into a secure facility. Then the absolutely pitiful efforts of the front line. And finally, the way that the building itself had seemed to come alive to prevent him from helping in the main fight. That last one was probably due to cheat code, whoever that was. Shadow had heard his father ranting about idiots in support who didn't know when to shut up and take orders, by which he meant to say that they thought they could tell Endeavor what to do. Cheat code must be someone like that, which basically meant that Shadow liked him already. That didn't mean, however, that he was going to stop fighting. He had been training his entire life to be a hero, so he could more than handle these weak villains. It was stupid to make Aizawa keep fighting alone and outnumbered when Shadow could help. Cheat code, however, seemed determined to make him leave, which meant that it was both relieving and incredibly suspicious when the environment suddenly stopped fighting him. Shadow wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth, so he rushed toward the plaza as quickly as he could and took stock of the situation. It was chaos. The teachers had arrived and were beginning to fight the last of the cannon fodder that Aizawa and his classmates hadn't taken care of, but they apparently weren't out of the woods yet. A giant villain was matching All Might punch while trying to maneuver around Aizawa, who was on the ground, but appeared to be waking up. The warp villain was on the ground as well, but the leader was using the fight between All Might and the monster to shield himself from any potential attacks from the teachers. Shadow, however, might be able to get a clear shot at him. It would put him at risk, especially since he didn't know what the villain's quirk was. But living with his father was a risk too, so it was just what heroes did. It was only years of his father's training that kept him from jumping when a loud voice echoed from a speaker right behind him. Use your ice as a slide to get Eraserhead out of there and take him to the entrance. Shadow knew there was no point in looking around. Since it was almost definitely cheat code giving the orders, wouldn't it be better to attack the leader directly? Prioritize the rescue. Cheat code pleaded. All Might can't fight at full power if Eraserhead is in the way, and he's in no condition to keep fighting right now. Izuku held his breath as Todoroki hesitated, looking between Shigaraki and Eraserhead before nodding. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. There had been no guarantee that Todoroki would trust him, especially since the students probably didn't know he was working with the teachers, but he'd been hoping. A slick track of ice shot forward from Todoroki's foot and froze the ground under Eraserhead. Then more ice piled underneath him until gravity took control and Eraserhead, who was now awake, if extremely disoriented, was able to slide away from the fight. Honestly, on second thought, sliding him probably hadn't been the safest option with his injuries. But it was the only thing Izuku could think of that wouldn't put Todoroki at risk, and he'd promised Netsu that he would protect the student. Hopefully Eraserhead wouldn't be too angry at him. All Might glanced over to Todoroki with a nod. Take care of him, young Todoroki. For about half a second, Izuku wondered if Todoroki would attack the villains anyway. But then Eraserhead groaned quietly. Todoroki's eyes filled with something unreadable, and he nodded to All Might before helping Eraserhead back to the entrance. Good. Now onto the Namu. There's no way to know what quirks the Namu has, Izuku broadcasted, grateful that he'd insisted on All Might saving his strength for the fight. But if he was designed to beat you, All Might, he's probably got what it takes to withstand you at full strength. Then I'll just have to go beyond that, All Might said. Plus Ultra. The surrounding fights came to a gradual stop as everyone had to anchor themselves to avoid being blown away from the whirlwind that was created as the two exchanged blows faster than Izuku could see. He couldn't help fanboying just a bit as All Might used a final punch to knock the Namu through the ceiling. Whoa. Well, villain. All Might grinned. You're outnumbered and your ultimate weapon is out of commission. Are you really sure you can beat this level? No, cheaters. Shigaraki lunged forward and Izuku's breath caught as he realized that All Might was steaming. Going beyond his quirk's limits like that probably took the last of his strength, but he should have enough left to dodge. Shouldn't he? Shigaraki screamed as Snipe shot his hand and one of his legs. But the rest of the bullets were redirected by a purple warp gate. Izuku swore and reached for his keyboard. When had Kurogiri woken up? Had they all been so distracted by All Might's fight that no one had noticed? He tried to think of something to stop the villains. But the warp gate was already passing over Shigaraki, taking him to God knew where. Izuku caught one final complaint from Shigaraki right as the portal closed. Sensei lied to me. All Might's not weaker at all. Why didn't he tell me about the cheater? He sighed and muted his mic as he sat back, suddenly extremely tired as the adrenaline he'd been running on for the past 30 minutes left him in a rush. Next to him, Mei was in a similar state. Present Mike had taken Eraserhead from Todoroki and was now handing him off to paramedics, who were also taking 13 and a maxed-out Kaminari. Katsuki looked pissed and Kirishima was trying to comfort him as Hound Dog escorted them out of the building. Cementos created a rough wall to block the student's view and nodded to All Might, who took that as his cue to deflate with a bloody cough. It was only after he deflated that he seemed to remember about Izuku and Mei, and he looked at the nearest camera in panic. Mei's eyes widened at All Might's small form. What the? I don't think I was supposed to see that. Izuku glanced over at her and he knew he should be way more worried about her finding out All Might's secret, but quite honestly, he was too tired to panic anymore. Yeah, he does that sometimes. For his part, All Might looked slightly exasperated. Young cheat code, this is serious. Hey, it's just Mei. Izuku shrugged. Better than the villains or all of Class 1A. That's part of why we needed to keep the students away from the fight, in addition to protecting them. Didn't want anybody seeing that, you know? And she's not gonna tell anyone. All Might, right, Mei? Right. Mei collapsed back into her chair. Okay, whatever. The number one hero has some secret transformation quirk. No big deal. All Might coughed again. I greatly appreciate your discretion, young cheat code. Nedzu cut off All Might's rambling before it could begin, making both Izuku and Mei jump. Are you and your assistant all right? Izuku and Mei exchanged a look and she giggled. We just beat the crap out of a bunch of villains. We're exhausted. And Izuku is my assistant, not the other way around. Nedzu chucked knowingly. I hid a blanket in your desk when I was creating your room. You never know when you'll need a nap after a long night of working, after all. Izuku raised an eyebrow as Mei dug through the desk's drawers and pulled out a giant fluffy monstrosity that really seemed larger than should realistically fit where they found it. Mei gasped and nuzzled her face into the blanket. Ooh, Izuku, it's so soft. Rest, Nedzu said cheerfully. You deserve it. You did well. Izuku froze. Nedzu was proud of him. Had that ever happened with a teacher before? What was he supposed to do? Should he say something? How was he supposed to handle this? Mei quite literally pulled him out of his thoughts as she dragged him to the floor and wrapped both of them in the blanket. Izuku was vaguely aware he should probably be panicking about something right now, but he was too exhausted to do anything but take the calm out of his ear and pass out. And if Shinzo happened to take a few pictures for blackmail purposes when he dropped by during lunch, well, Izuku could always find a way to hack his phone later and steal them. They canceled school the day after the USJ attack to increase security, which meant that Izuku was bored. Normally, he'd be taking notes on heroes or cool quirks that he saw on the news, but all that the news was covering was the attack and he wasn't quite ready to think about that yet. He knew that he should analyze Shigaraki's quirk or Kurogiri's warp quirk or even the Namu's mess of quirks. But every time he thought about the whole attack, he just froze. Hound Dog had pulled both him and Mei aside before they left school the day before and warned him that something like that might happen and that it was normal and expected. But he still felt guilty and frustrated. He didn't understand it. It's not like the villain's quirks weren't interesting. He just couldn't bring himself to think about them without panicking about the fact that he challenged a powerful villain or thinking through everything he did wrong that led to 13 and Eraserhead being hurt. What he really wanted to do was work on his quirk reports for the first years, but that required the notebooks in his workroom and the students' files, which could only be accessed from a UA computer. He'd already emailed Nedzu asking if he could come in and work on them, but had been told to take a well-deserved rest, so he'd, only half-jokingly, texted Mei and asked if she'd be down to help him break into UA. She'd said no. So here Izuku was, scrolling through his keep watching section of Netflix for the 5th time because nothing sounded good. It sucked. Izuku was just debating whether it'd be worth it to get takeout for lunch when someone started pounding on the door. Izuku jumped a foot in the air and somehow ended up hiding behind the couch. Had the villains found him somehow? Was his poor attempt at a persona not enough to hide him? Izuku frowned as the person outside knocked again. Shigaraki wouldn't knock. He'd just disintegrate the door. Same with Kurogiri. If he knew where Izuku lived, he'd warp straight into the house. But if it wasn't the villains, then who could it be? Izuku-kun, I swear to God, if you went to UA on your own. Izuku squeaked and raced to throw open the door and let Mei in. She already had her arm raised to knock again while Shinso stood next to her looking slightly lost. Mei didn't waste any time pushing past him and dragging him back into his apartment by the hand. Mei-chan, Izuku stuttered. Not that I'm not happy, but why are you here? Making sure you don't do something stupid, apparently. Shinso deadpanned. Hey, Izuku gave him a glare, then started grumbling under his breath. It's not like I would have broken into UA on my own, that'd be stupid. Shinso raised an eyebrow, like breaking into UA at all wouldn't be. Yeah, Izuku-kun, Mei said. Look what happened to those villains yesterday. They had to deal with you. Mei-chan, that's supposed to be a secret. Izuku glanced over at Shinso in a panic, but he just shrugged. She already told me you guys were involved when she texted me and dragged me here, Shinso said. And it's not like everyone didn't already know there was an attack. Honestly, I'm not even surprised. You two are like chaotic deities or something. Plus, there had to be a reason why I found you cuddling under your desk during lunch instead of eating. Mei cackled over the sound of Izuku spluttering. Oh, extra credit, kun. You know us so well already. Plus, I had to tell him because I needed an extra brain. Shinso's eyes widened slightly before almost immediately going back to his default bored expression. You really need to practice not sounding ominous. That's boring. Mei shrugged and slammed her notebook open on the coffee table. Look at these. Izuku and Shinso both leaned over the notebook and Izuku froze when he realized what was inside. What? Mei-chan, I don't need a logo. Mei scoffed. Of course you need a logo. Izuku-kun, imagine. Heroes are looking for the perfect analyst to help them on an important mission. Who else are they gonna pick besides cheat code? The victor of the USJ. Shinso didn't bother hiding his laughter as Izuku-kun blushed and covered his face with his arms. Mei-chan. Hence why I needed Shizo. Mei huffed. So, extra credit kun. Which of these ideas is your favorite? Hey, Shinso grinned at him and pulled the notebook toward him. These are cool. Yep, Mei grinned. I'm thinking about making stamps. Maybe even a paper embosser. You know, one of those texture things that leaves an imprint on the page. Oh, I like that idea, Shinso said, still grinning. The traitor. He was enjoying this, wasn't he? Me too, Mei said. It'll be perfect for when Izuku-kun finishes his reports on the first years, because then he can just put his logo on the final page. Izuku finally got enough control over his vocal cords to stop mindlessly sputtering and interrupt the two before they plotted to make him famous or something. Guys, don't I get any say in this? Of course, Izuku-kun, Mei said sweetly. You can pick the logo. Izuku scowled at her, but when she didn't give in, he sighed and pulled the notebook toward him. Shinso wasn't lying, they were really cool. There were a few in various stages of completion from where Mei had obviously gotten bored before finishing them. But they still gave him a really good idea of what was going through her head as she designed them. She had obviously tried to lean into the gamer aesthetic with cheat code, which Izuku could appreciate, even if he really didn't want a logo. A few of them were based on the D-pad from video game controllers, with different colors on each button. A few of them looked more like crosses, while others had buttons and others were more stylized. One even showed the D-pad on the controller, which Izuku thought was a nice touch, even if it made the logo look a little busy. Another one had the same problem, even though it went with a more hacking or PC gaming aesthetic. It was a laptop, and on the screen it had his codename written as if it was a piece of coding. There were only a few keys on the keyboard, though just the A, the B, and the spacebar, which said start for some reason. Nay, why is this computer so weird? Izuku finally asked. I wouldn't be able to code anything with that keyboard. And why just those keys? It's because it's based on a famous cheat code, Shinso said. When Mei and Izuku both turned to stare at him, he shrugged defensively. What? No one wanted to play with the future villain, so I ended up spending a lot of time playing video games. No one wanted to play with me either, but I ended up chasing hero fights, Izuku pointed out, and I ended up inventing. Mei added, but that's not important. Didn't you look at how cheat code is written? Izuku leaned down to see the paper a little better. Why, you mean the arrows on some of the letters? Ugh, Mei groaned. Izuku-kun, you're hopeless. I thought you were supposed to be super nerdy. That doesn't mean I know everything about video games, Izuku yelled. I spent forever on that. I'm sorry. It's a stylized version of the Konami code, Shinso interrupted. Up, down, left, right, B, A, start. The arrows are all in your codename. 2 ups on the H, 2 downs on the A, 1 left and 1 right on the T, another left and right on the E, then the rest of the code is on the keyboard. It's a nice touch. Oh, Izuku looked a little closer. That makes sense. The more he looked at it, he really liked the stylized way that one was written, with the arrows paying homage to a real cheat code. Honestly, it looked kinda badass, like it was something that Katsuki would be jealous of. which obviously meant that Izuku had to have it. He still didn't like the laptop though. Would it be possible to combine that writing with one of the others? Of course, May said excitedly. One of the advantages of that one is that you could just use it on its own and use it as a signature if anyone ever asks for your autograph. ... And now he was blushing again. May-chan, I'm an analyst. No one's ever going to ask me for my autograph. Never say never, Izuku. May cackled. Can we just pick one of combine it with? Izuku pouted. I like this one. Shinso pointed to the page. Though I'm also partial to the ones with glitching effects, but they would be hard to use as a signature. I'm not going to be signing anything, Izuku insisted. He looked at the logo Shinso was pointing to, which was one of the D-pad-inspired ones. Each button was like an arrow pointing to the center and the top three were purple, green, and pink, while the bottom one just said cheat code. I like it, but what do the colors mean? They're us, May said proudly. Shinso blinked at her. ... What? See, May gestured animatedly toward the page. Pink for me, green for Izuku, and purple for extra credit kun. Shinso was trying to hide his nervousness under a layer of skepticism, but to Izuku, he just looked slightly nauseous. Why am I on there? May shrugged. I needed another color and you're the first person I thought of. We could probably use another color, Izuku offered quickly. Why not orange for power loader? Then the colors would clash, they complained. Purple works best. Izuku really didn't want to make Shinso uncomfortable, which being included on the logo was clearly doing. How about we just make those 3 buttons black? Then they'll contrast well with the white button and we can put the styled cheat code signature on that one. Ooh, I like it, May said. I still like the color, but black and white will work well too. It's all techie. Shinso shot Izuku a grateful look and he smiled back as May quickly sketched out the new logo. What do you think? Izuku and Shino leaned over the page and Izuku couldn't hold back a smile. Even though he still didn't think he needed a logo, it had turned out pretty cool and it was a fun thing to do with his friends. He liked it. Now all that's left is to engrave it onto everything you own, Shinso said with a shit-eating grin. Never mind. Next time they needed to pull Shinso out of class, Izuku was going to send May. See how he liked being called extra credit kun in front of his whole class? What? He was just practicing being petty. On the one hand, Izuku probably shouldn't have snuck out of the house at dawn to get to UA early and work on the analysis packets for the hero course. On the other, May was already in the lab when he arrived, so it couldn't be too bad. Making up for lost time. Izuku laughed when he saw her. If you missed inventing so much you should have taken me up on my offer yesterday. Oh shut up Izuku. May swatted at him. But Izuku simply grinned and sidestepped as she grumbled. It's not like breaking in when security was down for improvements would even be a challenge anyway. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you want to break in another day? Maybe test their new defenses. May's eyes widened. Do you think Nedzu would give us permission? I could make so many babies for it and you could practice your hacking and can you ask him? Maybe after the sports festival. Izuku laughed. But don't you still have to fine-tune your support items for that? And we both still have to help Shinso get ready. Is that why you're here so early? May asked. Preparing for the sports festival? No. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I couldn't sleep. May looked at him with pity and a level of understanding that made Izuku feel slightly guilty. Me. Nightmares. Izuku sighed and nodded. I just ... if I had ... well, I wanted to come in and maybe get an abbreviated packet done for each student. If they'd had them a few days ago, they still wouldn't have had time to implement your suggestions. May interrupted. You know that, right? I know, but... Izuku groaned in frustration. But I just can't help but wonder. If maybe their support items were better, then maybe they wouldn't have had to go through that. May finished. It threw Izuku for a loop, but for the first time since he'd arrived, he actually looked at the invention she was currently working on. It was something like a taser, but didn't have a power source, meaning that it was most likely designed for someone with an electricity quirk, one that the user couldn't consciously direct or control. Izuku saw a stack of blueprints under that one, and he guessed that if he looked through them, he'd see one for most members of 1A and maybe some of 1B as well. You couldn't sleep either. I just need to make sure they have the best babies they can get. May said it like that was all there was to it. But even though he really hadn't known her long, Izuku could still tell she was using pragmatism to hide the tangled mess of emotions underneath. Isn't that what a support engineer does? Gives a hero their best chance, they said together, then ended up laughing. We're a mess, aren't we? May asked. Yeah, a little, Izuku said. But hey, where's the fun without chaos? I'll be in my workroom if you need me. I still have that blanket, if you need it. Izuku felt slightly hot, and figured it was from the lack of good sleep. May nodded and turned back to her newest baby. It probably won't do much good, but thanks. Izuku nodded and left toward his room when May spoke again. Thank you, she said softly. I don't know what I'd do without you, Izuku. Izuku smiled softly. Me neither. He left his door cracked open and they spent the time before their classmates arrived in companionable silence. working on their own projects. Shadow sat in the back row, half listening to his classmates talk about the USJ attack while mostly lost in his own thoughts. When the villains had shown up, he had mostly just been annoyed. Was that the right word? But it was expected, wasn't it? Villains attacked heroes. It was what they did. It made sense. What didn't make sense was the mysterious third party that had seemed intent on helping them. Shadow wasn't the only one curious either, if his classmates before class conversations were any indication. It was kind of freaky, honestly, Ajirio told Hagakure, who seemed to be hanging on his every word. It was like the building came alive all of a sudden and the fire was on my side. Every time I started going in the wrong direction, it would block my path and it would catch any villains trying to sneak up on me before they even had a chance. It was creepy ... but in a cool way, if that makes sense. Cheat code is a force of darkness, Takoyami said seriously. I cannot describe my experience in any other words than that it was as if a benevolent supernatural entity was haunting the rain itself and bending it to their will. Shut up about that fucking coward. Bakugo exploded and glared at everyone. If this cheat code fucker really wanted to help, he should have shown up in person rather than hiding behind a microphone like a scared little sheep. And he should have let us destroy the damn villains. Come on, Bikubro. You gotta admit it was kinda manly how he protected us like that. Kirishima hit his fists together with a grin. I wanna meet him. And that was the other weird thing, wasn't it? Everyone else who had ended up caught in the zones had said that the building kept fighting them until the very end unless they headed toward the entrance. But cheat code had allowed Shadow to get close enough to save Aizawa. Why him? Why not Kirishima, who was arguably kinder and more likely to listen? Was it just because Shadow had a more powerful quirkle? But Bakugo was powerful enough to fight as well. So if it was just about power, he should have been allowed to reach the plaza as well. If it was about effectiveness rescuing, wouldn't Uraraka have been a better fit? She wanted to be a rescue hero and she could have floated Aizawa out of there. So what made Shadow different? Why choose him out of all of his classmates? Apparently, that was a question for another day because Aizawa chose that moment to walk in. One of his arms was in a thick cast and there was a large piece of gauze tape beneath his eye. But overall, he seemed a lot less injured than Todoroki had expected. He flinched as the class erupted into loud cheers. Aizawa-sensei, you're all right, Ashido exclaimed loudly. We were so worried when we saw Todoroki leading you out. It's fine, Aizawa interrupted. It would have been a lot worse if the villain's full attention had been on me or if Shigaraki had managed to hit me with his quirk. But as it was, the old lady was able to heal most of it. Is 13 sensei? Uraraka asked, worried. They're still in recovery, Aizawa said. Let that be a lesson to you to always be aware of your surroundings. Quirks are dangerous, even and especially your own. Always expect someone to use every weakness against you. You got lucky this time. The thugs the League of Villains sent were low level, and cheat code protected most of you from the inner circle. But when you get out onto the streets, you're going to meet villains who are prepared to do whatever it takes to kill you. If you're not prepared for that, leave now. Nobody left. Not that Shadow was surprised. It probably hadn't really hit them yet, he supposed. Shadow didn't leave either. His father could have killed him hundreds of times over if he wasn't so worried about losing his masterpiece. So Shadow was used to the threat of death. Not to mention that the threat of death would become that much more real if he were to refuse to be a hero. Speaking of cheat code, Tsu asked tentatively. Who is he? Aizawa sighed and muttered something that sounded like problem child before addressing the class. He's an analyst. Taminari and Ashido tried to interrupt, probably to whine and beg for more info. But Aizawa silenced them with a glare and Todoroki couldn't help but notice that he didn't activate his quirk like he normally would have, so he must not be completely healed yet. He is an analyst and that is all the information you will be getting. The UA staff has decided to keep his identity under wraps to protect him for now, since I think you each can understand why we wouldn't want villains getting their hands on him. So, no, I will not be telling you who he is. Maybe he'll tell you himself eventually, but until then, you'll just have to deal with your curiosity. However, Aizawa used his good arm to pull a stack of papers from his capture weapon. He did stupidly decide to be overactive and give you these. Come up when I call your name. The room instantly dissolved into whispers as Aizawa called up Aoyama and handed him a few papers. He read through them and swore softly in French as the other members of the class were called. When Shadow's name was called, he received a packet with 2 papers stapled together. The first section gave a brief description of his quirk, while the other sections gave bulleted lists of strengths, weaknesses, and suggestions for improvement. At the end was an imprinted sticker with some kind of logo and cheat code's name. These are abbreviated analyses of your quirks and fighting styles. Aizawa explained once all the packets had been handed out. You'll apparently be receiving full versions near the end of the semester, once cheat code has had more of a chance to see you in action. He went to Nedzu early this morning, however, and insisted we give you these. Use them wisely. Analysts can be a hero's greatest ally or greatest enemy, depending on how you treat them. Whoa dude, Zero yelled. These are awesome. There's more where this came from. That's super cool. More like super freaky. Minda complained. How does this guy even know so much about us? The class looked toward Aizawa for an answer, only to find that he had already cocooned himself inside his sleeping bag and was slumped against the wall asleep, so he'd be absolutely zero help. Shadow looked more closely at his packet and frowned as he read. Strengths: ice power, ice control, strategic thinking. Weaknesses: left side is left open to attack. Danger of hypothermia. Suggestions: use fire half of quirk. The analyst only had part of the picture, but that didn't make Shadow feel any less annoyed at yet another person telling him to use his fire. He didn't have to listen to someone. Shadow froze. Hadn't he decided to trust cheat code in part because Endeavor wouldn't have? Ignoring his advice completely would be exactly what Endeavor would do, but he still couldn't use his fire. There was a loud explosion and Shadow looked up to see Bakugo throwing the remains of his smoking packet out the window. I don't fucking need this loser to tell me what I already fucking know. I don't have impulsivity issues. Aizawa crawled out of his bag, grabbed another packet from his capture weapon and slammed it down on Bakugo's desk. He mentioned you might do that. Be careful with that one. If you explode it, you won't be getting a third. Bakugo reached for the papers, sparks already leaping across his palms. But Aizawa snatched the packet out of his reach. What the fuck, old man? Bakugo, Aizawa said sternly. If you don't want to be a better hero, or a hero at all. Bakugo huffed, but grabbed the papers without setting them on fire and slumped down in his seat, staring at the packet like it had personally offended him. Shadow could relate. If only we could actually meet this analyst in person. Ada lamented loudly. I have a great many questions on how to improve my quirk's functions. Suit yourself. Gyro shivered. It was freaky enough knowing that he could make the ground collapse beneath us at any moment. My money's on him being even scarier in person. What a mad banquet of darkness. Takoyami muttered. It had already been a long day by the time Hitoshi reached the gym after school and started stretching, considering that Midoriya was probably still trying to pull Hatsune away from whatever invention she was currently working on. Hanging out with the two yesterday had been fun, but his foster parents had yelled at him when he'd gotten home, accusing him of going out and trying to join a gang despite the fact that he'd tried telling them he was going out with friends before he left. Too bad they wouldn't actually let him talk to them. Or at all. And then all everyone was talking about was the hero course. Those lucky students with the perfect quirks and everything laid out for them without having to fight tooth and nail and convince everyone that he deserved every chance that they did. Even his kidnappers had spent the day focused on them, which was annoying, even though he really didn't have any right to be angry, considering that those two had been involved with the attack. At least they didn't think he was a villain. Yet, a slight sound behind him had Hitoshi jumping to his feet and whirling around to see an injured hobo nodding at him approvingly. Good situational awareness. So your cheat code's extra credit project. Oh no. Hitoshi froze as he realized that this wasn't just any injured hobo. He was talking to Eraserhead. Eraserhead knew who he was. Hitoshi forced himself to snap out of his his hero worship, for lack of a better word. Yes, sir. Eraserhead looked at him appraisingly. You're doing physical training? Yes, sir. Hitoshi nodded quickly. I'm mostly focusing on speed and flexibility for now, since I don't have time to gain a lot of strength before the sports festival, but there'll be time for that later if you get into the hero course. Eraserhead finished. Don't underestimate stealth, either. You'd be surprised how often it can come in handy. Hitoshi's eyes went wide. Was Eraserhead really giving him advice? He didn't know what to say. What was someone supposed to say when their favorite hero gave them tips? After a too long moment where Shinso was freaking out, Midoriya burst through the door, his jacket covered in some sort of oil that must have exploded from Hatsune's most recent experiment. Shinso. Sorry I'm late, Mei-chan. Oh, Eraserhead. I didn't know you'd. Eraserhead interrupted Midoriya's rambling by bowing and Midoriya instantly turned bright red and started sputtering. What? Eraserhead, sir, I don't what? You helped save my students. Eraserhead straightened. Thanking you is only logical. Midoriya looked to Hitoshi helplessly, but he was still reeling from Eraserhead giving him advice. Midoriya turned back to Eraserhead and bowed back. I apologize for not doing more. Eraserhead snorted. I knew you'd be a problem child. I don't know what else I expected. He turned to leave, but stopped at the door and fixed Hitoshi with a look. You have potential. Don't waste it. It's not going to be easy to claim the extra seat in my class. That challenge was apparently what it took to snap Hitoshi out of his trance, and he couldn't help smirking slightly. It won't be easy to be a hero either, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. Eraserhead gave a creepily wide grin and left, allowing the door to swing closed behind him. When he was sure he was gone, Hitoshi deflated. Midoriya, I think I just met somebody even scarier than you are. He ignored Midoriya's sputtering denials as he went back to stretching. He had a sports festival to win, after all. Hitoshi restlessly curled his toes inside his shoes as he tried not to move his head. Are you guys actually sure this is safe? Of course it is, extra credit con. He couldn't see Hatsum and it was honestly kind of freaking him out. He knew his kidnappers wouldn't hurt him on purpose. On accident though was another thing entirely. And wasn't that a comforting thought to have while strapped to a brain scanner? Don't worry, dearie. Recovery Girl's voice came from the same general area as Hatsum's. My machines actually work without blowing up. Hey, it's part of my creative process. I'll accept that when you and your classmates stop coming to me with burns. Most of them give those burns to themselves. Hatsum insisted sullenly. Their inventions blow up too. Not as much as yours, dearie. None of this was actually comforting. Recovery Girl may be kind and grandmotherly, but she was honestly just as intimidating as Hatsum and Midoriya were in her own way. She'd taken one look at the bags under Hitoshi's eyes and immediately threatened to physically knock him out if he didn't take better care of himself, all while muttering something about almost worse than Aizawa under her breath. It was scary. Don't pay any attention to them. Midoriya at least could understand his predicament, considering that he was lying in a machine right next to him. It's gonna be fine. Recovery Girl, are we ready to start? Yes, dearie, let me just. There was a concerning pause. And there, you may begin. All right, Shinzo, just ask me a question. Why are you all like this? Hitoshi deadpanned. Like WH. Midoriya's voice sounded genuinely confused before Hitoshi took control of him and mentally ran through the commands they had discussed beforehand. All right. Blinked twice. He couldn't see Midoriya obeying the command, but he must have because Hatsum made a very interested noise. Ooh. Which is which? This one is Shinzo's and this one here is Midoriya's. Recovery Girl responded. This is fascinating. Am I good to keep going? Hitoshi asked. Yes. Hatsum yelled. Do it? Okay. Hitoshi said hesitantly. What's your name? Midoriya stayed silent. Next, Hatsum ordered. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. He didn't know why both these questions had been on the list. Considering that they were the same question, tell me your name. Izuku Midoriya. Hitoshi startled, sitting up and staring at Midoriya in shock, half expecting him to have somehow broken free of his control, but no. Midoriya's eyes were still glazed over and empty. Blink twice, Hitoshi ordered. Midoriya blinked. What the fuck? Hitoshi whispered. I can't control upper brain functions. He shouldn't be able to answer that. I didn't tell him to say Izuku Midoriya, so he should have stayed silent. He ruined it. They complained as she went and pinched Midoriya's arm. You weren't supposed to move. Hitoshi was too shocked to respond, but Midoriya couldn't shut up as soon as he had control over his mouth again. I was right. Recovery Girl, did you get the pictures from that last question? Yes, of course I did, dearie. Recovery Girl sighed and looked sternly at Hitoshi. Though we're lucky that you didn't move before those were processed. What if they'd blurred? That's why you don't move during brain scans. Hitoshi was still just trying to process everything as Midoriya went to go look at the scans. And he may as well have been the one brainwashed, judging by how numbly he obeyed when Midoriya waved him over to come look as well. Alright, so here's the pictures from our conversation before you activated your quirk. Midoriya pointed to the screens. When you were talking, your brain lit up like this, and when I was talking, my brain lit up. Midoriya nodded to Recovery Girl, who pulled up another set of brain pictures. Now these are the ones from that last experiment. In these two, you're giving the order, but in these, I'm responding. What do you see? Hitoshi looked at the pictures and frowned. You saw that these two are when you were responding. Midoriya nodded. And this is my brain. Hitoshi pointed at the screen as he talked. And this one's yours. Yep. Midoriya smiled knowingly. But why is my brain lit up when you're talking? Hitoshi was so confused. Are you sure you're not getting them mixed up? Shouldn't your brain be lighting up like it did when we were talking before? Exactly. Midoriya grinned. I think the reason why it takes so much effort to maintain your quirk's connection without taking control is because your brain is actually connecting to their body, rather than simple brainwashing. It's almost as though you literally put yourself in the driver's seat, almost like a projection of your own consciousness. I wonder if you could learn to see through their ... No, not right now. We can explore that later. The big thing is that even though you didn't tell me exactly what to say, I was still able to respond because you know my name. Hitoshi's mind was whirling. But ... that still means that my quirk is useless for information gathering. They can only tell me things I already know. For now, yes, Midoriya said. But we've already been practicing having a partial connection when you wait to activate your quirk. So now we just need to see if you can give that partial control back to the person you're brainwashing. You'll still be in control of their mouth, but they'll be able to access their own memories. In which case, both your brains will light up. Hatsum added. I wonder if there's a baby that would make that easier. I am not having any of your babies near my brain. Hitoshi said quickly. No, not happening. Oh, you're no fun. Hatsum pouted. But you're gonna need a lot of practice. Hitoshi nodded in determination. He'd never thought being a hero was going to take anything less. So, I hear you've taken an interest in my problem child. Hisashi said over dinner, looking like he wanted nothing more than to have a wide smile as he said it. He's not a problem child, Shouta said stubbornly, glaring at his husband. And if he was, he'd be Majima's, not yours. Just because the 2 students that keep kidnapping him are support course students doesn't erase the fact that he's in my homeroom. Hisashi paused and grinned at him. For now, Shinso has to prove himself at the sports festival before he can join my class, Shouta said. If he keeps up with the determination I saw the other day, he might just have a chance, but only if he doesn't think his quirk is an ace in the hole. My students aren't stupid. They'll figure out his quirk sooner rather than later, so relying on that alone won't be good enough. Oh, don't be such a spoil sport. Hisashi threw a pea at him, which Shouta dodged. Give the kid a chance, maybe he'll surprise you. He does have 2 of the top support students in their year on his side. Shouta sighed. That's what I'm worried about. Shinso may not be a problem child, but those 2 definitely are. What kind of first year helps with a villain attack and makes himself a target when he doesn't have to? A mini Netsu, Hisashi suggested helpfully. Shouta snorted. No, he's still nicer than the rat. I'm glad you like them. Hisashi smiled. It's been a while since you've actually taken a liking to a student. My job is to keep them alive, Shouta pointed out, not to like them. Still, I'm glad you're starting to take Shinso under your wing, Hisashi said, turning back to his food. I'm not taking. You are, Hisashi cut him off. And that's not a bad thing, Shu. You know that right. He has potential. Shouta tried to defend himself, but his husband knew him better than that and simply gave him a mischievous smile. Oh no, he didn't like where this was going. You know, I know you said that our students keep us busy enough that we don't need kids of our own, but, Hisashi said suggestively, we are not adopting Shinso, Shouta said firmly. Even if we had time to adopt a child, which we don't, Shinso has parents of his own. Actually, he doesn't. That made Shouta do a double take. What? I said he doesn't have parents of his own. Hisashi frowned. I didn't ask the details, but his file says he's currently in a foster home. So if he wanted to, we're not adopting him, Shouta insisted. He's probably very happy where he is, and there's absolutely no reason to uproot him from a good situation to move in with 2 of his teachers, which would be weird enough. But then those 2 teachers also work 2 jobs each. 3 in your case. Awa, Shu, Hisashi whined playfully. You do care about him. Shouta glared at him. Never mind. Shinso has been officially upgraded to problem child, and it's entirely your fault. Aw, don't be like that. Hisashi laughed. I mean, we could be very happy. Still not adopting him. Izuku glared at the calendar like it had personally offended him. It wasn't really fair, since the calendar obviously didn't decide that time should keep marching forward. But the fact was that the sports festival was in 3 days, and Izuku had been too busy helping Shinso and analyzing the first years to plan what he wanted to do. He glanced out the window of his workroom and watched Mei, who appeared to be in her own little world, putting the final finishing touches on Shinso's support item, while her own were teetering in a steadily growing pile on the floor beside her. It seemed like everyone else had a goal for the festival. Katsuki wanted to prove he was the best, Mei wanted to impress investors, and Shinso wanted to get into the hero course. Heck, even his classmates were looking forward to showing off their inventions in the first round. So where did that leave Izuku? He'd found his perfect place in the support course, so he didn't want to transfer like Shinso did. He didn't actually build support items, so he didn't have any to show off like Mei and his classmates did. He was just little old quirkless him, just like he'd always been. Like he'd always be. Despite the fact that he'd technically been staring out the window and should have seen her coming. Izuku still jumped a foot in the air when Mei slammed the door open and strode in, trying to wipe soot off her nose, but only successfully smearing it all over her cheeks instead. It's ready, she announced proudly. Where's extra credit Kun? Probably in class, Izuku sighed, turning back to his current analysis, like he always is at this time. There was a beat of silence and Izuku finally turned to see Mei looking at him suspiciously. Okay, what's got you down? And nothing, Izuku stuttered. The crosshairs in Mei's eyes narrowed slightly. Not buying it, Izuku-kun. You're normally super excited, so. Izuku shrugged and forced a smile onto his face. It's nothing. You and Shinso are gonna do great in the sports festival. Mei sighed. Oh, so that's what's wrong. She forcefully spun his chair around so they were face to face and leaned down so Izuku had to lean back to avoid being nose to nose with her. You realize you're gonna do great in the sports festival too, right? I don't need to, Izuku protested. Not like you and Shinso do. But you want to, Mei countered. Izuku stopped. What? You want to do well. Mei said it like it was obvious. You want to prove what you can do. You want to show all those stupid bullies that your notebooks weren't a waste of time. I guess it would piss Katsuki off if I were to make it past the first round. Izuku chuckled. And the farther I get, the more I can help you and Shinso. Exactly. Mei punched him playfully on his arm. So don't let me catch you saying that you don't need to do your best just because you don't need the publicity or whatever. Right cheat code. Izuku scowled. I still can't believe that you made me make a logo. I'm not popular. Not now, you're not. May grinned. But after UA, when you're not some helpless student anymore, your brand's gonna be the biggest in the entire hero analysis industry. It's not like it's a very large industry to begin with. Izuku muttered. So, was there any reason you came in here besides to apparently scream some sense into me? May's face lit up. Oh yeah, extra credit Kun's weapon is done. I just need him to do the final tests and make sure everything fits so he can get used to it before the festival. Can you go get him, please? Okay. Izuku looked back at the video he was supposed to be analyzing. If he wanted to keep up with Shinso and Mei in the festival without a quirk or fancy support items, he would need to memorize the weaknesses of every single hero student and come up with ways to counter each of their quirks. In 3 days. Fun. Maybe he could make Mei wait until after school. But then Shinso wouldn't have as much time to get used to his new equipment. If only she could go get him herself, but then she'd probably make a scene and embarrass Shinso, which would be brilliant payback for ganging up on him with Mei about the logo and for taking those pictures that Izuku had to steal back after the USJ. Izuku smiled slowly. Mei, I'm kinda busy right now, but I can give you a map to his classroom. Itoshi was bored. Or maybe he wasn't bored. Maybe he was using his boredom to mask his nervousness. What if his training hadn't been enough? What if Midoriya's strategies for hiding his quirk's activation requirements weren't enough and everyone could counter him perfectly after the first round? What if the entire class flinched as the door to the classroom hit the wall with a loud bang and Mei strode in? Grease and soot smeared across her face as she gave her best mad scientist grin. Oh, who was he kidding? That was her default expression. They made eye contact across the room and Mei's grin got even wider as she made a beeline toward him. Hi, Mike-sensei. I'm stealing Shinso-kun for an hour, Mei announced loudly. I need to make his babies. Mike choked on his own breath and Hitoshi turned a brighter red than he had thought was possible without some sort of quirk involved. Before either of them could give any other reaction, Mei had grabbed Hitoshi's hand, yanked him to his feet and started pulling him toward the door like an overexcited puppy. The class's exclamations were still audible even after the door slammed closed behind them. Izuku tried to hold in his laughter as Mei physically dragged a cherry-red Shinso into the lab. But he wasn't doing a very good job of it if the glare Shinso sent him was any indication. I hate you, Shinso said seriously. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku tried to sound innocent, but the stubborn smile on his face kinda ruined the effect. Shinso glared harder, as if just staring at him hard enough would activate his quirk. You sixed Mei on me. Izuku shrugged. You deserved it. Now that we're done embarrassing extra credit Kun, can I show him the baby I made? Mei interrupted. Shinso and Izuku both looked at her in shock. You did that on purpose, Shinso exclaimed. Izuku doubled over in laughter as Mei huffed. Like Izuku really didn't have time to go get you himself. He's hacked the USJ. He could have easily hacked the announcement system if he wanted to instead of sending me. Izuku laughed even harder. I think I see why President Mike calls us powerloaders gremlins now. I hate both of you, Shinso deadpanned. First you kidnapped me and now this. Why did I even agree to this? Because of this. Mei grinned and dumped a large length of metal ribbon on the table. Meet Hatsum Industries Baby 367. Amplifying apprehension armor. Shinso eyed the ribbon suspiciously. What does it do? Mei's eyes glinted with excitement. Pick it up and find out. Shinso scoffed. No thanks. I still haven't forgiven you for those taser marbles you handed me last week. Oh, you're no fun. Mei pouted. Fine. This baby has 3 functions. I can add more later, but this is what I could pull together while still giving you time to practice before the sports festival. The ribbons reflect sound, so you can configure them to amplify your voice without having to transmit it and even change the way it sounds, so it can be used as a voice modifier. But it's gonna take some fine-tuning. For now, it can get close, but it still sounds pretty tinny and it's obvious that it's an imitation if the listener is paying attention. Alright, Shinso said slowly and hesitantly picked up the pile, almost throwing it as it was apparently lighter than he'd been expecting. So it amplifies and modifies my voice. What about the other functions? It almost looks like Eraserhead's capture weapon, Izuku pointed out. Good work, Izuku-kun. I knew there was a reason I kept you around. Mei grinned. Hearing you two geek about him made me curious. So I looked him up and his scarf baby is so cool. It doesn't seem high-tech at first, but there's so much hidden in it. Mei, Shinso interrupted her before she could start rambling. I know what Eraserhead's scarf does, so I can use this to grab opponents and stuff. Mei huffed. Well, yeah, but Eraserhead's scarf takes a lot of practice to control and practice takes time you don't have and we can't make it out of fabric, since it has to reflect sound. So this version isn't gonna have the same flow as his. Think of those slap bracelets you had back in elementary school. If you slap the ribbon hard enough against something, it'll wrap around it automatically. We'll probably fine-tune it later, but this'll be good enough for now. Shinso nodded slowly. Okay, that makes sense, ish. That accounts for the amplification and the apprehension. Izuku said, running his hand over one of the ribbons. What about the armor? Mei's eyes lit up with excitement and Shinso's darkened with fear in response as she grabbed the ribbon and slammed it against his arm. Mei, wait, Shinso tried to protest, but before the words were even out of his mouth, the ribbon had wrapped itself entirely down his arm, encasing it almost completely. He stared at it in amazement. You can use the apprehension function on yourself to make an armor. Mei cackled. Isn't it an amazing baby? Extra credit kun. Wow, Izuku breathed. You've really outdone yourself, Mei-chan. Shinso took a deep breath and carefully reverted back to his default bored expression. It's okay, I guess. I'll take it. Mei shrugged. Now, we've got a lot of work to do, so let's see you handle that baby. Hitoshi shouldered his bag and kept his head down as he walked into the kitchen. Mei had just texted him and told him that his new support item had officially been approved, which they hadn't really been worried about, considering that Midoriya was Nenzu's favorite, and that they'd meet him before the festival started to hand it off to him. The text hadn't mentioned anything about a meeting place, but somehow Hitoshi figured that wouldn't be a problem for his kidnappers. Honestly, the way they always seemed to know everything would have been a little creepy if he didn't trust them. Actually, scratch that, it was still creepy, but he could live with it. It took his foster siblings a few seconds to notice that he'd arrived. But once the first one had seen him, their eyes widened and they elbowed the next one in a chain reaction until the entire room was dead silent. Only a few seconds later, Hitoshi resisted the urge to sigh, considering that any noise on his part could potentially get him in trouble and he didn't want to deal with that when he had the sports festival later. He stuck a few pieces of bread in the toaster and ignored the stares of the other kids. It wasn't any wonder why they didn't trust him. It was hard to trust anyone after being in the system for long enough, and the fact that the adults didn't trust him didn't help, so as annoying as it was, Hitoshi couldn't blame them. It just meant that he made his breakfast to go most mornings so that he could get out of that house as soon as possible. There was a small, frightened squeak behind him and Hitoshi flinched slightly. He'd been hoping to avoid the adults today, but apparently he hadn't been quick enough. The foster mom at this home was a slight woman who could be easily blown away by a quick breeze. She was also terrified of everything, which meant that she hated Hitoshi, but at least she didn't hit him like the one a few homes back had. Hitoshi kept his movements intentionally slow, not looking up from buttering his toast. Eye contact could be seen as threatening. It was best to just get out of here before the husband showed up. He didn't hit Hitoshi either, mostly, but he was the opposite of his wife in almost every other way. Where she was tiny, he was huge. Where she was quiet, he was loud. Where she would eye Hitoshi suspiciously until he finally left the house and she could breathe a sigh of relief, he would stand in the doorway and demand to know where he was going, and then wouldn't let him answer. Shoving a piece of toast in his mouth, Hitoshi shouldered his way past a few of the other kids and was almost at the door by the time the husband got there. He took one look at the scene and apparently decided that Hitoshi must have done something besides existing to deserve everyone's suspicion and crossed his arms. And just where do you think you're going, boy? Hitoshi stomped down on his frustration and kept looking at the floor as he gestured to his uniform. School. He was going to school like he did every single morning. The only thing different was that today was the sports festival. Not that he was sure these people cared enough to remember that. He could tell just by the feeling that the man was glaring at him, weighing whether he was telling the truth or not, and Hitoshi wanted to groan or yell or cry or scream or something. But he couldn't. If he did anything, it'd just make it worse and it would take him even longer to get to school and the relative safety of his kidnappers. After a long moment of tense silence, his foster dad finally huffed, "Don't be late." Hitoshi nodded tersely and gripped the strap of his backpack moderately tighter as he all but ran from the house, the tension not leaving his body until he was almost at the train station. It sucked, but whatever. It'd all be worth it if, when he became a hero, it had to be. Izuku was getting more and more nervous the closer the clock ticked to the opening of the sports festival. He and Mei had already changed into their gym uniforms, and Mei had already tied hers around her waist the same way she did with her coveralls in the lab, showing off her toned arms in a black tank top. Should he follow her lead? He'd gained some muscle in the past month or so, a lot more than he'd expected, but he still wasn't ripped or anything. He shuffled restlessly and Mei rolled her eyes, briefly setting aside Shinso's support item that she'd been polishing. "Calm down, Izuku. We have a plan." "I know." Izuku groaned and slid his back down the wall so that he was sitting next to her on the floor. They were currently waiting in one of the hallways that led to where Shinso's class would be meeting, so he'd have to pass them to get there, and it had the added benefit of being somewhat secluded, which Izuku was grateful for. He didn't want to deal with a lot of people right now. "So what are you worried about?" Mei went back to polishing. "We show off our stuff, annoy the hell out of Bully-kun, and make sure Extra Credit-kun wins the festival. What else is there? It's just," Izuku huffed, "I've been weak my whole life, Mei-chan. Yeah, I fought back when those villains attacked, but I wasn't actually physically there. What if I get out before the first round has even really begun? Then you'll do better next year." Mei shrugged. That's the thing about progress, Izuku. It means you fail sometimes. Doesn't mean it's not worth it to try. Izuku smiled tiredly. But it is worth it to worry. They grinned. Never. Come on, Izuku. There's a reason our classmates are terrified of us. Izuku chucked. They're not terrified. Who's not terrified? Shinso interrupted, looking as tired as ever. I thought everyone was scared of you too. Extra credit Kun. Mei jumped to her feet and at first it looked like she was hugging Shinso. But when she let go, Izuku couldn't help but laugh as she realized that she'd actually just been dropping his weapon around his neck. She stepped back and looked him up and down as Shinso stared at her in surprised confusion. It doesn't really match the aesthetic of the gym uniform, but we'll just have to make your hero costume a little more. Anything else I should know before I go fight the entire school? Shinso interrupted. You know, since the only thing you two have on the line is extra credit and I don't know, my whole future. Awa, he's nervous. Mei-chan giggled. And hey, we care just as much about your success as our extra credit. You're gonna do great. Izuku smiled reassuringly. Why was it easier to not feel nervous when he was hyping up Shinso? Just remember to change up your fake activation requirements. Make eye contact. Touch people. Do anything to distract them from the fact that they've already answered one of your questions. And make good use of my baby. Hadasumi added. Hatsum Industries is gonna be your exclusive support company when we graduate. Okay. Shinso looked slightly more relaxed, which Izuku was gonna count as a win. Good luck. I don't need luck. Mei cackled. I have babies. So, Hisashi gave him a mischievous smile. Do you think our future son is going to win? For the last time, we are not adopting Shinso. Shout aside. And whether or not he wins is entirely up to him. But you think he's got a chance? Hisashi grinned. I think he has potential. Shouter responded. But the last round is going to be the hardest because everyone will have already figured out his quirk and info like that travels fast. Don't be such a spoil sport. Hisashi lightly punched his arm. You're excited to see how he does. Shouta snorted and changed the subject. How did you talk me into announcing again? You lost the bet. Hisashi shrugged. Last 2 whole days without one of those weird jelly pouches and eat actual food, or I get my prize. Just shut up and take your loss, Shu. If you didn't want to do this, you shouldn't have. In my defense, I assumed your prize would be. Shouta began. Oh, the kids are ready to come out. Hisashi interrupted and turned on his mic. Hello everybody. Are you ready to go plus ultra? $10 he insults everyone during the opening speech. Izuku muttered out of the corner of his mouth, leaning slightly closer to Mei so she could hear him above the noise of the cheering crowd. No bet, Mei whispered back. From what you've told me, he seems like just enough of an idiot to do it. Izuku's eyes widened and he found himself smiling. He didn't know exactly why it still shocked him that Mei was bold enough to be rude to Katsuki, even though he definitely couldn't hear them. But a part of him was still irrationally afraid of what would happen when his old bully somehow discovered what she'd said. He shook his head and both of them straightened attentively as Katsuki slouched up the stairs and took his place at the mic. He glared at the other students and even at the audience as Class 1A shuffled nervously, shooting each other concerned looks. Well, at least they'd had enough time to get to know their classmates. I just want to say, Katsuki grumbled, I'm gonna win. Mei grinned at him before loudly joining in the booing with the other students, and Izuku couldn't help the surge of power he felt as he did the same. Sure, it wasn't a big thing, just a few yells. It wasn't like he was actually fighting Katsuki or anything, but still, it felt huge. All right, kiddos. Midnight cracked her whip. Are you ready to suffer? Izuku gulped and adjusted his feet. His training with Shinso had made him a lot faster, and he hoped strong enough to deal with whatever Nenzu had in mind. Speaking of Shinso, he glanced over to see him striking up polite conversation with some Gen Ed and business student, playfully bumping shoulders with some or holding eye contact for just a half second too long with others, and Izuku gave him a proud smile, which he returned with a smirk. Assuming he made it past the first round, which Izuku didn't doubt he would, the distractions would make him that much more difficult to fight head-on. To his other side, Hatsum was fiddling with one of her babies with a screwdriver. Izuku caught her eye and she gave him a manic grin. Izuku knew that if he asked, either she or Shinso would help him in a heartbeat, but he couldn't bring himself to get in their way. Mei needed to use this round to catch the eye of future investors, and Shinso needed to prove himself to the hero teachers watching. Izuku wasn't a part of those goals, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to come at it with everything he had. Determination filled his eyes, and he found himself smiling slightly as Midnight announced the obstacle course and began counting down. He wasn't just Deku anymore. He was cheat code. He was capable of so much more than he'd been led to believe his whole life. He could do this. Begin. The moment that Midnight called the race, Izuku immediately began analyzing. The first obstacle was obviously the doorway itself. There was a slight chill, and all Izuku could think was Todoroki before a thick layer of frost started racing across the ground toward him, and it was only the quick instincts from years of avoiding explosions that had him jumping just in time to avoid getting frozen to the ground. Checking in on his friends, he was relieved to see that Shinso was already ordering some of the people who had escaped to carry him through the crowd on their shoulders, and Mei was doing even better as she used her hover boots and jetpack to glide above the ice and race to the front of the group. Izuku shook his head and ran forward, doing his best to avoid slipping and having to grab onto the other competitors for balance. He ended up on his butt a few times, and the frontrunners had already reached the next obstacle by the time he finally passed the slick ice patch. He heard a few screams and a loud cracking crash and pushed himself faster. He couldn't afford to fall behind this early in the race. He skid to a stop as a laser obliterated the ground in front of him, then had to roll into a sloppy dodge as some sort of rock was thrown at him. Izuku let out an embarrassing squeak as he realized that he was being attacked by the stupid robots from the entrance exam. There were even 0 pointers. Was Nezu trying to kill them? Izuku internally thanked Nezu for assigning him to analyze the first years, though. He'd watched dozens of students fight these things and paid attention to how they took them down, which meant that he knew their weaknesses. He just had to figure out a way to take advantage of them, which was going to be difficult to do without weapons. He frantically glanced around and tried to see if he could use the surrounding rubble as a weapon, but after trying to pick up a sheet of metal and almost immediately falling flat on his face, Izuku realized he still didn't have quite enough muscle for that plan to work, which meant he was back to square one. He was back to being a stupid, quirkless, worthless Deku who couldn't even fight robots because he didn't have a weapon, and it's not like he could just use the arena as a weapon like he had at the USJ. Izuku's thoughts stuttered to a stop and he giggled hysterically in disbelief as he pulled his phone out of a zippered pocket in his gym pants. He'd ended up bringing it along to take selfies with Mei between rounds, and because after hacking for almost a year, the idea of being completely without technology made him slightly anxious. He'd gotten a heavy-duty case, as well as some other personalized modifications, so he wouldn't be as worried about it breaking. But now he couldn't help but be grateful that his anxiety had convinced him to bring it along. But was he actually stupid enough to try to pull this off? Yes, he was. Is that student seriously texting? The racer's tired voice echoed over the speakers, and Izuku winced in embarrassment, but kept working. Hacking from his phone was a little harder than from an actual computer. Never mind that, it was way harder, but if he could just take control of even a single robot, it'd be worth it. I wouldn't trust him to be doing anything that innocent, Mike announced gleefully. That, listeners, is Izuku Midoriya from the support course. Those of you with sharp eyes might have already noticed his friend Mei Hatsum, who used a flamethrower on those pesky bots. Midoriya, however, has a different specialty. Izuku almost cheered as one of the one-pointers, which thankfully had a little less security than the more dangerous bots, suddenly stopped and beeped happily as its eyes turned from red to green. He didn't waste any time climbing onto the bot's shoulders and letting it race him through the battlefield. He had to use the laser systems on a few enemy bots, but thanks to his previous analysis, he knew exactly where to aim to take each one down with one hit. All in all, Izuku managed to pass the second obstacle in under half the time it had taken him to pass the first. The fact that the one-pointers focused on speed rather than firepower ended up being a huge advantage as well, since Izuku was able to just hitch a ride all the way to the next obstacle, passing dozens of students, including a few from the hero classes. He ended up reaching the edge of the pit just as Mei was clearing it. He couldn't see Shinso, so he could only hope that their extra credit project was doing well. But he didn't have time to worry about that at the moment because he had to figure out a way to cross a full-sized canyon. The various pillars were connected by ropes, which meant that Izuku probably wouldn't be able to bring the full robot with him, unless he steered his robot over to one of the hero course students, who was just starting to try to cross the ropes like a tightrope. He jumped off the robot and grabbed her by the collar before she could get too far, or worse, fall. Uraraka, right. Izuku forced himself to ignore his panic at being so bold. You have an anti-gravity quirk, right? Uraraka looked at him suspiciously. How do you know that? Entrance exam. Izuku answered evasively. Would your limit be enough for this? He jerked a thumb back at the robot. If you remove its gravity, I can maneuver it across the ropes without falling and we can ride it all the way to the next obstacle. Uraraka looked hesitant, and Izuku could tell that they were running out of time. It's faster than walking. He tried. And we don't know what the next obstacle is, so maybe a robot will be helpful. So deal. He smiled and held a hand out hopefully. Uraraka only hesitated another second before grabbing his hand with a determined smile of her own. Deal. And how did you get a robot? Hacked it, Izuku answered. Ready? Uraraka shook her head in disbelief. Sure, why not? Just float the robot that the random guy apparently stole. Sure. Hey, it's not that bad. Izuku pouted but didn't have time to argue further as the robot started to float ominously. He clambered back onto its shoulders and lent Uraraka a hand to climb up beside him. The extra weight from the two of them kept the robot touching the ground, At least slightly, and Izuku hurriedly pulled out his phone again and started guiding it across the ropes. And that, listeners, is called teamwork, Mike announced proudly. And between courses too. Aren't you proud of your student, Eraser? Why should I be? Eraser answered coolly. Working with support professionals is common sense for any hero. So if your Uraraka wasn't smart enough to take advantage of such an opportunity, she wouldn't be in the hero course. Ooh, Mike yelled. And that's coming from the teacher with the highest expulsion rate at UA, so take that to heart, kids. Still, I wonder if we're looking at a future business partnership. That would honestly depend on if your Uraraka could handle Mei. Izuku chucked and got back to devoting his full attention to controlling the robot. It took him a second to get used to, and at one point they'd almost fallen and were only saved by both of them grabbing the rope. But after that, Izuku figured out it was best to have the robot basically grab the rope and pull itself along it rather than trying to roll along it like it normally would if it were solid ground. Once they got the hang of it, it didn't take much time at all to clear the drop, and even less to speed to the next obstacle after Uraraka returned the robot's gravity. Izuku stopped the robot a few years back from the start of the visibly buried mines and turned to Uraraka, slapping the side of his robot as he spoke. This guy's armor isn't great, he explained, but I'm probably still gonna try just driving across and seeing how it goes. You're welcome to join me, but I'll probably be safer of my own. She finished and nodded in understanding as she jumped to the ground. That's all right. It was fun while it lasted. Thanks for the help, Midoriya. Right, that was what Mike Sensei said. Izuku smiled brightly. Yeah, good luck. Right back at you. Uraraka pumped her fist in determination. See you in the next round, Midoriya. Oh, okay. Izuku waved to her as he left, then shrugged and started rushing forward as fast as he could. Not that he thought speed would really make much of a difference. Let's do this. After he hit the first mine, there was a split second when Izuku thought his plan was actually going to work. That second ended when Izuku found himself 10 feet in the air as the shattered remains of his robot came hurtling down around him. He grunted hard as he hit the ground. So much for that plan. Oof, that looks like it hurt, Mike called. And that, kids, is why you don't charge head-on into a minefield, even if you do have a giant robot on your side. Wonderful. Izuku grimaced as he got to his feet. Way to add insult to injury. All right, time for a new plan. The safest plan would be to go through the field slowly like everyone else was. But Izuku wasn't sure exactly how many people were ahead of him. Probably at least 40 would move on to the next round. But he didn't know where he'd fall in that unless he found a better way to pass this obstacle, so Izuku glanced around and sighed in exhaustion as an even more insane plan formed in his head. Good thing he was used to Katsuki's explosions, otherwise this was going to hurt. Actually, it was probably going to hurt anyway, but no pain, no gain, right? As he dug up mines, Izuku seriously wondered if he'd lost his mind. Was he seriously about to use a piece of scrap as a sled and jump onto a pile of explosives? He'd known Katsuki for years. He knew how stupid that was. Why was he even considering? Oh, come on, Izuku. You can't build anything worthwhile without a few explosions. Izuku grinned, actually laughing as he grabbed a piece of his ruined robot and catapulted himself straight onto the pile of mines. He'd almost forgotten that Katsuki wasn't the only explosive friend he'd ever had, and these mines were obviously more similar to Mei's explosions than his bullies. Her explosions lifted him up and helped him fly, literally apparently, instead of tearing down his dreams and leaving scars that would never truly go away. So yeah, maybe it hurt a little, but an analyst like Cheat Code couldn't afford to be afraid of a few burns. Now if only he could figure out how to land. Unfortunately, his plan had ended up working a little too well, and he was rapidly approaching Katsuki and Todoroki, who were obviously in the front of the pack. As the two caught sight of him, Katsuki's face obviously contorted in anger, and he launched himself forward as quickly as he could with his explosions, while Todoroki started running along an ice path he was creating as he ran. On the one hand, Izuku could just curl into a ball and hope for the best like he had throughout elementary and middle school, but on the other, if he were to land too close to Katsuki, he'd be getting hurt from more than one type of explosion, so the best option was to let Katsuki stay ahead. But his little scrap sled obviously had other plans, so that wasn't going to work. That left using the two frontrunners to give him an extra boost and landing ahead of them, then sprinting to the finish line before Katsuki could catch up. Well, good thing he wasn't in middle school still, right? Knowing he'd probably regret it, he firmly planted a foot on each of his opponent's backs and kicked as hard as he could, using the momentum to slam his sled against the ground at the same time, trying to hit as many mines as he could. The resulting explosion launched him another 20 feet forward, and Izuku rolled as best he could to minimize the impact as he landed. Then he ran for his life. I hope you were rooting for the underdog, Mike screamed, because the first place winner of the first round is from the support course, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku didn't stop running when he reached the finish line. His lungs were burning, but he could hear the sound of incoming explosions behind him and knew better to assume that they were all from the remnants of the minefield. His mind switched rapidly between berating himself for being an idiot and accidentally winning the first round and trying to come up with any semblance of a plan that could keep him alive until the next round. He scanned the field, mentally screaming in relief when he realized that there was a news camera on the field. He made a beeline toward it and hoped that his plan would actually work. Bullying a quirkless kid in the relative privacy of a prejudiced middle school was one thing, but beating up a kid between rounds live on national television, even if Katsuki didn't get kicked out of the hero course, there would be consequences for something like that. So all Izuku had to do was make sure that Katsuki remembered he was being recorded. Izuku put the biggest smile he could manage and ran straight up to the camera, waving as hard as he could. "Hi, Mom." He was a bit out of breath and knew that Shinso would probably never let him live that down, but the look of frustration on Katsuki's face as he realized there was nothing he could do made it worth it. The other competitors were starting to trickle in now, and Izuku should probably go find Mei and Shinso in the chaos and make sure they made it through, but instead, he had another terrible idea that almost put his impulsive victory to shame. He noticed Kirishima going up to congratulate Katsuki, which gave him the courage to actually go through with it. Well, that and he'd already gotten himself on Katsuki's kill list, so he had nothing left to lose, right? "Oh, and hi, Auntie." Izuku beamed into the camera again. "Can you believe I beat Kaken?" Yep, he was gonna die. If Katsuki's quirk affected his eyes instead of his hands, Izuku would have already been dead by the time he hurried over to Mei, who was making a few adjustments on her equipment. Thankfully, though, Izuku had been right in predicting that Kirishima would be able to hold Katsuki back for now. He'd almost definitely be gunning for him next round, but he'd also be gunning for the win, which Izuku could use to his advantage. Mei glanced up at him as he approached and immediately started cackling. "Izuku-kun, why didn't you tell me you were planning on adopting Nezu's babies?" Izuku grinned, pushing the whole Katsuki issue onto the back burner for the moment. "I wasn't planning on it, but I couldn't just leave you and Shinso alone in the next round, could I?" "Extra credit, kun," Mei yelled. "Where is he? I need to check that his baby is still in optimal condition." "It's still working fine, Mei." Both Izuku and Mei jumped a foot in the air as a tired voice suddenly spoke up behind them, and Shinso smirked at them momentarily until he was hit full force with one of Mei's capture net. His eyes widened as he was wrapped up, and he tried too late to dodge and ended up falling to the floor instead. Oh, extra credit, kun. I'm so sorry." Mei fiddled with some of the controls and the net released, falling into a tangled mess of string and magnets on the ground. "We didn't even see you." Shinso grimaced as he sat up and rubbed at his wrists where the net had wrapped around him. "That was kind of the point, Mei. Eraserhead may have mentioned that stealth was a big part of being an underground hero, so I've been practicing." He glared at them. "I think I need to practice dodging too, though, if you two are gonna keep trying to attack me." "That's such an awesome idea, Shinso," Izuku gushed. "The stealth, not the dodging." "Well, the dodging too, but Izuku's rambling was cut off both by Shinso and Mei's amused looks and by Midnight, who snapped her whip and called their attention back to the stage. "Hello, children. Congratulations to the 42 of you who were strong and fast enough to move on to the next round." Izuku shuffled awkwardly. Yeah, he won, but he wasn't really strong or fast. Mostly he just relied on the technology that was already there. But is hacking counted as a strength, right? Maybe he could just pretend that's what Midnight meant and ignore the fact that she was probably talking about strong muscles and quirks in people like Katsuki and Todoroki. "Everyone gird your loins and prepare for your next test." Midnight snapped her whip as the slot machine-like graphic on the screen behind her finally slowed to a stop. "A cavalry battle. Those of you at the top will suffer the most. But then you'll find that's the norm here at UA." Izuku breathed a small sigh of relief. He had never been at the top of anything in his life. He was just a support student, or like Mike said, an underdog here, so obviously a quirkless kid like him wasn't a frontrunner. The top hero students like Katsuki and Todoroki would probably have a pretty hard time in the next round, though. Izuku Midoriya won the qualifier. Midnight snapped her whip at him and Izuku froze. "So he'll be worth 10 million points in the upcoming round." Izuku only paid half attention as Midnight explained the rest of the point values. He was at the top. He supposed it made sense. What with him winning the obstacle course and everything. But he was just a quirkless support student. How? He was going to die, wasn't he? And it wasn't even going to be all Katsuki's fault. He could feel the bloodlust radiating off the other competitors, and it felt like he was on the floor in middle school again, curled up on a ball to protect his stomach and other organs from the beatings. He didn't even see UA students in front of him, just his old classmates jeering about the quirkless Deku. The absolute loser, he'll never be a hero. Someone grabbing his hand steadied him, and Izuku looked over to see Mei giving him a confident smile as she squeezed his hand reassuringly. He forced himself to take a shaky deep breath and smile back. He could do this. He wasn't alone anymore. He had Mei. He had Shinso. He had his analysis. He could show them all that he wasn't just going to sit down and take it anymore. Shinso started sidling away from them, making Mei drop Izuku's hand and grab onto his arm. Just where do you think you're going? Shinso looked between them. I was going to find a team. It's okay. Izuku interrupted. I have a huge target on my back from the 10 million points, so I totally understand if you don't want to work with us, but if you want to work together, I think I can make it work. It's not that, Shinso said bitterly. I'm sure you already have a million ideas. It's just, I wasn't sure if you actually wanted to work with me. What with the sports festival being so public? With my quirk being what it is, going off alone is just a habit at this point. Nobody's ever wanted to be openly associated with the villain kid, you know. Shinso. Izuku looked at him seriously. You're an idiot. Gee, thanks. Shinso deadpanned. Mei moved to hang off Shinso's arm so he couldn't run away. We're not going to abandon you, she said dramatically. You're our baby. Hatsum. Izuku yelled. Phrasing. Shinso wasn't fazed. Instead, he just glared at her suspiciously. I legitimately don't know if you mean that like I'm your child. The child that you kidnapped, by the way. Or if you're referring to me as one of your inventions, and I'm honestly not sure which is worse. We didn't kidnap you, Izuku said indignantly. The corner of Shinso's mouth quirked up. You kinda did, actually. Doesn't matter, Mei declared confidently. It's the second one either way. We made you. Shinso raised an eyebrow skeptically and Izuku found himself bursting into laughter. She's right, isn't she? Izuku gasped. We did make you into who you are now by preparing you for today. I hate both of you, Shinso said, unimpressed. A small voice spoke up and the three of them all turned to see Uraraka standing awkwardly behind them. Am I interrupting something? Oh, Uraraka. Izuku grinned. Shinso, Mei-chan, this is Uraraka. She has a really cool anti-gravity quirk that we used to float the robot I hacked and she's in 1A. Izuku slammed his mouth closed as he realized that Uraraka was starting to blush. And he needed to shut up before he revealed exactly how much he knew about her and her classmates. He didn't want to creep out his potential friend. Maybe. But, Izuku shrugged awkwardly. Shouldn't you be looking for a team right about now? Actually, I was wondering if it'd be alright if I teamed up with you. Uraraka awkwardly picked at the pads on her fingertips. I mean, I'm friends with Ida, but he said he didn't want to work with friends this round because he wanted to prove himself, which I totally get, but then I thought back to the obstacle course and you're really smart, so. Izuku cut her off. You do know I have 10 million points, right? Everyone will be trying to take me down. Uraraka nodded as determination filled her eyes. What better way to prove myself, right? Being a female hero, I'm already trying to beat impossible odds. You're not the only one, Shinso drawled. That's us, the team of underdogs and targets. Speaking of, Izuku turned to Mei. Are you sure you don't want to be on another team, Mei-chan? 10 million is a lot of points, which just means all eyes will be on you. Mei grinned. So come on, 10 million. What's the plan? Izuku looked at their team and analyzed the other teams forming around them. Shinso will be the rider. Shinso's eyebrows shot up. You're joking, right? I'm the biggest one here, which won't be a problem once we take Uraraka's anti-gravity into account, Izuku pointed out. And the rest of us are all around the same height, so if we hold you, it'll be easy to come up with a balanced formation, but if you're on the bottom, whoever is the rider will be on 2 different levels. Plus, it just makes more sense from a publicity standpoint. Uraraka frowned at that. What does publicity have to do with anything? Everything, Mei piped up. If Extra Credit Kun is the rider, his name will be the one on the screen and it'll be that much harder to deny that he deserves a place in the hero course when he wins. It'll also highlight my baby's ability to support a hero. You're already in the hero course, Uraraka, Izuku explained, so you don't need to be noticed by the teachers as much as Shinso does. And because we're support, that's where we'll be able to showcase our skills the most. Uraraka nodded slowly. Okay, that makes sense, but what are we going to do about your 10 million points? Izuku grinned mischievously. We're going to get rid of them. Uraraka watched nervously as Hitoshi tied the headband across his forehead. And you're sure that modifying the headband isn't going to get us disqualified? 82% sure, yeah. Mei responded, tightening the hoverboots onto Uraraka's feet. Nowhere in the rules does it say we're not allowed to mess with the headbands, Izuku said confidently. And honestly, considering the setup of the sports festival, we're actively encouraged to use quirks and support items on them, so as long as we keep it visible in accordance with what Midnight said, we should be fine. Hitoshi put a sympathetic hand on Uraraka's shoulder. It was going to take some time for her to get used to the way his kidnappers did things. But she was doing remarkably well so far, considering the circumstances. Just go along with it. He shrugged. My kidnappers are hardly ever wrong. And if something happens, well, Midoriya is Netsu's favorite, so he'll let him get away with anything. That's not. Midoriya blushed bright red and tried to hide his face. He doesn't like me that much, and he's the principal, so he has to be unbiased. And for the last time, we didn't kidnap you, Shinso. Sounds fake, but okay. Hichoshi smirked and elbowed Uraraka until she started giggling. Well, Uraraka shook her head in disbelief. Even if this goes horribly wrong, it'll definitely be interesting. That's the spirit, floaty girl. May grinned and stood. The true goal of the sports festival is marketing, so even more than winning, our goal is to be memorable. Oh, they're definitely going to remember us, Hitoshi said dryly. It's just a question of whether or not that's a good thing. Uraraka was about to say something else, but they were interrupted by Midnight taking the stage again. Riders, mount your horses. Hitoshi watched as May's crazed smile got slightly more wild and both Midoriya and Uraraka got scarily determined looks on their faces. He still wasn't quite sure how he'd ended up with friends like these, but he couldn't help but be grateful he was on their side. As much as Midoriya might try to deny it, they really were impossible to stop once they set their minds on something. It was weird being the rider as the tallest member of the group. He understood where Midoriya was coming from with the more consistent heights being better for the horses, and Uraraka's quirk made it so that his weight wasn't an issue, but still. Hitoshi carefully put on a bored expression and leaned back slightly so that it looked like he was a king lunging on his throne. He could feel Midoriya chuckling beneath him and couldn't resist smirking. This was gonna be fun. Is everybody ready? Mike yelled. The crowd screamed in response, and Hitoshi felt his team shift underneath him as the other teams prepared to charge them. Midnight cracked her whip and everyone leapt into action. Begin. Hitoshi's team immediately lunged forward, which caused a few teams to stumble back in shock, considering that, if one didn't have Midoriya as a strategist on their team, the most logical move would usually be to run away. Instead, Hitoshi's team ran straight for Bakugo's. In one fluid movement, Hitoshi whipped the headband off his head and threw it at Bakugo, whose eyes widened as the fabric started floating up and away without any gravity to hold it. Have fun, Kaken. Mike's confused voice echoed through the stadium. Is that allowed? Technically, Eraserhead sounded almost amused, which Hitoshi hadn't really thought was possible, though it remains to be seen whether it's an intelligent move. On the one hand, getting rid of the 10 million points immediately means they are no longer the main target. But on the other hand, it means they now have 0 points. Having Uraraka remove the headband's gravity was a nice touch though. It'll definitely add another dimension to this fight, Mike yelled, hyping up the crowd. Team Bakugo is gonna have their work cut out for them trying to keep those points from floating away. Stupid purple bastard. Bakugo looked practically ready to explode, even as that tape guy from 1A0 used his quirk to grab the headband out of the air before another team could. Deku, drop it, Bakugo. The rock dude, Kirishima yelled. We got the points now, so like Mike Sensei said, we gotta focus on keeping them. Hitoshi almost thought Bakugo was going to go after them anyway, but he just teached and turned away to combat that ice and fire guy who was going after the 10 million point headband. Only Deku would be useless enough to throw away points like that. Why outa? May growled. May-chan, that's the plan, remember? Midoriya interrupted. We want Katsuki to underestimate us. We want everyone to underestimate us. Our job for the rest of the game is to disappear into the background. Well, that and mess with everyone to get as many points as possible, Hitoshi added. Speaking of which, hey monkey boy, do you even have any points? Shinso, Midoriya squealed. Don't be rude. Hitoshi just shrugged as Ujiro, if he was remembering Midoriya's analyses correctly, turned toward him with a scowl. More than you. Our team isn't stupid enough to just give up our points. We'll see about that. Hitoshi couldn't hold back a smirk, but didn't take control of Ujiro just yet. Holding off on taking control was still difficult, but Midoriya had been right. It was getting much easier with practice. Plus, it was easier if he had fun with it. Hitoshi stared at Ujiro for a few seconds before raising his hands slowly, widening his smile slightly for maximum creep factor. The other team was starting to get visibly nervous. One of the other members, a short boy that Hitoshi thought was in 1B, tugged on Ujirio's sleeve. Come on, let's just go and get some other points. These guys don't have anything. Oh really? Hitoshi shifted his foot to signal to the rest of his team to get ready to move, then suddenly closed his fists on thin air and yang, using the jetpack that May had given him to close the distance between their teams as he finally let himself take full control of Ujiro. Hand over your points. The rest of the team was still off balance from the little show he'd put on, so no one was fast enough to stop a dead-eyed Ujiro from handing over his headband. Hitoshi released his control almost immediately, and their team simply used their momentum to carry on down the field, leaving a very confused group of hero students to wonder how exactly they had just lost all their points. Shinso, Midoriya said shakily, remind me never to come across you in a dark alley. Hitoshi couldn't help laughing. From anyone else, a comment like that would rub him the wrong way. It was those kinds of comments he got all the time from his classmates or foster siblings, but from Izuku, it just didn't seem as mean-spirited. You're one to talk. How are your murder notebooks coming along? They're not murder notebooks, Izuku squawked. Uraraka, don't let Shinso scare you. My notebooks are just analyses of a couple people's quirks, along with their strengths, weaknesses, and what babies we could use to destroy them. May finished gleefully. They're amazing. Uraraka's eyes were wide and she looked slightly overwhelmed, which Hitoshi found extremely amusing. He almost felt bad, but then he remembered his first day of being kidnapped by the Chaos Duo and figured he'd earned the right to laugh. All right, enough scaring the one hero course student willing to team up with us. Who are we going after next? Their group looked around the field. Bakugo still had the 10 million point headband, but Todoroki's team was giving him a run for his money, considering that a good half of the field was now covered in ice. Several teams had gotten caught up in the crossfire and were currently frozen to the ground, which Hitoshi planned on taking full advantage of. Izuku's face lit up as he came to the same conclusion. So Shinso ... How do you feel about a captive audience? I think I can give it a try. Hitoshi smirked. Our best is to go after the lowest point values first, right? Quantity over quality, right? Izuku smiled. That way, we stay under the radar and don't risk catching the attention of the frontrunners. That seems kinda sneaky, Uraraka said nervously. Oh, it is, Izuku agreed. But heroes like Edgeshot have gotten to the top of the ranks by being sneaky. Sometimes what decides a fight isn't someone's strength, but what weaknesses their opponent is willing to take advantage of. Hence why we're taking advantage of everyone's hyper-focus on the 10 million points, especially during this first part of our plan. Hatsum said. Ooh, who's first? What about that team from 1B? Hitoshi suggested. Midoriya, quirks, limb separation, glue, and quite literally speaking words into existence. Midoriya responded. Good choice. Just make sure you don't only focus on the rider, because while she could steal the headband back by detaching a hand or something, in this case the horses are objectively the biggest threat to our mobility. Hitoshi nodded and they made their way over to their next target. Hey, do you need help? The girl looked at her teammates hesitantly, probably nervous about their kindness being a trap. It was, of course, but she obviously didn't know that she'd already fallen into it. It's no big deal, Hitoshi said kindly. I mean, we're not hero students, so we aren't really planning on getting that far in the festival, you know. The kid in the front, the one with the glue quirk if Hitoshi was right, visibly relaxed. Okay, cool. Yeah, we could really use the help if you're not gonna steal our headband or anything. Don't worry, Mei piped up happily. We're not gonna steal it. Uraraka elbowed her and shot her a warning look, but Hitoshi was already deciding what red herring to use this time. He leaned over and grabbed the other rider's shoulder. Sorry, I just need to steady myself so I don't fall. May's got this new flamethrower she wants to try out. He turned to the last member of the other team. You're not afraid of fire, are you? No, the guy didn't really have a head in the traditional sense, but he seemed like he was shaking the emoji currently floating above his shoulders. Just be careful. Of course. Hitoshi grinned and leaned down to grab both of the horse's shoulders. Oh, and thanks by the way. He took control of all three of them, letting out a sigh of relief as the pressure in his skull decreased. Give us your headband. Oh, and Mei, can you melt them out? We did promise, after all. Mei laughed and used a surprisingly tame stream of fire to melt the ice around their feet as Hitoshi tied the headband around his head and turned back to the team. You won't notice your headband is gone until at least 1 minute has passed. He wasn't 100% sure that order would do anything, but if he could modify memories, then modifying attention should be theoretically possible as well, right? They'd have to see. Once they were melted out, he let his quirk go and held his breath as they blinked back to life, looking slightly disoriented as the rider skimmed her eyes over Hitoshi's forehead. Her own headband clearly visible on it. Hitoshi held his breath. She smiled. Thanks for the help. The corners of Hitoshi's mouth twitched. No problem. He could feel his teammates shaking in silent laughter underneath them as they walked away. And broke. I cannot believe that actually worked. I was thinking, why is he releasing his control so quickly? Izuku gasped in laughter. That was awesome. I seriously thought we were dead. Uraraka giggled. Oh my goodness. That was a rush. Next victim. Mei yelled in excitement. Onward. Izuku couldn't keep the smile off his face as they wandered around and started freeing teams that had been encased in Todoroki's eyes. Shinso was doing really well at changing up the fake activation requirements for his quirk with every headband they took, and beside him, Uraraka was gradually getting more and more confused. They had decided against telling her about the verbal response requirement, both so that she wouldn't have an unfair advantage if she and Shinso fought in the next round, and so that they would be able to tell if Shinso's redirection was actually working. Judging by the almost constipated expression on her face as Shinso literally serenaded one of the teams, it was working exactly as well as they'd hoped. So, Izuku said happily, have you figured out how Shinso activates his quirk yet? Uraraka looked at the team that was currently handing over their headbands. Maybe eye contact. I don't know. Izuku grinned mischievously and turned to look at her, which is how he almost missed the dark figure lunging at them. Oh shit. Shinso immediately activated the jetpack and Uraraka kicked on her hover boots so they could get out of range. But that didn't stop the shadow from ripping off 2 of their headbands. The team they were currently facing had 2 1B students and a 1A student, but all 3 of them had animal-type mutations, which is probably what formed the common ground for them to have the confidence to team up. There was a girl with a horse-like mutation and a guy with a mantis mutation. But their biggest problem currently was the 1A student with a bird mutation. Note to self, Izuku muttered. Dark Shadow is apparently fully sentient. Yeah, Izuku-kun, I think we figured that out. Mei griped. What did you do to Fumikage? Dark Shadow yelled and swiped at them again, forcing them to take to the air to dodge, not that that would work for long. Okay, weak to light. Izuku's brain raced and he started mumbling as Mei whipped out her flamethrower to keep Dark Shadow at bay. So, apparently he has his own consciousness. Or maybe his own area in Tokoyami's brain. That's probably most likely. But there's obviously some kind of separation between the two. Don't care about the quirk theory right now, Izuku, Shinso yelled. Can I brainwash it? Because with the way it's thrashing, Tokoyami's gonna wake up any minute. Izuku jumped. Yes, that's a great idea. Shinso shook his head and huffed in frustration. Wonderful. Great help. Thanks. Hey bird brain. Your other half must be pretty weak if he fell to a wimp like me. Huh. Dark Shadow almost doubled in size as he lunged at them. Don't you talk about Fumikage that way. They all flinched as Dark Shadow swiped at them, only to stop short inches from Hitoshi's face, eyes wide as he fell fully under Hitoshi's control. They all exchanged glances and started giggling uncontrollably. Oh my gosh, Uraraka gasped. That was way too close. Agreed. Mei laughed. I almost thought he was gonna break my babies. Okay. Hitoshi shook his head. Crisis averted ... for now. Wow, that is some quirk. I almost wish we had it on our team. I mean, you kinda do at this point, right? Uraraka asked. Or does your quirk not work that long? Izuku looked between Uraraka and Shinso, then smiled and shrugged. I mean ... why not? That's rude, Midoriya. Shinso grumbled. I'm not just gonna take control of a whole other team. As long as we leave them enough points to pass, they'll be fine. Mei dismissed. And you can give them back control for the last few minutes anyway. There was a moment of tense silence before Shinso sighed. Get as many headbands as you can safely. The mutant team rushed to obey Shinso's orders and he shook his head. If this bites us in the ass, I'm blaming the hero. Uraraka squawked indignantly. Hey, go ahead. Izuku smiled. You'd just be blaming yourself too. Or are you forgetting that you're going to be a hero by the end of this? Shinso blushed slightly and looked out over the teams that still had points. What about that guy from 1A? The one with the arms. Wait ... did somebody already take his headband? And is he allowed to be on his own team like that? No, Izuku said firmly. My guess is that there's at least one other student hiding inside that tent he's making with his arms, and based on size and the assumption it's a 1A student, my best guess is Minta. To their surprise, that got a groan from Uraraka. Do we have to? Minta's such a pervert. I don't even want to go near him. Oh come on, Uraraka, I'm sure he's not that bad. Izuku said. Uraraka huffed. Whatever, let's just get this over with. They made their way toward the compact team and Izuku could vaguely see Minta leaning to peek out between Shoji's arms. Oh my goodness, Shoji, look. They've got 2 of the curviest girls in here. Who knew support babes had such bangin' bodies? Izuku almost froze in shock. Sure, Minta was theoretically whispering, but they could still hear him. Uraraka groaned. See why no girls wanted to team up with him? Hey, Shoji, right. Shinso called out. You seem like a nice guy. Why pair up with an incel like that? Shoji muttered something that Izuku couldn't hear, but it was obviously enough for Hitoshi if his slight smirk was any indication. Ooh, they've got headbands. Minta yelled. Get him. Izuku's team shuffled backwards as a tongue emerged from the space inside Shoji's arms. Tsu, Uraraka sounded betrayed. You're seriously teaming up with the grape? Shoji's got good defense. A voice croaked out. Tsu sent out her tongue again and Izuku panicked for a moment as he realized they weren't going to be able to dodge again. To his surprise, however, Mei lunged forward and grabbed the tongue as it was reaching for their points, wrapping it around her arm like it was a stubborn piece of rope. I got her. Hurry, Shinso. Whoa, Minta poked his head out and was practically salivating. I'm not usually into muscular girls, but damn. You think she could crush me between her thighs? Izuku's whole body tensed and he suddenly wanted nothing more than to steal this guy's points and make him regret ever looking at a woman. How dare he talk about Mei like that? She'd worked hard for those muscles. And besides, she was right there. It was like he didn't even care about the girls hearing him talking about them like that. You better be careful, Minta. Uraraka's yell cut through the odd haze of rage and other unidentifiable emotions blurring Izuku's brain. You don't know what Shinso's quirk is, and for all you know, it activates by punching you in the face. Izuku and Hitoshi both froze and looked at each other before Hitoshi got a wicked look on his face. As long as he was punched before Hitoshi officially took control, the pain theoretically shouldn't break their connection, and if it did, well, at least they'd have punched a pervert in the face, right? Hey, great boy, Hitoshi called out. Do you want me to give you her number? I heard she really likes making babies. Extra credit, Kun. Mei yelled. Yes, Minda almost unseated himself in his eagerness as their team hovered off the ground and flew at him with all the speed that Shinso's jetpack could manage. His eyes widened as he realized too late that he wasn't going to be getting Mei's number. Hitoshi shook out his hand as he took control of both Minda and Shoji. That was weirdly satisfying. Now give us your points. Sue tried to prevent Minda from handing them over, but Mei simply yanked on her tongue and threw her off balance for long enough for them to get the points and get away. They rushed to put some distance between them as Sue got her tongue back and smacked Minda, loosening Hitoshi's control. It probably wouldn't be too long until Shoji broke through as well, especially since Hitoshi was starting to get tired. Izuku checked in with the other teams. Todoroki had at some point gotten the 10 million point headband from Bakugo's team, but the two were currently fighting to try and reverse that, not that it would matter much in a few minutes. Bakugo's original headband was gone, and Izuku noticed that one of the 1B teams was pursuing a similar strategy and working on building up the small points. The mutant team that Hitoshi was controlling had gained a good number of headbands and was currently eyeing Todoroki's headband, which wouldn't be good since the resulting fight would knock them out of Hitoshi's control. He looked at the clock and grinned. Almost 2 minutes left, which meant it was time to move on to the next phase of their strategy. Shinso, call back Dark Shadow's team. Hitoshi nodded and yelled the order, and the team he was controlling immediately turned around and made their way toward them. All right, how many points do we want to keep? For this to work, I'd say we need half the points on the board, not counting the 10 million, Izuku said. Which headbands do they have? Takoyami robotically spread out the headbands they'd collected, and Hitoshi did the same with his. Mei quickly grabbed the ones they needed and shoved them into Hitoshi's hands, letting Dark Shadow keep the rest. All right, are we ready? Mei asked. Ready as we'll ever be, Uraraka said. I still think this strategy is insane. Oh, definitely, Izuku responded. But remember, the goal isn't just to win. Hitoshi released his control on everyone he was still controlling, and Mei laughed madly as she took out a small remote and detonated the tiny explosives they'd planted on the 10 million point headband at the beginning of the game. The headband had been floating in the air halfway in between the two frontrunners, while both Yaoyorozu and Shiro tried to use a whip and tape, respectively, to grab it and keep it from floating away to the atmosphere. The instant Mei pressed the button, flames rushed over it, leaving nothing more than pieces of ash and fabric floating down as a loud silence filled the stadium. Izuku smiled. The goal is to be memorable, and with that, looks like the 10 million point headband is out of the game. Hasashi's voice echoed over the silent stadium, which immediately exploded into an uproar. Again, are they even allowed to do that? Once again, there is no rule against it. Shouta sighed in exhaustion. Though that will most likely change in future years after this little performance. I had wondered if there was something else fishy going on with that headband when Uraraka didn't deactivate her quirk after Team Shinso gave up the headband. Like most quirks that affect an object, Uraraka's quirk isn't indefinite, so there must have been some reason she chose to keep it active on that particular headband throughout the fight. In this case, the weightlessness of the headband prevented the other teams from realizing that it had been tampered with. In any normal situation, the other teams would have noticed the extra weight from the planted explosives. But apparently Team Shinso is anything but normal. Midoriya, the problem child, looked up at the announcer booth and gave him a small thumbs up that made Shouta roll his eyes. Of course, the kid had known exactly what he was doing by having Uraraka use her quirk on the headband. Shouta didn't even know why he was surprised, considering how often Powerloader complained about Hatsume's propensity for explosions. But for some reason, Shouta had assumed that getting the target off their backs and going after the small point values had been the extent of those crazy kids' plan. Apparently, he still needed to learn his lesson about not underestimating the support course, or maybe just not underestimating Netsu's protege. Hasashi grinned widely and shook his head in disbelief as both of them turned their attention to the teams still on the field. For those of you still catching up, that insane power play has put Team Shinso in the lead with almost half the remaining points. Teams Monoma and Takoyami are next up, followed by Team Todoroki. Everybody else has got practically zilch. So much for Team Shinso's plan to not be a target. With almost 2 minutes left on the clock, how are they going to survive? They weren't. Honestly, if Deku had to resort to dirty tricks like blowing up points to win, he at least should have been smart enough to do it at the last minute so no one had time to recover. But as it was, Deku was an idiot and had the most points on the board, which meant it was time for him to die. Come on, extras, Katsuki growled to his team, which immediately started charging toward Deku along with what looked like every other team on the field. Not that that mattered. Deku was his. I'm gonna kill you, Deku. Except for the fact that Deku was gone. What's this? Mike's voice screamed above the noise of the crowd, who seemed to be eating up the last-minute upset. Team Shinso has taken to the air. Are they? Yes, they are allowed to do that. Aizawa sighed. Honestly, it's probably their only viable strategy, now that everyone is being forced to scramble for last-minute points. Viable strategy. Yeah, right. Like he'd let a little thing like gravity keep him from beating Deku to the ground. Katsuki didn't hesitate for a second before blasting off and rocketing toward the damn nerd's team to teach him a lesson about daring to humiliate him. Itoshi. Deku smirked at him, as he yelled to that useless Gen Ed extra on his team. Now, suddenly there was a snap and Bakugo was wrapped in metal like ribbons or something, and before he knew it, he was being flung back to Earth. And that, folks, is why it pays to have a good relationship with the support course. Mike yelled. That's one rockin' support item. Kinda reminds me of yours, Eraser. Ekubro. Shitty Hair yelled, come on Zero. Catch him. He was wrapped up for the second time that minute. This time in tape, and pulled back to his team. That's it. Deku definitely has to die. What's going on? Pony screamed, her voice wavering in barely concealed panic. Takoyami shook his head and his eyes widened as he realized there were two different teams charging straight toward them. What a mad banquet of darkness. Being edgy isn't helping, dude, Kamakiri shouted, blades already popping from his skin as he prepared to fight. What the hell just happened? The last thing that he remembered clearly, they had been engaged in some sort of psychological warfare with Uraraka's team, but then everything went hazy. He had been vaguely aware of a sense of panic when he had lost control of an enraged Dark Shadow, and then seemed to remember going after other teams. Pony haphazardly shot her horns at the approaching teams, forcing them to dodge and lose valuable time. How many points do we have? Kamakiri glanced up at the board. I think we're in third place right now. No wonder everyone's coming after us. The purple one brainwashed us, Dark Shadow yelled, swiping at some vines with his claws. I'm sorry, Fumikage. I tried to save you. All is well, Dark Shadow. The agents of chaos have deigned to leave us enough points to stay in the running. Takoyami stared down their new opponents. Our challenge now is to keep them. Idiots, all of them, Monoma said haughtily. We don't even need any more points at this point, unlike those 1A frontrunners. Well, yeah, Tsuburaba said, slightly out of breath. But now we're the prey, not the hunters. Kiwaro nodded in agreement. We can no longer stay in the shadows. Well, then, Monoma smiled and reached out to copy a quirk from one of the 1A students trying to attack them. I suppose we'll just have to shine, then. Tetsu hardened his body again, his skin glinting in the sunlight as he looked down at his team. Everyone good on the plan? God be willing, this will grant us success. Shizaki nodded soberly. What she said, Oase agreed. But if this doesn't work, we're screwed. All right, Tetsu grinned. Charge. They lunged forward and Shizaki used all her vines to restrain Dark Shadow while Honuki softened the ground underneath Team Takoyami into a quicksand-like consistency. Their team quickly began sinking, and Tetsu did his best to block as many horns and blades as he could with his hardened skin so that Oase could get close enough to Pony to meld her horns to her head. No, Pony yelled and tried to slap them away, but Tetsu was already reaching toward Takoyami's headband. Don't you dare steal Fumicage's points. Dark Shadow roared and broke through the layer of vines that had been holding him back. Tetsu's eyes widened, and he was about to retreat and call the whole thing a loss when a laser suddenly shot past them, reflecting blindingly off his hardened skin. Dark Shadow whimpered, shrinking in on himself almost instinctively. It wasn't much of an opening, but that split second was enough for Tetsu to grab some points and run away. Seriously, dude, Tsuburaba sounded distinctly unimpressed. You really need to work on your aim. That laser didn't even go near the teams we're actually fighting. Monoma cradled his stomach and swallowed a mouthful of bile. Yeah, well, I'd like to see you try to aim a laser from your stomach when it feels like you're about to explode. The stupid 1A French wannabe winked at them. My quirk is très difficult, non. That's why I need this stylish belt. Not the time, Ayama. The monkey boy glared at Monoma and tried to grab at his points, but Monoma simply copied Tsuburaba's quirk and made himself a shield of solid air, trapping Monkey Boy's hand in it for long enough that they could retreat. He glanced up at the board as the pain in his stomach finally started to subside. Still in the top 3. Not bad for 1B. Hitoshi panted as he had to use his weapon to rebuff Bakugo again. Wow, this guy really doesn't know when to give up, does he? That's Bakugo for you. Uraraka looked like she was starting to get nauseous, but she'd assured them at the beginning that while keeping them airborne for that long would be challenging, she'd be able to do it. Yeah, Katsuki's always been like that. Izuku rolled his eyes, even though it'd be smarter to go after some of the other teams. He sees my very existence as a personal challenge to his superiority. Well, you were making more direct challenges earlier, May pointed out. So, I mean, you can't really say you're surprised. Heh, Izuku chuckled. I guess that's true, isn't it? Oh, looks like he's getting ready to try again. I appreciate the whole teamwork aspect, Bakugo, but, Zero looked at him skeptically. Are you really sure this is gonna work? Seems kinda crazy. Come on. Katsuki flexed his hands as Zero loaded the tape balls into them. I'd like to see Deku resist boiling acid to the face, and with Shark Face up there with me to take the brunt of Eyebag's weapon attack. There's nothing those extras will be able to do. I dunno, man, Kirishima said slowly. Seems kinda violent. I think it's a great plan. Mina cheered. And we've got, less than a minute, so, blast off you two. I'm sorry, Fumikage. Dark Shadow purred contritely after he finally managed to pry their team from the mud. We don't have enough points anymore. It's not too late, Kamakiri pointed out. What about that one team from your class, the ice one? Think we can take them? Fumikage looked at Dark Shadow, who gave him a thumbs up. They are as powerful as demons, but when one has nothing to lose, they must deal with devils. Pony looked a little lost. Is that a yes? Looks like dear old Kaken is switching things up and bringing a friend. Hitoshi said. What's the other guy's quirk? Rux, Izuku answered. I didn't expect Katsuki to actually work with his teammates, unless of course he just took off without warning and Kirishima just didn't have a chance to let go. No time to second guess things. Izuku. Mei grinned and adjusted her flamethrower. We've got incoming. Hitoshi shot his capture weapon toward Bakugo, but at the last minute, Kirishima let go of Bakugo's ankles and latched onto the capture weapon. He hardened and swung on the ribbon like Tarzan, and the sudden unexpected weight made their whole team suddenly lurch toward the ground. By the time that Hitoshi and Uraraka were able to get them back on balance, Katsuki was already in their faces, throwing balls of ... Was that Zero's tape? Mei, flamethrower, let us charge into battle, Fumikage cried. The team didn't move. Go, Dark Shadow shouted. They rushed toward Todoroki's team, who had been using a combination of Ice and Ida's engine quirk to stay out of range and keep the points they had collected. Dark Shadow stretched behind them and started wrapping around to force Todoroki's team into a close-range battle and keep them from running away. Kaminari, Todoroki ordered coolly, pulling some sort of sheet over himself. Attack. Zero wrapped a length of tape around Kirishima's waist and pulled him back to the team. Good work, dude. Thanks. Kirishima gave a sharp-toothed grin. How's Plan B going? Mina held out a couple of headbands. It won't be enough, but I managed to burn a bunch of those crazy vines, and Zero used his tape to grab some of the headbands from that metal guy's team while you were gone. Do you think Bakugo will actually be able to pull this plan off? Kirishima shrugged and turned back toward the aerial battle. Well, I wouldn't underestimate either of them. Mei blasted the flamethrower at the tape balls right as Katsuki set off an explosion. Some of them vaporized entirely, while the rest splashed a suspicious pink liquid over everyone. Uraraka rubbed at her arms frantically. You filled Zero's tape with Ashido's acid? Really, Bakugo? Fuck, that hurts. Hitoshi grimaced and was busy wiping acid from his face when a hand suddenly emerged from the smoke and snatched away most of their headbands. Hey, Izuku, Bakugo got our points. Shit. Izuku rushed to tally the points in his head. How many did he get? More than half. Hitoshi answered. Hey Blasty, what do you think you're doing? No time. Mei messed with something on her tool belt and launched it at Bakugo. Take this. Bakugo's eyes widened as he was tangled in one of Mei's capture nets and started to fall. A line of tape reached to grab him and Izuku tugged at Uraraka's sleeve. We need to remove his gravity. If he gets back to his team with all our points, we won't move on. Extra credit kun. Mei yelled. Full blast on the jetpack. Everyone hold on tight. Ugh. Hitoshi groaned but had a smile on his face as he adjusted the jetpack controls. I hate this family. Kamakiri. Takoyami cried. The time is now. Kamakiri grinned as he threw a chain of his blades at Kaminari. He wouldn't have normally thought of using his uniform shirt to tie them together, but when Takoyami said they would need a way to counteract Kaminari's electricity, his first instinct was to create a lightning rod with his blades. Thankfully, his aim was true enough that he managed to stab Kaminari in the arm seconds into his attack, and the otherwise disabling attack was channeled into his blades and flowed harmlessly into the ground as their team kept advancing. Onward, Pony yelled. For loss. Dark Shadow reached for the headbands on Todoroki's neck, flinching back slightly when there was a brief splutter of fire, but pushing forward when it died after only half a second. I think you mean for victory. Oh, right. For victory. Uraraka swallowed down the vomit that was threatening to come up as she pushed herself and her quirk to the limit. She grimaced as she grabbed onto the capture net with all 5 fingers. It would have been better to make Bakugo weightless, but with seconds left on the clock, she'd take what she could get. Bakugo tried to force her way with explosions, and she could feel the net jerking away from her as Zero pulled at his tape. But with the angle he was trapped at, Bakugo couldn't use his quirk to propel himself, which put their team at an advantage. Thanks, Kaken. Midoriya reached past her and yanked away as many headbands as he could. Have a nice fall. Hazashi waited with bated breath as the last few seconds ticked away. And that's time. Wowza. In all my years I really don't think I've seen a more intense final few minutes. Have you, Eraser? I thought the free-for-all was normally at the beginning of the match. Well, normally, more than half the points aren't obliterated with 2 minutes to go, Shouta said dryly. He looked out over the stadium. The crowds were eating up the twists and turns to the battle, which had to be good for their ratings and, by extension, good for UAS publicity. Zero had just barely managed to reel Bakugo in without him touching the ground, and Shinso's team was shielding Uraraka from the cameras as she finally released her quirk and the contents of her stomach. Takoyami was doing well at interclass bonding, it seemed, as he and his teammates patted each other on the back and counted up the points they'd stolen at the last minute, and the team from 1B looked smug that they were the only team that had actually managed to keep all the points they'd stolen by the time the 10 million point headband was taken out of play. What's this? Hazashi yelled, hyping up the crowd as the scoreboard readjusted itself to reflect the final total. It looks like a good mix of students will be moving on. In first place, we have Team Monoma from Class 1B, then Team Shinso with students from Support, Gen Ed, and Class 1A. Next place is Team Bakugo from Class 1A, with their impressive teamwork. Finally, in fourth place is Team Takoyami with some points stolen at the very end. Oh, and because Team Takoyami only has 3 members, one person from Team Tetsu will be moving on as well. I guess you could say that this year is the year of the underdogs. Shouta looked down at the field again. The teams that had moved on were laughing, crying, and celebrating, but he was paying more attention to Todoroki, who was looking down at his hands and appeared to be in shock. Shouta knew he was imagining it, but he could almost feel the heat from Endeavor in the stands as he realized that his son wouldn't be moving on to the final found. To Shouta's memory, it wasn't the first time that the strongest student had failed to make it to the one-on-one battles, but it was rare enough to be notable, and he couldn't help but feel that his husband's observation, however dramatic, was correct. This was the year of the underdogs. Shoto felt numb. Not that he ever let himself feel much to begin with, but everything just seemed so out of focus and the crowds were quieter than they should have been. How had he lost? Todoroki. Momo put a hand on his shoulder and it was all that Shoto could do not to flinch. Are you okay? I'll be fine, Shoto said firmly. He had to be fine. If he were to show anything but the utmost composure on television, Endeavor's punishment would probably be even worse. Not that he was looking forward to the increased training that would undoubtedly follow his failure, but he'd endured this much. He could handle a little more if it meant rising to the top without his power. I apologize for losing our points. It's not. Momo hesitated. I mean, yes, that's very unfortunate and I'm not happy about losing either, but that's not what I was asking. Do you need to see Recovery Girl? Shoto turned to her, slightly raising an eyebrow. Why would I need to see Recovery Girl? Momo hesitated. The burns. Shoto's eyes widened slightly in shock. He'd only activated his fire for a split second out of instinct before he'd realized what he was doing and snuffed them out. But that shouldn't have been nearly enough to burn him especially. It's just that with what Bakugo pulled with Ishido's acid, a lot of us have chemical burns, so we're all going together. Momo explained. Those tape grenades kinda exploded everywhere, you know. We're just lucky that Ishido didn't make the acid strong enough to do any real damage. Oh, Shoto looked down at himself, noticing for the first time that there were holes burned into his uniform from where Ishido's acid had splattered over the field as it fell. Sure enough, there were a few small burns trailing along his arms, but the pain wasn't anything more than what he was used to from his normal training. I hadn't noticed. Understandable. Ada joined the conversation, arms already swinging as he spoke. The adrenaline in our systems was more than enough to keep us from noticing until the game was over as well. However, I believe that it is best to get these wounds, however minor they may be, taken care of quickly so we can focus on learning from the next rounds. Shoto thought about that for a moment. On the one hand, his father would consider going to the nurse for something so minor as a sign of weakness. But on the other even if Endeavor managed to shove his way back into the student areas, he wouldn't do anything to cause a scene if there were other people around. If only he'd used his fire. Shoto stomped down on that thought the moment it popped into his head. No, he wouldn't become like that bastard by using his power. In fact, Shoto forced himself to take a breath and almost smiled as a thought occurred to him. His father had failed too. He'd failed to become number one. Losing here just meant that he was better at failing than his father could ever be. He hoped the bastard enjoyed what he'd created. Izuku grinned at Mei and Shinso as Midnight cracked her whip to draw their attention to the screen where the brackets were laid out. They all had bandages covering various parts of their arms and faces from the cavalry battle, since Recovery Girl had insisted on only healing the worst of the damage so they wouldn't be too exhausted to do well in the rest of the festival. Izuku had even managed to get her autograph, even though Mei and Hitoshi hadn't stopped teasing him about geeking out over the school nurse. It was so weird having a friendship that included teasing that wasn't intended to hurt like the bullying he'd grown up with. Izuku still couldn't believe they had actually done it. They'd gotten Shinso into the one-on-one rounds, which meant that they were one step closer to getting him into the hero course. All the training they'd done was paying off, and they were now in the perfect situation for Hitoshi to really show the teachers that he deserved that spot. Everyone was silent for a moment as they looked at the lineup. "I'm fighting Ponit Tsunatori," Hitoshi muttered quietly. "She was on the team we took control of, right?" "Yep," Izuku said happily. "That'll be an interesting match. She's an exchange student, so the language barrier might make using your quirk more interesting. We haven't experimented with other languages yet, have we?" "Nope," Mei piped up. "But if worst comes to worst, he can always use my babies." "Wonderful," Hitoshi grumbled. "Who have you got, Midoriya?" Midoriya started as he suddenly realized that he was going on to the one-on-one fights as well. Somehow, he'd been so focused on getting Hitoshi into the third round that he'd completely forgotten that being on the same team meant that he'd made it as well. He frantically searched the screen for his name, crossing his fingers that he wouldn't have to face Katsuki right off the bat. Where? Mina Ashido. Acid quirk, Izuku grimaced. "At least it won't be boiling this time." "Yeah, that sucked," Mei said, tugging at one of the bandages on her arm. "Izuku, what's Monoma's quirk again?" "Oh, his is a lot of fun." Izuku grinned. "He has a copy quirk. I think he can copy up to 3 people's quirks at the same time. There's really no way to know whose quirks he's copied until you fight him though." "Perfect." Mei's eyes narrowed in on Monoma from across the crowd. "He'll be the perfect demonstration of how adaptable my babies are." "I don't know whether to pity him or just laugh," Hitoshi said, amused. "Oof, Uraraka's strong, right?" "Yeah, she really is," Izuku answered. "Why?" "Because you better hope she wins her fight." Hitoshi pointed at the brackets. "Otherwise you're going to be up against Bakugo in the next round." Izuku gulped and glanced over to where Katsuki was surrounded by his team from the cavalry battle. Kirishima was patting him on the back, but Izuku could feel his anger from all the way across the field. Katsuki had always been the best, ever since Izuku could remember, so it must be eating at him that he hadn't gotten first in either of the first 2 rounds, and it must hurt even worse that he was beaten by Izuku of all people. He wanted to feel guilty about that. Years of standing in Katsuki's shadow had primed him to believe that if he wasn't helping his best friend, being a stepping stone on his way to greatness, then he was nothing. If he wasn't helping Katsuki be the best, then he really was the useless Deku that everyone told him that he was. But things had changed since middle school. For one, Izuku had found a new dream that didn't have anything to do with Katsuki, and for another, he knew what real friendship was like now. Friendship was comparing notebooks to figure out why Mei's latest experiment kept exploding. It was ganging up on Hitoshi to make him laugh when he hadn't gotten enough sleep the night before. It was curling up under a fluffy blanket after a villain attack. It was winning the first 2 rounds of the sports festival when he didn't have to, just to make sure his friend made it to the 3rd round. "Don't worry," Izuku assured his friends. "Katsuki may be strong, but we're not friends anymore. He's lost the right to hurt me. So ... Did you ever figure out how that Gen Ed's kid quirk worked?" Ajiro asked Takoyami. "You might have to fight him again, you know." "I am aware," Takoyami answered. "But first I will have to beat a fellow agent of darkness." ... Okay. Ajiro looked at him strangely, but Takoyami was more focused on his next fight and on ignoring Todoroki, who was brooding in one of the upper rows of their section of the stands. If he was being completely honest, he hadn't expected his team's last-minute strategy to come to anything. He and his teammates had been fully prepared to embrace the dark void of empty failure when the buzzer rang, but somehow they had managed to pull through. Takoyami couldn't stop wondering, however, why Todoroki had refused to use his fire. It had been obvious in that moment that Dark Shadow was weak to his left side, and yet Todoroki had let him win. There must be some dark reason for his refusal, but Takoyami wasn't one to reveal others' inner darknesses to the world. But perhaps revealing it to a certain analyst who seemed determined to help their class wouldn't be the end of the world. Perhaps he should talk to Aizawa about peering through the shadows to implore the assistance of the mysterious cheat code. "It is of no importance," Takoyami said finally. "Dark Shadow and I will be victorious. I just hope the purple kid doesn't start singing again." Dark Shadow shuddered. "I think that was creepier than being brainwashed." "Singing?" Aoyama looked at them curiously. "Why would the monsieur sing in the middle of a fight? He doesn't seem nearly gorgeous enough to pull it off." "I think it had something to do with his quirk activation." Kamakiri leaned over the wall dividing 1A and 1B. "Sorry to eavesdrop, but it's a tournament, so I might have to fight him again too. It was only after he started singing that he took control of us. But he didn't sing to me." Dark Shadow complained. "You did hear him sing, though," Takoyami said. "Perhaps the best strategy would be to cover one's ears to prevent themselves from being pulled under by the siren's song." What the heck are you guys talking about? Minta yelled. He had an ugly purple black eye that Recover Girl had apparently refused to heal. That purple guy doesn't sing, and covering your ears won't do shit. He takes control of you though, punching you. He only punched you because you were being rude, Minta, Sue pointed out bluntly. He takes control of you through physical contact. He never made contact with me, so my head was clear the whole time, but I'm pretty sure he touched Shoji when he was going after you. Everyone turned to look at Shoji, who gave a dignified nod. Takoyami was starting to get more confused the more people spoke up, but I never touched him, at least not before he and his agents of chaos possessed my team. You're all idiots, Monoma said. It's obviously eye contact. You didn't even fight him, Monoma, so pipe down. Kendo slapped him over the head and shrunk her hand as she appeared over the wall. I think he's got kinda a sphinx quirk or something, she suggested. He got us by giving us riddles. When we couldn't figure out the answer quickly enough, he took control. I hope it is not that. Pony jumped up and landed on the wall. I have difficulty with riddles in my first language. I won't have no hope in my second. Is his quirk truly that difficult to parse out? Yaoyorozu piped up. Most of the class had joined the conversation by this point. Understandably. Surely the activation requirements must be obvious by now if he's fought so many of you. Takoyami sighed. He is a mystery wrapped within an enigma. He's a weirdo, that's what he is. Dark Shadow grumbled. Come on, Fumikage, I want French fries. Ochako forcefully reminded herself that she had nothing to be scared of as she waited for the match to start. If a group of students that weren't in the hero course could stand up against Bakugo and even call him Kaken just because they thought it was funny, then she, a future hero, had no reason to be terrified of him. Now if only her heartbeat would get the memo. Midoriya had offered to help her come up with a strategy to use against him. But Ochako already had the beginnings of a plan in her mind, and she didn't want to only rely on the support course to get her though. If she succeeded here, then she'd know she was strong enough on her own merit, and if she didn't, then she'd know she still needed to improve. The second that Midnight started the match, Ochako rushed forward, only to be brutally blown back. She kept going. It could have just been her imagination, but it felt like Bakugo was going even harder against her than he normally would. A couple of times, she even heard him mutter something about Deku as he forced her back, so she figured he was probably taking out his frustrations with Midoriya out on her. It wasn't fair, obviously, but this was Bakugo they were talking about, the guy who called pretty much everyone extras, so she didn't really have high expectations when it came to kindness or empathy. Hopefully, however, she could use his anger to her advantage. When people were angry, they got hyper-focused and missed things. She used the smokescreen Bakugo was creating to float as many small rocks as she could, only slowing down and stopping when she felt like there was no way he could avoid her meteor shower. What? Finally giving up? Bakugo scoffed. I should have expected that from anyone willing to partner up with Deku. I think you still have a lot to learn about not underestimating people. Ochako panted. She was close to her limit now, but it had to be enough. She'd make it be enough. Thank you. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. What the fuck for? Ochako smiled and brought her hands together. For keeping your eyes on me. She lunged forward, ignoring the sting as some of the small pebbles hit her on their way down. Bakugo's eyes widened and she saw a tiny glimmer of fear. She could do this. She reached out toward him. Just a little farther. Bakugo's entire body tensed in determination, and suddenly there was a loud boom as the loudest boom Ochako had ever heard rocked the stadium. It was enough to knock her completely off her feet and disintegrate her epic meteor shower to nothing but useless dust and pebbles. Tears prickled at the corner of her eyes as she struggled to stand, but Bakugo was right there, forcing her to the ground again with another explosion. What was that round face? Huh? Did Deku give you that strategy? No, that was all me. Ochako smiled and pushed past her nausea as she finally managed to touch Bakugo. He tensed as his gravity was removed, but the effects lasted less than a second before Ochako started throwing up and dropped him. So much for that plan. Come on, round face. Fight me. Bakugo's voice seemed muffled as she tried to force herself to her feet, but she was already beyond her limits and ended up collapsing on the floor. Uraraka is unable to continue, Midnight announced. Bakugo wins. Izuku swallowed nervously and ran though everything he knew about Mina Ashido, watching carefully as she stretched, limbering herself up for their match. She was kind, from what he'd seen, and had decent quirk control, but nothing too special. She could control both the acidity and the viscosity of her acids, which made her dangerous, but she didn't really have any ranged attacks from what he'd seen. Then again, neither did he. Unlike the first round, there wasn't really a convenient robot for him to hack. He could take control of the security systems, maybe, but that would be risky because that would take time and would leave him open to attack. His best bet for now was to keep her at a distance and then figure out something out as he went along. That was all assuming he even wanted to win this round to begin with, which he still hadn't decided. Begin. As Shindo immediately started skating toward him on her acid. Honestly, I feel kinda bad for beating you. Bakubro said you were quirkless, so this is kinda a bad matchup for you, huh? Izuku couldn't help feeling annoyed as he ran away. Every matchup's a bad matchup for me. That doesn't mean I should just give up. Oh yeah, more power to ya. Ashido laughed. But you're still gonna lose. It was weird because it felt like she should be making fun of him. But for some reason, Izuku felt like she just hadn't clued in that what she said might be rude, so he'd forgive her this time. But he also kinda wanted to prove her wrong. Actually, he wanted to prove a lot of people wrong. He wanted to prove, live on national television, that quirkless didn't mean useless and he wouldn't even need to rely on his tech to do it, just Ashido's quirk and maybe a loophole or two. Izuku grinned and kept running around the stage, zigzagging around the small space and keeping just barely out of reach of Ashido. The crowd seemed to be getting bored with their game of cat and mouse, but it wouldn't last too much longer. Izuku was already having to jump half the time just to avoid the acid trails that Ashido was leaving everywhere as she ran. He waited until about 80% of the stage was completely coated in acid before taking off his uniform jacket and running toward the corner of the stage. There was a small torch in each corner. They were mostly for decoration, and Izuku honestly wasn't completely sure that they didn't count as out of bounds, but he didn't technically have to cross the lines to reach them, so he was willing to risk it. He crumpled his shirt into a ball and shoved it into the flames until it caught, then ignored the gasps and screams of the crowd as he threw the now burning shirt onto the ground, smirking at Ashido as the acid on the ground caught fire and the flames started racing toward her. Her eyes widened and she immediately jumped off of her acid trail, but there were only so many places she could go. Unlike Izuku, she hadn't been paying attention to what areas on the field were free of acid, so while she was busy trying to find a safe place to put her feet, he was able to pick his way around the flames and give her one final push over the line. Ashido Mina is out of bounds, Midnight yelled. Izuku Midoriya wins. Now both of you get off the field before you get hurt. Did they seriously just knock each other out? Mike asked. Well, I guess that's what you get when you're evenly matched. Kirishima versus Tetsu will be decided via a tiebreaker once they finally wake up. Zero cracked his neck and grinned as Midnight announced the beginning of the match. This is kinda a bad matchup for you, I mean, it could be worse. Like, can you imagine if Todoroki had made it to this round? But, still, you ever tried to vacuum up a piece of string? This is gonna be kinda like that. Kaibara shrugged and started rotating his fingers experimentally. I guess you might be right. But what kind of hero would I be if I let a little thing like a bad quirk matchup keep me from fighting? Zero shook his head and shot tape from both of his elbows. As he expected, the tape immediately started wrapping around his arms. It wouldn't be long before he wouldn't be able to rotate at all and Zero would win. To his surprise, however, Kaibara suddenly started rotating faster than he was producing tape. Before Zero could speed up to compensate or cut off his tape, Kaibara had used his tape to pull them together and Zero's eyes widened as Kaibara's head started to spin. One devastating headbutt later, Kaibara was grimacing as he tried to free his arms from the tape. Zero is caught. Kaibara wins. Are you sure you don't want to use any of my babies? Hatsum asked innocently. Just to level the playing field, you know. Monoma scoffed. Are you implying that I can't beat you on my own merit? Class 1B is superior. We don't need to rely on charity from other courses to prove our abilities, unlike some classes. Are you forgetting that it was my team that came in first during the cavalry battle? At least I didn't provide opportunities for those Class 1A bastards to steal our points. We just wanted everything to be fair. Bea jumped up and down in excitement as she made a final mental inventory of her babies. Taking away that many points and not giving anyone a chance to recover would have just been rude. The best don't have the time to worry about the opinions of others. Monomer rolled his eyes. You may as well give up now. Your babies aren't going to stand a chance against 3 quirks. Mei pretended to think about it for a moment. Nah, I still haven't gotten what I came for. And what is that? Monoma sneered. Mei grinned manically as Midnight told them to start the spotlight. Monoma huffed haughtily, rapidly growing his hand 10 times its size and reaching toward her. The spotlight goes to those that deserve it. Mei tapped the mic that Izuku had programmed for her and smiled when she heard the sound echo through the stadium speakers. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mei Hatsum, the future CEO of Hatsum Industries, and I'd like to introduce you to my babies. What? Mike's voice echoed over the speakers as well. How is she doing that? My best guess is that Midoriya helped her hack into our speaker system. Aizawa sounded amused. Problem children. This first invention is one of my personal favorites, Mei announced, eyes zooming in on the booth where the support companies were watching with interest. It's a multi-purpose capture net that can take care of even the most troublesome quirks. She shot the net toward Monoma, who might have been able to dodge if the extra weight from his larger hands hadn't thrown him off. He growled as the net wrapped around him. but his eyes shone with anger and determination as his hands shrunk and vines started growing from his head and reaching between the holes in the net. As my lovely assistant is demonstrating, nets aren't the best fit for every quirk heroes encounter. That's why each of my capture nets is controlled by magnets. She pressed a button and the net fell apart. One button control for easy capture and release. I'm not your assistant. Monoma's face turned bright red and he untangled his vines from the remainder of her net and shot them toward her. Stop toying with me. May simply kept smiling and pressed another button. Legs shot out of her backpack and effortless helped her dodge. My universal tripod senses and responds to threats in the environment, and the multi-directional control means that this nifty invention will help you dodge and weave no matter where your opponent's attacks are coming from. Stop monologuing and fight me already. Monoma yelled. Do you think support is better than 1B? Is that it? Sometimes, however, you need a little more firepower. May ignored Monoma's protests as she grabbed another invention from her belt. And what's better for firepower than a flamethrower? Perfect for combating plant-based quirks or really any quirk that might be flammable. Monoma panicked as the vines caught fire, but he detached them quickly enough that the flames didn't manage to burn him. May was both curious and excited as she wondered what quirk he'd use next. Since Izuku had said he could copy 3, he'd also said that his quirk would limit the fight to about 5 minutes, since after that he'd basically be fighting quirkless and it wouldn't be nearly as entertaining. So she had to be efficient and show all the inventions she wanted to before his quirk ran out. They glanced up at the support booth again and smiled in triumph. They were eating this up. Fine, you want to play dirty. Monoma scowled at her. Let's see how you handle this. The ground beneath her turned to mush, but May simply activated her hover boots and her jetpack. I recommend using these 2 inventions in tandem, but they're both amazing on their own as well. When it's too dangerous to be on the ground, why limit yourself to obeying gravity? Monoma ground his teeth together and reactivated the quirk that made his hands larger as he attempted to swat her out of the air. She responded by shooting him with a portable taser. The fight went on like that for a few minutes, and May was careful to respond to each new threat with a different baby so that the support companies would be able to see the full variety of her arsenal. Monoma kept getting more and more angry until he stopped being able to call on the quirks he'd copied and his shoulders slumped. They finished off showing one more invention, then bowed. Thank you everyone. Just a reminder that it's May Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsume Industries. She dusted off her hands and stepped over the line with a sigh. Pleasure doing business with you. Midnight sounded like she was holding back laughter as she announced the match. Hatsume is out of bounds. Monoma wins. Kamakiri started shooting his blades at Tsuburaba as soon as the match began, but, as predicted, his blades simply buried themselves harmlessly in an invisible shield of hardened air. He didn't let that intimidate him, however, and kept throwing his blades. The thing about Tsuburaba's air constructs was that they were fragile. Enough good hits and they were liable to shatter. He kept up his assault, but Tsuburaba didn't make it easy with how he kept moving around the stage to avoid his knives. Kamakiri rolled his eyes as Tsuburaba made his way to his other side. Visibly out of breath, "Are you done already? I was looking forward to a fight." Tsuburaba simply smiled and took a deep breath. It was difficult to see Tsuburaba's constructs. So when Kamakiri thought it was safest to dodge when it looked like his opponent was throwing something, he felt something similar to a spear fly past him. But that wasn't the biggest surprise. No, the surprise was the wall he ran into. Kamakiri sent a few blades out from his body in every direction and for the first time, realized that Tsuburaba hadn't been moving around to dodge, but instead to create a maze of invisible walls that were now blocking him in on 3 sides. The only exit he had was straight over the line and Tsuburaba was running toward him, holding a shield of air in front of him that already had several blades buried in it. Kamakiri tried to hold his ground. He really did. But it only took a few instinctual steps backward for him to officially lose the match. Kamakiri is out of bounds. Midnight yelled. Tsuburaba wins. Pony was really hoping that Shinso's quirk wasn't riddles. She knew it was some kind of brainwashing, since she'd obviously spent a good portion of the second round under his control. But she had no idea how to protect herself, so the best thing to do would be to end the match before he had a chance to use it. That was why, as soon as Midnight gave the signal to begin, Pony immediately began shooting her horns at him. He dodged most of them deftly, only getting a few grazes, but he just kept staring at her. Present Mike's voice echoed over the field and Pony made a note to tell Vlad-sensei that they might need a new speaker system since the audio quality was super weird. For those of you who don't know, Pony is an exchange student from, where was it again? Australia, America. Pony yelled. How did her English teacher not remember where she was from? They talked about her hometown. From across the field, Shinso smirked, still maintaining eye contact. I win. Pony felt her body relax with a jolt as Shinso took control. Oh no, it must have been eye contact. That was why he hadn't stopped staring at her. Turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero, Shinso ordered, and Pony didn't have any choice but to obey. Well, that was weird. Present Mike spoke up again, but the audio quality was better. She's just obeying him. Pony is out of bounds. Shinso wins. It is a pleasure to fight another servant of darkness, Takoyami said seriously. Of course, Kiwara responded. It is an honor. Oh, come on. Stop being edgelords and let's just fight already. Dark Shadow complained, lunging forward and swiping at Kiwara. The moment he did, however, their opponent completely disappeared. What? Dark Shadow yelled. Where'd he go? Takoyami's eyes widened and he reared back as Kiwara emerged from his chest right where he joined with Dark Shadow. Boo. Takoyami stumbled back, but managed to get a hold on Kiwara's arm and shove him away. How? Kiwara smirked and ran toward Dark Shadow again. Just like before, he disappeared as soon as they made contact. But this time, Dark Shadow stiffened and started moving somewhat jerkily. Fumicage. Dark Shadow made a clumsy swipe at him and Takoyami felt a strike of fear. I'm not doing this. Takoyami's mind raced. What did he know? He knew that somehow, Kiwara was able to disappear when he made contact with Dark Shadow. It was almost as if they were melding together, and he seemed to be trying to control him, which was bad. So, how could he counteract that? Dark Shadow, Takoyami yelled. Return to me. Thankfully, Dark Shadow still had enough control of his actions to obey the order, and within moments he had gratefully disappeared back inside Takoyami's chest. As soon as Dark Shadow disappeared, Kiwara became visible again right in front of Takoyami. I guess I need a little more practice before I can really control dark objects. Kiwara looked exhausted. Oh well, Takoyami didn't want to have to do this without Dark Shadow, but he would do what it took to win and to protect his quirk. Taking advantage of Kiwara's exhaustion, Takoyami tackled him to the ground and pinned him. He struggled for a few moments, but then Dark Shadow emerged and braced Takoyami so that he had extra strength, all while being careful not to touch Kiwara. After a few seconds, it became apparent that he wasn't getting out of this and Kiwara stopped struggling. Kiwara is unable to move. Takoyami wins. Izuku should be scared. He was about to face the kid who had made his life miserable for 10 years, the one who had given him more scars than anyone else, the one who told him to take a swan dive off the roof, and, of course, the one who is chomping at the bit to teach him a lesson. He should be absolutely terrified, but instead he was just angry. Across from him, Katsuki was already popping tiny explosions in his hands threateningly. He looked absolutely pissed, but then again, Izuku had been doing things all day that he knew would set him off, so he supposed on some level he'd known this would happen, even if he didn't deserve it. No one deserved to have their dreams trampled on and told they were less than a pebble on the side of the road just because of the way they were born. So what? Izuku had found friends and done well in the other rounds, but that had very little if nothing to do with his former bully, so Katsuki had no right to be angry. He'd won the first round by accident, and the second for Shinso, and even if annoying Katsuki had been a nice side effect, that wasn't why he wanted to do his best. No, Izuku was doing this for himself. He didn't allow himself to collapse in on himself like he would have back in middle school. As he waited for midnight to begin the match, Izuku held his head high and threw his shoulders back, which seemed to annoy Katsuki even more. He probably wanted things to go back to the way they were. The good old days when he'd been the top of the food chain and Izuku had been nothing. And it was pissing him off that those days were over. Izuku had friends now. He had a new dream that he loved and that had nothing to do with Katsuki, and he wouldn't give that up for the world. I'm gonna kill you, Deku, Katsuki growled, quiet enough that it was almost completely drowned out by the roar of the crowd. I'm gonna explode your quirkless ass so hard they'll have to send your ashes home to Auntie and Co. in a takeout box. Izuku's glare hardened, but otherwise he didn't change his expression. Katsuki continued spitting insults as they waited for the fight to begin. But Izuku just let them wash over him. Far too familiar with Katsuki's particular brand of verbal violence to be bothered when he knew that Mei was waiting with the rest of their class to see him after the fight. Maybe Katsuki should research trash talking to make his words a more effective weapon against villains. Because they weren't going to work on Izuku anymore. Alright, I want a good clean match, Midnight announced to the crowd. Same rules as the last round apply. You win by forcing your opponent to leave the ring, knocking them out, or making them surrender to your will. Whoever wins these matches moves on to the semi-finals. Begin. As soon as she cracked her whip, Katsuki immediately launched himself forward, using his explosions to propel himself as he anticipated the beatdown to come. Deku. The rules dictated that opponents must stay on their side of the stage before the match, but there was no rule on exactly where. Most students chose to wait in the middle of their space, giving themselves good options for both evasion and attack. It was a good strategy, but Katsuki was so concerned with beating him that he'd failed to notice exactly how close to the line Izuku was standing until he took a single step backwards over the line, maintaining eye contact the whole time. It had never occurred to him that Izuku would rather forfeit the match than fight him. The entire stadium fell silent as everyone processed what Izuku had just done. Even Katsuki's explosion stuttered to a stop halfway across the stage, and he landed roughly as he stared at Izuku in confused disbelief. It was like someone had taken a snapshot of that moment and engraved it into glass to preserve it forever. Then that moment shattered. No, Katsuki immediately launched himself forward again. No, you don't get to give up, Deku. You've been looking down on me all day. Got him it. Fight me. Izuku felt a small strike of fear. Were the teachers actually going to stop him? Or were they going to be just like the ones in middle school and turn a blind eye to their golden boy breaking the rules? Would they let Katsuki beat him up and then pull some bullshit reason out of their asses about how it hadn't been clear that Izuku had crossed the line or how it somehow didn't count, ultimately blaming him for Katsuki's temper being out of control? Either way, Izuku refused to move. It wasn't his responsibility to run away in fear. The moment of truth came right as Katsuki was about to let loose an explosion to Izuku's face, but was met with a cement wall that suddenly sprang out of the ground instead. The explosion left a sizable dent in the wall and sent cement chunks flying everywhere, but Izuku only flinched slightly as he got hit with a few pebbles. Stand down, Bakugo, Cementus growled. The match is already over. Midoriya is over the line and you're moving on. No, Bakugo growled and hit the wall with another explosion. That's not a win. That's a gimme. You've been pissing me off all day. Deku, just shut up and fight me already. You owe me a fight, you quirkless piece of shit. The wall was practically destroyed at this point, but Katsuki's explosions were getting weaker as Midnight came up behind him and he started breathing in her quirk. Fight me. Deku, you me a fight. Izuku simply continued staring him down, an odd sense of power flooding through him as he said something that deep down, he'd always wanted to say. No, Kaken. Actually, I don't owe you anything. Kirishima was kinda torn. On the one hand, it was kinda unmanly for that support student to just step out of the ring like that. But on the other, it was super unmanly for Bakugo to keep going after him after the match was over. Honestly, Bakugo should have been prepared for that, considering that the other support student did basically the same thing, even if she'd played with Monoma for a while before surrendering, which would hopefully make him a little less smug and annoying next time the two classes had to work together. But still, the support course students didn't really have any motivation to win the sports festival, so it made sense to lose early on. He shook his head and walked out of the tunnel for his own match. He couldn't afford to be thinking about Bakubro when he had his own match to worry about. With the matchups the way they were right now, if he won this match, he'd be fighting Bakugo in the next round and he could give him the fight he deserved. It probably wasn't what he wanted, but it would help to take his frustrations out on someone with thick skin. But to help his friend, he needed to get to beat this drill guy from 1B. 0 would have been easier, since Kirishima would have been able to harden his skin and cut through the tape without much of an issue. But Kaibara had shown in the last match that he had a good head on his shoulders and was willing to fight creatively, even in the case of a bad quirk matchup, so Kirishima had to be on his guard. He could do this. Begin. Kaibara's fingers spun so fast that Kirishima could hardly even see him as they ran at each other. Kirishima dodged the attacks he could and paid close attention to Kaibara's movements to try and predict where the rest of his attacks would land and only harden those parts of his body. This was going to be primarily a battle of stamina. If he could keep up his hardening longer than Kaibara could gyrate, then he'd win, but if he softened before his opponent got tired, he'd lose. It was simple, straightforward, and manly, just like he liked. Kirishima stayed on the defensive as long as he could. Hardening his whole body was exhausting, but hardening small sections of his skin like this was almost instinctual at this point and was something he could do for hours before he had to stop. Kaibara, however, caught onto his strategy within a few minutes of starting the match. His stance changed and he started moving faster and launching multiple attacks at once, which made it a lot harder for Kirishima to predict where he needed to harden. Sometimes, he'd be all prepared for a hand to his ribs, only to be surprised by a foot trying to drill into one of his shins and had to harden as quickly as he could, just to keep from losing. As soon as his opponent showed the slightest signs that he was getting tired, Kirishima took his chance, hardening his whole body. He lunged forward and grabbed his arms, wincing at the way Kaibara's limbs twisted beneath his hands as he tried to escape. Kirishima just dragged him toward the edge, tugging hard and relying on his slightly greater physical strength to pull Kaibara from where he was trying to anchor himself into the ground. The skin on his palms had been ground down to almost nothing by the time he finally managed to throw Kaibara from the ring with a roar. And with that spectacular move, Kaibara is out of bounds. Midnight yelled. Kirishima advances to the semifinals. It truly doesn't matter which of us wins this match, Monoma said. Either way, we've shown that 1B is just as good as 1A in every aspect. Tsuburaba shook his head in amusement. I really don't think that they're as high and mighty as you think they are, Monoma. Sure, they fought some villains, but we all took the same test, didn't we? We're all in the hero course, which is more than I can say for your last opponent. Monoma's expression soured. I was being chivalrous and that support witch took advantage of that. If I ever fight her again, I'll show her the true power of our class. Subaraba rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. More like she'll wipe the floor with you with even better gear. Seriously, dude, it's like she wasn't even trying. Just shut up. Monoma grit his teeth. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were starting to actually believe that 1B is inferior. Again, dude, that's literally just you. Subaraba muttered. But whatever, let's fight. Midnight gave the signal and Monoma immediately started letting out mushroom spores. He had planned on pulling that move out later in the fight, but he wanted to prove Subaraba and everyone else who ever talked about his stupid inferiority complex wrong. He wasn't inferior. He could end this fight before it even began. Subaraba took a deep breath to start using his quirk. But before he was able to make any constructs, he got a lungful of the invisible spores and started coughing. That would show him. Monoma ran over to him and Subaraba tried to fight him off, but it was difficult to defend against a physical assault when it felt like his lungs were going to explode and all Monoma needed was one good touch. He copied Subaraba's quirk and turned his head to the side he'd kept free of the spores so that he could take a deep breath. He made a sort of table floating a few feet above the ground and pushed Subaraba onto it, then welded him in place and took a few steps back. Subaraba, can you move? Midnight asked. Subaraba tried to wriggle around a little bit, but Monoma had taken care to anchor him well so that there was no way he could break out. Monoma smiled as he shook his head. Subaraba is immobilized. Monoma advances. Are you sure you can do this? Izuku asked. I mean, of course you can. Obviously, but it's just that Takoyami is really strong and he already knows her quirk. Plus you have to brainwash him and Dark Shadow separately, so it's more like you're fighting two opponents instead of one. It's kinda unfair. Oh, come on. Have a little faith in our baby. May hit Izuku softly over the head and turned to Hitoshi. But seriously, rely on the baby I made you and Izukun's analysis and you'll be fine. You've made it this far and Bird Boy doesn't know how your quirk works, right? Not that I know of. Hitoshi shrugged, burying his nervousness deep underneath his normal layer of apathy. He's got a strong quirk, but Mei-chan is right. Izuku smiled brightly. You're stronger. They gave a manic grin and slapped him on the back. Knock him dead. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, but still felt a little better as he made his way out of the tunnels and onto the field. Beating Pony was one thing. She didn't have an excellent grasp on the language, so it was easy to trick her into responding without her catching on to the fact that his quirk was verbal. He didn't think the same trick would work with Takoyami, however. His support item could imitate voices, like he'd done with Present Mike, but with 2 sets of ears to hear the irregularity. It was twice as likely that Takoyami and Dark Shadow would figure out the ruse, and from there it wouldn't take much of a leap to figure out that it had something to do with his voice and then answering question. So imitating someone else's voice was too risky. Hitoshi ran through the fake requirements he'd used already. He'd done singing, touch, eye contact, ... He should try to switch it up, maybe. It would be difficult to get both of them to respond. But if the cavalry battle had proved anything, it was that if he had to choose between the two, Dark Shadow was the only option. It was too dangerous to take control of Takoyami without taking control of his quirk, and Shinso didn't know how to use their link to take control of both of them ... Yet. He shoved his hands in his pockets, appearing carefully bored as he waited for the match to begin. Takoyami was alone for the time being. Or, well, as alone as Hitoshi thought he ever was. But Dark Shadow wasn't visible yet, which would make it way more difficult to take control of him. Hopefully the quirk would come out and start talking shortly after the start of the match, because if not, Hitoshi took a deep breath and forced himself to relax. He'd be fine. If worst came to worst, he still had his support item and some physical training to rely on, right? Izuku and Mei had worked really hard to make sure he made it this far, so he wouldn't disappoint his kidnappers by losing this early in the tournament. He had to get into the hero course and live up to his name of extra credit Kun. Are you boys ready? Midnight asked, cracking her whip. Begin. So hot topic, Hitoshi started. Where's your better half? Takoyami's eyes narrowed as he responded carefully. We do not know what methods of darkness you employed to take control of us in the cavalry battle. It is better for Dark Shadow to conserve his strength for our moment of need. Hitoshi let out a controlled breath of relief. One down, but he wasn't out of the woods yet, considering that Takoyami had all but told him that the two were waiting for him to take control of the host and let the quirk save him. He let the connection he'd formed hang for the moment and thought. Takoyami was treating him cautiously because of the unknown factors to do with his quirk, and it didn't look like Dark Shadow was going to be coming out anytime soon. Not unless he brainwashed Takoyami and opened himself up to attack. If only there was a way he could use his link to Takoyami to take control of Dark Shadow. His face scrunched up in frustration, and he could hear the confused and annoyed murmurings that were starting to come from the audience as two powerful students just stood still when they should be putting on a show. Even if Hitoshi did end up brainwashing Takoyami and risking Dark Shadow's wrath, He needed to do something, if only to disguise his quirk. The good thing was that whatever he did could be completely random. Hitoshi laid down on the rough concrete, covering his face with his arm. His lips twitched as the annoyed whispers turned to pure bafflement, and Midnight sounded very confused as she questioned what to do next. "Shinso, what's going on? Are you surrendering?" "Well, he hasn't attacked me yet," Hitoshi drawled. "So no, I'm not surrendering. I just figured I may as well be productive and take a nap. Now be quiet, I'm trying to sleep." He could practically feel Takoyami's confusion, but why? Hitoshi gave an awkward half-shrug from his place on the floor. "Insomnia's a bitch." He could hear the snicker in present Mike's voice as he tried to commentate. "Well, folks, there you have it. Hitoshi Shinso from General Education has decided to take a nap instead of fight. In all my years of announcing the sports festival, I honestly don't think I've ever seen anything like this. What do you think, Eraser?" "I think he's leaving himself open to attack," Eraser said bluntly. "With the way he's covering his eyes, he might sleep better, but he won't be able to see it coming when and if Takoyami decides to end the fight. Who knows, Eraser?" Present Mike said cheerfully. "Maybe the kid's got a plan." Eraser scoffed. "If he does, it's probably not a very good one." Ouch, but true. Hitoshi really didn't know what he was supposed to do. He might be able to take Takoyami in a physical fight, but even with his support item, he didn't stand a chance against Dark Shadow. He sighed and tried to block out as much of the surrounding noise as he could so he could focus on the link his quirk had created with Takoyami. Izuku said that his quirk put his victim's body under his brain's control. Right. They were going to experiment more with partial control after he got into the hero course, but maybe the extra adrenaline of a stressful fight would give him some sort of edge and make him have a breakthrough. He took a deep breath and let it out, reaching out along the link until he felt what he assumed was Takoyami. He really needed to pay more attention to what people's consciousnesses felt like, didn't he? He carefully poked and prodded, but kept half an ear on the real world, knowing it was only a matter of time before Takoyami took his teacher's advice to heart and just attacked Hitoshi no matter how strange and unpredictably he was acting. He'd thought that he could almost feel Takoyami's confusion earlier, but the more he explored their link, the more he realized that he wasn't just imagining it. He really could feel his confusion as it filtered across the link, but he could feel other emotions as well. Frustration, fear, hesitance, and Hitoshi inhaled sharply. That wasn't Takoyami. What he felt was similar, of course, but it was like a different flavor of the same candy, same base. But at the same time, Dark Shadow was completely unique. There was a slight barrier preventing him from reaching the quirk, but it felt more like the push that kept him from keeping his quirk active without taking control of someone, and Hitoshi knew he could push through that. He smiled. "Oh, this is stupid." Dark Shadow finally started talking. "Come on, Fumikage. He's just laying there. Let's beat him." Takoyami didn't respond, but based on his footsteps, he did start running. Hitoshi took another deep breath and pushed the link as far as it would go. He was starting to get a headache, and he was definitely out of breath, but he could feel the link expanding to include everyone in his opponent's brain. The footsteps got closer, and there was a whoosh of air as Takoyami made his move. But that was just enough warning for Hitoshi to roll to the side and rise to his feet. "Ooh, it looks like Sleeping Beauty is finally awake and we're gonna see some action," Mike yelled enthusiastically. "What's gonna happen next?" Hitoshi smirked quietly. "You lose." Takoyami furrowed his brow. "We have barely begun the fight. How have I already lost?" Dark Shadow. Hitoshi grinned at the look of shock and fear on Takoyami's face as he activated his quirk, and Dark Shadow stood at attention, patiently awaiting his instruction. "Drag Takoyami out of the ring." "No." Takoyami widened his stance and tried to push Dark Shadow away, but there was only so much he could do against his own quirk. "Dark Shadow, listen to me. He is controlling your inner darkness. Stop this. Stop." "No." Hitoshi felt like his vision was tunneling, only able to focus on Dark Shadow as his headache got worse and he had to concentrate with everything he had to keep control with how hard Takoyami was hitting him. His control felt like it was fraying more with every passing moment, but right before the link seemed about to snap, Takoyami's foot crossed the line. Takoyami is out of bounds. Midnight sounded shocked, and it took a full 5 seconds for the crowd to start cheering. Shinso advances to the semifinals. Hitoshi released his quirk and grinned proudly, turning to face the place in the stands that he knew the support classes were watching. He only just managed to find Mei and Izuku in the crowd before his eyes rolled back in his head and everything went black. "Are you sure you don't want to adopt him?" Hazashi teased. Shouta glared at him. "I hope you at least made sure our mics are muted before saying something so stupid." "I'm a professional radio host. Of course I did. That's old hat." Hazashi waved away his worries. "Come on, Shouta. The kid literally just won his last fight by taking a nap. If that's not your son, I don't think anyone is." "He won his fight by confusing his opponent and focusing on his quirk," Shouta argued. "It was only logical." Hazashi grinned. "Exactly. He's logical just like you are. He already has parents," Shouta repeated. And are you forgetting that you would also be his parent in this hypothetical? The way you're describing it, you'd basically be adopting a smaller version of your husband, which would just be weird. Nah, he's chaotic enough that I'm sure we'd have fun. Asashi shrugged. So, still not happening. Kirishima could practically feel the confused rage coming off of Bakugo in waves as they waited for the match to begin. He could relate, at least a little bit. This sports festival hadn't gone anything like how Kirishima had thought his first sports festival would go when he was growing up. Looking back, it was kinda stupid, but for some reason he'd thought that he'd mostly be fighting his classmates in flashy fights that would be determined by who was stronger. It was supposed to be simple, straightforward, and easy to understand, but instead he'd gotten a good mix of both 1A, 1B, and even a few support and gen ed thrown into the mix that were actually pretty decent threats. The support students had both disqualified themselves by stepping out of the ring, so he couldn't even assume that everyone's goal was always to win. It made things more complicated and harder to predict, but Kirishima thought he was doing a pretty decent job at rolling with the punches, which was what his job was now as well. Bakugo was having a much harder time adjusting to the reality of the festival, and Kirishima thought he'd heard something about him being childhood friends with the support student that was supposed to fight him last round. So it made sense that he was getting angry and frustrated. They'd all come into this event with a set of expectations that had been immediately turned on their heads, and Bakugo wanted to be the best. So it probably hurt a lot that he'd had his victories swept out from under him in practically every round so far, which was why Kirishima was determined to let his friend find out all those tricky feelings. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to win, even though he was definitely gonna try, but the support students had shown him that his motivation didn't have to be to get first place. It could be just to help his friend feel better. That didn't mean that it wasn't going to hurt getting pelted with explosion after explosion, but that was why Kirishima had his quirk. The second midnight began the match. Bakugo launched himself forward and Kirishima instinctively hardened his body right as an explosion went off in his face. He immediately returned a punch that Bakugo dodged, but he didn't give up. He'd probably reach his quirk's limits before Bakugo did. And if that happened, the fight would be over. It's okay, Baku bro. Kirishima grinned and launched another punch. Let it all out. Shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo yelled back. This isn't some stupid therapy session. I'm gonna kill you and I'm gonna win. Kirishima laughed. All right, bro, I believe you. Just keep those explosions coming. I can hardly feel them. That's because your skin is a fucking mountain. Bakugo grumbled, dodging another one of Kirishima's blows. And stop smiling. You're just like stupid fucking Deku. Deku, Kirishima asked curiously. Is that the support student you're friends with? We're not friends. Bakugo growled. I think the nerd made that pretty fucking clear. The explosion that followed seemed slightly hotter than some of the others, so Kirishima figured he must have hit a nerve. Is that part of why you're so frustrated? He seems like a nice guy. I'm sure you two can work things out. Shut up. Bakugo let off another huge explosion that made Kirishima hiss as some of his skin chipped under the force. That stupid nerd gave up. He gave up being a hero and he gave up on our fight before I could even give him the beating he deserved. Well then, don't give up. Kirishima shot back, pushing through the urge to soften his body. You can be better than him. I already am. Bakugo screamed. I already am, and that's the point. The idiot Deku is looking down on me and he won't even fight me. I'm a threat, damn it. Fight me. Kirishima rolled his eyes and kept talking even though he was quickly running out of breath. I am fighting you, Bakugo. Then why? Didn't. Hey. Every word was punctuated by an explosion and Kirishima felt his quirk finally give out after only two. He owed me a fight. The smoke cleared and Kirishima didn't know how he looked, but considering the gasps of the crowd, it couldn't be good. He could already tell that one eye was swollen shut and the places that his skin had chipped away when he was in his hardened form had already started to bleed. You did it, bro. You won. Kirishima smiled and looked up at his friend, unable to really see his expression with only one eye. I hope you're feeling better. Glad I could help. He could feel his head spinning until he finally gave into blissful darkness. Kirishima is code. Midnight announced. Bakugo advances to the finals. The stadium erupted into cheers. But Katsuki couldn't help watching with muted horror as the Medbots wheeled Kirishima from the field. That beating hadn't been meant for him. It had been meant for Deku. But then Deku had flat out refused to fight him. Katsuki's rage had been growing so much all day that he just needed to take it out on someone. And he'd thought that with his quirk, Kirishima would be able to take it. But either Kirishima was weaker than he'd thought, or Katsuki was a lot angrier than he'd realized. He hadn't meant to really hurt him. Katsuki numbly made his way back into the tunnels. Kirishima's injuries burned into his brain. That beating hadn't been meant for him, but he'd taken it because he thought that's what Katsuki needed. He did need it, but well, maybe he needed a better outlet. So, still no idea how Shinso's quirk works? Kamakiri asked. I almost thought it might be something like verbal response or something, Kendo said. But he didn't say anything to Dark Shadow before taking control of him in the last fight. I think the nap has something to do with it, Kodai suggested. He might have a limit of people that he can control before he has to sleep and reset. That would explain why his eye bags are so bad, Subaraba agreed. But then why wouldn't he do that backstage? He had time between rounds, right? That she-demon from support probably distracted him, Monoma dismissed. But it doesn't matter. It shouldn't be too difficult to figure out once I get my hands on it. Monoma smirked confidently and reached out to grab the quirks he wanted for the fight. Shizaki's vines would help him pull Shinso in close so he could steal his quirk. Kamari's spores would be a good backup plan just in case he wasn't able to steal brainwashing. And Tetsutetsu's steel would be good if it came to a hand-to-hand fight, with the added bonus that he could use it to anchor himself into the concrete so that Shinso couldn't tell him to walk out of bounds. There was absolutely no way he could lose. He confidently made his way through the tunnels and out onto the field, where Shinso was already waiting, a bored expression on his face. Midnight nodded to him and Monoma tuned out whatever introductions Present Mike gave before the match officially began. He'd show everyone that 1B was the best in the whole school. Begin. So, Shinso raised one eyebrow, still looking infuriatingly bored. You're the 1B guy who thinks he's so superior, aren't you? I don't think I'm superior. Monoma laughed. I am superior. It's only a matter of time before I take that perfect little brainwashing quirk and turn it against you. Is it? Shinso asked. Well, I would be looking forward to it, if I thought you could actually do it. Monoma snarled and snapped some vines toward Shinso, who even dodging looked just as bored as he had at the start. Perhaps the lack of expression was his quirk's limit. It would be inconvenient if he had to maintain the same emotion or facial expression to activate brainwashing. But Monoma wouldn't let something small like that keep him from taking his rightful place on the winner's stand. Shinso was obviously fairly physically fit, because no matter how many vines Monoma sent after him, he just kept dodging. In frustration, Monoma sent a sparse cloud of spores in his direction, just enough to mess with Shinso's breathing and give him the opening he needed. Sure enough, it took less than a minute of this treatment for his opponent to start running out of breath. Monoma smirked and finally wrapped Shinso in tight vines from his shoulders down, then sauntered up to him and within seconds had a copy of his quirk replacing the spores. It was like taking candy from a baby. Well, time to finally solve the mystery. Monoma laughed. How does this quirk? His copy of brainwashing only gave him a few seconds of warning before his mind started going fuzzy. If he hadn't already copied the quirk, he probably wouldn't have gotten any warning at all. But as it was, he had barely enough time to harden his body into steel and drive his feet into the concrete before he lost control of his body entirely. Cute, Shinso smiled. But unfortunately, not enough. Deactivate your quirk. The vines loosened and Monoma's skin reverted back to its normal texture as he was forced to let go of his stockpile of quirks. Shinso's hold on his mind just got tighter as Monoma's copy dissipated into nothing more than hopeless wisps of smoke in his mind. He would have grit his teeth if he had any control left. But unfortunately, he was nothing better than a trained monkey that could only follow orders. Pull your feet from the ground, gently, then walk out of bounds. The rough edges of the broken concrete scraped at his legs. But the pain wasn't enough to really bother him as he pulled himself from the ground and started slowly making his way toward the line. There was a slightly pained expression on Shinso's face as Monoma passed him, like he was having to fight to maintain his quirk, and Monoma felt a brief ray of hope. Whatever move he'd pulled during his fight with that bird brain from 1A had made him pass out, so he must still be tired from it. If he could just find a way to maybe slow down and stay in the ring for long enough for quirk exhaustion to set in. Unfortunately, he wasn't having much luck, and he was starting to have trouble focusing on escaping since the scrapes on his legs were starting to sting. One of the cuts throbbed, and there was a split second where Monoma almost felt like himself again before Shinso's hold over him tightened again. Pull your feet from the ground, gently. If Shinso had just wanted him to free himself, he would have just ordered Monoma to pull himself from the ground, but he didn't. He took the time to specify that he did so gently so that he wouldn't injure himself. Monoma smirked internally and focused on the pain. Shinso had obviously had practiced maintaining control in non-optimal conditions. But if the link was mental, if Monoma was more aware of the pain he was in, that might be enough to strain the link and make it more difficult for Shinso to maintain the connection. He heard Shinso let out a sharp breath, and then Monoma's head finally cleared. He cheered in triumph and whirled around, feet less than a foot from the line. Nice try, Gen Ed, but you're going to have to try harder if you want to beat a member of Class 1B. Shinso lowered himself into a fighting stance. I guess we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Monoma laughed as Shinso ran toward him and reached out to steal his quirk again. Now that he had a taste of it, he had no doubt that he'd be able to figure it out quickly and turn this fight around. He blocked a punch to the face by grabbing Shinso's wrist and started to explore the quirk. But before he had a chance to really understand it, his feet were being swept out from underneath him. His eyes widened, and he instinctively loosened his hold on Shinso's wrist, which turned out to be a mistake because the next thing he felt was Shinso planting both hands on his chest and shoving him as hard as he could. Monoma stumbled, just barely managing to maintain his footing, and tensed for the next attack. Monoma is out of bounds, Midnight yelled. Shinso advances to the finals. What? Monoma looked down, hoping that perhaps Midnight had made a mistake, but sure enough, he was 2 inches away from the line, on the wrong side. He'd lost. Not only had he lost, he'd lost to some nobody from general education. He growled and let go of Shinso's quirk in frustration. How? Monoma expected Shinso to make some snarky comment rubbing in his win, but to his surprise, Shinso simply turned around and started heading back to the tunnels. What? You're not even going to acknowledge your win? Monoma snarled. Do you really think you're so much better than the rest of us that I don't even merit a snide insult? Shinso looked over his shoulder and raised one eyebrow, almost like he thought the answer was obvious. Then a look of confusion passed over his face briefly before something seemed to click. A smirk slowly made its way onto Shinso's face, but he didn't make any other response before he turned back around and disappeared into the tunnels. All right, the lights are off, and we already gave you water. Izuku fretted. Is there anything else we can do? It's just a migraine, Izuku. Hitoshi groaned. I get them all the time and I overused my quirk against Takoyami, so it was gonna happen anyway. We're just lucky that blonde kid's an idiot and didn't bother to figure out my quirk after the match. Otherwise the secret would be out. He's not an idiot, Hitoshi, be nice. Izuku squeaked. He's actually got semi-decent grades and he's at UA, so even that. Hitoshi tuned him out as he felt something cool touch his forehead. He cracked one eye open to see Mei holding some kind of ice pack that he was 90% sure she'd only brought along in case one of her inventions overheated. Be quiet, Izu-kun, Mei whisper yelled. Don't you know that too much noise makes migraines worse? But you, quiet. Mei glared at Izuku until he started silently pouting, and Hitoshi couldn't hold back a small smile as he closed his eyes again and settled back into whatever nap he would be able to get between rounds. Considering that, from what he'd gathered, his next opponent used to be Izuku's bully, he'd need every second of rest he could get. Hey, we should ask 1B what that Shinso guy's quirk is. Hiroshima grinned and jumped to see over the wall between their classes. Hey, guys, have you figured out how that Gen Ed student's quirk activates? Shut up, shitty hair. Katsuki grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. I don't need those stupid extras' help to win. I'll do it on my own, got it? Hiroshima yelped and rubbed at his neck, but Katsuki was 90% sure that was just for show. Recovery Girl had patched him up pretty well, so he just had a few bandages and none of his injuries would even scar, so Bakugo was trying not to feel too bad about it. If he let himself think too much about it, he just started feeling more angry, which defeated the whole point of him taking things out on Kirishima to begin with. Luckily, his next fight was with Deku's creepy brainwashing friend, so even if he couldn't take things out on the guy who deserved it, he'd at least be able to beat someone associated with him. He couldn't wait. Even if your Pomeranian was willing to accept our help, we wouldn't tell you. Monoma grinned as he peeked over the wall. That information is a Class B secret, so why would we willingly assist our rivals? He's only saying that because he hasn't figured it out yet. Kaminari laughed. Your class is just as clueless as ours is. Monoma's face turned red and he seemed like he was about to say something. But before he could, that kendo girl with the big hands gave him a karate chop to the neck and some other members of his class dragged him back down to their seats. Kendo sighed and gave their class an apologetic smile. Sorry about him, he gets a little carried away. It's quite all right, Momo said kindly. But Bakugo should probably be getting ready for his fight unless you have any info. I already told you, I don't want your damn pity help. Katsuki yelled. We're clueless anyway. Our best guess is that he has to cause a certain level of confusion in his opponent before his quirk can take hold. Kendo shrugged. But good luck. Don't need it. Katsuki huffed. I'm the best. He rolled his eyes and ignored the shouting of all the extras as he stalked out to go to the prep areas. He was in prep room 1, right? He glared at nothing and didn't talk to anyone until he found the room and kicked the door in, only to be met by Deku, Deku's crazy girlfriend, and the brainwashing extra. He saw red. What the hell are you doing in my room? Deku had the balls to glare at him. This is Hitoshi's prep room, Katsuki. Prep room 2. You're in prep room 1. This is prep room. Katsuki glanced at the door and scowled. Whatever, Deku. You're lucky I don't pound you to the ground right now. We're still on school property, Deku said confidently, and Nedzu has cameras everywhere. Not to mention that if I end up with unexplained injuries, there's live footage of you threatening me. How would you explain that to a racerhead, I wonder? Katsuki let out a few threatening explosions in his hands. But that was all he could do. Unfortunately, Deku was right, but that just meant he'd have to work extra hard in the next fight to make sure the nerd and his dumb friends knew their place. Both of you, shut up. That crazy bitch who played Monoma for a fool in the first round stalked up to them, hands on her hips as she glared up at him. Your stupid shouting is bothering extra credit, cunt. Katsuki glanced over and, sure enough, the purple-haired extra was grimacing and he had his arm held over his eyes like he was trying to block out the light. Katsuki resisted the urge to smirk at the obvious display of weakness and turned to leave. He didn't know why he'd ever been worried. He had this fight in the bag. Later, Deku. Katsuki threw over his shoulder. Can't wait for your friend to give up just like you did. He let the door slam shut behind him. Any word from our spy? Tamura glared at the television set. Sensei had left him alone during the fights, but he kept nagging him anytime the students weren't actively fighting. No, cheat code hasn't shown his stupid cheater face, but considering the packets he gave all the baby heroes, he has to be watching. Yes, Sensei said thoughtfully. I read through the information he provided our spy. He has a good eye for quirks and his analysis is well developed. But his formatting is immature. Keep me updated on any leads on that front. Are any of the students catching your eye? Tamura shrugged. They've got a rager on their team. Ah, yes, young Bakuo. Sensei agreed. You should keep an eye on him, young Tamura. Perhaps we can find a way to turn him to our side. Some of the other students have potential as well, do they not? Maybe the brainwashing kid. Tamura frowned. But he's got those NPCs who won't leave him alone. Perhaps that's not such a bad thing. Sensei pointed out patiently. Having good support can make the difference between success and failure. So, they're more like party members. Shigaraki frowned. I guess it's hard to win a dungeon with only fighters. Just keep it in mind, Sensei said, and watch carefully. These students will be your enemies soon enough, young Tamura. Hitoshi's head was still pounding when he stepped out onto the field, squinting his eyes in the harsh sunlight and trying to ignore the roaring of the crowds. Thankfully, Recovery Girl had given him some pretty strong painkillers for the fight. But this fight still wasn't going to be fun, especially since he was fighting a bully that someone had decided to strap a nuke to. A few months ago, he might have thought winning this fight was as impossible as beating a bunch of robots. But he was stronger now, and he was here to win. Midnight gave Bakugo a warning glare, but she didn't stop him as he set off a few warm-up explosions in his palms. Hitoshi had to concentrate hard not to wince at the noise. When this was over, he was going to sleep for a solid 3 days. All right, boys, I want a good clean fight. Midnight warned them. Remember, you're here to win, not to kill each other. Hitoshi figured that was meant for Bakugo, not him. He'd seen Kirishima in the nurse's office after the last round. Bakugo could be brutal when he wanted to be. Hitoshi's best bet would be to not give him a chance to hurt him. The only trick was getting him to talk. The final fight begins in 3, 2, 1. Midnight cracked her whip. Begin. Hitoshi opened his mouth to say something, only to be blindsided by a bright boom just feet from his face. He hissed and ducked away as his head started throbbing. Shit, your stupid quirk hurts your head, doesn't it? When the smoke cleared, Bakugo was smirking down at him. People forget that quirks are physical abilities and can get tired just like anything else in you. You've been using that stupid brainwashing quirk since we got here. Hitoshi swore and rolled to dodge another explosion, then jumped to his feet and ran as fast as he could to put some distance between them. His eyes were watering so much that he could only hope that he wasn't getting close to the line. He just needed to get him to talk and then this fight would be over. He just needed a response. I don't know what Deku even sees in you. Bakugo snarled, letting off another explosion far too close to Hitoshi's face to be comfortable. You're just a weakling and a future villain to boot, with that quirk of yours. You should just give up now. Hitoshi swallowed thickly. He felt like he was about to throw up, but he couldn't give up. He wouldn't give up. He wasn't going to let all of the training and help he'd received go to waste. He was going to be a hero. Seems to me like you're the one acting like a villain. Hitoshi grit out. And why are you so obsessed with Izuku? I bet you admire him, don't you? You want to be just like him. I'd never want to be like that nerd. Bakugo let loose an explosion so powerful that it chipped the concrete where Hitoshi had been a half second before. He's nothing, got it? He's not even a pebble on the side of my path to greatness. Hitoshi's head was pounding so badly that he could barely feel the link as it finally formed. Bakugo was readying another explosion, but Hitoshi forced himself to stand tall and stare him down, even as he charged to begin his attack. He was going to be a hero. He activated his quirk and Bakugo immediately stopped in his tracks like a puppet whose strings had been cut. His hold was a lot more shaky than it usually was and he could feel Bakugo fighting against his control, but Hitoshi took a few deep breaths. If his brain took control of his victim's body, then maybe he could force Bakugo to calm down by going through those same motions himself. After a few moments, Bakugo's shoulders slumped and even though Hitoshi could still feel him fighting, it was weaker than it had been a few minutes before as the adrenaline started ebbing away. Hitoshi kept breathing and the crowd held their breaths as they waited to see what happened. You're wrong. Hitoshi's voice was scratchy from exhaustion, smoke and dust, but he pushed through anyway. Izuku is a lot more than a pebble that you can crush into powder or kick off the sidewalk. He's a brilliant analyst and the only thing you accomplished by tossing him aside was shooting yourself in the foot. That obviously made Bakugo angry because he started fighting harder again, and it took all of Hitoshi's concentration to maintain his control. He was starting to feel lightheaded, and the only thought he could form that wasn't pure pain was that he had to win. He had to win to be a hero. Hitoshi set his shoulders confidently, walk out of bounds. Lose for me. Bakugo fought with everything he had, but none of that showed on his face. No, the real fight was happening in Hitoshi's brain, and the only thing the crowd could do was watch with bated breath as the top hero student took those final few steps out of bounds. And then everything exploded into so much noise that Hitoshi was forced to instinctively release his control. He immediately screwed his eyes closed and slammed his hands over his ears. But he could still hear Bakugo growling and using his explosions to launch himself back toward his opponent. Thankfully, the sounds of Bakugo's renewed attack were quickly muffled by what sounded like one of Semontas's walls, and Hitoshi could barely hear Midnight above the roaring of the crowd as she made the announcement, "Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds. Hitoshi Shinso wins the sports festival. I don't understand how he's not dying of embarrassment," Shiguro muttered, his goblin ears twitching in second-hand embarrassment. "I'd be mortified if I had to be chained up on national television like that. He's an asshole," Kohaku said dismissively. "He sees being angry as a personality trait, so obviously, he's gonna have to be held back. Still, it seems like he'd just take the loss at this point." Hanzu observed. "Katsuki doesn't give up," Izuku said. "He never has, and he's never been satisfied being anything but the best, even if it wasn't Shinso in first place. He would probably still be throwing a fit just because he didn't get what he wanted. He's a spoiled brat. That's what he is," Mei complained. "But we did it. Extra Credit Kun won the sports festival. We're gonna get our extra credit, Izuku-kun. Don't you two only get extra credit if he actually transfers into the hero course?" Kohaku argued. "Not technically," Izuku said, smiling widely as All Might placed a medal around Shinso's neck. "But that's always been the goal." As if the teachers could actually say that the winner of the sports festival doesn't deserve a place in the hero course. Hanzu snorted. "Let's be honest, the only thing holding him back now is paperwork." Izuku's cheeks were starting to hurt from how widely he was smiling, but he just couldn't stop. They'd done it. All that training, all of his analysis, it really made a difference. His new dream was worthwhile, and he was already doing it. He was helping heroes become better, and that was almost worth everything he'd had to go through to get on this path. "Come on, Izuku-kun." Mei grabbed his hand the moment that the awards ceremony ended. "Let's go see our baby." Mei slammed open the door to Recovery Girl's office, and Izuku had to jump to grab the handle and prevent the door from banging into the wall. He smiled sheepishly at Recovery Girl, who was glaring at him, and he could only hope he was apologetic enough for both of them because Mei didn't even give Recovery Girl a second glance as she made a beeline toward the bed Hitoshi was lying on. "Extra Credit Kun," Mei squealed. "You did so good." Both Izuku and Recovery Girl shushed her when Hitoshi winced. "Nice to see you too, Mei, but can you be excited any quieter?" "Oh, sorry," Mei whispered loudly. "You did amazing." Izuku stifled a quiet chuckle. Mei was trying her best, but it was still entertaining watching someone who was so undeniably loud trying to be quiet. It was like asking Izuku not to mutter. It was theoretically possible, but that didn't mean it wasn't funny to watch. He stopped laughing when Recovery Girl glared at him again. "You had better be quiet," she scolded. "It's the least you two gremlins can do for the poor boy, considering that it's at least partially your fault he's in this state." Izuku looked at Mei in confusion, but she just shrugged helplessly and turned back to playing with Hitoshi's hair. He relaxed slightly under her touch and wrinkled his nose at the school nurse. "It's my own fault that I went over my limits, Recovery Girl. Don't blame my kidnappers just because I'm an idiot. They encouraged you to be reckless," Recovery Girl argued. "Yeah, well, they encouraged me to be a hero too, so there." Hitoshi groaned. "I would be just fine if I hadn't tried taking control of Dark Shadow though, Takoyami." "So you did do that?" It took all of Izuku's self-control to keep talking quietly. "I was wondering, because I didn't think you said anything to Dark Shadow directly. But then you took control of him and not Takoyami, and it was so cool." Hitoshi gave a tired chuckle. "Yeah, well, we'll see if it was even worth it. I still don't know if they'll let me transfer or if they'll keep me stuck in Gen Ed." Mei poked the medal that was still around his neck. "They'd be idiots not to let you into the hero course after this. You're gonna be an amazing hero, Extra Credit Kun. And if those stupid teachers can't see that, then what?" Hitoshi cracked one eye open and smirked at her. "You're gonna blow up Nedzu's office." Mei huffed. "Well, what if I did, huh? What are they gonna do about it? Can we please not threaten the teachers when there's one in the room?" Izuku fretted, glancing nervously over at Recovery Girl. "Mei, at least wait until we're outside of UA." "I quite agree. In fact, you should save all of this until you're outside of UA." "Out," Recovery Girl ordered. "Shinso needs rest, and you two obviously have far too much energy. You can give him congratulations once he's recovered." "But," Mei tried. But Recovery Girl simply swept her cane at their legs until the two caved in and let themselves be shooed toward the door. "We'll see you later, Extra Credit Kun." Yeah, Izuku added. Thanks for beating Katsuki. That was awesome. Izuku smiled at the sight of Hitoshi practically giggling as Recovery Girl forced them out and shut the door behind them with a quiet finality. He could begrudgingly admit that Recovery Girl was probably right and they were a little too much to help someone recover from a quirk-induced migraine. But at least Hitoshi knew they were proud of him and they'd made him laugh. Well, that was rude. Mei pouted. Is spending a little time with our baby too much to ask for? Izuku shook his head. You realize that even your whispers are loud, right? And you have a habit of blowing things up if you stay in one room for too long. Mei opened her mouth to argue, but closed it again. Fine. You might maybe have a little bit of a point. Thank you. Izuku grinned. That's why I'm the smart one. Mei gasped. What? Mr. Let's blow up all the landmines. Smart. Izuku started laughing. But then the door behind them swung open again and both Izuku and Mei jumped when Recovery Girl poked her head out to glare at them. SHHH. Mei grabbed Izuku's hand and started dragging him down the hall. Come on, Izuku. I think I can tell when we're not wanted. I don't think you even want to. Izuku muttered with a smile. So, where are we going? Mei stopped suddenly in the middle of the hallway, making Izuku run into her. I hadn't gotten that far, I guess. Izuku felt a buzz in his pocket and hesitantly took his phone out of his pocket. He shot Mei a curious look, but she simply shrugged. Izuku turned back to his phone suspiciously and read the new message. From Rat Overlord. You could always try exploring the tunnels. The drive home was awkward at best. Shadow stared sullenly out the window as he waited for his father to explode. It was inevitable, he knew. He'd known ever since he'd seen Takoyami steal the headbands from around his neck. But it had been confirmed when Endeavor had dismissed their usual driver and said he'd drive Shadow home himself. At least if they were surrounded by staff, his father showed at least the bare minimum of restraint. But without that protective barrier, Shadow had no idea when the tirade would start. It was exhausting. Finally, Endeavor broke the silence. Did you really lose just to spite me? His voice was deathly quiet and Shadow froze. His father's anger normally ran hot, but somehow it was always more frightening when he was cold like this. Yelling, fire, tirades, those were things Shadow had been enduring for years. He knew how to handle them, how to coat his mind and body in ice so the fire couldn't hurt him, but this had only happened a few times, which meant that Shadow had no idea if his usual strategies would work. He had messed up even more than usual and was going into his father's rage almost completely blind. He set his shoulders stubbornly and glared at his father in the rearview mirror. He refused to let the fear show. Losing to his classmates was one thing, but he refused to lose to his father. You could have won, Endeavor observed quietly. You could have stopped that bird brain from stealing your points if you'd just used your fire. Your fire. Shadow snapped before he could stop himself. It's your fire, not mine, and I'm going to make it to the top without it. Well, you seem to be doing a bang-up job of that so far. Endeavor spat. Your ice didn't even get you past the second round. What? Endeavor scoffed. You'll be the best with only your mother's power. I believe you found out today just where this childish rebellion will lead you, Shadow. If you hadn't shamed me so much by allowing general education and support students to surpass you, I'd almost be happy you lost. At least now hopefully you've learned your lesson. Shadow flinched as if he'd been slapped. His father was happy he'd lost. His own father. And it wasn't even for a good reason, was it? No, it was because Endeavor was hoping that losing the sports festival would teach him a lesson. Well, he was wrong. Shadow refused to be the masterpiece that Endeavor wanted him to be. And to make it worse, even if his father was happy, he was still going to get punished, just because of who he'd lost to. He hadn't even fought that team directly. The only interaction he'd even had with them was when they destroyed the 10 million point headband. But his father didn't care about that. The only thing his father even cared about was that a general education student had won the sports festival while Shadow had been pushed to the sidelines, and that was completely unacceptable. I raised you better than this, Endeavor lectured. You were created to surpass All Might, Shadow, so act like it. You've been blessed with the perfect quirk and I've given you as much training as I could. But that's all going to be for nothing if you keep acting like a spoiled little brat. I made you to become a great hero, Shadow, my masterpiece. So stop wasting that potential and actually be my successor. Maybe that's the problem. For some reason, Shadow couldn't stop the words from spilling out. I'm your masterpiece, right? And you're an eternal failure. You've been number 2 for how long again? Face it, Endeavor, I'm your son, so can you really expect me to be any better than second best? Endeavor slammed on the brakes with enough force that Shadow went launching forward and hit his head on the seat in front of him. What did you say? Shadow gripped his nose, which was now bleeding, and tried to stop the blood from getting on the car's upholstery. You heard me, old man. I'm a better failure than you ever were. Endeavor glared at him for a long moment, then unlocked the doors. Out. Shadow stared at him in shock. What? Out, Endeavor growled. If you don't appreciate everything I've given you, then maybe you don't deserve it. You insist on acting like a spoiled child, Shadow, so let's see if a night on the streets will help you grow up. Shadow opened and closed his mouth a few times, but there really wasn't anything to say. He ripped the door open and didn't even grab his phone as he got out of the car and slammed the door behind him. He half expected Endeavor to roll down his window and say that it had just been a logical ruse, like Aizawa always did, but no. As soon as the door was closed, his father just drove away, just abandoned Shadow on the side of an almost deserted street like he was nothing. Maybe he was. The few people on the street were beginning to stare. Not that homeless people and druggies were probably that interested in the downfall of the great son of Endeavor, but still, his father would get even more angry if the media got wind of this. Thankfully, Shadow had changed into street clothes after the sports festival, so at least he was in jeans and a hoodie instead of his school uniform. That would have been harder to pass off. Even if he walked home, Endeavor probably wouldn't let Fayumi let him in. So Shadow shoved his hands in his pockets and resolved to just wander the streets until the sun rose and his punishment was over. He gave one last look down the street, but Endeavor's car had already turned the corner out of sight. Shadow shook his head and cut through an alley, grabbing a beanie he'd found on the ground as he passed. It was a little too big and smelled like cigarette smoke, but at least it would cover his hair. There wasn't much he could do about his scar at the moment, but whatever, it was only one night, right? Yeah, those cheerleading outfits were amazing. Minta drooled. Yaoyorozu really outdid herself this time. I guess so. Kaminari grinned, still not looking forward to the detention Aizawa's gonna give us, though. He just doesn't appreciate art. Minta complained. It's like he's gay or something. Kaminari shrugged awkwardly. I dunno. I gotta get going, man, but I'll see you Monday, alright. Sure thing. Minta gave him a big thumbs up. See you Monday. Kaminari gave a wave when he reached the end of the street and Minta waited until he disappeared around the corner to let his smile fall. Hopefully the whole gay comment would get the guy to leave him alone. Everyone avoided the class pervert, but it was much more difficult to get ignored when someone as loud as Kaminari kept seeking him out. It was irritating. Minta was taking a shortcut home through the bad part of town when his phone rang. The caller ID was blocked, but he thought he had a pretty good idea of who it was. How did you enjoy the sports festival? Pretty good show, right? Kurogiri was businesslike as always as he responded. Sensei has a few students he wants you to keep an eye on. Did he say who? Minta asked. I'm already watching everyone in 1A. Class 1B will be a little more difficult, but I think I can manage. Actually, there's a mix this time. Kurogiri informed him. Shigaraki has suggested that young Bakugo might be a good addition to our organization, so test the waters there. If he doesn't blow my head off first, Minta grumbled. Fine, who else? That is for you to discover. Kurogiri said cryptically. Sensei believes that cheat code might be a student. Minta almost tripped over a crack in the sidewalk. What? Seriously? Are you questioning Sensei's judgment? Kurogiri asked, far too calmly. Minta gulped, clearly hearing the threat hidden behind the words. No, of course not. I was just surprised is all. The analysis the guy gave me on my quirk was pretty intense. His analytical skill is advanced beyond his years, true. A new voice joined the call and Minta froze. But he is inexperienced. That being said, it is most likely an upperclassman in the hero course, although the support course is another likely option. I would like you to see what you can find out. Will that be a problem? And no, Sensei. Minta stuttered. I'll put in a request to adjust my hero costume and start keeping an eye on the upperclassmen first thing on Monday. Good. Sensei sounded like he was smiling. And good work on the sports festival. You're exactly where we need you to be. Izuku and Mei were starting to get frustrated. Izuku was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the hallway, laptop open in front of him with every blueprint of UA he could possibly hack into, but so far there hadn't been any mention of tunnels or how to get in. He'd tried texting Nedzu for any sort of a hint, but all he'd gotten back was a winky face and he'd had to hide his phone to prevent Mei from stealing it and throwing it against the wall in frustration. Are you sure Nedzu isn't just pulling on your leg or something? Mei groaned. I swear, we've walked around the entire school 3 times. I swear, if that rat is just sitting in his office and laughing as we run around in circles, he wouldn't do that. Izuku said. Well, actually, the laughing as we run around in circles part, yes, definitely, he's probably doing that right now, but if there weren't actually tunnels, he wouldn't be having any fun. Nedzu likes knowing something that other people don't and enjoys watching them struggle to figure it out. It's part of why he went into education. So if there weren't actually tunnels, he wouldn't be able to feel superior. Mei complained, falling back onto the floor and staring at the ceiling. Ugh, where are we even supposed to start looking? There's nothing in the blueprints, right? Nope. Izuku snapped his laptop shut and stretched. But you know that would be too easy. The entrance, or more likely entrances, are probably well hidden and most likely require some sort of code, otherwise anyone would be able to access them. But UA is built like a maze, so... Mei sat up. So maybe there's a false dead end. Izuku grinned and opened his laptop again, of course. For Nedzu, it would probably be hilarious to see students reach a dead-end hallway and turn around, completely unaware that there was a secret waiting for them. Great idea, May. May grinned wildly. So which wall do I need to blow up? Izuku rolled his eyes. You're not blowing up any walls, that's cheating. Remember, this is supposed to be fun. Blowing up walls is fun, May complained. But sure, we'll try it your way and I can just blow up the wall of Nezu's office later. You realize he's probably listening, right? Izuku pointed out. Just let him try and stop me. May punched at the air. It'll just be even more fun to break past all his defenses. Izuku shook his head and turned back to his computer. All right, so according to the blueprints, there are at least a dozen in hallways hidden around UA, but the closest one is ... There's one between prep rooms 4 and 5. May jumped up. Race you there. Whoever's last has to clean up the testing room next class. Izuku grinned as he put his laptop away and let her pull him to his feet. You're on. May instantly shot down the hallway like a bullet. And Izuku was forced to catch up, laptop case bouncing against his side as he followed her laughter, even if they didn't end up finding the tunnels. This was a great way to spend the evening. No one came to pick Hitoshi up from the sports festival, but then again, he didn't expect them to. Yeah, taking the train with the last remnants of a migraine wasn't fun. But it wasn't like he hadn't done it before, so he just waited in Recovery Girl's office until after the evening rush and then headed home once there wouldn't be so many people. He got a couple weird looks and a few thumbs up as people recognized his gym uniform or caught sight of the medal stuffed into his pocket. But thankfully most people didn't give him a second glance, and it wasn't long before he was walking up the steps of his foster home, ready to make a beeline for his room and pass out. He wasn't that lucky. When he opened the door, some of the kids were huddled around the TV and Hitoshi froze when he realized the news was showing highlights from the sports festival. He didn't know why it hadn't occurred to him that his foster family might see it, probably because school felt safe. When he was around Izuku and May, he felt like he could take on the word. And honestly, with the amount of chaos those two caused, he probably could. But at home things were different. May and Izuku looked at his quirk and they saw him, a person with potential to be a future hero, so to them. Him winning the sports festival was the ultimate goal and an amazing accomplishment that he should be proud of, but something told Hitoshi that his foster parents might not see it that way. He passed the kitchen as silently as he could as he hurried toward the stairs. But all the stealth practice in the world wouldn't help when someone was already waiting to pounce. You lied to them. Hitoshi flinched and slowly turned to look at his foster dad. He towered beside the table as his wife sat down, shoulders hunched and eyes red like she'd been crying. Hitoshi didn't say anything, obviously. He wasn't stupid. He just kept his eyes down as his foster father stalked across the room toward him. You didn't even give them a chance to fight back, he growled. You lied to them so they wouldn't be able to stop you from getting in their heads. If they'd known how your quirk works, there's no way you would have gotten first place. So no wonder you won, boy, since you were willing to act like a little villain. Hitoshi opened his mouth to defend himself, but thankfully caught himself before he could make that mistake. The bastard was right, after all. If he hadn't hidden his quirk's activation requirements, he would never have been able to get first place. The Hero Course students may not have had the support course in their corner, but they weren't stupid. If Hitoshi had gone with his original plan and let his quirk stand on its own, he would only have been able to win one fight, maybe a few more if he was lucky. But eventually, he would have come up against someone with more self-control than he was able to handle. So he'd lied. He'd followed Izuku's advice and kept people guessing so that no one knew they weren't supposed to talk to him, and his classmates in general education were too scared to say anything. Hitoshi wasn't sure if they were more scared of him and his quirk or of May and Izuku, who somehow managed to say something concerning every single time they appeared in his classroom. But at the end of the day, his foster father was right. He had taken advantage of fear, confusion, and deception to claw his way to the top, just like a villain would. Anything he said to try to defend himself would only make it worse. I thought you were trying to be good. His foster mother sobbed quietly. You were going to UA and everything, so why did you take advantage of those poor kids like that? Hitoshi balled his hands into fists at his sides and forced himself to stay silent. It was harder than it should have been. After so many homes like this one and so many teachers who had never heard his voice, it should have been easy to bite his tongue. But if anything, his kidnappers encouraged him to talk. They wanted to hear his jokes and opinions and never assumed he would control them, except for when they asked him to, and wasn't that a welcome change? They'd made him feel like it wasn't bad to be dangerous, because they were both dangerous too. They'd spoiled him by listening to his voice, and now it hurt even more to be silent. He hated it. You're grounded, his foster dad informed him. If and when you return to UA, I expect you to write apology letters to everyone you hurt and tell them how your quirk actually works. Do you understand? Hitoshi gave a curt nod and turned toward the stairs, knowing that was as much of a dismissal as he'd get. The mystery surrounding his quirk had been nice while it lasted, but he should have known better than to think it would always be that way. His quirk made him a future villain, and that was all anyone would ever see. He finally reached his room and fell face down on the mattress. Why did he even try? The sun had set a little while ago, and for once in his life, Shadow was actually grateful for his fire. At least he didn't have to worry about getting cold while wandering around the city when he could regulate his own body temperature. He'd already decided that he wasn't going to be sleeping tonight. He didn't know what places were even close to safe, and the idea of being defenseless like that made him shiver. He'd gone nights without sleep before for Endeavor's training, and this was basically the same thing. Same for food and water. It was one night. He'd survive. He didn't know quite where he was, just that he'd never been there before, but he wasn't too concerned. If he wandered for long enough, he'd eventually have to find something he recognized, and then he'd be able to find his way home. Shadow kept his head down and kicked a rock a little ways down the street. He really was embracing his role as the family screw-up at this point, wasn't he? He'd lost the sports festival to someone from Gen Ed, he'd talked back to Endeavor, and he'd even gotten kicked out. This day just kept getting better, didn't it? He heard a small clatter behind him and instantly whirled around, dropping into a battle stance as his eyes flicked around to look for the threat. He didn't relax when all he found was an empty street. He resisted the urge to call out and ask who was there like some horror movie protagonist. No, he was a hero student, and he was more than capable of defending himself against whatever came at him. Shadow jumped a foot in the air and coated the ground with ice as something brushed past his leg. He stayed tense, ready to battle whatever villain was stupid enough to attack him, until said villain started hissing at him and he realized that he'd gotten all worked up over a stray cat that was now very angry and had all 4 of its paws frozen to the ground. So much for not being a horror movie protagonist. Sorry about that. Shadow knelt down slowly and activated his left side to melt the ice. I guess I really am a screw-up, huh? I bet Endeavor never accidentally attacked a cat thinking it was a villain. The cat puffed up its orange fur and hissed at him, but the moment the ice started to melt around its paws, it hesitantly relaxed. Slowly, keeping a close eye on Shadow in case he attacked again, the cat licked at the water left behind on the ground, then sat down and started cleaning its paws. Shadow sighed and let himself slump down against the wall of the alley. At least he hadn't hurt the cat, at least not permanently, so he wasn't turning into his father yet. Small blessings. The cat started to make its way toward him and Shadow moved to get up, only for the cat to bristle up again and start hissing until he stayed still again. Apparently, any movement on his part would be instantly seen as threatening, but he supposed he deserved that after trapping the poor thing in ice. He had enough scars from training, so Shadow wasn't really interested in adding more to that just because he'd pissed off a cat. It wasn't as if he was planning on doing anything tonight anyway, so he settled down, content to spend the next however long catering to the whims of a frightened kid. He was kind of clueless, though, considering he'd never had a pet. Endeavor wasn't the best person around humans, so their family had never really been interested in testing how he would treat animals. He watched curiously as the cat continued drinking what remained of his ice, gradually getting closer and closer to him, but never making any move to attack him. He stayed as still as he could, which was extremely still, up until the moment the cat jumped on him. He tensed, ready to shove the cat away at the first sign it was going to scratch him. But it just hissed once and stared at him until he hesitantly started to relax again. The cat waited another long moment, ears twitching as it looked at him, and Shadow noticed that one of its ears had a bite torn out of it. Both the ear and the other wounds that Shadow could see were long since scarred over. But it was pretty obvious that this cat was used to fighting its way through the streets, and one wrong move was going to get him matching scars. After what seemed like an eternity, the cat let out a satisfied yawn and curled up on his thigh. Shadow sighed. It looked like he was going to be here a while. The concrete was cold, as was the brick behind him, so Shadow increased his body temperature slightly so he didn't start shivering and annoy the cat. But he wasn't quite sure what else he was supposed to do. He didn't have anything to feed it and wasn't sure it would let him pet it, so he was starting to get a little restless. What did people normally do when a stray cat just adopted their lap? The cat had started purring at some point when Shadow heard a meow coming from another part of the alley. He looked up to see another cat, this one black and a little smaller, blinking at him from between 2 trash cans. It only hesitated a moment before leaving its hiding place and padding across the alley toward him. "No," Shadow said, tensing. No. I don't even know how to deal with one cat. I'm not." His panic was cut off by the orange cat hissing at him again, very clearly communicating that he did not have a choice in the matter and was to remain still and not piss off the thing that had taken control of his lap. The black cat curled up against his side and Shadow let his head fall back and hit the brick behind him. He couldn't even stand up to an ornery cat. No wonder he'd lost the sports festival. It kept going on like that for the rest of the night, and after the 4th cat had crawled up onto his shoulder, Shadow just resigned himself to being a cat bed for the rest of his life. It seemed a little high of a price for accidentally freezing one cat. But if he moved now, there were claws everywhere just waiting to scratch him, so he was trapped. When he reached 6 cats, he glared at the one responsible for this whole problem. But the orange cat just blinked up at him and twitched its torn ear smugly. "Asshole, By the time he'd reached 8 cats, Shadow was finally starting to feel a little more comfortable, so when the orange cat butted against his hand, he rubbed its head and started scratching behind its ears, which was the correct thing to do judging by the purr he got. Alright, so maybe he wasn't a total failure, just most of one. He smiled softly and kept scratching the cat. You're an asshole, you know that. Trapping me here. What are you trying to accomplish? I'm not a bunk bed for all your cat friends, you know. The cat meowed back at him, obviously pointing out that he was a bunk bed, just based on the number of cats he'd ended up with. Shadow glared at it. This is your fault. You started this. You know what? Just for that, I'm going to call you in deaf purr. You deserve it. He flinched as the cat flicked out its claws and dug them into his thigh. It wasn't enough pressure to hurt, but it was a clear enough warning to Shadow to roll his eyes and give in. Fine. I'll shorten it to Epper, but you and I both know what it stands for. Epper gave a satisfied chirp and Shadow shook his head as he scratched behind the cat's torn ear again. How had he ended up here again? Oh, right, he'd lost the sports festival and then made a weird enemy. Friend, thing out of a stray cat. How was this his life? You must have a fire quirk. Shadow jumped and Epper hissed at the newcomer, who just scratched his neck and rolled his eyes as he sat down next to them. He wore a ratty black hoodie and jeans and looked like he was a few years older than Shadow was, probably in his early 20s, and badly needed a hairbrush and moisturizer. His father would never let him leave the house looking like that, too concerned with his successor looking perfect for the cameras. But this stranger seemed more at home in these back alleys than Shadow was. That didn't mean he was any less suspicious of him. How do you know that? The cats. The guy gestured to his collection. Even when it's just a little chilly out, they track down anything warm, and fire users can either manipulate their own temperature or just naturally run a bit hotter. Hence your little fan club. Be careful of the orange one, though. She's a bitch. Oh, Shadow scratched Epper's chin and she purred. Yeah, a little. She might let you pet her though. Do you have a fire quirk? Nah, just can't sleep and other players will try to bully me into going to sleep if I try to game in the middle of the night. The guy shrugged. There was something familiar about his voice and the way he talked, but Shadow couldn't quite place it. Plus, it isn't terrible out here when most of the NPCs are gone. And I don't pet things. Dangerous quirk, you know. He raised up his hand and Shadow froze. Epper didn't hiss this time, but she did headbutt into Shadow's hand to get him to keep petting her. Shadow forced himself to calm down and act natural, which wasn't difficult considering how many times he'd had to do the same thing around his father. He took back what he'd thought about not being a total screw-up though, because it shouldn't have taken him so long to recognize Shigaraki, considering that he'd tried to kill them all. He was hyper-aware of how close Shigaraki was sitting. All he had to do was reach out and Shadow would be dust. Thankfully, he hadn't seemed to recognize Shadow though, so the beanie was doing its job, though the darkness and the fact that the USJ had been so chaotic probably didn't hurt. And he'd thought facing off with an ornery cat was bad. So fire quirk? Shigaraki asked. Shadow shrugged and took a deep breath. He just had to act natural until Shigaraki left. He could do that. I don't like it, but yeah. Shigaraki huffed. Yeah, I get that. My quirk's the same way. There's good things too though. My quirk lets me destroy the things I hate and yours apparently makes you a cat magnet. I'm not sure that's a positive. Shadow deadpanned. I don't like cats. Shigaraki laughed. They like you, I guess. Shadow said helplessly. You're a noob in this game, aren't you? Shigaraki asked. Living on the streets. Shadow shrugged. More of a visitor. Just got kicked out for the night. You'll probably be back then. Shigaraki nodded. Most people tend to avoid this alley. Too many murders. But if you ever need a place to crash, you should be fine as long as you don't piss off the wrong people. Or the cats. Shadow swallowed at the threat. Got it. Don't make the cats angry. Shigaraki gave a raspy laugh. Pretty much. You're not too bad for a noob, I guess. They sat there in silence for a long time until the sky started getting lighter and Shadow's legs were starting to cramp from sitting in the same position for too long. He was busy silently panicking about how he was going to find a polite way to leave when Shigaraki's phone buzzed and he swore. Ugh, Sensei's looking for me. He stretched and stood looking down at Shadow. See you around, noob. See you around. Shadow responded hesitantly. Just look for the cats. Nedzu and Shadow verified the address one final time before walking up the stairs to the door. The house wasn't anything special. It was a medium-sized house, appropriate for the number of foster children the couple had on record, and was a bit run down, but overall, it was exactly what Shadow had expected. Nedzu gave a few sharp raps on the door and there was the sound of someone running to the door before one of the younger kids yanked it open. Hello there, Nedzu chirped happily. We're looking for the adults of the house. Can you please get them for us? The kid nodded and ran back into the house, passing several eavesdropping kids who instantly ducked back behind the wall as soon as they caught Shadow looking in their direction, only to peek around the corner again after a few seconds. As they waited, Shadow caught some movement further back inside the house and he almost smiled when he saw Shinso coming down the stairs. The moment he made eye contact with the kid, however, Shinso froze. It was only a split-second reaction, and Shouta supposed it made sense with seeing his teachers out of context. But Shinso really should have been expecting the visit with how well he'd done at the sports festival. He waited for Shinso to come and say hello, but all he got was a small smile and a wave before the kid turned away and continued into one of the other rooms. Shouta frowned. That was odd. It was only another few seconds later that the parents appeared, pushing Shinso's weird behavior from his mind for the moment. The woman hid partially behind the man, who was large and grinned widely as he greeted them. Hello, what can I do for you today? My name is Nedzu. I am the principal of UA High School. Nedzu introduced himself. And this is Aizawa, one of the teachers there. We were hoping to have a discussion with you about one of your foster children, Shinso Hitoshi. Instantly, the man's face soured. Of course, we saw the sports festival, so we know what this is about. Come on in. Shouta and Nedzu exchanged a confused glance as they followed the couple into the house. If they had watched the sports festival and knew that Shinso was getting into Tei Hero course, then why weren't they happy for him? Winning the sports festival like Shinso had wasn't a small accomplishment, so they should be proud of their son, but they weren't acting that way. They were led into the living room and sat down on the couch as a couple of the kids ran out to give them some privacy. The couple sat down across from them, and before Nedzu could say anything, the woman started apologizing. We are so sorry. We had no idea that Shinso was going to take advantage of his classmates like that. His behavior was unacceptable, so rest assured that he is being dealt with accordingly. The man continued. But of course, we're willing to accept any punishment the school gives him as well. We don't know what was going through the boy's head. Shouta just blinked in shock, unable to think of anything to say to that, and Nedzu's smile looked like it had just been glued onto his face as he responded. I am afraid I'm not quite sure what you mean. Shinso won the sports festival due to his own merit. He didn't even give those poor kids a chance to fight back. The woman exclaimed. We knew things would be difficult, taking in a child with a villain's quirk. But well, we thought he was more respectful than to lie to everyone like he did. We're making him write apology letters. The man offered. Lying about the way his quirk worked was unfair to the other students. So he'll be delivering letters explaining how it works as soon as classes start up again. Things were clicking into place, and Shouta didn't like what he was seeing. Letters. The couple hadn't said they were making Shinso apologize. They were making him write letters, which were a non-verbal form of communication that wouldn't risk activating his quirk. And then, when they'd seen him earlier, Shinso hadn't said anything, just waved. How long had it been since he was able to talk at home? Are you telling me that you're punishing him for winning the sports festival? He asked numbly. He didn't win fairly. The man said. He didn't give the other kids a fair shot at fighting back. Hiding his quirk's activation was a valid strategy within the rules of the exercise. Nedzu replied, far too politely. I'm sorry that you feel he was fighting dirty, but we do encourage our students to push every advantage they can, both against villains and against each other, and Shinso did very well at that. Apology letters won't be necessary. The couple looked confused, but perhaps we could talk to Shinso. Shouta interrupted. We have a few things we'd like to discuss about his transfer into the hero course. But the boy was acting like a villain. The man raised his voice. You can't honestly look me in the eye and say that what he did was okay. Shinso, please, Nedzu said, leaving no room for argument. Thank you. The couple looked at each other for a long moment. Then the man nodded and they both stood. We'll go get him. Just wait here. Shouta waited until they left before he growled softly. What the actual fuck? This is concerning, Nedzu murmured. But there isn't any evidence of physical abuse, and the children are obviously materially well provided for. Is there any way we can get him out of here? Shouta said, keeping his voice down as he saw a few of the other kids peek around the corner. These people aren't going to help him be a hero, making him reveal his activation requirements. There's a reason he hid them in the first place. If all the villains knew them, we can't simply bring a case against them. But Nedzu's eyes lit up. There might be a loophole or two we can take advantage of. Shouta looked at him suspiciously. What are you? Before he could finish his question, the couple came back into the room, Shinso in tow. The kid was looking at the ground, and Shouta felt a fair amount of rage when he realized that whatever those parents had said to him couldn't have been good. Shinso was dedicated and a good kid. What gave them the right to treat him like a threat just because of the way he was born? Shinso, Nedzu said cheerfully. How are you today? The glance toward his foster parents was so quick that Shouta might have missed it if he hadn't been expecting it. But it still wasn't a surprise when Shinso smiled and gave a thumbs up in reply to the question. The parents obviously didn't allow him to talk, because if Nedzu had asked the same question at school, preferably when Shinso was around those two gremlins from the support course, he would have replied verbally. Nedzu didn't comment on the non-verbal response. That's good to hear. Well, you already know that you did very well at the sports festival, but I would like to be the first to congratulate you on being approved to transfer into the hero course. Shinso's eyes widened, and he seemed to forget about the other people in the room as he grinned. Really? The soft gasp from his foster mother made him flinch and look at the floor again, carefully falling back into the purposefully bored persona Shouta had seen him use a few times during the sports festival. He couldn't let the kid stay here. Are you sure? The woman finally asked. Shinso is a dedicated student who will do well in the hero course, Nedzu said firmly. That being said, there are a few concerns. Due to Shinso's unique quirk and circumstances, we were wondering if you would be interested in Shinso taking part in a mentorship program. He would be placed under the custody of a pro hero who would be able to keep an eye on him and make sure he becomes a hero. Shinso's foster father looked at them suspiciously. You would be willing to make sure the boy doesn't get into any trouble? Of course, Nedzu nodded. I know having a child like Shinso can be overwhelming. He would be taken out of your custody and placed somewhere with more individual care and supervision. None of this will take place without your express approval, of course. Shouta saw a spark of fear pass behind Shinso's eyes and he tried to catch his eye. He didn't know exactly what Nedzu was trying to do either, but he'd known the rat long enough that he trusted him. Sure, what he was describing sounded more like a prison than anything else, but he had Shinso's best interests at heart. Shouta could only trust that he knew what he was doing and hope that Shinso did the same. So, he wouldn't be our foster child anymore? The woman asked hesitantly. No, Nedzu answered. He would be placed in the custody of a pro hero, and you'd make sure he stayed on the right side of the law. The man confirmed. Of course, Nedzu's smile was outwardly polite, but Shouta could see his annoyance coming through underneath, which was oddly comforting. So, the couple whispered among themselves for a few minutes and Shouta tuned it out after the first few sentences. It was clear that they didn't trust Shinso, and probably never would, but he still didn't trust himself to not do something he'd regret if he had to sit there and listen to them treating him like a villain. Finally, the couple turned back to them and the man started talking, glancing toward his wife for confirmation. I think that would be for the best. When would he be leaving? Oh, immediately. Nedzu grinned widely. We already have a hero lined up to take him in, so we'd like to move forward as soon as possible. Shinso was obviously trying to hide his panic, so Shouta stood and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Well, kid, let's go grab your things. Shinso nodded slowly as Nedzu explained the necessary paperwork. Aizawa followed the kid upstairs, grateful to get away from that room. The room Shinso led him to was mostly bare and screamed of a kid who was used to not even having time to unpack before moving on to the next home. It only took him a few minutes to shove everything he owned into a garbage bag as Shouta stood there awkwardly, wondering if he should offer to help. Soon enough, Shinso hauled the bag over his shoulder and nodded silently before heading back downstairs. Nedzu was already standing by the door and waiting for them when they got downstairs. Are you ready? Perfect. Well then, let's be on our way. Shinso didn't seem to have any desire to say goodbye to anyone, so they just let him outside and Shouta opened the door to the back seat of the car to allow him to slide in. Then they were off and Shinso didn't even spare his old home a backward glance. He did look curious, however, which was understandable, considering that Shouta was just as confused as he was. He cleared his throat. You're allowed to talk. You know, we're not going to punish you for asking questions. Shinso looked surprised, but still hesitated before saying anything. So, where are we going? Oh, that's easy. Nedzu chirped. We're going to the home of Eraserhead and Present Mike. Aizawa will be taking custody of you, after all. I think maybe we have to turn it upside down, Izuku suggested. Or maybe we should 3D model it and see if it looks any different. For the past few days, Mei and Izuku had spent every moment they could in the halls of UA trying to figure out the tunnels. They probably would have just slept there, but both security and their parents had taken an issue with that, so they had settled for waking up early and exploring until security kicked them out around sunset. So far, they had identified a dozen different entrances, but each one was protected by a unique riddle, so they hadn't been able to get into any of them yet. Mei chewed on the end of her pencil as she looked at the puzzle again. Wait, what if it's about directions? It spins, right? Izuku nodded and spun the map a quarter turn. He had hated it his first week because why put a map of UA on the wall if it was incorrect? He'd gotten lost a few times trying to follow it until an upperclassman from the business course had taken pity on him and pointed out that the map itself was inaccurate. He'd written it off as an old map from before a remodel at the time, but now that he knew it as a clue to a secret entrance, it made a lot more sense. Izuku looked at it again. Wait, turn it right side up again. It says you are here, right? But the arrow is pointing to the cafeteria, not to where we are. Oh, you're right. Mei grinned. So should we look in the cafeteria? Maybe there's a clue there. Actually, I think you were right about directions, Izuku said. If we start at the cafeteria, what turns would we take to get to where we are now? Mei grabbed his hand and yanked him down the hall. There's only one way to find out. Tenya Ida closed the door behind him and finally broke down. His brother was paralyzed. There was no hope of him ever regaining the use of his legs, and he would have to retire as a hero. All because some villain got into his head that he should maim and murder heroes. He didn't understand how Tensei could be so nonchalant about the whole thing. Why did Tenya have to be angry enough about it for both of them? He took off his glasses and wiped his eyes, then put them back on. There was no point in crying when he could take action. He was a hero. He was training to defeat villains. He couldn't just sit here and cry when he should be preparing to defeat Stain and make him regret ever making an enemy out of the guest bedrooms down the hall. Shouta explained awkwardly. Bathrooms on the right, and we can probably get you some more clothes and stuff once you're more settled in. Shinso nodded silently and disappeared into his new room as Shouta sighed in exhaustion and reminded himself that putting Shinso with him and Hisashi was the best option. They could pass off the change in custody as protecting an at-risk youth. And because the original foster parents had approved the transfer and given their express approval, no one would question a pair of heroes taking protective custody until they were actually able to get a foster license. As much as he hated uprooting the kid, Shinso deserved to live in a place where he was allowed to speak. He glanced over to the couch, where Hisashi was giving him a knowing grin, and Shouta scowled. Don't even say it. Izuku read the directions out loud as Mei turned the map. Left, left, right, left, right, right, left. They both held their breath as they looked at the map, which was probably the only reason why they were able to hear the quiet click as the latch unlocked and one of tiles on the floor beneath them popped up. They shared an excited look before rushing to it and pulling it up like a trap door. Then they dropped down into the small tunnel and pulled the entrance closed behind them. Well, Izuku, Mei grinned manically in the low light. Are you ready to explore UA? At this point, Hitoshi had just accepted that confusion was his default emotion. Being kidnapped and practically adopted by two kids his own age who turned out to be mad scientist gremlins had thrown him for a loop, sure, but that was nothing in comparison to whatever this situation was. At least he had confirmation that he'd made it into the hero course, but going home with his teachers who may or may not be waiting for him to go off the rails was not what he'd had in mind when he'd woken up yesterday. He had the sneaking suspicion that Eraserhead hadn't been planning on it either. Sure, he hid his surprise well, but Hitoshi had seen the brief flash of surprise and maybe panic that had passed over his face before he managed to hide it. He didn't know why it hurt so much that Eraserhead was scared of him. Everyone was, so this shouldn't be any different, but in the few times they'd interacted in the past, Hitoshi hadn't noticed any hesitance to talk to him. But from his obvious panic and what Nedzu told his former foster parents, they were doing this to make sure that he didn't get tempted to switch sides. It hurt to know that, except for Mei and Izuku, UA really wasn't that different after all. Hitoshi straightened his tie and pushed those thoughts from his mind. He could get through this. He always did. It was just a matter of fading into the background and not talking more than he had to. As long as he behaved, Eraserhead wouldn't have any reason to kick him out of his house and by extension probably the hero course as well. No pressure, despite the fact that he knew this was just a precautionary arrangement. It was still trippy to leave his room and see Eraserhead and present Mike sitting at the kitchen table eating breakfast. It was like running into his teachers at the grocery store, but worse. Present Mike grinned as he came into the room, practically bouncing in his seat with excess energy. Hey there, little listener. How'd you sleep? Hitoshi shrugged and Eraserhead slapped Mike upside the head, probably to shut him up so he wouldn't encourage Hitoshi to say anything. Don't be so loud, Zashi, the kid just woke up. Besides, it'd be a miracle if he slept at all with the way you snore. Hey, Mike squawked. Hitoshi chuckled despite himself, then froze. Laughing didn't really count for his quirk, but did his teachers know that? Would they get angry at him? He looked up hesitantly, only to see Eraserhead smiling like he'd won something and Mike shaking his head in amusement. Okay, so they were glad he'd laughed at their joke, and he wasn't going to get in trouble for laughing. Good to know. Do you want any breakfast? Eraserhead asked, frowning when Hitoshi shook his head. Are you sure? We're having omelets, but we can make you something else if you'd like. Hitoshi just shook his head again. He didn't want to cause any trouble on his first day, and he never really got hungry until later anyway. There was always lunch, and Izuku had a stash of snacks in his room for emergencies anyway. He was fine. Eraserhead sighed heavily, while Mike looked worried and Hitoshi had the sinking feeling he'd done something wrong. But it was too late to take back his decision, so he just adjusted his backpack and waited for them to say something else. Was he supposed to walk to school or wait to leave with them? What was the protocol when you were living with your teachers? After another minute or two of heavy silence, Mike stood up and took his plate to the sink. All right, you ready to go, little listener? Hitoshi nodded as Eraserhead stood and grabbed his keys. Let's go then. It's your first day in the hero course, so it's gonna be a long day. Your new classmates are a bunch of annoying brats, but you're used to dealing with Powerloader's gremlins, so it'll be nothing new. Hitoshi snickered. It was always funny to see how the teachers reacted to Mei and Izuku. It was almost funnier than seeing the students' reactions, which was also hilarious. Eraserhead had seemed to support the two during the sports festival, so maybe living here wouldn't be too bad, even if they were just waiting for him to mess up and turn villain. As long as he respected Hitoshi's friends. That was the important part. Mike talked the entire drive to UA, and Hitoshi was almost tempted to ask him a question just to get him to shut up. Eraserhead nodded along and made interested hums at all the right places, but obviously wasn't fully listening to what Mike was saying. The weird part was that Mike seemed to know that and was totally fine with it. It was like the two had this silent agreement that Mike could talk as much as he wanted about everything under the sun and Eraserhead would just be there. He could see Mei and Izuku doing that too, but they would probably have to take turns as the listener, otherwise neither of them would ever shut up. When they got to the school, Mike kissed Eraserhead on the cheek, which surprised Hitoshi even though they lived together, and left toward the general education part of the building. Hitoshi almost followed him out of habit, only to find himself being yanked back by Eraserhead's capture weapon around his waist. When he turned back, Eraserhead was just raising an amused eyebrow at him. Just where do you think you're going? You're in the hero course now, or did you forget? Hitoshi slammed his mouth shut. Just because he was at UA didn't mean he was welcome to speak. This guy was still suspicious of him. He glanced up at Eraser hesitantly, but to his surprise, instead of getting angry, Eraserhead's face had softened into something like pity or maybe understanding. You know you're always allowed to talk here, right? No one's going to force you, of course, but neither Mike nor I are ever going to punish you for talking. You're going to be a hero with that quirk, so it would be illogical to restrict your usage of it. Do I make myself clear? Hitoshi nodded again and Eraserhead just sighed and started walking toward 1A. It was a nice sentiment, but it could also be a trap. It didn't seem very hero-like to bait him like that. But then again, Eraserhead was infamous for his logical ruses, so it was better to stay on the safe side for now. Eraserhead paused for a moment when they reached the door to 1A. By the way, you didn't ever actually write those apology letters your foster father wanted you to, did you? Hitoshi nodded, confused. They were tucked away in this bag, and he wasn't looking forward to delivering them, but he was glad he'd actually written them if Eraser was asking. But then again, that also meant that he couldn't just conveniently forget to deliver them or anything. Ugh, rip them up. Eraserhead scowled and Hitoshi did a double take. Or have Hatsum explode them or something. I don't care. Before Hitoshi could even react to that, much less process, Eraserhead pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. Hitoshi's eyes widened as he took in the chaos happening in the class and then widened even more when everyone just stopped the moment they saw Eraserhead open the door. Good morning, brats, Eraserhead announced. Good job on the sports festival, but don't get too cozy, your torture is just beginning. Shinso, you're in the empty seat. Let's get started. His initial judgment of the man had definitely been correct. He was even scarier than Izuku. And yeah, I heard he was totally creeping on some of the third years over the break. Mina shuddered. I almost wish there hadn't been an empty seat so you could have kicked him out, Shinso. Hitoshi wasn't quite sure how he'd ended up walking to lunch with a group of students from 1A, but as soon as class ended, Uraraka had pretty much immediately grabbed his hand and started dragging him along. Most of the girls from the class falling into pace and filling the air with gossip. He was starting to relax a little more now that he wasn't around Eraser. Well, Aizawa, who considering his instructions about the letters might not actually be judging him. Still, he didn't want to mess up his chances now that he was finally in the hero course, so it was better to err on the side of caution, at least around the hero course students. Yeah, mine is pretty bad. Gyro laughed. But at least with the actual. He practically ran into Gyro's back as she stopped suddenly in the middle of the hall. He looked to see what had shocked her and somehow wasn't really surprised to see Mei and Izuku hanging from the ceiling, dust in their hair as they grinned at them. Extra credit, Kun. You made it in. His classmates, with the exception of Uraraka, gaped at them and a couple looked around in confusion trying to figure out who they were talking about. Izuku took a breath to say something else, onto to sneeze violently, which wouldn't have been nearly as bad if he'd actually been hanging on to anything. Instead, he probably would have fallen out of the ceiling if Uraraka hadn't removed his gravity in time. Thank you, Uraraka. Izuku smiled brightly, still upside down as Mei started dragging him back up into the ceiling and Uraraka returned his gravity. Hitoshi, you have to see this. It's so cool. Hitoshi was just trying not to laugh as both Mei and Izuku reached down, grabbing one arm each and just pulled him up into the ceiling. He tried to imagine how this must look to anyone who wasn't familiar with his kidnappers, and that just made him laugh harder. He pulled himself up the rest of the way into the ceiling and Izuku started shaking dust from his hair as Mei poked her head back down into the hallway. Don't worry, we'll return him after lunch. Just make sure he's back in time for class. Uraraka's voice echoed with laughter. Have fun and don't kill him before he can be a hero. Hitoshi's shoulders shook in laughter as Mei slammed the secret panel closed, cutting off the sound of his classmates freaking out as he turned to his kidnappers. So, what did you want to show me? We got into the tunnels. Mei's eyes were wide and he could see the crosshairs in her eyes zooming in and out as she looked behind him and took in every detail. Hitoshi just chuckled. I can see that. It took so long. Izuku rambled. Every single door is locked with a different puzzle and we haven't even found all of them. Most of the doors out are also locked, which was kinda fun. We've been here since yesterday. What? Hitoshi crawled after them. He didn't know if all the tunnels were this small, but it wasn't really a problem for Mei and Izuku since they were pretty short. Did you even sleep? Not important. Mei waved a hand dismissively. We've been exploring. These tunnels lead everywhere. We can get to all the labs, even after hours, not to mention the practice grounds and the classrooms, the staff areas. But that's not even the best part. Izuku interrupted. Obviously, not many people ever find them, so some of the tunnels are pretty dusty, but Nezu did design them to be explored. There's even ... Oh, here we are. Hitoshi panicked slightly as Mei and Izuku literally just fell and disappeared. He moved forward more slowly and screamed when he realized that one of the floor panels was actually a hologram. He hit the floor with a small oof and rubbed his head as he looked around and found a nest. A half-dozen blankets were spread out across the floor and more were folded against the walls. There was a mini fridge and a cupboard that Mei was pulling cookies out of. Izuku poked his cheek and held out a takeout container from Lunch Rush. Is this where you guys slept? Hitoshi asked, taking the food. I mean, more power to you, but is it comfortable? Izuku shrugged. Some of the others are more so, but this one's more central and it has the fridge. Got it. Hitoshi nodded and took a bite of his lunch. Yeah, confusion was definitely just his life now, but honestly, he wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.